You're listening to a modern retelling of the Odyssey by New Life Audiobooks. In this easy-to-read modern edition, we've carefully revised the Odyssey, book by book, keeping Homer's original masterpiece intact, while refreshing the language to appeal to modern readers. We hope you enjoy this refreshed modern edition of the Odyssey. Book 1, The Council of the Gods and Athena's Visit. Tell me, Muse, about the clever hero who wandered far and wide after destroying the great city of Troy. He saw many cities and learned about the customs of many different people. He endured terrible hardships at sea, fighting to save his own life and bring his crew home safely. But despite his efforts, he couldn't save his men. They died because of their own foolishness when they ate the sacred cattle belonging to the sun god, Hyperion. As punishment, the god made sure they never saw their homes again. Tell me this story, daughter of Zeus, starting from wherever you know it. By this time, all the other warriors who had survived the battles and shipwrecks had already returned home, except for Odysseus. He longed desperately for his wife and homeland, but was held captive by the goddess Calypso in her vast cave. She wanted him to marry her. Years passed, and eventually, the gods decided it was time for him to go back to Ithaca. Yet even when he finally reached his own people, his struggles weren't over. All the gods felt sorry for him now, except Poseidon, the god of the sea. Poseidon relentlessly persecuted Odysseus and blocked his way home. Poseidon had traveled to the land of the Ethiopians, who lived at the farthest edges of the world, divided into two groups, one facing the setting sun, the other the rising sun. He went there to receive a grand sacrifice of bulls and rams and was enjoying the feast. Meanwhile, the other gods gathered in the palace of Olympian Zeus. The father of gods and men spoke first, thinking about Odysseus, who had recently been killed by Orestes, the son of Agamemnon. "Look how mortals blame us gods," Zeus said. "They say their troubles come from us, but it's their own foolish actions that cause their suffering. Take Odysseus, for example. He wrongly pursued Agamemnon's wife, and then murdered Agamemnon when he returned home. He did this even though he knew it would lead to his own death. I sent Hermes, my messenger, to warn him explicitly not to do either of these things. I told him Orestes would surely seek revenge when he grew up and returned home. Hermes gave him this warning for his own good, but Odysseus wouldn't listen. Now he has paid the ultimate price for his deeds." Then Athena spoke up. "Father, son of Cronus, king of kings, Odysseus got what he deserved, and so should anyone who acts as wickedly as he did. But my concern isn't for Odysseus. My heart breaks for the brave Odysseus. He's suffering terribly on that lonely, sea-surrounded island, far from everyone he loves. The island is heavily wooded, right in the middle of the ocean. A goddess lives there, the daughter of Atlas, the cunning titan who knows the depths of the sea and holds up the massive pillars separating heaven and earth. This daughter of Atlas has trapped poor, unfortunate Odysseus. She constantly tries to charm him with sweet words, hoping to make him forget Ithaca. But he's weary of life and longs for nothing more than to see the smoke rising from his own home again. Father Zeus, you seem to ignore his plight. Didn't Odysseus offer you many sacrifices back at Troy? Why are you still so angry with him?" Zeus replied, "My child, what are you saying? How could I forget Odysseus? There's no man on earth more capable or more generous in his offerings to us immortal gods who live in heaven. But you must remember that Poseidon is still enraged because Odysseus blinded his son, Polyphemus, the king of the Cyclopes. Polyphemus is Poseidon's son by the nymph Theusa, daughter of Phorcys, the old god of the sea. So, although Poseidon won't kill Odysseus outright, he torments him by preventing him from reaching home. Still, let's put our heads together and figure out how to help Odysseus return. Poseidon will have to calm down eventually. He can hardly oppose the united will of all the other gods." Athena responded, "Father, son of Cronus, king of kings, if the gods truly intend for Odysseus to return home, then we should first send Hermes to the island of Ogygia. He must tell Calypso that we have made our decision and that Odysseus is to be released. In the meantime, I will go to Ithaca myself to encourage Odysseus' son Telemachus. I'll give him the courage to call an assembly of the Achaeans and confront the suitors who are pestering his mother, Penelope. They are shamelessly consuming his sheep and cattle day after day. I'll also guide him on a journey to Sparta and Pylos. Perhaps he can find some news about his dear father's return. This journey will also help him build his reputation." After saying this, Athena fastened her beautiful, immortal golden sandals, which carried her like the wind over land and sea. She grasped her formidable, bronze-tipped spear, heavy, strong, and massive, the weapon she uses to defeat the ranks of heroes who anger her. Then, she swooped down from the peaks of Olympus and arrived instantly in Ithaca, at the gate of Odysseus's palace. She disguised herself as a family friend, Mentes, the chief of the Taphians, holding a bronze spear. There she saw the arrogant suitors. They were sitting on the hides of oxen they themselves had slaughtered, playing checkers in front of the house. Servants and attendants bustled around them. Some were mixing wine and water in large bowls, others wiped down tables with damp sponges and set them again, while still others carved large amounts of meat. Telemachus saw her long before anyone else. He sat among the suitors, brooding, his thoughts filled with his noble father. He imagined how Odysseus, if he were to return, would scatter these men from his house and reclaim his rightful honor. Lost in these thoughts, he noticed Athena at the gate. Annoyed that a visitor was being kept waiting, he went straight to the entrance. He took her right hand, welcomed her, and took her bronze spear. "Welcome, stranger, to our house," he said. "Come in and eat. Afterwards, you can tell us what brings you here." He led the way, and Athena followed. Once inside, he placed her spear and a sturdy spear stand against a tall pillar, where many other spears belonging to his missing father already stood. He guided her to an ornate chair, draped a richly embroidered cloth over it, and placed a footstool beneath her feet. For himself, he drew up a simpler seat nearby, away from the suitors. He wanted his guests to eat in peace, undisturbed by their noise and rudeness, and he also hoped to ask her privately about his father. A maid brought water in a beautiful golden pitcher and poured it into a silver basin so they could wash their hands. She then set a polished table beside them. A respected female servant brought bread and generously offered various delicacies from the household stores. A carver brought platters loaded with different kinds of meat and placed golden cups beside them. A manservant then came and poured wine for them. Soon, the suitors swaggered in and took their seats on the benches and chairs. Servants poured water over their hands, maids offered bread from baskets, and attendants kept the mixing bowls filled with wine. The suitors reached for the food laid out before them. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, they demanded entertainment, music and dancing, the usual finale to their feasts. A servant brought a lyre to Phaeacia, the bard, whom the suitors forced to sing for them against his will. As Phaeacia struck the chords and began his song, Telemachus leaned close to Athena, speaking quietly so the others wouldn't hear. "Sir," he began, "I hope you won't mind my saying this. These men find it easy to enjoy singing and music because it costs them nothing. They feast at the expense of another man, a man whose bones are probably rotting on some distant shore or being tossed about by the waves. If they ever saw my father return to Ithaca, they'd wish for faster legs rather than more gold or fine clothes, because wealth wouldn't save them then. But alas, he has met a grim fate. We no longer believe the rumors that sometimes surface about his return. We will never see him again. Now, sir, please tell me honestly who you are and where you come from. What is your city? Who are your parents? What kind of ship brought you here? How did your crew bring you to Ithaca? And what people did they claim to be? You certainly didn't arrive on foot. Also, tell me truthfully, are you new to this house? Or were you a guest here in my father's time? Many people used to visit us, as my father himself traveled widely." Athena, disguised as Mentes, replied, "I will tell you everything clearly and truthfully. I am Mentes, son of the wise Anchialus, and I rule the Taphians, who love the sea. I've sailed here with my ship and crew, on my way to Temesa, a foreign land, to trade shining iron for copper. My ship is moored away from the city, in the harbor of Rhythron, beneath the wooded slopes of Mount Neritum. Our fathers were friends, establishing guest friendship long ago, as the old hero Laertes would tell you if you could ask him. But they say he no longer comes into town. He lives a hard life in the countryside, alone except for an old servant woman who brings him food and drink when he returns, exhausted from working his vineyard. I came here because I heard your father had finally returned. But it seems the gods are still delaying him. Noble Odysseus is not dead, not yet. He's alive, but likely held captive on some remote sea-girt island, perhaps by savage people who keep him against his will. Now, I'm not a prophet or an expert in reading bird signs, but I have a strong feeling, inspired by the gods, and I believe it will come true. Odysseus won't be away from his homeland much longer. He is resourceful. Even if bound in iron chains, he would find a way to return. But tell me, are you truly Odysseus's son? You look remarkably like him. Your head, your eyes. We were very close before he sailed for Troy with the best of the Argives. We haven't seen each other since. My mother tells me I am his son, Telemachus answered sadly. But honestly, who really knows his own father? I wish I had been born the son of some fortunate man, who grew old peacefully on his own lands. But since you ask, the man they say is my father is the unluckiest man in the world. Athena replied, Your family line won't die out yet, not while Penelope has a son as fine as you. But tell me truthfully, what is this feast about? Who are all these people? Is it a public banquet or a wedding celebration? It doesn't look like a potluck where guests bring their own food. They behave outrageously, creating chaos throughout the house. Any decent person would be disgusted by their behavior. Sir, Telemachus responded, since you ask, this house was once prosperous and respected, back when my father was here. But the gods, in their displeasure, had other plans. They made him vanish more completely than any man before. I could have handled his death better if he had fallen with his comrades at Troy, or died peacefully among friends after the war ended. Then all the Achaeans would have built him a burial mound, and he would have passed on great honor to me, his son. But now, storm winds have snatched him away without a trace. He's gone, unheard of, leaving me only anguish and sorrow, and my troubles don't end there. Heaven has piled on more hardships. All the leading men from the nearby islands, Dulichium, Same, Zacynthus, and even the nobles from Ithaca itself, are all courting my mother and devouring my household resources. She neither refuses their proposals outright nor commits to marrying any of them, so they continue to waste my inheritance, and I fear they will soon destroy me too. How terrible! Athena exclaimed, disguised as Mentes. You desperately need Odysseus back. If he were to appear right now on his own threshold, armed with his helmet, shield, and 2 spears, the man I remember from the first time I saw him in our house, drinking and celebrating. He was returning then from Ephyra, where he'd gone to ask Aeolus, son of Murmerus, for deadly poison to tip his arrows. Aeolus, fearing the wrath of the immortal gods, refused him. But my father, who was very fond of Odysseus, gave him the poison. If Odysseus could return now, looking as he did then, these suitors would face a swift and bitter end to their courtship. But whether he returns to take revenge is ultimately in the hands of the gods. Your immediate task, however, is to figure out how to drive these suitors from your house. Listen carefully to my advice. Tomorrow morning, call the Achaean lords to assembly, state your case plainly, and call upon the gods as witnesses. Order the suitors to disperse, each returning to his own home. If your mother is set on remarrying, let her return to her father's house. He is powerful and can arrange her marriage, providing a dowry worthy of his beloved daughter. As for you, I urge you to take the best ship you can find, gather a crew of 20 oarsmen, and set out in search of news about your long-lost father. Someone might tell you something, or you might receive a divine sign. People often learn things that way. First, go to Pylos and speak with Nestor. Then travel to Sparta to visit Menelaus, the red-haired king, as he was the last of the Achaeans to return home. If you hear that your father is alive and on his way back, you can endure the suitor's wastefulness for another year. But if you learn that he is dead, return home at once. Perform the proper funeral rites, build a memorial mound in his honor, and arrange for your mother to remarry. After you've done all this, seriously consider how you might kill the suitors lingering in your house, whether by cunning or direct action. You're no longer a child. You can't plead ignorance anymore. Haven't you heard how Orestes gained renown by avenging his father Agamemnon, killing the treacherous Aegisthus? You are tall and handsome. Be brave, so that future generations will speak well of you. Now I must return to my ship and crew. They'll be getting impatient. Think carefully about what I've said, and remember my advice. Sir, Telemachus replied, your words have been incredibly kind, like a father speaking to his son, and I won't forget them. I know you're eager to continue your journey, but please stay a little longer. Bathe and refresh yourself. Then I'll give you a gift, something beautiful and valuable. A keepsake, the kind cherished friends exchange. You can depart feeling happy. But Athena answered, Don't ask me to stay. I must be on my way now. As for the gift you wish to give me, keep it until I return. I'll take it home then. Choose something fine, and I'll give you something of equal value in return." With those words, Athena flew away like a bird, vanishing into the air. But she had instilled courage and determination in Telemachus, making him think of his father more intensely than ever. He felt the change within himself, marveled at it, and realized the stranger must have been a god. He immediately went back to join the suitors. Phaeacia was still singing. The suitors sat in silence, captivated by his song about the sorrowful return of the Achaeans from Troy and the hardships Athena had inflicted upon them. Penelope, daughter of Icarius, heard the mournful song from her rooms upstairs. She descended the long staircase, accompanied by 2 maids. When she reached the suitors, she stood by a sturdy pillar supporting the roof, her face veiled, with a loyal maid on either side. Tears streamed down her face. "Phaeacia," she cried out, "you know many other stories that bards delight in singing, tales of gods and heroes. Sing one of those for the suitors, and let them drink their wine quietly. But stop this heartbreaking song. It pierces my grieving heart and constantly reminds me of my lost husband, whom I mourn endlessly. His fame spread throughout Hellas and the heart of Argos." "Mother," Telemachus interjected, "why deny the talented bard the pleasure of singing whatever his heart desires? Bards don't create the misfortunes they sing about. Zeus does. He distributes fortune and sorrow to mortals as he sees fit. It's not the singer's fault if he sings of the Danaans' grim return. People always give the loudest applause to the newest songs. You must learn to endure it. Odysseus isn't the only one who didn't return from Troy. Many others perished too. Go back upstairs to your room and attend to your own work, the loom, the spindle, and managing the household servants. Making speeches is men's business, especially mine, for I hold the authority in this house." Penelope was taken aback, but took her son's words to heart. She returned to her upper room with her maids, weeping for her dear husband, until Athena blessed her with sweet sleep. Meanwhile, the suitors grew boisterous in the shadowy halls, each man loudly praying he might share her bed. Then Telemachus spoke forcefully. "Suitors of my mother," he cried, "your arrogance is shameless. For tonight let us feast and enjoy ourselves without quarreling. It's a pleasure to listen to a bard with a voice as divine as Phaeacia's. But tomorrow morning I demand that you all meet me in the assembly. There I will formally give you notice to leave my house. Go feast in each other's homes, taking turns and paying your own expenses. If you think it's better and easier to ruin one man's estate without consequence, then continue. But I will call upon the eternal gods. If Zeus grants me the power to retaliate, you will die here, in this house, and your deaths will go unavenged." The suitors bit their lips, astonished by Telemachus's bold words. Antinous, son of Eupeithes, sneered. "Telemachus, it seems the gods themselves have taught you this high-flown, insolent talk. Let's hope Zeus never makes you king of Ithaca, though it is your birthright." Telemachus calmly replied, "Antinous, you may mock, but if the god wills it, I would gladly accept the kingship. Do you really think it's the worst fate imaginable? Being king isn't so bad. It brings wealth and honor. Of course, now that Odysseus is gone, there are many other nobles in Ithaca, young and old, any one of whom might become king. But I will remain master of my own house and rule the servants Odysseus acquired for me." Eurymachus, son of Polybus, then spoke up. "Telemachus, only the gods can decide who will be king of Ithaca, but you will certainly remain master of your own house and property. May no man ever come, while Ithaca still has inhabitants, to seize your possessions by force. But, my good fellow, I want to ask about the stranger. Where did he say he was from? Which land does he claim as his? Where is his family, his inheritance? Did he bring news of your father's return, or was he here on his own business? He seemed like a man of noble birth, but he vanished so quickly. He was gone before we could get to know him." "My father's return is no longer a possibility," Telemachus answered, hiding his true feelings. "I don't trust rumors anymore, even if they reach me. My mother sometimes consults seers and asks them questions, but I pay no attention to their prophecies. As for the stranger, he said he was Mentis, son of Anchialus, chief of the Taphians, an old friend of my father's." But in his heart, Telemachus knew he had spoken with the goddess Athena. The suitors returned to their music and dancing, enjoying themselves until evening fell. When darkness came, they each went back to their own homes to sleep. Telemachus climbed the stairs to his room, which was located high in a tower overlooking the courtyard. His mind was full of thoughts about his planned journey. The loyal old nurse, Eurycleia, daughter of Ops, son of Pisanor, walked ahead of him, carrying 2 blazing torches. Laertes, Odysseus's father, had bought her long ago when she was young, paying the price of 20 oxen. He treated her with as much respect as he did his own wife, though he never slept with her, fearing his wife's jealousy. Eurycleia had nursed Telemachus as a baby, and loved him more than any other servant. Telemachus opened his bedroom door and sat on the edge of his bed. He took off his soft tunic and handed it to the wise old nurse. She carefully folded it and hung it on a peg beside his bed. Then she left the room, pulling the door closed with its silver handle and sliding the bolt shut using the leather strap. Telemachus lay under his warm woolen fleece, his mind racing all night, contemplating the voyage Athena had advised him to undertake. Book 2. Telemachus Takes Action. When rosy-fingered dawn, the child of morning, arrived, Telemachus got up and dressed. He tied his fine sandals onto his feet, slung his sword over his shoulder, and left his room looking as radiant as an immortal god. He immediately ordered the town criers to call the long-haired Achaeans to assembly. The criers made the announcement, and the people gathered quickly. Once everyone was assembled, Telemachus walked to the meeting place, spear in hand. He wasn't alone. His 2 swift hounds trotted beside him. Athena blessed him with such divine grace that everyone stared in admiration as he passed. When he reached his father's seat, even the oldest council members made way for him. Egyptius, an old hero bent with age and full of wisdom, spoke first. His own dear son, Antiphus, a spearman, had sailed with Odysseus to Ilion, the land famous for horses. But the savage Cyclops had killed Antiphus in his hollow cave, making him the last meal of the trapped men. Egyptius had 3 other sons, Eurynomus, who ran with the Suitors, and 2 others who managed the family farm. Yet the father never stopped grieving for his lost son, Antiphus. Tears streamed down his face as he began to speak. "Men of Ithaca, listen to me," he said. "Not once, since great Odysseus sailed away, have we been called to assembly or council. Who has summoned us now? Is it a young man or one of the elders? Has he received news of an approaching enemy that he needs to share? Or does he wish to discuss some other matter of public concern? Whoever he is, he seems like a good man. I pray Zeus grants him success in whatever he hopes to achieve." Telemachus felt encouraged by this favorable start and eagerly stood up, ready to speak his mind. He moved to the center of the assembly, and the herald Pisanor, skilled in counsel, placed the speaker's staff in his hand. Telemachus first addressed Egyptius. "Sir," he said, "the man who called this assembly is not far away. As you will soon see, it is I, and I am the one suffering the most. I haven't heard news of an approaching army to warn you about, nor am I raising a public issue. My problem is personal, a double misfortune that has struck my house. First, I have lost my noble father, who was once king over all of you here, and was like a father to each of you. Second, and far worse, is something that will soon completely destroy my household and ruin my inheritance. Suitors, the sons of the leading men among you, are relentlessly pestering my unwilling mother to marry them. They lack the courage to go to her father, Icarius, so he might choose a husband for his daughter and provide wedding gifts. Instead, day after day, they infest our house, sacrificing our oxen, sheep, and fattened goats for their feasts. They drink our sparkling wine without a second thought. Our wealth is being drained away. No estate can withstand such waste. We no longer have a man like Odysseus to protect us, and I am powerless to defend our home. If I had the strength, I certainly would fight back. The situation has become unbearable. My house is being shamefully ruined. You should feel ashamed. Consider your neighbors and what people will say. Fear the gods' anger too. What if they become outraged by your wicked deeds and punish you? I appeal to you by Olympian Zeus and by Themis, who governs the assemblies of men. Stop this, my friends. Leave me to grieve in peace, unless perhaps my father, noble Odysseus, somehow wronged the Achaeans, and you are now taking revenge on me by encouraging these suitors. If my inheritance must be devoured, I would rather you, the men of Ithaca, consumed it yourselves. Then I might eventually seek compensation, going from house to house, demanding repayment until everything was returned. But now, you inflict on me a pain for which there is no remedy." Overcome with emotion, Telemachus threw the staff to the ground and burst into tears. A wave of pity swept through the assembly. Everyone remained silent, none daring to offer harsh words in reply to Telemachus, except Antinous. Antinous spoke up, saying, "Telemachus, you boastful, unrestrained speaker, how dare you try to shame us and blame us? It's not the Achaean suitors who are at fault, but your own mother, who is exceedingly clever. For 3 years now, almost 4, she has been toying with the hearts of the Achaeans. She gives hope to every man, sending messages and making promises, but her intentions are entirely different. And consider this other trick she devised. She set up a large loom in her hall and began weaving a huge, fine shroud. Then she announced to us, 'Young men, my suitors, since noble Odysseus is dead, be patient and don't rush my marriage until I finish this robe. I don't want my weaving skills to be wasted. It's a burial shroud for the hero Laertes, for when the inescapable doom of painful death finally takes him. I wouldn't want any Achaean woman in the land to criticize me if he, a man who possessed great wealth, were laid out without a proper shroud.' That's what she said, and our proud hearts agreed. So day after day she would weave at the great web, but at night, by torchlight, she would unravel it all. For 3 years she fooled us with this trick, but when the 4th year began, one of her maids, who knew the secret, revealed it. We caught her unraveling the splendid fabric, so she was forced to finish it against her will. Therefore, the suitors give you this answer, so that both you and all the Achaeans may know. Send your mother away. Order her to marry whichever man her father chooses, and whom she herself desires. But if she continues to torment the sons of Achaea much longer, proud of the gifts Athena gave her, skill in beautiful crafts, a clever mind, and cunning tricks unlike any known before, even among the famous women of old like Tyro, Alcmene, or Mycene with her beautiful crown, none of whom had schemes like Penelope's, then this is what will happen. As long as she maintains this attitude, which the gods have put in her heart, we will continue to devour your livelihood and property. She gains glory for herself, but causes great loss for you. We will not return to our own estates, nor go anywhere else, until she chooses one of the Achaeans and marries him." Telemachus wisely replied, "Antinous, I cannot possibly force the mother who bore me and raised me out of this house. My father might be alive or dead, somewhere in a foreign land. It would be hard for me to pay the large sum required by Icarius if I were to send my mother back voluntarily. Her father would punish me, and the divine powers would bring more trouble, as my mother would call upon the vengeful Furies as she left. Besides, people would condemn me. Therefore, I will never give that order. If your own consciences trouble you over your actions, then leave my palace. Arrange other feasts, eat your own food, and take turns hosting at your own houses. But if you think it's better and more profitable to ruin one man's estate without paying, then continue your destruction. But I will call upon the eternal gods. If Zeus grants me retribution, you will die within this house, and no one will avenge your deaths." As Telemachus finished speaking, far-seeing Zeus sent 2 eagles flying from a mountain peak. They soared on the wind, side by side, with synchronized wing beats. When they reached the middle of the noisy assembly, they wheeled around, flapping their wings rapidly, and glared down at the heads of everyone below, their eyes promising death. Then they tore at each other's cheeks and necks with their talons, and darted away to the right, over the houses of the city. The people were stunned as they watched the eagles, wondering what this omen signified. Then the old hero Halitherses, son of Mastor, spoke. He surpassed all his peers in understanding bird omens and predicting fate. With good intentions, he addressed the assembly. "Men of Ithaca, listen to what I have to say, especially the suitors, as this concerns you greatly. A great wave of disaster is rolling towards you. Odysseus will not be away from his loved ones much longer. He is already near, plotting death and destruction for all the suitors. And many others among us who live in sunny Ithaca will also suffer. Let us consider how to stop this before it happens. Let the suitors themselves end their behavior. It would be the best course for them immediately. I am not prophesying without knowledge. I speak from experience. Everything I predicted for Odysseus when the Argives sailed for Troy, and resourceful Odysseus with them, has come true. I said that after suffering much and losing all his companions, he would return home in the 20th year, unrecognized by anyone. And now, all this is happening." Eurymachus, son of Polybus, retorted, "Old man, you should go home and prophesy to your children, or you might bring disaster upon them. I am much better at interpreting these signs than you are. Plenty of birds fly under the sun. Not all of them are omens. As for Odysseus, he has died far away. I wish you had died with him. Then you wouldn't be prattling on about prophecies or fueling Telemachus' anger. Are you hoping he'll give you a gift for your household? But I tell you this, and it will certainly happen. If you, an old man with ancient knowledge, incite a younger man to anger with your words, it will only be worse for him first. He won't achieve anything through this assembly, as the suitors will oppose him. And second, we will impose a fine on you, old man, that will pain your heart to pay. It will be a heavy burden. As for Telemachus, I strongly advise him, right here in front of everyone, to order his mother back to her father's house. They will arrange her wedding, and provide the many gifts appropriate for a beloved daughter. Until she does that, I don't think the sons of Achaia will cease their difficult courtship. We fear no one, certainly not Telemachus, despite his lengthy speeches. We don't care about your prophecies, old man. They come to nothing, and only make you more hated. His wealth will continue to be wastefully consumed, and there will be no repayment as long as Penelope delays her decision, keeping us waiting day after day, competing for her hand because of her excellence. She prevents us from pursuing other suitable women whom we might otherwise marry. Then Telemachus replied firmly, Eurymachus, and all you other arrogant suitors, I will plead with you no longer, nor speak further on this matter. The gods and all the Achaeans now know the truth. Just grant me a swift ship and a crew of 20 men to accompany me on my journey. I intend to go to Sparta and sandy Pylos to seek news of my father, who has been missing for so long. Perhaps some mortal will tell me something, or I might hear a rumor from Zeus, which often brings news to men. If I hear that my father is alive and returning, then, despite my hardships, I will endure another year here. But if I hear that he is dead and gone, I will return at once, perform the proper funeral rites with all honors, build him a burial mound, and give my mother to another husband. With these words, Telemachus sat down. Then Mentor rose to speak. He had been a trusted companion of the noble Odysseus, who, upon sailing, had entrusted Mentor with managing his entire household, instructing the servants to obey the old man and keep everything safe. With good intentions, Mentor addressed the assembly, Men of Ithaca, hear my words. Let no sceptered king be kind and gentle any longer, nor let him rule with justice in his heart. Instead, let him always be harsh and act unjustly. For no one among the people remembers divine Odysseus, who ruled you like a gentle father. I do not blame the arrogant suitors so much for their violent actions, driven by their wicked hearts. They risk their own lives by violently consuming Odysseus's property, assuming he will never return. But I am truly angry with the rest of you, the people. You all sit here in silence. You don't speak out to condemn the suitors and stop them, even though they are few, and you are many. Leocritus, son of Evenor, answered him, Mentor, you reckless fool, what are you saying, urging the people to stop us? It would be difficult, even for a larger group, to fight us over a feast. Even if Odysseus of Ithaca himself returned and found us, his noble suitors, feasting in his palace, and planned to drive us out, his wife would have no joy in his return, much though she longs for him. He would meet a shameful end right there if he fought against superior numbers. What you've said is nonsense. Now, people, disperse, each to your own business. Mentor and Halitherses, who are old friends of his father's, can arrange the journey for Telemachus. But I suspect he'll be sitting around Ithaca for a long time, gathering news, and will never actually make this voyage. With that, Leocritus abruptly dismissed the assembly. The people scattered, each heading back to their own house, while the suitors returned to the palace of Odysseus. Telemachus, however, walked away alone along the seashore. He washed his hands in the gray salt water and prayed to Athena. Hear me, he cried. O divine one who visited me yesterday and commanded me to sail across the misty sea in search of news about my long-lost father. I am ready to obey, but the Achaeans, especially the arrogant, wicked suitors, are deliberately hindering me. As he prayed, Athena drew near, taking the form and voice of Mentor. Telemachus, she said, you will not be a coward or a fool from now on, if you truly possess your father's noble spirit. Odysseus was a man who backed his words with deeds. If you are indeed his son, this journey will not be fruitless or unsuccessful. If you weren't the true son of Odysseus and Penelope, I wouldn't expect you to accomplish your goal. Few sons are equal to their fathers. Most are worse. Only a few are better. But since you will prove to be neither coward nor fool, and you haven't entirely lost Odysseus's wisdom, there is good hope you will succeed. Pay no attention to the plans or thoughts of the foolish suitors. They lack sense and justice. They have no idea of the death and dark fate looming over them, ready to destroy them all in a single day. Your journey will not be delayed. I am such an old friend of your father's family that I will provide a swift ship for you and accompany you myself. Now go back to the palace and mingle with the suitors. Prepare provisions for your voyage. Gather wine in 2-handled jars and barley meal, the marrow of men in sturdy leather bags. Meanwhile, I will go through the town and quickly gather a willing crew. There are many ships in seagirt Ithaca, both old and new. I will inspect them and choose the best one for you. We'll equip her quickly and launch her onto the wide sea. Thus spoke Athena, daughter of Zeus. Telemachus didn't linger after hearing the goddess's voice. He walked back to the palace, his heart heavy with sorrow. Inside, he found the arrogant suitors in the courtyard, flaying goats and singeing plump pigs. Antinous, laughing, came straight up to Telemachus, clasped his hand, and said, "Telemachus, you high and mighty speaker, don't harbor any more anger in your heart, either in word or deed. Just eat and drink with us as you used to. The Achaeans will arrange everything for you, a ship and a hand-picked crew, so you can sail quickly to Pylos for news of your noble father." Telemachus pulled his hand away from Antinous' grasp. "Antinous," he replied firmly, "I cannot sit quietly and feast with you insolent men, nor enjoy myself in any way. Wasn't it enough, suitors, that you wasted my valuable property while I was still a child? Now that I am grown, and understand what is happening by listening to others, and my spirit grows stronger within me, I will try my best to bring a terrible fate upon you, whether I go to Pylos or remain here in Ithaca. I will make this journey, and it won't be in vain, despite what you think. I will go as a passenger, since I don't command my own ship or crew. That, apparently, seemed more advantageous to you." As he spoke, he calmly withdrew his hand from Antinous'. Meanwhile, the other suitors continued preparing the feast throughout the palace, mocking and taunting Telemachus. One arrogant young man jeered, "Telemachus is surely planning our murder. Maybe he'll bring reinforcements from sandy Pylos, or even from Sparta. He seems desperately set on it. Or perhaps he intends to go to Ephyra, the fertile land, to fetch deadly poison to put in our wine bowl and kill us all." Another suitor added, "Who knows? If Telemachus goes off in a hollow ship, he might wander and perish far from his friends, just like Odysseus. That would create even more work for us. We'd have to divide all his property and give the palace to his mother and whoever marries her." That's how they talked. But Telemachus went down to his father's spacious, high-roofed storeroom, where gold and bronze lay piled up, along with clothing in chests and fragrant olive oil. Large jars of old, sweet-tasting wine, unmixed and fit for the gods, stood lined against the wall, ready in case Odysseus should ever return after his long suffering. The storeroom was secured by tightly fitted double doors. The faithful housekeeper, Euryclea, daughter of Ops, son of Pisanor, watched over everything day and night. Telemachus called her into the storeroom and said, "Nurse, please draw off some sweet wine for me in jars, the best quality after the wine you reserve for our unfortunate master, hoping he might somehow escape death and return. Fill 12 jars and seal them all. Also, pack barley meal into well-stitched leather bags, about 20 measures worth. Keep this secret. Gather everything together. I'll come for it this evening, after my mother has gone upstairs to rest. I am going to Sparta and sandy Pylos to see if I can learn anything about my dear father's return." Hearing this, his devoted nurse Euryclea cried out, tears streaming down her face. "My dear child," she lamented, "why has this idea entered your mind? Where on earth do you want to wander? You, our only beloved son. God-born Odysseus has already perished far from home, in some unknown foreign land. And the moment you leave, these men here will plot your death so they can divide all your possessions. Stay here among your own people. There's no need for you to suffer hardship and wander across the barren sea." "Don't worry, nurse," Telemachus reassured her. "This plan is not without divine guidance. But swear you won't tell my dear mother about this for at least 10 or 12 days, unless she misses me herself and hears I've gone. I don't want her to spoil her beautiful face with weeping." The old woman swore a solemn oath by the gods not to reveal his plan. Once she had finished her oath, she quickly drew the wine into jars for him, and packed the barley meal into the sturdy bags. Telemachus then returned to the hall and rejoined the suitors. Then the goddess, gray-eyed Athena, had another idea. She took on the appearance of Telemachus and went throughout the city. Approaching various men, she spoke to each one, instructing them to gather by the swift ship at twilight. She then went to Noemon, the renowned son of Phronius, and asked him for a fast ship. Noemon gladly agreed to lend her one. When the sun set and shadows covered the streets, Athena dragged the swift ship down to the sea and placed all the necessary tackle aboard. She moored it at the harbor's edge. Soon the eager crew gathered around, and the goddess encouraged each man. Next, Athena, the gray-eyed goddess, made her way to the palace of divine Odysseus. There she poured sweet sleep upon the suitors, making them drowsy as they drank. Their cups fell from their hands. They didn't linger long at the feast, but rose and went to find rest in the city, as sleep weighed heavily on their eyelids. Then, gray-eyed Athena, taking the form and voice of Mentor, called Telemachus out of the palace hall. "Telemachus," she said, "your well-armed companions are already sitting at their oars, waiting for your command. Let's go. We shouldn't delay the journey any longer." With that, Pallas Athena led the way quickly, and Telemachus followed in the goddess's footsteps. When they reached the ship and the sea, they found the long-haired crew waiting on the shore. The brave Telemachus addressed them. "Come now, friends. Let's bring the provisions aboard. They are all gathered in the hall. My mother knows nothing of this, nor do any of the other female servants, except for the one I confided in." He led the way, and the others followed. They brought all the provisions and stowed them in the well-decked ship, just as Odysseus's dear son instructed. Then Telemachus boarded the ship. Athena went first and sat down in the stern, and Telemachus sat beside her. The crew untied the mooring ropes, climbed aboard, and took their places at the oarlocks. Gray-eyed Athena sent them a favorable following wind, a strong west wind that sang over the wine-dark sea. Telemachus urged his crew to rig the sails, and they obeyed eagerly. They raised the pine mast, set it firmly in its socket, secured it with forestays, and hoisted the white sail using ropes of twisted oxhide. The wind filled the belly of the sail, and the dark purple wave hissed around the ship's keel as she sped through the water. They made everything fast throughout the swift black ship, then filled the mixing bowls to the brim with wine. They poured libations to the immortal gods who live forever, especially to the gray-eyed daughter of Zeus. All night long, and through the dawn, the ship sailed onward. Book 3. News from Nestor. As the sun rose from the beautiful waters, climbing into the bronze sky to bring light to gods and mortals, they arrived at Pylos, the well-built city of Menelaus. The people of Pylos were gathered on the seashore, offering sacrifices of all black bulls to Poseidon, the dark-haired earth-shaker. There were 9 groups of people sitting, with 500 men in each group, and each group had prepared 9 bulls. They had just tasted the inner organs and were burning the thigh bones as an offering to the god when Telemachus and his crew arrived. They furled their sail, moored the ship, and stepped ashore. Athena led the way, and Telemachus followed. The gray-eyed goddess spoke first. "Telemachus, now is not the time for shyness, not even a little. You sailed across the sea precisely for this, to find news of your father, where he is buried and what fate he met. So go directly to Nestor, the tamer of horses. Let's find out what wisdom he holds within him. Ask him yourself to tell you the honest truth. He won't lie, for he is very wise." Telemachus replied cautiously, "Mentor, how can I possibly approach him? How should I greet him? I have no experience in formal speeches. Besides, a young man feels awkward questioning an elder." Gray-eyed Athena reassured him. "Telemachus, you'll think of some things yourself, and a divine power will suggest others. I don't believe you were born and raised without the gods' favor." With that, Pallas Athena walked quickly ahead, and Telemachus followed in the goddess's footsteps until they reached the gathering of the Pylian men. Nestor sat there with his sons, surrounded by his companions who were preparing the feast, roasting some meat and skewering other pieces. When the Pylians saw the strangers, they all came forward, welcomed them with gestures, and urged them to sit down. Nestor's son, Pisistratus, arrived first. He took both Athena and Telemachus by the hand and seated them at the feast on soft fleeces spread over the sand, next to his brother Thrasymedes and their father Nestor. He gave them portions of the inner organs, poured wine into a golden cup, and offered a toast, addressing Athena first. "Stranger," he said, "pray now to Lord Poseidon, for it is his feast you have come upon. After you have prayed and poured your offering, pass the golden cup to your companion so he may do the same. I am sure he prays to the immortals too, as all humans need the gods. But since he is younger, about my own age, I will give the cup to you first." He placed the cup of sweet wine in her hand. Athena was pleased by his thoughtful courtesy in offering the cup to her first. She immediately offered a fervent prayer to Lord Poseidon. "Hear me, Poseidon, Earthholder," she prayed. "Do not refuse to grant our requests. First, bestow glory upon Nestor and his sons. Then, grant a gracious reward to all the other people of Pylos for this splendid sacrifice. And finally, grant that Telemachus and I accomplish the mission that brought us here in our swift black ship, and let us return safely." After praying, she fulfilled the ritual herself and passed the beautiful two-handled cup to Telemachus. He prayed in the same manner. When the outer meat was roasted, they pulled it off the spits, divided the portions, and enjoyed a magnificent feast. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, began to speak. "Now that our guests have finished their meal," he said, "it is proper to ask who they are. Strangers, who are you? From where have you sailed across the watery paths? Are you on a trading mission, or are you wandering recklessly like pirates over the sea, risking your lives and bringing trouble to foreign people?" Telemachus, filled with courage and stilled by Athena herself, so he could ask about his absent father and build his own reputation, answered boldly. "Nestor, son of Menelaus, great glory of the Achaeans," he began. "You ask where we are from, and I will tell you. We come from Ithaca, below Mount Neriton. Our business is personal, not public. I am searching for any news I can find about my father, the noble, steadfast Odysseus, who they say fought alongside you and destroyed the city of Troy. We know the fates of the other heroes who fought at Troy, where each met his sad end. But Zeus has kept the manner of Odysseus's death hidden. No one can say for certain where he died, whether he was killed by enemies on the mainland or lost at sea, overwhelmed by the waves of Amphitrite. That is why I have come to your knees now, hoping you might be willing to tell me about his sorrowful death, whether you witnessed it yourself or heard the story from another traveler. He was born to suffer misfortune. Please, don't soften the truth out of pity or concern for me. Tell me plainly exactly what you saw. I beg you, if my father, noble Odysseus, ever faithfully served you in word or deed among the Trojans, where you Achaeans suffered so much, remember it now. Tell me the whole truth." Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, replied, "My friend, you bring back painful memories of the hardships we endured in that land, we uncontrollable sons of the Achaeans. We suffered so much, both raiding by ship across the misty sea wherever Achilles led, and fighting around the great city of King Priam. Our best men fell there. Valiant Ajax lies there, Achilles lies there, and Patroclus, wise as the gods in council. My own dear son lies there too, strong and noble Antilochus, exceptionally swift on his feet, and a fierce warrior. We suffered many other evils besides these. What mortal could possibly recount them all? Even if you stayed here for 5 or 6 years, asking about the troubles the noble Achaeans endured, you would grow weary and return home before I finished the tale. For 9 years we devised all kinds of strategies against them, but Zeus barely granted us victory. Throughout that time, no one dared match wits with godlike Odysseus. Your father excelled in every kind of cunning, if you truly are his son. I am amazed looking at you. Your speech is remarkably like his. One wouldn't expect a young man to speak so similarly. During all that time, noble Odysseus and I never disagreed, neither in assembly nor in council. With one mind, we used our wisdom and careful judgment to plan the best course for the Argives. But after we sacked Priam's towering city and set sail in our ships, the gods scattered the Achaeans. Zeus planned a disastrous homecoming for the Argives because not all of them had been wise or just. Consequently, many met a grim fate due to the deadly wrath of the gray-eyed goddess, the daughter of a mighty father, who caused a feud between the 2 sons of Atreus. Agamemnon and Menelaus foolishly called an assembly at sunset, without proper procedure. The Achaean warriors arrived heavy with wine. The brothers announced the reason for the gathering. Menelaus urged all the Achaeans to think about returning home over the sea's broad back. But Agamemnon disagreed. He wanted to delay the army and offer sacred sacrifices to appease Athena's dreadful anger. The fool! He didn't realize he wouldn't persuade her. The minds of the eternal gods do not change quickly, so the two brothers stood there, exchanging harsh words. The well-armed Achaeans leaped up with a tremendous shout, divided in their opinions. We spent that night nursing our anger against each other, for Zeus was already plotting more trouble for us. In the morning, half of us launched our ships, loaded our goods and our deep-girdled women aboard. The other half of the army remained behind with Agamemnon, son of Atreus, shepherd of the people. We, the first group, embarked and sailed swiftly. A god smoothed the vast sea. When we reached Tenedos, we offered sacrifices to the gods, eager to get home. But Zeus, cruel Zeus, hadn't yet decided on our return, and stirred up bitter strife among us once again. Some ships, led by the cunning king Odysseus, turned back and rejoined Agamemnon, son of Atreus, trying to please him. But I fled with all the ships that followed me, knowing divine powers were plotting evil. The warlike son of Tydeus, Diomedes, also fled and roused his companions. Later, fair-haired Menelaus caught up with us at Lesbos as we were debating the long voyage, whether to sail north of rugged Chios towards the island of Syria, keeping Chios to our left, or to pass south of Chios near windy Mimas. We asked the god for a sign, and he showed us one, cut straight across the open sea to Euboea, to escape disaster fastest. A shrill wind began to blow, and the ships ran swiftly over the fish-filled routes, reaching Charybdis during the night. There, we offered many bulls' thighs to Poseidon, thankful for crossing the great sea. It was the fourth day when the horses of Diomedes, son of Tydeus, tamer of horses, brought his ships to anchor in Argos. But I held course for Pylos, and the wind never dropped once the god had sent it blowing. So, dear child, I returned without hearing any news, knowing nothing about which Achaeans were saved and which were lost. But what I have learned through hearsay while sitting here in my palace, you shall learn, as is right. I will hide nothing. They say the Myrmidons, masters of the spear, returned safely, led by the renowned son of great-souled Achilles. Philoctetes, the splendid son of Poeas, also returned safely. Idomeneus brought all his companions back to Crete, all who survived the war. The sea claimed none of them. As for Agamemnon, son of Atreus, you yourselves, though living far away, must have heard how he returned, and how Aegisthus plotted his miserable death. But Aegisthus paid a terrible price indeed. See how good it is when a man who is slain leaves a son behind. Orestes took revenge on the treacherous murderer, Aegisthus, who killed his famous father. You too, my friend, for I see you are tall and handsome. Be brave, so that future generations will speak well of you. Telemachus, thoughtful and composed, replied, Nestor, son of Neleus, great glory of the Achaeans, Orestes certainly took his revenge, and the Achaeans will spread his fame far, ensuring his story is told for years to come. Oh, if only the gods would grant me such strength to take vengeance on the suitors for their painful arrogance. They plot mischief against me with outrageous behavior. But the gods have not woven such good fortune for me and my father. Now, I simply must endure. Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, responded, My friend, since you've mentioned it and reminded me, they do say that many suitors for your mother's hand are causing trouble in your palace, against your will. Tell me, do you submit to this willingly? Or are the people of Ithaca, influenced by some divine message, turning against you? Who knows if Odysseus might return someday, perhaps alone, perhaps with all his Achaeans, and make them pay for their violence? If only gray-eyed Athena chose to show you the same affection she openly showed glorious Odysseus in the land of Troy, where we Achaeans suffered so much. I have never seen the gods show such open love as Pallas Athena showed him, standing right beside him. If she would love you like that and care for you in her heart, then some of those suitors would surely forget all about marriage. Telemachus answered thoughtfully, Old man, I don't think your words will ever come true. What you suggest is too immense. It overwhelms me. I have no hope of that, not even if the gods themselves willed it. At this, the gray-eyed goddess Athena intervened. Telemachus, what words have escaped your lips? It's easy for a god, if they wish, to save a man, even from far away. I myself would rather endure great suffering and finally reach home to see my return day, than arrive quickly only to be killed at my own hearth, like Agamemnon, betrayed by his wife's and Aegisthus' treachery. But death itself is universal. Even the gods cannot shield a man they love from it, once the destructive fate of painful death seizes him. Telemachus replied prudently, "Mentor, let's speak no more of these sad things. There is no true homecoming for Odysseus anymore. The immortal gods have already planned his death and dark fate. Now, I wish to inquire about something else from Nestor, since he surpasses all others in justice and wisdom. They say he has ruled over 3 generations of men. Looking at him, he seems immortal. Nestor, son of Menelaus, tell me the truth. How exactly did wide-ruling Agamemnon, son of Atreus, die? Where was Menelaus? What deadly plot did treacherous Aegisthus devise to kill a man far better than himself? Was Menelaus absent from Achaean Argos, traveling somewhere among other peoples, allowing Aegisthus the opportunity to murder Agamemnon?" Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, answered, "Indeed, my child, I will tell you the whole truth. You yourself have guessed how things might have happened. If fair-haired Menelaus, son of Atreus, had found Aegisthus alive in the palace upon his return from Troy, the Achaeans would not have even poured burial earth over Aegisthus. He would have been left outside the city on the plain for dogs and birds to devour, and no Achaean woman would have mourned him. His crime was immense. While we were engaged in heavy fighting at Troy, he stayed safe in a corner of horse-pasturing Argos, constantly charming Agamemnon's wife Clytemnestra with his words. At first, the divine Clytemnestra resisted the shameful deed. She had a naturally good character. Also, a bard was with her, whom Agamemnon, upon leaving for Troy, had strictly ordered to protect the queen. But when the gods' decree doomed her to be overcome, Aegisthus took the bard to a deserted island and left him there as prey for birds. Then, willing bride and willing groom, she went to Aegisthus's house. He burned many thigh bones on the holy altars of the gods, and hung up many offerings, tapestries and gold, having accomplished a feat he never expected. Meanwhile, Menelaus and I were sailing together on our way back from Troy, in perfect friendship. But when we reached holy Sunium, the Cape of Athens, Phoebus Apollo struck Menelaus's helmsman with his gentle arrows and killed him, right as he held the rudder of the speeding ship. Phrontis, son of Onetor, was the best man alive at steering a ship through stormy winds. So Menelaus, though eager to continue, was delayed there to bury his companion and perform the funeral rites. When he too set sail again over the wine-dark sea in his hollow ships, and swiftly reached the steep peak of Malea, far-seeing Zeus planned a terrible journey for him. He unleashed howling winds and massive mountain-like waves. There he split the fleet, driving some ships towards Crete, where the Sidonians lived around the streams of the Iardanus River. There's a smooth, towering cliff plunging into the sea at the edge of Gortyn, in the misty waters. The south wind pushes the great waves towards the western headland, towards Phaestus, and this small rock holds back the massive rollers. Some ships arrived there. The men barely escaped drowning, but the ships were shattered against the rocks by the waves. The other 5 dark-prowed ships were driven by wind and waves to Egypt. While Menelaus gathered much gold and livelihood among people of foreign tongues there, Aegisthus plotted his deadly scheme back home. For 7 years he ruled golden Mycenae after killing Agamemnon, and the people submitted to him. But in the 8th year disaster struck. Noble Orestes returned from Athens and killed his father's murderer, the treacherous Aegisthus. After killing him, Orestes held a funeral feast for the Argives over his hateful mother and cowardly Aegisthus. On that very same day, Menelaus, master of the war cry, arrived, bringing back all the treasure his ships could carry. So, my friend, don't wander too far from home for too long, leaving your possessions behind and such arrogant men in your house. They might divide and devour all your wealth, making your journey useless. However, I strongly advise you to visit Menelaus. He has only recently returned from abroad, from lands from which a man might despair of ever returning, once storm winds blow him off course into such a vast sea. Not even birds could cross it in a year. It is so immense and terrifying. Go now, with your ship and companions. Or, if you prefer to travel by land, a chariot and horses are available, and my sons are here to escort you to divine Lacedaemon, where fair-haired Menelaus lives. Ask him yourself to tell you the truth. He will not lie, for he is very wise." As Nestor finished, the sun set and darkness fell. Then the gray-eyed goddess Athena spoke to them. "Old man, you have spoken rightly. Now cut the tongues of the sacrificial animals and mix the wine, so we may pour libations to Poseidon and the other immortals, and then think of sleep. It is time. The light has faded into the west. It is not proper to sit long at a feast of the gods. We should depart." Zeus's daughter spoke, and they listened to her words. Heralds poured water over their hands. Young men filled the mixing bowls to the brim with drink, and served everyone, pouring the first drops for libation into each cup. They threw the tongues onto the fire and, standing up, poured their libations. After they had poured and drunk as much as they desired, Athena and godlike Telemachus both wanted to return to their hollow ship. But Nestor tried to detain them, saying, "Zeus and the other immortal gods forbid that you should leave my house and go to a swift ship. As if I were utterly poor and lacked clothing, or didn't have plenty of blankets and shining rugs in my house for myself and my guests to sleep comfortably. I have abundant blankets and fine rugs. The dear son of Odysseus shall certainly not sleep on the deck of a ship while I am alive, or while my sons are left behind in my palace to entertain guests, whoever may come to my house." Then the gray-eyed goddess Athena replied, "Dear old man, you have spoken well. It is fitting for Telemachus to comply, as it is much better this way. He will now go with you, to sleep in your palace, but I must return to the black ship to instruct my crew and keep their spirits up. I am the only older person among them. The others are all young men, volunteers who followed Telemachus out of friendship, all of his own age. I will lie down by the hollow black ship tonight. At dawn, I must go to the land of the great-hearted Cauconians, where an old debt is owed to me, not a small sum. Since Telemachus is now your guest, send him on his way with a chariot and your son, and give him the fastest and strongest horses you possess." Having said this, gray-eyed Athena flew away in the form of a sea-eagle. Amazement seized all who saw it. The old king marveled as he looked on. He took Telemachus's hand and said, "My friend, I don't expect you'll turn out cowardly or weak, since, young as you are, the gods themselves act as your guides. This was surely none other of the dwellers on Olympus than the daughter of Zeus, the Tritogenia, the glorious one, who also honored your noble father among the Argives. O queen, be gracious, grant renown to me, my children, and my revered wife. In return, I will sacrifice to you a yearling heifer, broad-browed, unbroken, never yoked by man. I will offer her to you with gilded horns." Thus he prayed, and Pallas Athena heard him. Then Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, led his sons, sons-in-law, and Telemachus towards his beautiful palace. When they reached the king's splendid home, they sat down in rows on chairs and high seats. Upon arrival, the old king mixed a bowl of sweet wine, which the housekeeper opened in its 11th year, loosening the cap. Nestor mixed a bowl of this wine and prayed fervently to Athena, daughter of aegis-bearing Zeus, pouring libations. After they had poured their offerings and drunk to their heart's content, they went each to his own home to rest. But Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, had Telemachus, the dear son of divine Odysseus, sleep there in the palace, on a corded bedstead in the echoing portico. Beside him slept Pisistratus, skilled with the spear, leader of men, who was still the unmarried son in the household. Nestor himself slept in an inner room of the lofty house, with the queen, his wife, sharing his bed and couch. When the early-born rosy-fingered dawn appeared, Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, rose from his bed. He went out and sat down on the polished white marble benches that stood before his high gates. Neleus, his father, wise as the gods, used to sit there. But Neleus had long since met his fate and gone to the house of Hades. Now Gerenian Nestor, guardian of the Achaeans, sat there, holding his scepter. His sons gathered around him as they came from their chambers, Echephron, Stratius, Perseus, Aretus, and godlike Thrasymedes. The hero Pisistratus came sixth. They led godlike Telemachus and seated him beside the king. Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, began to speak. "My dear sons, quickly carry out my wish, so I may first appease Athena among all the gods, who came visibly to me at the bountiful feast for Poseidon. Let one of you go to the plain for a heifer, and have her brought here quickly. Let the cowherd drive her. Let another go to the black ship of great-hearted Telemachus, and bring all his companions, leaving only 2. And let another tell Laerces, the goldsmith, to come here, so he can overlay the heifer's horns with gold. The rest of you, stay here together. Tell the maids inside the famous palace to prepare a feast, set out seats, fetch logs for the altar, and bring clear water." He spoke, and they all bustled about. The heifer arrived from the plain. Telemachus's companions came from the swift, well-balanced ship. The goldsmith arrived, carrying his tools, the implements of his craft, anvil, hammer, and well-made tongs, used for working gold. Athena also came to receive her sacrifice. Old Nestor, driver of chariots, provided the gold. The smith carefully coated the heifer's horns with it, so the goddess would rejoice seeing the offering. Stratius and noble Echephron led the heifer by the horns. Aretus came from the storeroom, carrying lustral water in a floral-patterned basin in one hand, and barley grains in a basket in the other. Steadfast Thrasymedes stood nearby, holding a sharp axe, ready to strike the heifer. Perseus held the bowl for the blood. Old Nestor, driver of chariots, began the ritual with lustral water and barley grains, praying fervently to Athena as he snipped hairs from the heifer's head and cast them into the fire. After they had prayed and scattered the barley grains, Nestor's son, stout-hearted Thrasymedes, stepped forward and struck. The axe severed the neck tendons, and the heifer collapsed. The women, Nestor's daughters, daughters-in-law, and his revered wife, Eurydice, eldest daughter of Clymenus, raised a ritual cry. Then the sons lifted the heifer's head from the wide-pathed earth and held it, while Pisistratus, leader of men, cut the throat. When the dark blood had flowed out and life left the bones, they quickly butchered the heifer. They cut out the thigh pieces according to custom, covered them in a double layer of fat, and placed raw pieces of meat on top. The old king burned them on split logs, pouring bright wine over them. Young men stood beside him, holding 5-pronged forks. Once the thigh pieces were burned and they had tasted the inner organs, they sliced the rest of the meat into smaller pieces, skewered them on the forks, and roasted them expertly. Meanwhile, lovely Polycast, Nestor's youngest daughter, bathed Telemachus. After bathing him and rubbing him smoothly with olive oil, she dressed him in a fine tunic and cloak. He emerged from the bath looking like an immortal god and went to sit beside Nestor, shepherd of the people. When the outer cuts of meat were roasted, they pulled them off the forks and sat down to feast. Noble attendants served them, pouring wine into golden cups. After they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, spoke. "Sons, go now and yoke the beautiful maned horses to the chariot for Telemachus, so he may begin his journey." He spoke, and they listened intently and obeyed. Quickly they yoked the swift horses to the chariot. The housekeeper placed bread, wine, and delicacies fit for Zeus-nurtured kings inside. Telemachus climbed into the beautiful chariot. Nestor's son Pisistratus, leader of men, stepped into the chariot beside him, took the reins, and cracked the whip to start the horses. They flew willingly towards the plain, leaving behind the lofty citadel of Pylos. All day long they shook the yoke, straining forward. The sun set, and all the roads grew dark. They arrived at Phaeacia, reaching the house of Diocles, son of Ortilochus, whose father was Alpheus. There they spent the night, and Diocles offered them generous hospitality. When the early-born, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, they yoked the horses again, and mounted the decorated chariot. They drove out through the gatehouse and the echoing portico. Pisistratus whipped the horses, and they flew onward eagerly. Soon they reached the wheat-bearing plain, and from there they pressed on towards their destination, so swiftly did the horses carry them. The sun set, and all the roads grew dark. Book 4. Menelaus, Helen, and the Plot. They arrived in the hollow land of Lacedaemon with its rolling hills, driving straight to the glorious palace of Menelaus. They found him hosting a wedding feast for his many kinsmen, celebrating the marriages of both his son and his flawless daughter. He was sending his daughter to the son of Achilles, breaker of battle ranks, having promised her to him back in Troy. The gods were now bringing the marriage to pass. So he was sending her off with horses and chariots to the magnificent city of the Myrmidons, over whom Achilles' son now ruled. For his son, the strong Megapenthes, born to him by a slave woman, for the gods gave Helen no more children after her firstborn, lovely Hermione, who had the beauty of golden Aphrodite. Menelaus had arranged a bride from Sparta, the daughter of Elector. So in the great, high-roofed hall, the neighbors and kinsmen of glorious Menelaus were feasting joyfully. A divine bard sang and played his lyre among them, while 2 tumblers whirled through the middle of the crowd as the song began. Telemachus and Nestor's shining son halted their horses at the palace gateway. Noble Eteoneus, a diligent attendant of glorious Menelaus, came out and saw them. He hurried back through the palace to inform the shepherd of the people. Standing close beside Menelaus, he delivered his message. Menelaus, nurtured by Zeus, there are 2 strangers at the gate, 2 men who look like descendants of great Zeus himself. Tell me, should we unhitch their swift horses, or send them on to find hospitality elsewhere? Fair-haired Menelaus, greatly annoyed, replied, Eteoneus, son of Boethus, you haven't always been a fool, but right now you're talking utter nonsense. Think of all the times we ourselves relied on the hospitality of others before we finally reached home, and may Zeus grant us freedom from trouble in the future. Go unhitch the strangers' horses at once, and bring the men inside to join the feast. He spoke, and Eteoneus rushed from the hall, calling other diligent attendants to follow him. They quickly unyoked the sweating horses from the chariot, tied them at the horse mangers, and threw down fodder for them, mixing white barley with spelt. They leaned the chariot against the gleaming entrance walls, and then led the men into the divine palace. Telemachus and Pisistratus marveled as they walked through the king's home. A radiance like that of the sun or moon filled the high-roofed palace of glorious Menelaus. After feasting their eyes on the splendor, they went to bathe in polished tubs. When the maids had bathed them, anointed them with olive oil, and dressed them in warm cloaks and tunics, they took their seats on chairs beside Menelaus, son of Atreus. A maid brought water in a beautiful golden pitcher, and poured it over a silver basin for them to wash their hands. She then set a polished table beside them. The respected housekeeper brought bread and placed it before them, along with a generous variety of delicacies. The carver brought platters of various meats, and set golden cups before them. Fair-haired Menelaus greeted them warmly, gesturing towards the food. Help yourselves to the food and welcome, he said. After you have eaten, I will ask who you are. Surely the lineage of your parents has not been lost. You must be descended from kings, bearers of scepters, nurtured by Zeus. Common folk do not produce sons like you. With that, he took the rich, roasted loin of beef that had been placed before him as his portion of honor, and set it before them. They reached out for the good food spread before them. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Telemachus leaned his head close to Nestor's son, so the others wouldn't hear. Son of Nestor, delight of my heart, he whispered, look at the gleam of bronze throughout these echoing halls, and the glint of gold, amber, silver, and ivory. Surely the court of Olympian Zeus must be like this inside. The sheer abundance here amazes me. Fair-haired Menelaus overheard his whisper and spoke to them both. Dear children, no mortal can truly compare with Zeus. His halls and possessions are eternal. Among men perhaps someone rivals my wealth, or perhaps not. But I suffered greatly and wandered far for almost 8 years before I brought it all home in my ships. I traveled to Cyprus, Phaeacia, and Egypt. I reached the Ethiopians, the Sidonians, the Arembi, and Libya, where lambs are born with horns and ewes give birth 3 times a year. There, neither king nor shepherd ever lacks cheese, meat, or sweet milk. The ewes provide milk year-round. But while I was gathering wealth in those lands, another man secretly killed my brother, caught off guard through the treachery of his cursed wife. So I take no joy in ruling over all these possessions. You must have heard this from your fathers, whoever they are, for I suffered greatly and lost a stately, well-furnished home. I wish I lived in that house with only 1/3 of this wealth. If only those men were still alive who died on the wide plains of Troy, far from horse-pasturing Argos. Yet, sitting here in my palace, I often mourn for all of them. Sometimes mourning brings relief to my heart, but other times I stop. One quickly tires of chilling grief. Still, grieving for all of them, I mourn for one man above all. Thinking of him makes me loathe sleep and food, because no Achaean endured as much as Odysseus endured and achieved. His fate was to suffer, leaving me with unending sorrow for him, gone so long now. We don't even know if he's alive or dead. Old Laertes, steadfast Penelope, and Telemachus, whom he left as a newborn baby in his house, must be grieving for him now. His words stirred a deep longing for Odysseus within Telemachus. Tears fell from his eyes onto the ground when he heard his father mentioned, and he lifted his purple cloak with both hands to hide his face. Menelaus noticed this and debated inwardly whether to wait for the young man to mention his father himself, or to ask him directly and draw out the story. While he hesitated, Helen emerged from her fragrant, high-ceilinged chamber, looking like Artemis of the golden spindle. Adraste quickly placed an elegant chair for her. Alcippe brought a rug of soft wool, and Philo carried a silver work-basket, a gift from Alcandra, wife of Polybus, who lived in Egyptian Thebes, where houses overflowed with treasure. Polybus had given Menelaus 2 silver bathtubs, 2 tripods, and 10 talents of gold. Besides these, his wife gave Helen beautiful gifts, a golden spindle, and a silver work-basket on wheels, rimmed with finished gold. Philo now set this basket beside Helen, filled with finely spun yarn. The spindle, holding violet dark wool, lay across it. Helen sat down, rested her feet on the footstool, and immediately questioned her husband. "Menelaus, nurtured by Zeus," she asked, "do we know who these men claim to be, these guests who have come to our home? Should I speak falsely or tell the truth? My heart compels me to speak. I declare I have never seen anyone, man or woman, so strikingly similar. I am truly amazed, as this young man resembles the son of great-hearted Odysseus, Telemachus, whom Odysseus left as a newborn when you Achaeans waged war beneath Troy for my sake, shameless creature that I am." Fair-haired Menelaus replied, "My dear wife, I see the resemblance just as you do. Odysseus's feet were like that, his hands, too, the way his eyes glanced, his head and the hair upon it. Just now, when I was reminiscing about Odysseus, mentioning the troubles he endured for my sake, bitter tears welled in his eyes, and he held his purple cloak up before his face." Then Pisistratus, son of Nestor, spoke up. "Menelaus, son of Atreus, nurtured by Zeus, leader of armies, you are indeed correct. This is Odysseus's son. But he is prudent and feels shy about making a grand entrance and speaking formally before you, whose voice delights us as if you were a god. The Gerenian horseman, Nestor, sent me to escort him. He longed to see you, hoping you might offer some advice or suggest some course of action. A son faces many troubles at home when his father is absent, with no one else to help him. So it is with Telemachus. His father is gone, and there is no one else among the people to protect him from harm." Fair-haired Menelaus responded, "Remarkable! The son of a truly dear friend has come to my house, a friend who undertook many difficult tasks for my sake. I always intended, if far-seeing Olympian Zeus granted us return over the sea in our swift ships, to welcome him more warmly than any other Argive. I would have established a city for him in Argos, built him a house, and brought him from Ithaca with his possessions, his son, and all his people, after sacking one of the nearby cities under my rule. We could have met frequently here, and nothing would have parted our loving friendship until the dark cloud of death enveloped us. But I suppose the god himself must have begrudged us this, condemning that unfortunate man alone to be denied his homecoming." His words stirred sadness in them all, and they began to weep. Argive Helen, daughter of Zeus, wept. Telemachus wept, and Menelaus, son of Atreus, wept. Even Nestor's son could not keep his eyes dry, remembering noble Antilochus, killed by the glorious son of the shining dawn. Recalling his brother, Pisistratus said to Menelaus, "Son of Atreus, Nestor, my old father, always said you were exceptionally wise whenever we mentioned you at home and asked about you. Now, if possible, please listen to me. I don't enjoy weeping during dinner. Dawn will come soon enough. I don't object to weeping then for any mortal who has met his fate. Indeed, this is the only honor we can pay to wretched mortals, to cut our hair and let tears stream down our cheeks. I, too, lost someone at Troy, my own brother, by no means the least of the Argives. You must have known him. I never met or saw him myself. But they say, Antilochus excelled all others, being swift of foot and a skilled fighter." Fair-haired Menelaus answered, "My friend, you speak as wisely as a much older man would act and speak. You are clearly the son of such a father. It's easy to recognize the offspring of a man for whom the son of Cronus spins a thread of good fortune in marriage and childbirth, just as he has granted Nestor lasting prosperity. He grows old gracefully in his own home, while his sons are wise and outstanding spearmen. Let us stop the weeping we were indulging in and turn our thoughts back to the feast. Let servants pour water on our hands. There will be time for stories tomorrow, for Telemachus and me to talk properly." He spoke, and Asphalion, a diligent attendant of glorious Menelaus, poured water over their hands. They reached out for the good food spread before them. Then Helen, daughter of Zeus, had another idea. She quickly put a drug into the wine they were drinking, a substance that eased sorrow, calmed anger, and brought forgetfulness of all troubles. Whoever drank this mixed in their bowl would not shed a single tear that day, not even if their mother and father died, nor if their brother or dear son were killed by enemies before their very eyes. The daughter of Zeus possessed such beneficial, cunning drugs, given to her by Polydamna, wife of Thon, an Egyptian woman whose fertile land produces countless herbs, many beneficial when mixed, many harmful. Every man in Egypt is a skilled physician, surpassing all other humans, for they are of the race of Paeon, the healer god. After Helen mixed the drug into the bowl and instructed the servants to pour the wine, she spoke again. "Menelaus, son of Atreus, nurtured by Zeus, and you too, sons of noble men, though Zeus, who is all-powerful, distributes good and bad fortune as he wills, sit now, feast in our hall, and enjoy listening to stories. I will tell you something appropriate. I cannot possibly recount or name all the adventures of steadfast Odysseus. But consider what this strong man did and endured in the land of the Trojans, where you Achaeans suffered. He subjected himself to shameful blows, threw shabby clothes around his shoulders like a slave, and slipped into the wide-wayed city of his enemies. Disguised as someone else, a beggar, so unlike his appearance by the Achaean ships, he entered the Trojan city. They were all fooled. I alone recognized him in that disguise and questioned him, but he cleverly evaded me. Only after I bathed him, anointed him with oil, gave him clothing, and swore a solemn oath not to reveal him to the Trojans until he reached the swift ships and huts, did he finally tell me the Achaeans' entire plan. He killed many Trojans with his longsword before returning to the Argives, bringing back much information. The other Trojan women wailed loudly, but my heart rejoiced, for I already longed to return home. I regretted the madness Aphrodite inflicted on me when she led me there, away from my dear homeland, abandoning my child, my bridal chamber, and my husband, a man lacking in neither intelligence nor looks. Fair-haired Menelaus responded, "Indeed, wife, everything you have said is true. I have traveled widely and learned the minds and counsels of many heroes, but I have never seen anyone with a heart like steadfast Odysseus. Consider what this strong man did and endured inside the wooden horse, where all the best Argives sat, bringing death and destruction to the Trojans. You came there then. Surely some divine power, wishing glory for the Trojans, must have guided you. God-like Deiphobus followed you. 3 times you circled the hollow ambush, touching the sides, calling out the names of the Danaan chieftains, mimicking the voices of all the Argives' wives. Diomedes, Odysseus, and I, sitting inside, heard you calling. Diomedes and I were eager to leap up and come out, or answer immediately from within. But Odysseus restrained us, holding us back despite our eagerness. All the other sons of the Achaeans remained silent. Only Anticlus wanted to answer you. But Odysseus firmly clamped his strong hands over Anticlus's mouth, saving all the Achaeans, until Pallas Athena led you away. Thoughtful Telemachus replied, "Menelaus, son of Atreus, nurtured by Zeus, leader of armies, it is all the more painful that none of this saved him from a miserable end, nor did his own heart of iron. But come now, show us to our beds so we may lie down and enjoy sweet sleep." He spoke, and Argive Helen instructed her maids to place beds under the portico, furnish them with beautiful purple blankets, spread coverlets over them, and lay woolen cloaks on top for warmth. The maids went out from the hall, holding torches, and quickly made up the beds. A herald then led the guests out. So the hero Telemachus and the splendid son of Nestor slept there in the forecourt of the palace. But Menelaus slept in an inner room of the lofty house, with long-robed Helen, divine among women, beside him. When the early-born, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, Menelaus, master of the war-cry, rose from his bed, dressed, slung his sharp sword over his shoulder, tied fine sandals onto his shining feet, and strode from his chamber, looking like a god. He sat down beside Telemachus and spoke. "Hero Telemachus, what urgent need brought you here to lovely Lacedaemon, over the sea's broad back? Public business or private? Tell me the truth." Telemachus replied thoughtfully, "Menelaus, son of Atreus, nurtured by Zeus, leader of armies. I came hoping you might have some news of my father. My home is being devoured, my rich estates ruined. My house is filled with hostile men who constantly slaughter my fat sheep and shambling cattle. They are the suitors for my mother's hand, acting with outrageous arrogance. That is why I now come to your knees, hoping you might tell me about his sad death, whether you perhaps saw it with your own eyes, or heard the tale from another traveler. His mother bore him to a life of sorrow. Please, do not soften the truth out of pity or concern for me. Tell me plainly whatever you witnessed. I implore you, if my father, noble Odysseus, ever faithfully kept his word, or performed a deed for you in the land of Troy, where you Achaeans suffered, remember it now. Tell me the whole truth." Fair-haired Menelaus, deeply moved, answered, "How disgraceful! Truly, weaklings want to lie in the bed of a mighty warrior. It's like a deer laying her newborn, nursing fawns in a powerful lion's den, then going off to graze in mountain pastures and grassy valleys. When the lion returns to his lair, he brings a gruesome fate to both mother and young. Just so will Odysseus bring a gruesome fate upon these suitors. O Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, if only Odysseus could return with the strength he showed in well-built Lesbos, when he rose to wrestle Philomelides and threw him powerfully, delighting all the Achaeans. If Odysseus in that form confronted the suitors, they would all meet a swift doom and a bitter wedding feast. As for what you ask, I will not divert from the truth or deceive you. Of all the things the infallible old man of the sea told me, I will hide nothing, conceal nothing. The gods held me back in Egypt, though I was eager to return home, because I hadn't offered them proper sacrifices. The gods always demand adherence to their commands. Now there's an island in the surging sea, right off the coast of Egypt. They call it Pharos. As far out as a hollow ship can sail in a whole day with a whistling wind behind it. It has a fine harbor, where sailors take on fresh water before heading out to sea. The gods stranded me there for 20 days. No favorable winds ever blew up from the sea to escort ships across its broad back. All our provisions would have been exhausted, and the men's strength too, if some goddess hadn't pitied and saved me. Ithaca, daughter of mighty Proteus, the old man of the sea. My plight deeply moved her heart. She met me as I wandered alone, away from my companions who constantly roamed the island, fishing with bent hooks, their stomachs gnawed by hunger. She stood near me and spoke. "Stranger, are you completely witless and lacking spirit? Or are you letting yourself go deliberately, enjoying your suffering? You've been trapped on this island for so long, finding no escape, while your companion's courage fades." That's what she said, and I answered her. "I will tell you, goddess, whoever you are, I am not trapped here willingly. I must have offended the immortal gods who rule the wide heavens. But tell me, for gods know everything, which immortal is keeping me here? And tell me how I can find my way home, how to travel over the fish-filled sea." So I spoke, and the divine goddess answered immediately. "Stranger, I will tell you everything plainly. A truthful immortal, the old man of the sea, frequents this place, Proteus of Egypt, who knows all the sea's depths and serves Poseidon. They say he is my father, the one who begot me. If you could somehow ambush and capture him, he would tell you your course, the distances of your journey, and how to return home over the fish-filled sea. He would even tell you, if you wished, O nurtured by Zeus, whatever good or evil has happened in your palace while you have been away on your long and difficult journey." So she spoke, and I replied, "Then please devise a way to ambush this ancient god yourself, lest he see me coming and escape. It's hard for a mortal man to subdue a god." She, the divine goddess, answered, "Stranger, I will explain it all clearly. When the sun reaches mid-heaven, the infallible old man of the sea emerges from the brine, hidden by the dark ripple of the west wind. Once out, he lies down to sleep in the hollow caves. Around him, the seals, daughters of the lovely sea nymph Halcyone, sleep in herds, having come from the gray water. They exhale the pungent odor of the deep sea. I will lead you there at dawn and lay you all in ambush. Choose carefully the 3 best companions from your well-benched ships. I will tell you all the old man's deceptive tricks. First, he will count the seals, going over them all. After counting them and checking the tally, he will lie down among them like a shepherd among his flock. As soon as you see him settled down, Summon all your courage and strength and hold him fast, no matter how hard he struggles and tries to escape. He will attempt every trick, transforming into all kinds of creatures that crawl on the earth, and into water, and into blazing fire. But you must hold him firmly, and grip him even tighter. When he finally speaks and questions you, taking the form he had when you saw him lie down, then, hero, cease your struggles. Release the old man and ask him which god is angry with you, and how you can return home over the fish-filled sea." Having said this, she plunged beneath the surging waves. I walked back towards my ships, moored on the sand, my heart pondering deeply. When I reached the ship and the sea, we prepared our supper, and immortal night came on. We slept there on the seashore. When the early-born rosy-fingered dawn appeared, I walked along the shore of the wide-waved sea, praying fervently to the gods. I took with me the 3 companions I trusted most for any undertaking. Meanwhile, Ithaca had plunged into the sea's broad depths and emerged with the skins of 4 seals, all freshly flayed. She plotted a trick against her father. She scooped out hollows in the sea sand and sat waiting. We approached her, and she made us lie down in order, covering each of us with a seal skin. Our ambush would have been utterly unbearable. The deadly stench of the sea-nurtured seals afflicted us terribly. Who would want to lie down beside a monster of the sea? But the goddess herself devised a great remedy. She brought ambrosia and placed it beneath each man's nose, its sweet fragrance counteracting the seal smell. We waited patiently all morning. The seals came teeming out of the sea and lay down in rows along the shore. At noon, the old man emerged from the sea, found his plump seals, went over them all, and tallied the count. He counted us first among his creatures, suspecting no trick. Then he too lay down. We rushed him with a yell, throwing our arms around him. The old man did not forget his crafty tricks. First he transformed into a bearded lion, then a serpent, then a leopard, then a great boar. He became flowing water, then a tall, leafy tree. But we held on relentlessly, with steadfast hearts. When the old man, master of cunning arts, finally grew weary, he spoke to me. "Son of Atreus, which god conspired with you to ambush and capture me against my will? What do you need?" So he spoke, and I answered, "Old man, you know, why try to mislead me? I have been stranded on this island for a long time, unable to find escape, and my spirit is failing. Tell me, for the gods know everything, which immortal is holding me back, and how can I return home over the fish-filled sea?" He replied immediately, "You should have made rich sacrifices to Zeus and the other gods before embarking, to reach your homeland fastest, by sailing over the wine-dark sea. It is not your fate to see your friends and reach your well-built house and native land until you return once more to the waters of the Nile, the river fed by Zeus, and offer sacred sacrifices to the immortal gods who rule the wide heavens. Only then will the gods grant you the journey you desire." Hearing that I had to cross the misty sea again, back the long, hard way to Egypt, broke my heart. Nevertheless, I answered him, "Old man, I will do all this, just as you command. But tell me this truthfully. Did all the Achaeans whom Nestor and I left behind when we sailed from Troy return safely with their ships? Or did any perish by a cruel fate at sea, or among friends after the war ended?" He answered at once, "Son of Atreus, why ask me this? It is not fitting for you to know or learn my thoughts. I assure you, you will not remain tearless long once you hear the whole truth. Many of them were lost, and many survived, but only 2 leaders of the bronze-clad Achaeans died on their way home. You yourself were present at the fighting. One other is still alive, held captive somewhere on the vast sea. Ajax perished amidst his long-oared ships. Poseidon first drove him onto the great rocks of Gyrae, but saved him from the sea. He would have escaped his doom, despite Athena's hatred, if he hadn't uttered a boastful, reckless word. He claimed he had survived the deep sea in defiance of the gods. Poseidon heard his loud boast. Immediately grasping his trident in his massive hands, he struck the Gyraean rock and split it apart. One part remained fixed, but the fragment on which Ajax sat, boasting recklessly, fell into the sea, carrying him down into the boundless, surging depths. So he died there, having drunk the salt water. Your brother, Agamemnon, however, escaped the fates in his hollow ships, for Queen Hera saved him. But as he neared the steep cape of Malea, a storm snatched him up and carried him, groaning heavily, over the fish-filled sea to the far edge of the land where Thyestes once lived, but where Thyestes' son Aegisthus now resided. From there, however, a safe return seemed possible. The gods changed the winds to blow favorably, and they reached home. Agamemnon joyfully stepped onto his native soil, touching the ground and weeping hot tears as he saw his beloved land. But a watchman saw him from a lookout point. The treacherous Aegisthus had cunningly posted him there, promising a reward of 2 gold talents. This man had kept watch for a year, ensuring the king didn't slip past unnoticed and muster his forces. He rushed to the palace to report to Aegisthus, shepherd of the people. Aegisthus immediately devised a treacherous plan. He chose 20 of the best men from the town, set an ambush, and ordered a feast prepared elsewhere. Then, with horses and chariots, he went to invite Agamemnon, shepherd of the people, planning shameful deeds. He led Agamemnon, suspecting nothing of the disaster, up to the feast and killed him, like an ox slaughtered at its manger. Not one of Agamemnon's followers survived, nor any of Aegisthus's, but all were killed in the palace. His story crushed my spirit. I sat down on the sand and wept. My heart no longer wished to live or see the sun's light. After I had had my fill of weeping and rolling on the ground, the truthful old man of the sea said, "Son of Atreus, do not weep endlessly and pointlessly here, for it achieves nothing. Instead, strive to return to your native land as quickly as possible. You might find Aegisthus still alive, or Orestes may have already killed him, and you could attend the funeral feast." His words warmed my heart and spirit again, despite my grief. I spoke to him with winged words. "I know about these men now. But tell me about the third man, who is still alive, held captive on the vast sea, or dead. I wish to know, even though it grieves me." He answered immediately, "It is Laertes' son, whose home is in Ithaca. I saw him on an island, shedding floods of tears in the halls of the nymph Calypso, who keeps him there by force. He cannot return to his native land, for he has no oared ships or companions to escort him over the sea's broad back. As for your own fate, Menelaus, nurtured by Zeus, it is not decreed that you die and meet your end in horse-pasturing Argos. The immortals will send you to the Elysian fields at the world's end. There lives fair-haired Rhadamanthus, and life is easiest for mortals. No snow falls there, no great storms, no rain, but Oceanus always sends breezes of the clear-blowing west wind to refresh mankind. This is because Helen is your wife, and in the eyes of the gods, you are Zeus's son-in-law." Having spoken, he plunged back into the surging sea. I returned to my ships with my godlike companions, my heart pondering deeply. Once we reached the ships by the sea, we prepared supper, and immortal night fell. We slept there on the seashore. When the early-born, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, we first dragged our ships down to the divine sea, placed the masts and sails in the well-balanced vessels, and the crew boarded, taking their places at the oarlocks. Sitting in rows, they struck the gray sea with their oars. I moored my ships again in the Nile, the river fed by Zeus, and performed perfect sacrifices. After appeasing the anger of the eternal gods, I built a burial mound for Agamemnon, so his fame would never die. Having done all this, I set out for home, and the immortals granted me a fair wind, bringing me swiftly back to my dear native land. But now you must stay here in my palace for 11 or 12 days. Then I will send you off with honor, giving you splendid gifts, 3 horses and a polished chariot. I will also give you a beautiful cup, so you may remember me all your days as you pour libations to the immortal gods." Telemachus replied thoughtfully, "Son of Atreus, please don't keep me here for long. Although I could happily stay with you for a year and not miss my home or parents, for I find immense pleasure in hearing your stories and words. My companions back in sandy Pylos are already growing impatient, and you are keeping me here. As for the gift you offer, let it be something I can treasure. I cannot take horses to Ithaca. I will leave them here for you to enjoy. You rule a wide plain where lotus grows abundantly, along with galingale, wheat, spelt, and broad-eared white barley. Ithaca has no wide plains or meadows, it's goat pasture land, yet more lovely to me than horse-breeding lands. None of the islands that slope down to the sea are suitable for driving horses or rich in meadows, and Ithaca least of all." Menelaus, master of the war cry, smiled and patted Telemachus's hand affectionately. "You speak well, dear child," he said, "and your noble blood shows. I will certainly make the exchange for you, since I can. From the treasures stored in my palace, I will give you the most beautiful and valuable one. I will give you a finely crafted mixing bowl. It is solid silver, but the rim is finished with gold. It is the work of Hephaestus himself. The hero Phaeacius, king of the Sidonians, gave it to me when his house sheltered me on my journey home. I wish to give this to you." While they spoke, guests arrived at the godlike king's palace. They drove sheep and brought strengthening wine. Their veiled wives sent bread. So they were busy preparing the feast in the hall. Meanwhile, in front of Odysseus's palace, the suitors were enjoying themselves, throwing the discus and aiming spears on the level ground, behaving with their usual arrogance. Antinous and godlike Eurymachus, their leaders and the most outstanding among them, were sitting there, when Noemon, son of Phronius, approached Antinous and asked anxiously, "Antinous, do we have any idea when Telemachus will return from sandy Pylos? He took my ship, and I needed to cross over to spacious Elis, where I have 12 mares. They have untamed yearling mule colts at their side. I want to bring one over and break him in." His words stunned them. They hadn't imagined Telemachus had gone to Pylos, Menelaus's city. They assumed he was somewhere on the farm, with the sheep, or perhaps with the swineherd. Antinous, son of Eupeithes, demanded, "Tell me the truth. When did he leave? What young men went with him? Were they the best in Ithaca, or his own hired hands and servants? He could manage that too. And tell me honestly, did he take your black ship by force against your will, or did you give it willingly because he asked?" Noemon, son of Phronius, replied, "I gave it willingly. What else could anyone do when a man of his stature, burdened with troubles, asks for a favor? It would be very hard to refuse. The young men who went with him are the best among us common people, and I saw Mentor boarding as their captain, or perhaps a god who looked exactly like Mentor. What puzzles me is that I saw noble Mentor here yesterday morning, yet he was already aboard the ship heading to Pylos then." Having said this, Noemon left for his father's house. Antinous and Eurymachus were left furious. They immediately made the suitors stop their games and sit down together. Antinous, son of Eupeithes, spoke, deeply troubled. Dark rage filled his heart, and his eyes blazed like fire. "Damn it, this is an outrageous accomplishment. Telemachus's journey. We were certain it would never happen. This boy has sailed off, right under our noses, just like that, taking the best men of the land and launching a prime ship. He's going to cause us even more trouble later. May Zeus destroy his strength before he reaches manhood. Quick, give me a fast ship and 20 companions. I'll set an ambush and watch for him in the strait between Ithaca and rugged Samos. His voyage in search of his father will end in misery." He spoke, and they all praised his plan and urged him on. They stood up and went inside Odysseus's palace. It wasn't long before Penelope learned of the suitors' dark plot. The herald Medon told her. He had overheard their scheming from outside the courtyard while they were planning inside. He hurried through the palace to tell Penelope. As he crossed the threshold of her chamber, Penelope spoke. "Herald, why have the noble suitors sent you? Is it to tell the maids of divine Odysseus to stop their work and prepare a feast for them? If only they would stop their courting and gathering here all together. May this be the very last meal they ever eat. You gather here day after day, consuming the livelihood of wise Telemachus and his great father. Didn't you ever listen to your own fathers when you were children, telling you what kind of man Odysseus was among them? He never acted or spoke unjustly towards anyone in the land. That's the usual way of divine kings. One man they might hate, another they might favor. But Odysseus never committed a single wrongful act against any man. Your wicked hearts and shameful deeds are clear to see. There's no gratitude left for past kindnesses." Medon, prudent and thoughtful, replied, "Queen, I wish that were the worst of it, but the suitors are plotting something much greater and more terrible. May the son of Cronus prevent it. They intend to kill Telemachus with sharp bronze swords as he sails home. He went to seek news of his father in sacred Pylos and lovely Lacedaemon." When she heard this, Penelope's knees grew weak, her heart failed her, and she stood speechless for a long time. Her eyes filled with tears, and her voice caught in her throat. Finally, she managed to speak. "Herald, why has my son gone? He had no need to board swift ships which serve men as horses of the sea and cross the vast waters. Does he want even his name to be forgotten among mortals?" Medon, ever prudent, answered, "I don't know if some god urged him on, or if his own spirit moved him to go to Pylos for news of his father's return, or to learn what fate he met. With that, he went back down through Odysseus's palace. Heart-wrenching grief overwhelmed Penelope. She couldn't bear to sit on a chair, though there were many in the room. She sank onto the floor of her ornate chamber, weeping pitifully. All her maids, young and old, gathered around her, sobbing. Penelope, choked with tears, spoke to them. "Listen, my friends. Olympian Zeus has given me more sorrow than any other woman born and raised in my time. First, I lost my noble husband, lion-hearted, distinguished among the Danaans for every virtue, his fame widespread through Hellas and mid-Argos. Now, storms have snatched away my beloved son unnoticed from our home. I didn't even hear he had gone. Cruel women! Not one of you thought to wake me from my bed, though you surely knew when he boarded that hollow black ship. If I had known he was planning this journey, he would have stayed, however eager he was to go, or he would have had to leave me dead in the palace. Go quickly, someone, call the old servant Dolius, whom my father gave me when I came here, and who tends my orchard. Have him go immediately, sit beside Laertes, and tell him everything. Perhaps Laertes can devise a plan, come out and appeal to the people, and denounce those who seek to destroy his lineage, and that of godlike Odysseus." Her loyal nurse, Euryclea, replied, "Dear mistress, you can kill me with a cruel bronze sword, or let me stay in the house, but I will hide nothing. I knew all about this. I gave him everything he asked for, bread and sweet wine. But he made me swear a solemn oath not to tell you for at least 12 days, or until you missed him yourself, or heard he was gone, so you wouldn't mar your beautiful complexion with weeping. Now, go bathe, put on clean clothes, go up to your upper chamber with your maids, and pray to Athena, daughter of Aegis-bearing Zeus. She might save him even from death. Don't trouble the old man Laertes further. He already suffers enough. I don't think the blessed gods completely hate the line of Arcesius's son. Surely someone will survive to possess the high-roofed house and the rich fields far away." Her words calmed Penelope's weeping and stopped the flow of tears. Penelope bathed, put on clean clothes, went up to her upper chamber with her maids, placed barley grains in a basket, and prayed to Athena. "Hear me, daughter of Aegis-bearing Zeus, tireless one. If ever resourceful Odysseus burned the fat thigh bones of heifers or sheep for you in his palace, remember it now. Save my dear son, and protect him from the wicked, arrogant suitors." She cried out as she prayed, and the goddess heard her plea. Meanwhile, the suitors were making noise throughout the shadowy halls. One arrogant young man said, "Ah, the much-courted queen is preparing for her wedding. She doesn't even know that death has been arranged for her son." That's what they said, ignorant of the true plan. Antinous addressed them. "You fools, avoid all such boastful talk, lest someone report it inside. Come now, let's quietly get up and carry out the plan that we all agreed upon." He chose the 20 best men, and they went down to the swift ship by the seashore. First, they dragged the black ship down into the deep water, set up the mast and sail inside, fitted the oars into their leather loops, all properly, and unfurled the white sail. High-spirited attendants brought their armor. They moored the ship well out in the channel, then disembarked, had their evening meal, and waited for twilight to fall. But wise Penelope lay in her upper chamber, fasting, tasting neither food nor drink, worrying whether her blameless son would escape death or be killed by the arrogant suitors. Her mind raced, like a lion trapped by a circle of hunters, fearfully contemplating the closing ring. Then, sweet sleep overcame her as she lay there, and she relaxed, all her limbs loosening. Now, gray-eyed Athena had another idea. She created a phantom resembling Penelope's sister, Iphthyme, daughter of great-hearted Icarius, who had married Eumelus and lived in Phyrae. Athena sent the phantom to the house of divine Odysseus, hoping to stop Penelope, who was grieving and lamenting, from weeping and shedding sorrowful tears. The phantom entered the chamber through the slot for the door-strap, stood above Penelope's head, and spoke. "Are you sleeping, Penelope? Your heart heavy with sorrow? The gods who live at ease do not wish you to weep or grieve. Your son will still return. He has committed no offense against the gods." Penelope, slumbering sweetly at the gates of dreams, answered her. "Sister, why have you come here? You haven't visited often before, living so far away. You tell me to cease my grief and the many pains that distress my mind and heart. First, I lost my noble, lion-hearted husband, distinguished among the Danaans for every virtue. his fame widespread through Hellas and mid-Argos. Now my beloved son has gone off in a hollow ship, a mere child, unskilled in hardship or public speaking. I worry even more for him than for Odysseus. I tremble for him, afraid something will happen to him, either among the people he visits or on the wide sea. Many enemies are plotting against him, eager to kill him before he reaches his homeland. The shadowy phantom replied, "Take heart, and don't let fear overwhelm your spirit so much. He has such an escort with him, one whom many men would pray to have at their side, for she has the power, Pallas Athena. She pities your sorrow, and she sent me to tell you this." Wise Penelope responded, "If you are a goddess and have heard a divine voice, then tell me also about that unfortunate man. Is he still alive, seeing the sunlight, or is he already dead and in the house of Hades?" The dim phantom answered, "About him I will not speak plainly, whether he is alive or dead. It is wrong to speak empty words." With that, the phantom slipped away through the keyhole by the doorpost and vanished into the air. Penelope awoke from her sleep, her heart warmed, as the dream had been so vivid in the dead of night. Meanwhile, the suitors boarded their ship and sailed out over the watery ways, planning murder for Telemachus in their hearts. There is a rocky island in the middle of the sea, midway between Ithaca and rugged Samos, called Asteris. It's not large, but it has harbors on both sides where ships can anchor. There the Achaeans lay in wait for him. Book 5. Odysseus leaves Calypso. As dawn rose from her couch beside noble Tithonus, bringing light to both immortals and mortals, the gods gathered for assembly. Among them was high-thundering Zeus, whose power is greatest. Athena began recounting the many sufferings of Odysseus, for she cared deeply about him being held in the nymph's home. "Father Zeus," she said, "and all you other blessed gods who live forever, let no sceptered king be kind and gentle any more, nor rule with justice in his heart. Let him instead be harsh and act unfairly, for none of the people whom divine Odysseus ruled remembers him, though he governed like a gentle father. Now he languishes in great pain on an island, in the halls of the nymph Calypso, who holds him captive by force. He cannot return to his native land. He has no oared ships or companions to escort him over the sea's broad back. And now, furthermore, evil men intend to murder his beloved son as he returns home. He went seeking news of his father in sacred Pylos and lovely Lacedaemon." Zeus, the cloud-gatherer, answered her, "My child, what words have escaped your lips? Wasn't this your own plan? Didn't you intend for Odysseus to return and take vengeance on those men? As for Telemachus, skillfully guide him yourself. You certainly have the power, so he may reach his homeland safely, and the suitors may return in their ship, their purpose unfulfilled." He turned to his dear son Hermes and said, "Hermes, since you are our usual messenger, go tell the nymph with the beautiful braids our firm decision. Steadfast Odysseus must return home. He shall travel with no escort, neither god nor mortal man, but on a sturdy raft. After suffering hardship for 20 days, he shall reach fertile Scheria, land of the Phaeacians, who are kin to the gods. They will honor him dearly in their hearts, like a god, and send him on a ship to his beloved native land, giving him bronze, gold, and clothing in abundance, more than Odysseus could ever have won from Troy if he had returned unharmed with his share of the spoils. This is his destiny, to see his friends and reach his high-roofed house and his homeland." Thus he spoke, and the messenger, the Argus-slayer, did not disobey. Immediately he bound his beautiful immortal golden sandals onto his feet, which carried him over the waters and the boundless earth as swiftly as the wind's breath. He took the wand with which he charms the eyes of men, putting some to sleep and waking others. Holding this, the mighty Argus-slayer flew. Swooping down from the upper air over Phaeacia, he plunged towards the sea. He skimmed the waves like a seagull that hunts fish in the fearsome gulfs of the barren sea, dipping its thick plumage in the brine. Hermes flew like this, over the multitude of waves. But when he reached the distant island, he emerged from the violet sea onto the land, and walked until he came to the great cave where the nymph with lovely braids lived. He found her inside. A large fire blazed on the hearth, and the scent of split cedar and fragrant citron wood burning spread far across the island. Within the cave, Calypso sang with her beautiful voice as she moved back and forth before her loom, weaving with a golden shuttle. Around the cave, a lush grove thrived. Alder, poplar, and fragrant cypress. Long-winged birds nested there. owls, hawks, and long-tongued sea crows that work in the waters. A thriving grapevine, heavy with clusters, curled around the mouth of the hollow cave. 4 springs flowed nearby in sequence, their clear water channeled in different directions. Soft meadows bloomed with violets and parsley. Even an immortal god arriving there would marvel at the sight and feel joy in his heart. The messenger Argus Slayer stood there, marveling. After admiring everything in his heart, he quickly entered the wide cave. Calypso, divine among goddesses, recognized him the moment she saw him, for immortal gods know each other, even if one lives far away. However, he did not find great-hearted Odysseus inside. Odysseus sat on the shore, weeping, as was his custom, tormenting his heart with tears, groans, and sorrow, gazing out over the barren sea with tear-filled eyes. Calypso, divine among goddesses, seated Hermes on a bright, shining chair and questioned him. "Hermes of the Golden Wand, why have you come? You are revered and welcome, though you don't visit often. Tell me what is on your mind. My heart urges me to fulfill your request if I can and if it is possible. But first, come inside, so I may offer you hospitality." Saying this, the goddess set a table before him, laden with ambrosia and mixed red nectar. The messenger Argus Slayer ate and drank. When he had finished his meal and revived his spirit with food, he answered her, "Goddess, you ask me, a god, why I have come. Since you command, I will tell you truthfully. Zeus ordered me to come here. I did not wish it. Who would willingly cross such vast stretches of salt water? There are no cities of mortals nearby who offer sacrifices and choice hecatombs to the gods. But it is impossible for any other god to evade or thwart the will of aegis-bearing Zeus. He says you have with you a man most unfortunate, more so than any who fought around Priam's city for 9 years, and in the 10th sacked the city and sailed home. On their way they offended Athena, who sent foul winds and high waves against them. All his other noble companions perished, but wind and waves carried him here. Zeus now commands you to send this man away immediately. It is not his fate to perish here, far from his friends. He is destined still to see his loved ones and reach his high-roofed house and his native land." Calypso, divine among goddesses, shuddered when she heard this. She spoke with winged words. "You gods are cruel and excessively jealous. You resent it when goddesses sleep openly with mortal men, if one takes a man as her dear husband. So it was when rosy-fingered Dawn chose Orion. You gods who live at ease were jealous until chaste Artemis of the Golden Throne attacked and killed him in Ortygia with her gentle arrows. And when lovely-haired Demeter, yielding to her passion, lay with Iasion in love and intimacy in a thrice-plowed field, Zeus soon learned of it and struck him dead with a blazing thunderbolt. Now you gods resent me too for having a mortal man beside me. I saved him as he clung astride his keel, alone, after Zeus struck his swift ship with a bright lightning bolt and shattered it in the midst of the wine-dark sea. All his other noble companions died, but wind and waves carried him here. I welcomed him warmly, cared for him, and promised to make him immortal and ageless all his days. But since it's impossible for any other god to evade or thwart the will of aegis-bearing Zeus, let him go, if Zeus himself commands and insists, over the barren sea. But I will not provide him passage. I have no oared ships or companions to escort him over the sea's broad back. Yet I will gladly give him advice and hide nothing, so he may reach his native land unharmed." The messenger Argus Slayer replied, "Then send him away now, and beware the wrath of Zeus. Do not let him become angry and harsh towards you in the future." With these words the mighty Argus Slayer departed. The queenly nymph, having heard Zeus's message, went to find great-hearted Odysseus. She found him sitting on the shore. His eyes were never dry of tears. His sweet life was draining away as he wept for his homecoming, since the nymph no longer pleased him. He was forced to sleep beside her in the hollow caves at night, unwilling beside the willing nymph. But during the day he sat on the rocks and sand, tormenting his heart with tears, groans, and sorrow, gazing out over the barren sea, shedding tears. The divine goddess stood near him and said, "Unhappy man, grieve no longer here, nor let your life waste away. I will send you off now with a willing heart. Come, cut long timbers with your axe and build a wide raft. Fix high decks upon it. so it may carry you over the misty sea. I myself will provide bread, water, and red wine, enough to keep hunger away and give you clothing. I will send a fair wind behind you, so you may reach your native land unharmed, if the gods who rule the wide heavens wish it, for they are stronger than I am, both to plan and to fulfill." Steadfast, godlike Odysseus shuddered and spoke with winged words. "Goddess, you surely plan something else, not my safe passage, when you tell me to cross the great gulf of the sea on a raft, a dangerous and difficult crossing that even swift, well-balanced ships rejoicing in Zeus's wind cannot manage. I will not set foot on a raft against your wishes, unless you dare, goddess, to swear a great oath that you plot no further harm against me." He spoke, and Calypso, divine among goddesses, smiled and stroked him with her hand. "You truly are naughty," she said, "and not at all foolish to think of saying such a thing. Let earth be my witness now, and the wide heaven above, and the down-flowing water of the Styx, which is the greatest and most fearsome oath for the blessed gods, that I plot no further harm against you. My thoughts and plans are only what I would devise for myself if such need arose. My mind is righteous, my heart is not made of iron. I feel pity." Having spoken thus, the divine goddess led the way quickly, and Odysseus followed in her footsteps. Goddess and mortal reached the hollow cave. Odysseus sat down on the chair Hermes had vacated. The nymph set before him all kinds of food and drink that mortal men consume. She herself sat opposite divine Odysseus, and her maids served her ambrosia and nectar. They reached out for the good things spread before them. When they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Calypso, divine among goddesses, began to speak. "Son of Laertes, sprung from Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, do you really wish to go home now, immediately, to your beloved native land? Well, farewell then. But if you knew in your heart how many sorrows you are fated to feel before reaching your homeland, you would stay here with me, guard this house, and become immortal, despite your longing to see your wife, whom you desire every single day. Surely I claim to be no less than her in form or stature. It is not fitting for mortal women to compete in form and beauty with immortals." Resourceful Odysseus answered her, "Queenly goddess, do not be angry with me for this. I know very well myself that wise Penelope is inferior to you in beauty and stature when seen face to face. She is mortal, while you are immortal and ageless. Yet even so, I wish and long every day to return home and see the day of my homecoming. If some god shatters my raft again on the wine-dark sea, I will endure it, having a heart within me accustomed to suffering. I have already endured much and suffered much, both on the waves and in war. Let this be added to the rest." As he spoke, the sun set and darkness came. They went into the inner recess of the hollow cave and enjoyed love, lying side by side. When the early-born, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, Odysseus quickly dressed in a tunic and cloak. The nymph clothed herself in a long, shimmering white robe, finely woven and beautiful. She fastened a lovely golden belt around her waist and placed a veil on her head. Then she began planning the departure of great-hearted Odysseus. She gave him a large bronze axe, well suited to his hands, double-edged, with a beautiful olive-wood handle fitted securely. Then she gave him a polished adze. She led the way to the edge of the island where tall trees grew, alder, poplar, and fir that reached the sky, long seasoned, very dry, which would float lightly for him. After showing him where the tall trees grew, Calypso, divine among goddesses, returned home. Odysseus began cutting timbers. He worked quickly, felling 20 trees in all. He trimmed them with the axe, skillfully smoothed them, and straightened them to a line. Meanwhile, Calypso, divine among goddesses, brought him augers. He drilled all the timbers, fitted them together, and joined them with pegs and joints. Odysseus made his raft as wide as a skilled shipwright designs the hull of a broad cargo vessel. He set up decking, fitting it to close-set ribs, and finished it with long side planking. He fashioned a mast and a yardarm fitted to it. He also made a steering oar to guide the raft. He fenced the raft all around with woven wickerwork to protect against the waves, and piled on much brushwood. Calypso, divine among goddesses, brought cloth for him to make the sail, and he crafted this skillfully too. He attached braces, halyards, and sheets, and then, using levers, dragged the raft down into the divine sea. By the 4th day all his work was finished. On the 5th, divine Calypso sent him off from the island, after bathing him and dressing him in fragrant clothing. The goddess put aboard a skin of dark wine, a larger one of water, provisions in a leather bag, and many welcome delicacies. She sent a warm and gentle following wind. Godlike Odysseus gladly spread his sail to the breeze. Sitting at the helm, he skillfully steered with the rudder. Sleep never fell on his eyelids as he watched the Pleiades, late-setting Bootes, and the Bear, which men also call the Wain, which turns in place, watches Orion, and alone never dips into the stream of Oceanus. Calypso, divine among goddesses, had instructed him to keep the bear on his left hand as he sailed across the sea. For 17 days he sailed across the water. On the 18th day, the shadowy mountains of the Phaeacian land appeared. It looked like a shield lying on the misty sea. But the mighty earth-shaker Poseidon, returning from the Ethiopians, spotted him from the distant mountains of the Solymi. He saw Odysseus sailing on the sea, and his anger grew. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, "Damn it! The gods must have changed their plans about Odysseus while I was among the Ethiopians. He's already near the land of the Phaeacians, where fate decrees he will escape the great web of suffering that has ensnared him. But I swear I'll drive him through plenty more trouble yet." With that, he gathered the clouds, grasped his trident, and stirred up the sea, unleashing violent blasts from every wind. He covered both land and sea with clouds, and night rushed down from the sky. The east wind, south wind, hard-blowing west wind, and the north wind, born in the bright air, clashed together, rolling up enormous waves. Odysseus's knees grew weak, his heart failed him, and deeply troubled, he groaned to his own great spirit, "Oh, wretched me! What will happen now?" I fear the goddess spoke the truth when she said, "I would endure immense suffering on the sea before reaching my homeland. Now it's all coming true. Look how Zeus covers the wide sky with clouds and churns up the sea. Violent storms rage from every direction. My utter destruction is certain now. Thrice blessed, 4 times blessed were the Danaans who died on the wide plains of Troy serving the sons of Atreus. I wish I had died there and met my fate on the day many Trojans hurled bronze spears at me over the body of Achilles. Then I would have received funeral rites, and the Achaeans would have spread my fame. Now I am doomed to die a miserable death." Just as he spoke, a huge, terrifying wave crashed down upon him, spinning the raft around. He was flung far from the raft, letting the steering oar slip from his hands. A ferocious blast of intertwining winds snapped the mast in half. The sail and yardarm fell far into the sea. The wave held him underwater for a long time. He couldn't surface quickly from beneath the massive onslaught, weighed down by the clothes divine Calypso had given him. Finally, he came up, spitting out bitter seawater that streamed down his head. But even in his distress, he didn't forget his raft. Lunging through the waves, he grabbed hold of it and scrambled aboard, crouching in the middle to escape death. The great waves carried the raft wildly, tossing it here and there. As the autumn north wind scatters thistle tufts across the plain, clinging together in clumps, so the winds drove the raft randomly across the sea. Sometimes the south wind tossed it to the north wind to carry. Other times the east wind yielded it to the west wind to pursue. But Ino of the lovely ankles, daughter of Cadmus, also called Leucothea, saw him. Once a mortal woman with human speech, she now shared the honors of the gods in the sea's depths. She pitied Odysseus, adrift and suffering terribly. Rising from the waves like a shearwater on the wing, she perched on the sturdy raft and spoke. "Poor man, why is Poseidon the earth-shaker so vehemently angry with you, causing you so much trouble? He won't destroy you completely, no matter how furious he is. You seem sensible, so do as I say. Take off these clothes, leave your raft for the winds to carry, and swim hard towards the Phaeacian land, where escape awaits you. Here, take this immortal veil and stretch it beneath your chest. With it you need fear no suffering or death. But as soon as your hands grasp solid land, untie it, throw it far back into the wine-dark sea, and turn away." With these words, the goddess gave him the veil, then plunged back into the surging sea like a shearwater, hidden by the dark waves. Steadfast, godlike Odysseus hesitated, groaning to his own great spirit, "Oh no, I fear another immortal is weaving a trap for me, telling me to abandon my raft. I won't obey just yet. The land she said held safety still looked far off. This is what I'll do. It seems best. As long as these timbers hold together, I will stay here and endure the suffering. But when the waves shatter the raft, then I will swim. I see no better plan. While he debated this in his mind and heart, Poseidon the earth-shaker sent a massive wave, terrifying, arching high, and crashed it down upon him. It scattered the raft's long timbers like a strong wind, tossing a heap of dry chaff, scattering it in all directions. Odysseus straddled one plank as if riding a horse. He stripped off the clothes divine Calypso had given him. Quickly, he fastened Ino's veil beneath his chest and plunged headfirst into the sea, arms outstretched, ready to swim. Mighty Poseidon saw him, shook his head and muttered to himself, "There now, after all your suffering, drift upon the waves until you mingle with the people nurtured by Zeus. Even so, I don't think you'll complain you haven't had your fill of trouble." With that, he whipped his beautiful maned horses and drove to Aegae, where his glorious palace stands. But Athena, daughter of Zeus, had other plans. She confined the paths of the other winds, commanding them all to cease and fall asleep. But she roused the swift north wind and flattened the waves ahead, so that Zeus-born Odysseus might escape death in the fates and reach the oar-loving Phaeacians. For 2 nights and 2 days he drifted on the swelling waves, his heart constantly foreseeing death. But when the lovely-haired dawn brought the 3rd day, the wind died down and a windless calm settled. As he rose on a large swell, he glanced ahead sharply and saw land nearby. Just as children rejoice when their father's life, long wasted by a painful illness under the attack of a cruel spirit, takes a turn for the better, and the gods release him from suffering, so Odysseus rejoiced at the sight of land and trees. He swam eagerly, striving to set foot on solid ground. But when he was within shouting distance of the shore, he heard the thunder of surf against the reefs. Great waves crashed against the dry land with a terrifying roar, and everything was veiled in sea spray. There were no harbors to shelter ships, no anchorages, only jutting headlands, reefs, and cliffs. Odysseus's knees grew weak. His heart failed, and deeply troubled he groaned to his own great spirit. "Oh no! Zeus let me see land I never hoped for, after crossing this vast gulf, but there seems no way out of the gray sea. Sharp reefs line the shore, crashing waves thunder around them, and smooth cliffs rise sheer, with deep water right alongside. There's no place to stand and escape disaster. A huge wave might snatch me as I try to land and dash me against the solid rock, a futile effort. If I swim further along, hoping to find a shelving beach or natural harbor, I fear another storm blast might snatch me away, groaning heavily, back into the fish-filled sea. Or some divine power might send a great sea monster against me from the deep, the kind glorious Amphitrite breeds in plenty. I know the earth-shaker holds a grudge against me." While he debated this in his mind and heart, a massive wave carried him towards the rugged shore. There, his skin would have been torn, his bones crushed, if the gray-eyed goddess Athena hadn't prompted him. With both hands, he grabbed onto a rock and clung there, groaning as the great wave passed. He escaped that one, but the backwash struck him again, pulling him far out into the sea. Just as pebbles cling to the suckers of a squid pulled from its lair, so pieces of skin from Odysseus's strong hands were left clinging to the rocks. The great wave engulfed him. Then unfortunate Odysseus would have died before his time, if gray-eyed Athena hadn't given him foresight. Emerging from the surf that crashed towards the land, he swam parallel to the shore, looking for a sloping beach or a sheltered harbor. Swimming onward, he reached the mouth of a fair flowing river. This seemed the best spot, free of rocks and sheltered from the wind. He recognized the river flowing out and prayed in his heart, "Hear me, Lord, whoever you are. I come to you, greatly longed for, escaping the sea and Poseidon's threats. Even immortal gods respect a man who wanders as I now come to your stream, to your knees after much suffering. Have pity, Lord, I declare myself your suppliant." He prayed, and the river god immediately checked his current, held back the waves, made the water smooth before him, and brought him safely into the river's mouth. Odysseus's knees buckled, his strong arms failed. The sea had crushed his spirit, his whole body was swollen, and seawater gushed from his mouth and nostrils. Breathless and speechless, he lay overcome by terrible fatigue. When he finally caught his breath and his spirit returned, he untied the goddess's veil from his chest and let it fall into the river flowing out to sea. A great wave carried it downstream, and Ino quickly received it in her hands. Odysseus, turning away from the river, sank down among the reeds and kissed the life-giving earth. Deeply troubled, he groaned to his own great spirit. "Oh, what will happen to me now? What will be the end? If I stay awake through the wretched night by the river, I fear the bitter frost and heavy dew together might finish me off, exhausted as I am. The breeze blows cold from a river towards dawn. But if I climb the hillside into the dusky woods and lie down to rest in a thicket, hoping to shake off the chill and fatigue, and if sweet sleep comes over me, I fear I might become prey for wild beasts." After considering, this seemed the better course. He headed for the woods. He found them near the water, on high ground. He crept under 2 bushes growing from the same spot, one wild olive, one cultivated olive. The damp force of blowing winds could not penetrate them, nor could the bright sun strike through with its rays, nor could rain pierce them completely, so closely intertwined were they. Odysseus crawled beneath them and immediately began gathering a bed of leaves with his hands. There was a massive pile of fallen leaves, enough to shelter 2 or 3 men in wintertime, no matter how harsh the weather. Steadfast, godlike Odysseus rejoiced at the sight, lay down in the middle, and heaped the fallen leaves over himself. As a man living on a remote farm, with no neighbors nearby, buries a glowing log under dark ashes to preserve the seed of fire, saving himself the need to fetch it from elsewhere, so Odysseus covered himself with leaves. Athena poured sleep upon his eyes, closing his dear eyelids, so he might quickly find rest from his exhausting toil. Book 6. Nausicaa's Kindness. So steadfast, godlike Odysseus slept there, overcome by sleep and exhaustion. Meanwhile, Athena went to the land and city of the Phaeacians. This people once lived in spacious Hypereia, near the arrogant Cyclopes, who were stronger and constantly raided them. Godlike Nausicaa led them away from there and settled them in Scheria, far from other industrious peoples. He built a wall around the city, constructed houses, erected temples to the gods, and divided the farmland. But Nausicaa had long since met his fate and gone to the house of Hades. Alcinous, wise in counsel learned from the gods, now ruled. Gray-eyed Athena went to his palace, planning the return of great-hearted Odysseus. She went straight to the ornate chamber, where Nausicaa, daughter of great-hearted Alcinous, slept. Nausicaa possessed beauty like the immortal goddesses. 2 maids, graced with beauty by the Sirens, slept near her, one on each side of the doorposts. The shining doors were closed. Like a breath of wind, Athena darted towards the girl's bed, stood above her head, and spoke, taking the form of the daughter of Dymas, a famous ship captain. This girl was Nausicaa's age, and a dear friend. In this likeness, gray-eyed Athena said, "Nausicaa, how could your mother have such a careless daughter? Your shimmering clothes lie neglected, yet your wedding is near, when you must wear beautiful garments yourself and provide them for your attendants. This is how a good reputation spreads among people and makes your father and queenly mother proud. Let's go wash them at dawn. I will come with you as a helper, so you can prepare quickly. You won't remain unmarried much longer. The noblest young men in all Phaeacia are courting you, you who come from noble birth yourself. Go now, ask your glorious father early in the morning to ready mules and a wagon to carry the belts, robes, and shining fabrics. It will also be much better for you to ride than to walk. The washing pools are quite far from the city." Having said this, gray-eyed Athena departed for Olympus, where they say the gods have their eternal, secure home. It is never shaken by winds, nor drenched by rain, nor does snow fall there. A cloudless sky spreads wide, and radiant light plays upon it. There the blessed gods rejoice all their days. Gray-eyed Athena went there after speaking to the girl. Soon, bright-throned dawn arrived, and woke lovely-robed Nausicaa. She marveled at her dream, and went through the house to tell her parents, her dear father and mother. She found them inside. Her mother sat by the hearth with her attendant women, spinning sea-purple yarn. She met her father just as he was going out to join the renowned kings in council, called by the noble Phaeacians. Standing close beside him, she said, "Papa dear, could you possibly lend me a high-sided, sturdy wagon? I want to take our splendid, dirty clothes to the river to wash them. It's only right that you, when deliberating with the leading men, should have clean clothes. You also have 5 dear sons living in the palace, 2 married, but 3 are lively bachelors who always want freshly laundered clothes when they go dancing. All this is on my mind." She spoke this way, too shy to mention her own potential marriage to her dear father, but he understood everything and replied, "I don't begrudge you the mules, child, nor anything else. Go ahead. The servants will prepare a high-sided sturdy wagon fitted with a carrying box." He gave the order, and the servants obeyed. Outside, they prepared the smooth-running mule wagon, led the mules under the yoke, and harnessed them. The princess brought the shimmering clothes from her chamber and loaded them onto the polished wagon. Her mother packed a basket with all kinds of welcome food and delicacies and poured wine into a goatskin bag. The princess climbed into the wagon. Her mother gave her golden flask of smooth olive oil so she and her maids could anoint themselves after bathing. Nausicaa took the whip and the shining reins and cracked the whip to start the mules. There was a clatter of hooves, and they pulled eagerly, carrying the clothes and the princess. Not alone, for her maids went along too. When they reached the beautiful river stream, where the washing pools were always full, abundant clear water bubbling up and flowing through to cleanse even the dirtiest clothes, they unhitched the mules from the wagon. They shooed them along the bank of the swirling river to graze on the honey-sweet grass. Then they lifted the clothes from the wagon by armfuls, carried them into the dark water, and trampled them vigorously in the troughs, competing with each other. After washing and rinsing away all the dirt, they spread the clothes in rows along the seashore, where the waves washed the pebbles cleanest. Then they bathed and anointed themselves sleekly with olive oil. They had their midday meal on the riverbank and waited for the clothes to dry in the sun's rays. When princess and maids had enjoyed their food, they started playing with the ball, throwing off their head coverings. White-armed Nausicaa led their song. Just as Artemis the archer ranges over the mountains, lofty Taygetus or Erymanthus, delighting in chasing boars and swift deer, and the woodland nymphs, daughters of aegis-bearing Zeus, play alongside her, and Leto her mother rejoices in her heart, as Artemis holds her head and brow high above them all, easily distinguished, though all are beautiful. So the unwed princess stood out among her maids. But when it was nearly time to head home, to yoke the mules and fold the fine clothes, gray-eyed Athena had another thought. Odysseus should wake up and see the lovely girl who could guide him to the city of the Phaeacians. The princess tossed the ball to one of her maids. The maid missed, and the ball flew into the deep swirling water. They all cried out loudly. Godlike Odysseus awoke, sat up, and pondered in his mind and heart. "Oh no, what land have I reached? Who lives here? Are they violent, savage, and unjust? Or are they hospitable and God-fearing?" The high-pitched cry of young women reached me, like nymphs who inhabit steep mountain peaks, river springs, and grassy meadows. Or am I perhaps near humans who can speak? Well, I must try and see for myself. With that, godlike Odysseus emerged from under the bushes. With his strong hand he broke off a leafy branch from the thicket to cover his manhood. He advanced like a mountain lion, confident in its strength, which goes out buffeted by wind and rain, its eyes blazing, hunting cattle, sheep, or wild deer. Hunger drives it to attack even well-fenced folds, to prey on flocks. So Odysseus prepared to approach the lovely-haired girls, naked though he was, driven by necessity. He appeared terrifying to them, covered in brine. They scattered in panic along the jutting shores. Only the daughter of Alcinous remained. Athena put courage in her heart and took fear from her limbs. She stood her ground, facing him. Odysseus deliberated whether to clasp the knees of the lovely girl and plead, or to keep his distance and entreat her with gentle words, hoping she would give him clothes and show him the city. As he considered, this seemed the better course, to plead from afar with gentle words, lest the girl become offended if he clasped her knees. He immediately spoke, sweetly and cunningly. "I supplicate you, O queen, are you a goddess or a mortal? If you are one of the gods who rule the wide heavens, you most resemble Artemis, the daughter of great Zeus, in beauty, stature, and form. But if you are a mortal who lives on earth, thrice blessed are your father and queenly mother, thrice blessed your brothers. Their hearts must always warm with delight for your sake when they see such a flower entering the dance. But most blessed in his heart, beyond all others, will be the one who prevails with wedding gifts and takes you to his home. My eyes have never seen such a mortal, neither man nor woman. Awe overcomes me as I look at you. Once, in Delos, beside Apollo's altar, I saw such a thing, a young sapling of a palm tree shooting up. I had gone there, followed by many people, on that journey fated to bring me suffering. Just as I marveled long at that sight, for never before had such a tree sprung from the earth, so now, lady, I admire and marvel at you, and I am terribly afraid to clasp your knees. Yet harsh sorrow holds me. Yesterday, on the 20th day, I escaped the wine-dark sea. All that time, waves and swift storms carried me from the island of Ogygia. Now fate has cast me ashore here, doubtless so I may suffer more evils. I don't expect they will cease. The gods surely intend to inflict many more before the end. But Queen, have pity. After much suffering, you are the first person I have met. I know no one else who lives in this city and land. Show me the way to the town. Give me a rag to throw around myself. Perhaps you brought some wrapper for the linens here. And may the gods grant you everything your heart desires, a husband, a home, and harmonious accord between you. For there is nothing greater or better than when a man and woman manage their household with minds in unison. It brings much grief to their enemies and joy to their friends, and they themselves know its value best. White-armed Nausicaa replied, Stranger, you seem neither wicked nor foolish. Olympian Zeus himself distributes fortune to humans, good and bad, to each as he wills. He has given you these troubles, and you must simply endure them. But now that you have reached our city and land, you will not lack clothing, nor anything else appropriate for a hard-pressed suppliant who comes our way. I will show you the town, and tell you the name of our people. The Phaeacians possess this city and land, and I am the daughter of great-hearted Alcinous, upon whom the Phaeacians' power and authority depend. She spoke and called out to her lovely-haired maids. Stop, maids! Where are you running just because you saw a man? Surely you don't think he's an enemy? There is no living mortal man, nor could there ever be one, who would come to the land of the Phaeacians bringing hostility. We are very dear to the immortal gods. We live far apart, surrounded by the surging sea, at the world's edge, and no other mortals mix with us. This is just some unfortunate wanderer who has arrived here. We must care for him now. All strangers and beggars come under the protection of Zeus, and a gift, though small, is welcome. So, maids, give the stranger food and drink and bathe him in the river, in a spot sheltered from the wind. She spoke, and they stopped and called encouragement to each other. They led Odysseus to a sheltered spot, as Nausicaa, daughter of great-hearted Alcinous, had instructed. They placed clothing beside him, a tunic and cloak, gave him the golden flask of smooth olive oil, and urged him to bathe in the river streams. But godlike Odysseus said to the maids, Maids, please stand back over there, so I can wash the brine from my shoulders myself and rub myself with oil. It's been a long time since oil touched my skin. I will not bathe in front of you. I feel ashamed to be naked in the presence of lovely-haired young women. So he spoke, and they moved away and told the princess. Godlike Odysseus washed the salty crust from his skin and broad back in the river, and wiped from his head the scum left by the barren sea. After he had washed thoroughly, anointed himself richly with oil, and put on the clothes the unwed princess had given him, Athena, daughter of Zeus, made him seem taller and stronger, and caused thick locks of hair to tumble from his head like hyacinth blossoms. Just as a skilled craftsman overlays silver with gold, a man whom Hephaestus and Pallas Athena have taught all kinds of crafts, creating works full of grace, so Athena shed grace upon Odysseus's head and shoulders. He walked apart and sat down on the seashore, radiant with beauty and grace. The princess gazed at him and said to her lovely-haired maids, Listen, white-armed maids, while I say something. This man's arrival among the godlike Phaeacians is not without the will of all the gods who live on Olympus. Before, he seemed truly unsightly, but now he resembles the gods who rule the wide heavens. If only such a man could be called my husband, living here, and willing to remain. But come, maids, give the stranger food and drink. She spoke, and they quickly obeyed, setting food and drink before Odysseus. Steadfast, godlike Odysseus ate and drank eagerly, for he hadn't tasted food in a long time. White-armed Nausicaa then turned her thoughts elsewhere. She folded the clothes and placed them in the fine wagon, yoked the strong-hoofed mules and mounted the wagon herself. She called to Odysseus, "Arise now, stranger, and let us go to the city, so I may escort you to my wise father's house, where I assure you you will meet all the noblest Phaeacians. But do this, you seem quite sensible. While we pass through the fields and farms, walk quickly behind the mules and wagon with the maids. I will lead the way." But when we approach the city, it has a high wall running around it, a fine harbor on each side, and a narrow entranceway. Curved ships are drawn up along the road. Each man has his own ship station. There is an assembly ground around the beautiful temple of Poseidon, paved with massive stones quarried and set deep in the earth. Here they manage the gear for the black ships, cables and sails, and shape the tapering oars. For Phaeacians care nothing for bow and quiver, but for masts, oars, and well-balanced ships, in which they glory as they cross the gray sea. I am wary of their critical talk, lest someone criticize me later. There are very arrogant people in town. Some coarse fellow might meet us and say, "Who is this tall, handsome stranger following Nausicaa? Where did she find him? He'll surely be her husband. Perhaps she rescued some wanderer from his ship, men from far-off lands, since we have no neighbors nearby. Or perhaps some long-prayed-for god has come down from heaven in answer to her pleas, and she will have him for all her days. It's better if she found a husband from elsewhere herself. She certainly scorns the Phaeacians here in our own land, the many noble men who court her, so they will talk, and it would become a reproach against me. I myself would disapprove of another girl who acted this way, who against the wishes of her dear father and mother while they are alive, mingled with men before her public wedding. Stranger, if you want escort and help from my father to secure your homecoming, listen carefully to my instructions. You will find a beautiful grove of Athena near the road, poplars, with a spring flowing inside and a meadow around it. My father has his estate and fruitful vineyard there, about as far from the city as a man's voice can carry. Sit down there and wait for a while, until we have reached the city and arrived at my father's palace. When you judge we have arrived, then enter the city and ask for the palace of my father, great-hearted Alcinous. It is easily recognized. Even a small child could lead you there. No other Phaeacian's house is built like the palace of the hero Alcinous. Once the house and courtyard enclose you, walk quickly through the great hall until you reach my mother. She sits by the hearth in the firelight, spinning sea-purple yarn on her spindle, a marvel to behold, leaning against a pillar, her maids sitting behind her. My father's throne is set near hers. There he sits and drinks his wine like an immortal. Pass by his throne and clasp my mother's knees, if you wish to see the day of your return quickly and joyfully, even if your home is very far away. If you win her favor, then there is hope you will see your friends and reach your well-built house and your native land." Having said this, she struck the mules with her shining whip. They quickly left the river stream behind. They trotted well, their feet moving briskly. She managed the pace so that Odysseus and the maids, who were walking, could keep up. She used the whip judiciously. The sun was setting when they reached the renowned grove sacred to Athena. Godlike Odysseus sat down there immediately and prayed to the daughter of great Zeus. "Hear me, daughter of Aegis-bearing Zeus, tireless one. Hear me now, since you did not hear me before, when I was wrecked, when the renowned earth-shaker shattered my raft. Grant that I may find love and pity among the Phaeacians." So he prayed, and Pallas Athena heard him. But she did not yet appear to him face to face, out of respect for her father's brother Poseidon, who remained fiercely angry with godlike Odysseus until he reached his own land. Book 7. Welcome in Scheria. While steadfast, godlike Odysseus prayed there, the strong mules carried the princess towards the city. When she arrived at her father's glorious palace, she stopped the wagon at the gate. Her brothers, handsome as gods, gathered around her, unhitched the mules, and carried the clothing inside. She went to her own chamber. An old woman from Epira, Medusa, the chambermaid, lit a fire for her. Long ago, swift ships had brought her from Epira, and she had been chosen as a special prize for Alcinous, because he ruled over all Phaeacians, and the people listened to him as if he were a god. She had nursed white-armed Nausicaa in the palace. Now she lit the fire and prepared supper for her in the chamber. At that moment, Odysseus rose to go to the city. Athena, showing her kindness, enveloped him in a thick mist, so that none of the great-hearted Phaeacians meeting him might insult him or ask who he was. Just as he was about to enter the lovely city, gray-eyed Athena met him disguised as a young maiden carrying a water pitcher. She stood before him, and godlike Odysseus asked, "Child, could you perhaps guide me to the house of the man named Alcinous, who rules among these people? I am a weary stranger, come here from a distant land far away. Therefore I know no one among the people who possess this city and its lands." The goddess, gray-eyed Athena, replied, "Certainly, father stranger, I will show you the house you seek. It lies near my own noble father's home. But follow me quietly. I will lead the way. Don't look at anyone or ask questions. The people here are not very welcoming to strangers, and don't readily embrace visitors from elsewhere. They trust in their swift ships and cross the great gulf of the sea, for the earthshaker, Poseidon, grants them this. Their ships are as fast as a bird's flight, or even a thought." With that, Pallas Athena led the way quickly, and Odysseus followed in the goddess's footsteps. The Phaeacians, famous sailors, did not notice him walking through their city among them, because lovely-haired Athena, the awesome goddess, prevented it, having enveloped him in a divine mist out of her kind regard for him. Odysseus marveled at the harbors, the well-balanced ships, the assembly grounds of the heroes, and the long, high walls fitted with palisades, a wondrous sight. When they reached the king's glorious palace, the goddess, gray-eyed Athena, began, "Here, father stranger, is the house you asked me to show you. You will find the Zeus-nurtured kings feasting inside. Go in, and don't be afraid in your heart. A bold man fares better in all endeavors, even when coming from afar. First, approach the queen in the hall. Her name is Arete, and she comes from the same ancestors who produced King Alcinous. Originally, Poseidon the Earthshaker fathered Nausicaa by Periboea, the most beautiful of women, youngest daughter of great-hearted Eurymedon, who once ruled the arrogant giants. But he destroyed his reckless people and perished himself. Poseidon lay with Periboea, and she bore a son, great-hearted Nausicaa, who ruled the Phaeacians. Nausicaa had 2 sons, Rhexenor and Alcinous. Apollo of the silver bow struck down Rhexenor in his hall when he was newly married, leaving no male heir, only a single daughter, Arete. Alcinous married her, and honors her as no other woman on earth is honored among all those who keep households under their husband's authority. Such heartfelt honor she has received, and still receives, from her dear children, from Alcinous himself, and from the people, who look upon her as a goddess and greet her with warm words whenever she walks through the city. She lacks no wisdom herself. She resolves disputes even among men, for those women she favors. If she looks kindly upon you in her heart, then there is hope. You will see your friends and reach your high-roofed house and your native land." Having said this, gray-eyed Athena departed over the barren sea, leaving lovely Scheria. She went to Marathon and wide-wayed Athens, entering the strong-built house of Erechtheus. Meanwhile, Odysseus approached the famous palace of Alcinous. His heart pondered much as he stood there before reaching the bronze threshold. A radiance like that of the sun or moon shone through the high-roofed palace of great-hearted Alcinous. Bronze walls ran along both sides from the threshold to the inner chamber, topped with a cornice of blue enamel. Golden doors closed off the sturdy house within. Silver doorposts stood on the bronze threshold, surmounted by a silver lintel, and the door handle was gold. Gold and silver dogs stood on either side, crafted with cunning skill by Hephaestus himself, to guard the palace of great-hearted Alcinous, immortal and ageless forever. Inside, seats were fixed along the wall on both sides, from the threshold to the inner chamber, draped with finely woven, delicate robes made by the women. There the Phaeacian leaders sat, eating and drinking, enjoying their continuous abundance. Golden statues of young men stood on well-built pedestals, holding blazing torches in their hands to provide light at night for the feasters in the hall. 50 serving women worked in the house. Some ground golden grain on the millstone, others wove fabrics or spun yarn, sitting with hands fluttering like leaves on a tall poplar tree. Smooth olive oil dripped from the tightly woven linen. Just as the Phaeacian men surpass all others in sailing a swift ship on the sea, so their women excel in weaving. Athena has granted them exceptional knowledge of beautiful crafts and fine intelligence. Outside the courtyard near the doors lay a large orchard, 4 acres in extent, enclosed by a fence on all sides. Tall, flourishing trees grew there, pears, pomegranates, apples with gleaming fruit, sweet figs, and thriving olives. Their fruit never spoiled nor failed, winter, or summer, lasting year-round. The ever-blowing west wind nurtured some fruits to ripeness, while others were just beginning. Pear ripened upon pear, apple upon apple, grape cluster upon grape cluster, fig upon fig. There, too, a fruitful vineyard was planted. One section, on level ground, lay exposed to the sun for drying grapes. In another part, workers gathered grapes, while elsewhere others trod them. In the front rows were unripe grapes that had shed their blossoms, while others were just beginning to turn dark. Beyond the last row of vines, neatly arranged garden beds grew, blooming with all kinds of flowers throughout the year. 2 springs flowed within the orchard. One channeled water throughout the entire garden, while the other ran under the courtyard threshold towards the high house, where the townspeople drew water. Such were the glorious gifts of the gods in Alcinous's palace. Steadfast, godlike Odysseus stood there, gazing. After marveling at everything in his heart, he quickly crossed the threshold into the palace. He found the leaders and counselors of the Phaeacians pouring libations from their cups to the keen-sighted Argus slayer Hermes, to whom they traditionally poured the last offering before retiring to bed. Steadfast, godlike Odysseus walked through the hall, enveloped in the thick mist Athena had poured around him, until he reached Arete and King Alcinous. Odysseus threw his arms around Arete's knees. At that moment, the divine mist dispersed. Silence fell upon the people in the hall as they saw the man. They marveled, looking at him. Odysseus made his plea. Arete, daughter of godlike Rhexenor, after much suffering I come as a suppliant to your husband, to your knees, and to these feasters. May the gods grant them prosperous lives, and may each pass on his possessions in his halls, and the honors the people have bestowed upon him. But please, arrange quickly for my escort, so I may reach my native land soon. I have long suffered hardships far from my friends. Having spoken, he sat down in the ashes by the fire on the hearth. Everyone remained utterly silent. Finally, the old hero Echeneus spoke, the eldest of the Phaeacian men, distinguished in speech and rich in ancient wisdom. With good intentions he addressed them. Alcinous, this is not seemly nor fitting for you that a stranger should sit on the ground in the ashes by the hearth. These men hold back, awaiting your word. Come, raise the stranger, seat him on a silver-studded chair, and command the heralds to mix wine, so we may pour libations also to Zeus, Lord of Thunder, who attends revered suppliants. Let the housekeeper give the stranger supper from the stores within. Hearing this, the sacred king Alcinous took the hand of wise and resourceful Odysseus, raised him from the hearth, and seated him on a bright chair from which he moved his son, valiant Laodamas, who sat closest to him. A maid brought water in a beautiful golden pitcher and poured it over a silver basin for him to wash. She set a polished table beside him. The respected housekeeper brought bread and placed it before him, along with many delicacies, giving generously from her stores. Steadfast, godlike Odysseus ate and drank. Then King Alcinous spoke to the herald. Pontonous, mix the wine in the bowl, and serve it to everyone in the hall, so we may pour libations also to Zeus, Lord of Thunder, who attends revered suppliants. Pontonous mixed the honey-sweet wine and served it to everyone, pouring the first drops for libation. After they had poured their offerings and drunk to their heart's content, Alcinous addressed the assembly. Listen, leaders and counselors of the Phaeacians, while I speak what my heart urges. Now that you have feasted, go home and rest. At dawn we will summon more elders, entertain the stranger in our halls, and offer fine sacrifices to the gods. Then we will arrange for his escort, so that our guest may return to his native land quickly and joyfully, without toil or trouble, under our guidance, no matter how far away it is. We will ensure no harm or suffering befalls him on the journey until he sets foot in his own land. There he must endure whatever fate and the stern spinners spun for him at his birth. But if he is one of the immortals come down from heaven, then the gods are doing something new. Previously, they always appeared clearly to us when we offered glorious sacrifices, and feasted among us sitting right beside us. Even if a solitary traveler met them, they made no disguise, for we are close kin to them, like the Cyclopes and the savage tribes of giants. Resourceful Odysseus answered him, Alcinous, think otherwise. I bear no resemblance to the immortal gods who rule the wide heavens, neither in form nor stature, but only to mortal men. Whomever among you bears the greatest burden of sorrow, I would compare my woes to theirs. Indeed, I could recount even more evils, all the hardships I have endured by the God's will. But allow me now to eat, despite my grief. Nothing is more demanding than a cursed stomach, which forces a man to remember it, no matter how worn out and heartsick he may be. Just as I am heartsick, yet my stomach constantly urges me to eat and drink, making me forget all I have suffered, insisting on being filled. As for you, hurry at dawn to arrange for my passage, wretched though I am, back to my homeland. After all I have endured, let life leave me once I have seen my property, my servants, and my great high-roofed house again." He spoke, and they all praised his words, and urged that the stranger be escorted home, as he had spoken fittingly. After pouring libations and drinking as much as they desired, they each went home to rest. Godlike Odysseus was left behind in the hall, sitting beside Arete and godlike Alcinous, while the maids cleared away the dinner things. White-armed Arete was the first to speak. She had recognized the cloak and tunic Odysseus wore, beautiful garments she herself had made with her serving women. She spoke with winged words. "Stranger, I must ask you this myself first. Who are you, and where are you from? Who gave you these clothes? Didn't you say you arrived here wandering over the sea?" Resourceful Odysseus answered her, "It is difficult, Queen, to recount my sorrows in full, as the heavenly gods have given me so many, but I will answer what you ask and inquire. There is an island called Ogygia, lying far out in the sea. There lives the daughter of Atlas, cunning, dread Calypso of the lovely braids. She lives alone. No mortal men nor immortal gods visit her. But some divine power brought unfortunate me to her hearth, alone, after Zeus struck my swift ship with a blazing thunderbolt and shattered it in the midst of the wine-dark sea. All my other noble companions died, but I clung to the keel of my curved ship and drifted for 9 days. On the 10th dark night, the gods brought me to Ogygia, island of the lovely-haired Calypso, the dread goddess. She took me in, welcomed me warmly, cared for me, and promised to make me immortal and ageless forever. But she never persuaded the heart within my chest. I remained there for 7 years continuously, constantly wetting with tears the immortal clothes Calypso gave me. But when the 8th revolving year arrived, she urged me to depart, either because of a message from Zeus, or because her own mind had changed. She sent me off on a sturdy raft, providing abundant bread and sweet wine, dressed me in immortal clothing, and sent a warm, gentle following wind. For 17 days I sailed across the sea. On the 18th, the shadowy mountains of your land appeared, and my heart rejoiced, ill-fated man that I was, still bound for much suffering from the trials Poseidon the Earthshaker would unleash. He stirred up the winds against me, blocked my passage, and roused the immense sea. The waves wouldn't let me stay on my raft, groaning heavily. The storm soon shattered it. I had to swim across that gulf until wind and waves brought me near your land. There, as I tried to climb out, the waves would have smashed me against the great rocks on that inhospitable shore, but I backed off and swam further until I reached a river, which seemed the best spot, free of rocks and sheltered from the wind. I collapsed as I emerged, gathering my strength. Immortal night fell. I moved away from the heaven-fed river, lay down in the bushes, and piled leaves over myself. A god poured boundless sleep upon me. There, among the leaves, heartsick, I slept all night, through the morning and into the afternoon. The sun was setting when sweet sleep released me. I saw your daughter's maids playing on the beach, and she among them, looking like a goddess. I pleaded with her. She showed remarkable sense, more than you'd expect from encountering such a young person. Young people are often thoughtless. She gave me plenty of bread and sparkling wine, bathed me in the river, and gave me these clothes. This is the truth I tell you, though it grieves me." Alcinous answered him, "Stranger, my daughter certainly acted improperly in not bringing you directly to our house with her maids, since you supplicated her first." Resourceful Odysseus replied, "Hero, do not blame your faultless daughter for my sake. She did tell me to follow with her maids, but I refused out of fear and embarrassment, worried that your heart might become angry seeing us together. We human beings on earth are prone to suspicion and jealousy." Alcinous responded, "Stranger, the heart in my chest is not the kind to get angry without reason. Moderation is better in all things. O Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, seeing what kind of man you are, thinking as I do, I wish you would stay here, marry my daughter, and be called my son-in-law. I would give you a house and possessions if you were willing to remain, but no Phaeacian will keep you here against your will. May Father Zeus forbid it. To assure you of your passage, I decree your escort for tomorrow. You can lie down, overcome by sleep, while they row you over the calm sea until you reach your country and home, or anywhere else you wish, even if it is much farther than Euboea. My people say Euboea is the farthest land, those who saw it when they took fair-haired Rhadamanthus to visit Tityos, son of Gaia. They went there and returned on the same day, completing the journey without fatigue. You will see for yourself how my ships excel, and how my young men toss the salt water with their oars. Steadfast, godlike Odysseus rejoiced and prayed aloud, Father Zeus, grant that Alcinous may accomplish all he has promised. Then his fame would be inextinguishable over the grain-giving earth, and I would reach my homeland. While they conversed thus, white-armed Arete instructed her maids to place a bedstead under the portico, furnish it with beautiful purple blankets, spread coverlets over them, and lay woolen cloaks on top for warmth. The maids went out from the hall, holding torches. When they had diligently prepared the sturdy bed, they came and stood beside Odysseus, saying, Rise now, stranger, your bed is made. Hearing their words, the prospect of sleep seemed welcome indeed. So steadfast, godlike Odysseus slept there on a corded bedstead in the echoing portico. Alcinous lay down in the inner room of the lofty house, and the queen, his wife, arranged her couch and bed beside him. Book 8. The Phaeacian Games and Odysseus's Tears. When the early-born rosy-fingered dawn appeared, the sacred king Alcinous rose from his bed, and Odysseus, sacker of cities sprung from Zeus, also rose. Sacred King Alcinous led the way to the Phaeacian assembly ground, built near the ships. Arriving there, they sat down side by side on polished stone seats. Pallas Athena, planning the return of great-hearted Odysseus, went through the city disguised as the herald of wise Alcinous. Approaching each man, she spoke, Come now, leaders and counselors of the Phaeacians, go to the assembly to hear about the stranger who recently arrived at the palace of wise Alcinous after wandering over the sea. He looks like one of the immortal gods. With these words, she stirred the spirit and heart in each man. Soon, the assembly ground and seats were filled with people flocking together. Many marveled at the sight of Laertes' wise son. Athena had shed divine grace upon his head and shoulders, making him appear taller and broader, so he might be welcomed by all the Phaeacians, respected, and might succeed in the many contests the Phaeacians would propose to test him. When they were all gathered and assembled, Alcinous addressed them. Listen, leaders and counselors of the Phaeacians, while I speak what my heart urges. This stranger, I don't know who he is, has come wandering to my house from people either in the east or west. He requests an escort and pleads for assurance of it. Let us, as we have done before, arrange his passage promptly. For no one who comes to my house lingers here long in sorrow, awaiting escort. Come, let us launch a black ship into the divine sea for her maiden voyage. Let 52 young men be chosen from the people, the best who have proven themselves before. After properly lashing the oars to the thole pins, disembark and come to my house. Prepare a feast quickly. I will provide generously for all. These are my orders for the young men. As for the rest of you sceptered kings, come now to my fine palace, so we may entertain the stranger hospitably in the halls. Let no one refuse. And summon the divine bard, Demodocus. The god has granted him song above all others, to delight us in whatever his spirit moves him to sing. Having spoken, Alcinous led the way, and the sceptered kings followed. A herald went to fetch the divine bard. The chosen 52 young men went, as ordered, down to the shore of the barren sea. When they reached the ship and the sea, they dragged the black ship down into the deep water, placed the mast and sail inside, fitted the oars into their leather loops, all properly, and unfurled the white sail. They moored the ship well out in the channel, then proceeded towards the great palace of wise Alcinous. The porticos, courtyards, and rooms were filled with the assembled crowd, a multitude of men, both young and old. Alcinous sacrificed 12 sheep for them, 8 white-tusked boars, and 2 shambling oxen. They flayed and prepared these animals, arranging a delightful feast. The herald arrived, leading the faithful bard, whom the muse loved dearly, though she had given him both good and evil. She took away his sight, but gave him sweet song. Ponton placed a silver-studded chair for him in the midst of the feasters, leaning it against a tall pillar. The herald hung the clear-toned lyre on a peg above his head and showed him how to reach it with his hands. He set a basket and a fine table beside him, and a cup of wine to drink when his spirit moved him. They reached out for the good food spread before them. When they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, the muse inspired the bard to sing of the glorious deeds of heroes. From a story whose fame had then reached the wide heavens, the quarrel between Odysseus and Achilles, son of Peleus, he sang how they clashed with violent words at a rich feast for the gods. But Agamemnon, king of men, rejoiced inwardly when the best of the Achaeans argued, for Phoebus Apollo had prophesied this to him in sacred Pytho when Agamemnon crossed the stone threshold to consult the oracle. That was the beginning of the wave of suffering rolling towards both Trojans and Danaans, through the will of great Zeus. So sang the famous bard, but Odysseus grasped his large purple cloak with his sturdy hands and pulled it down over his head, covering his handsome face. He felt ashamed for the Phaeacians to see tears falling from his eyes. Whenever the divine bard paused his song, Odysseus would wipe away his tears, draw the cloak from his head, take his double-handled cup and pour libations to the gods. But whenever the bard began again, urged on by the Phaeacian nobles who enjoyed the tales, Odysseus would cover his head again and groan. His weeping went unnoticed by all the others except Alcinous, who sat beside him and heard his heavy sighs. Alcinous quickly spoke to the oar-loving Phaeacians. "Listen, leaders and counselors of the Phaeacians. We have now satisfied our hearts with the shared feast and the lyre, which is the companion of a bountiful dinner. Let us go outside now and try our hands at various athletic contests, so the stranger can report to his friends when he reaches home how much we excel others in boxing, wrestling, jumping, and running." Having spoken, he led the way, and they followed. The herald hung the clear-toned lyre on its peg, took Demodocus's hand, and led him out of the hall, guiding him along the same path the Phaeacian nobles had taken to watch the games. They went to the assembly ground, followed by a vast crowd, thousands strong. Many fine young men stood up to compete. Acroneos, Ocyalus, Elatreus, Nautius, Primnius, Anchialus, Eretmius, Pontius, Prorius, Thun, Anabessinius, and Amphialus, son of Polonius, son of Tecton. Euryalus also stood up, son of Nobilus, who resembled man-destroying Ares, the handsomest and strongest of all the Phaeacians, after faultless Laodamas. 3 sons of noble Alcinous also stood up, Laodamas, Helios, and godlike Clytonius. First, they competed in the foot race. The course stretched out before them from the starting line. They all flew forward together, kicking up dust from the plain. Noble Clytonius was the fastest by far. By the distance mules cover plowing a fallow field in a day, he shot ahead and reached the crowd, leaving the others behind. Next, they tested themselves in grueling wrestling. Euryalus emerged victorious over all the best contenders. Amphialus excelled in the long jump, and Elatreus was strongest with the discus. In boxing, Alcinous's fine son Laodamas proved the best. When they had all enjoyed the contests, Laodamas, son of Alcinous, said, "Come, friends, let's ask the stranger if he knows and is skilled in any sports. He seems well built enough. Thighs and calves, both arms above, strong neck, great strength. He's not lacking in youth either, just worn down by many hardships. Nothing is harder than the sea for weakening a man, no matter how strong he is." Euryalus answered him, "Laodamas, what you say is quite right. Go challenge him yourself and deliver the message." Hearing this, Alcinous's noble son stepped into the middle and addressed Odysseus. "Come, father stranger, try your hand at the games too, if you happen to be skilled in any. You ought to know sports. There is no greater glory for a man while he lives than what he achieves with his own feet and hands. Come, give it a try, and cast your cares aside. Your journey home won't be delayed long. The ship is already launched and the crew ready." Resourceful Odysseus replied, "Laodamas, why do you mock me with this challenge? My heart is more focused on sorrows than on games. I have suffered much and endured much already. Now I sit in your assembly, longing for my homecoming, supplicating your king and all the people. Euryalus then insulted him to his face. "Indeed, stranger, I wouldn't compare you to a man skilled in the many sports mortals practice. You seem more like someone who travels with a many-benched ship, a captain of sailors who are merchants, mindful of his cargo, watching over his freight and greedy profits. You certainly don't look like an athlete." Resourceful Odysseus glared at him and said, "Stranger, that was ill-spoken. You seem like a reckless fool. Truly, the gods do not bestow gracious gifts, form, intellect, and eloquence, equally on all men. One man may be less impressive in appearance, but the god crowns his words with beauty, and people look upon him with delight. He speaks surely, with sweet modesty, and stands out in the assembly. When he walks through the town, people gaze at him as at a god. Another man may be handsome as the immortals in appearance, but lack the crown of grace around his words. So it is with you. Your appearance is outstanding. Not even a god could improve it. But your mind is empty. You have stirred the spirit in my chest with your improper words. I am not unskilled in sports, as you claim. I believe I was among the best when I could rely on my youth and my hands. Now sorrow and suffering hold me. I have endured much, cleaving through waves of war and the harsh sea. Yet even so, warned by evils, I will attempt the contests, for your words were biting, and you have provoked me." He spoke, and, still wearing his cloak, leaped up and seized a discus, larger and heavier, considerably more massive than those the Phaeacians used among themselves. Whirling it around, he hurled it from his powerful hand. The stone hummed as it flew. The Phaeacians, masters of long oars, famous sailors, ducked down beneath the rushing flight of the stone. It flew smoothly from his hand, soaring beyond all other marks. Athena, disguised as a man, marked the spot where it landed and called out, "Even a blind man, stranger, could distinguish your mark by feeling for it, since it's not mingled with the crowd, but far beyond. Be confident in this contest. No Phaeacian will reach this throw, let alone surpass it." Steadfast, godlike Odysseus rejoiced, glad to find a true friend in the arena. He then spoke more lightly to the Phaeacians. "Reach that mark now, young men. I expect I can throw another just as far or even farther. As for other contests, let anyone whose heart and spirit move him come forward and test me, since you have angered me greatly, in boxing, wrestling, or even running." I refuse no one among the Phaeacians, except Laodamas himself, for he is my host. Who would fight his benefactor? Only a worthless fool would challenge the host who welcomes him in a foreign land. He undermines his own interests, but I decline no one else and hold back from none. I wish to know and test you face to face. I am not weak in any contest men practice. I know well how to handle a polished bow. I would be the first to shoot and hit my man in a crowd of enemies, even if many comrades stood beside me, shooting at the men. Philoctetes alone surpassed me with the bow in the land of Troy when we Achaeans shot. I claim to be far better than all other mortals now living and eating bread on earth. But I will not compete with men of former times, neither Heracles nor Eurytus of Oechalia, who even challenged the immortals with their bows. Indeed, great Eurytus died suddenly, never reaching old age, because Apollo grew angry and killed him for challenging him to an archery contest. I can throw a spear farther than any other man can shoot an arrow. I only fear that in the foot race some Phaeacian might overtake me. I was terribly battered by the many waves. There was no steady care for my body on shipboard, so my limbs are weakened." He finished, and they all fell silent. Only Alcinous responded, "Stranger, since your words are not ungracious among us, but you wish to display the prowess you possess, angered because this man insulted you in the contest arena, so no mortal who knows how to speak properly would slight your excellence. Come now, pay attention, so you may tell another hero, when you feast in your halls with your wife and children, remembering our skill, what feats Zeus has granted us from our fathers' days. We are not faultless boxers or wrestlers, but we run swiftly on our feet, and are the best sailors. We always love the feast, the lyre, dancing, changes of clothing, warm baths, and bed. Come now, all you best dancers of the Phaeacians, perform, so the stranger may report to his friends on reaching home how much we surpass others in seamanship, running, dancing, and song. Someone go quickly and fetch the clear-toned lyre for Demodocus, which lies somewhere in our palace." Godlike Alcinous spoke, and the herald rose to bring the hollow lyre from the king's palace. 9 appointed stewards stood up, chosen from the people to manage the contests well. They smoothed the dancing ground and cleared a wide, fine space. The herald returned, carrying the clear-toned lyre for Demodocus. The bard moved to the center. Around him stood young men in the first bloom of youth, skilled dancers, and they struck the sacred dance floor with their feet. Odysseus watched the flashing of their feet and marveled in his heart. Then the bard struck his lyre and began to sing beautifully the tale of the love between Ares and Aphrodite, of the beautiful crown, how they first lay together secretly in the house of Hephaestus. Ares gave her many gifts and shamed the marriage bed of Lord Hephaestus. Helios, the sun god, saw them mingling in love and reported it immediately to Hephaestus. When Hephaestus heard the painful news, he went to his forge, plotting evil in his heart. He placed his great anvil on the block and forged chains that could not be broken or loosened, meant to hold them fast. When he had fashioned the trap in anger against Ares, he went to the chamber where his dear bed lay. He draped the chains all around the bedposts, and many hung down from the roof beam, fine as spiders' webs, invisible even to the blessed gods, so cunningly were they made. After spreading the net all over the bed, he pretended to leave for Lemnos, the well-built citadel, dearest to him by far among all lands. Heirs of the golden reins kept no blind watch. Seeing Hephaestus, the renowned craftsman, departing, he went towards the glorious house, burning with love for Cytherea of the lovely crown. She had just returned from her father, the mighty son of Cronus, Zeus, and sat down. Eris entered the house, took her hand, and spoke her name. "Come, my dear, let us go to bed and enjoy love. Hephaestus is no longer here. He has likely gone off to Lemnos, to the Sintians with their barbarous speech." So he spoke, and going to bed seemed pleasant to her. They went to the bed and lay down. The cunning chains crafted by skilled Hephaestus tightened around them, and they could not move or raise a limb. Then they knew there was no escape. The renowned lame god approached, having turned back before reaching Lemnos. Helios had kept watch and told him. He stood in the doorway, seized by savage anger, and let out a terrible shout, calling to all the gods, "Father Zeus, and all you other blessed gods who live forever, come see this ridiculous and intolerable deed. Because I am lame, Zeus's daughter Aphrodite constantly dishonors me. She loves destructive Ares because he is handsome and sound of limb, while I was born crooked. Though my parents are to blame, no one else. They should never have conceived me. But see where these two lie asleep in love, having climbed into my bed. Pain grips me as I watch. Yet I don't suppose they want to lie like this much longer, not even for a moment, deeply in love though they are. They'll soon lose their desire to sleep together. But my trap and chains will hold them until her father repays me all the wedding gifts I gave him for his shameless daughter. Beautiful she is, but unrestrained." He spoke, and the gods gathered at the bronze-floored house. Poseidon the earth-holder came, helpful Hermes came, and the far-shooting Lord Apollo. The goddesses, out of modesty, all stayed home. The gods, givers of good things, stood in the doorway. Uncontrollable laughter arose among the blessed gods as they saw the cunning craft of skilled Hephaestus. One would glance at his neighbor and say, "Bad deeds don't prosper. The slow catches the swift. See how Hephaestus, slow as he is, has caught Ares, swiftest of the gods on Olympus, through craft. Ares owes him the adulterer's fine." That's how they spoke to each other. Lord Apollo, son of Zeus, said to Hermes, "Hermes, son of Zeus, messenger, giver of good things, would you really wish, even bound by strong chains, to lie in bed beside golden Aphrodite?" The messenger, Argus-slayer, answered him, "If only it could happen, Lord Apollo. Far-shooter, let there be 3 times as many unbreakable chains, and let all you gods and all the goddesses watch. I would still lie beside golden Aphrodite." He spoke, and laughter arose among the immortal gods. But Poseidon did not laugh. He kept earnestly begging Hephaestus, the renowned craftsman, to release Ares. He spoke with winged words. "Release him. I guarantee he will pay you everything you ask, the proper fine, in the presence of the immortal gods." The renowned lame god answered him, "Poseidon, earth-shaker, do not ask this of me. Pledges for worthless men are worthless. How could I bind you among the immortal gods if Ares escaped, avoiding both the debt and the chains?" Poseidon the earth-shaker replied, "Hephaestus, if Ares does default on the debt and flee, I myself will pay you." Then the renowned lame god answered, I cannot and should not refuse your word." With that, mighty Hephaestus released the chains. Freed from the strong bonds, the two lovers sprang up instantly. Ares sped off to Thrace, while laughter-loving Aphrodite went to Cyprus, to Paphos, where her sacred precinct and fragrant altar stand. There the Graces bathed her and anointed her with immortal oil, the kind that glistens on the gods who live forever. They dressed her in lovely garments, a marvel to behold. Thus sang the famous bard. Odysseus listened with pleasure, as did the other Phaeacians, masters of long oars, famous sailors. Then Alcinous ordered Helios and Laodamas to dance alone, as no one could rival them. They took a beautiful purple ball, skillfully made by Polybus, in their hands. One, bending backward, would throw it towards the shadowy clouds. The other, leaping high off the ground, would catch it easily before his feet touched earth again. After testing their skill, throwing the ball high, they began dancing on the fertile earth, tossing the ball rapidly back and forth. Other young men stood by the sacred dance floor, beating time, and a great rhythm arose. Godlike Odysseus then said to Alcinous, "Lord Alcinous, most renowned of all people, you boasted your dancers were the best, and indeed it is proven. Amazement grips me as I watch." Sacred King Alcinous rejoiced to hear this, and immediately spoke to the oar-loving Phaeacians. "Listen, leaders and counselors of the Phaeacians. This stranger seems very discerning. Come, let us give him a guest gift, as is appropriate. 12 distinguished kings rule among our people as leaders, and I am the 13th. Let each of you present him with a freshly laundered cloak, a tunic, and a talent of precious gold. Let's gather these gifts quickly, so the stranger may receive them and go to supper with a joyful heart. And let Euryalus appease him with words and a gift, for his speech was improper." He spoke, and they all approved and commanded it. Each sent forth his herald to fetch the gifts. Euryalus then answered the king, "Lord Alcinous, most renowned of all people, I will indeed appease the stranger as you command. I will give him this bronze sword. Its hilt is silver, and a sheath of newly sawn ivory surrounds it. It will be of great value to him." With that, he placed the silver-hilted sword in Odysseus's hands and spoke with winged words. "Farewell, father stranger. If any harsh word was spoken, may the storm winds snatch it and carry it away. May the gods grant that you see your wife and reach your homeland, since you have long suffered hardships far from your friends." Resourceful Odysseus replied, "And farewell to you too, friend. May the gods grant you happiness. May you never miss this sword you give me now, having made amends with your words." He slung the silver-hilted sword over his shoulder. As the sun set, the splendid gifts arrived. The noble heralds carried them into Alcinous's palace. The sons of noble Alcinous received the beautiful gifts and placed them before their revered mother. Sacred King Alcinous led the way inside. They entered and sat down on high seats. Mighty Alcinous then spoke to Arete. "Wife, bring here the best chest you have, a splendid one, and place in it a freshly laundered cloak and tunic yourself. Heat a cauldron over the fire for the stranger, and warm water so after bathing and seeing all the gifts the noble Phaeacians have given him carefully stored, he may enjoy the feast and hearing the bard's song. I will also give him this beautiful golden cup of mine, so he may remember me all his days as he pours libations in his hall to Zeus and the other gods." So he spoke, and Arete told her maids to place a large, 3-legged cauldron over the fire immediately. They placed the cauldron for bath water over the blazing fire, poured in water, and added wood beneath, lighting it. The fire licked around the cauldron's belly, and the water grew hot. Meanwhile, Arete brought a fine chest from her chamber for the stranger. She packed the beautiful gifts inside, the clothing and gold the Phaeacians had given. She added a cloak and a fine tunic herself, and spoke to Odysseus with winged words. "Check the lid yourself now, and quickly fasten it with a cord, lest someone rob you on the way, when you sleep sweetly later, traveling in the black ship." When steadfast, godlike Odysseus heard this, he immediately fitted the lid and quickly secured it with an intricate knot that queenly Circe had once taught him. Then the housekeeper summoned him to go bathe in a tub. Seeing the hot bath was welcome to his heart. He hadn't experienced such comfort since leaving the home of lovely-haired Calypso, who had cared for him constantly like a god. When the maids had bathed him, anointed him with oil, and dressed him in a fine cloak and tunic, he emerged from the bath and went to join the men drinking wine. Nausicaa, gifted with beauty by the gods, stood by the doorpost of the well-built hall. She marveled at Odysseus as she saw him, and spoke with winged words. "Farewell, stranger. Remember me sometimes when you are back in your homeland, for you owe your life primarily to me." Resourceful Odysseus answered her, "Nausicaa, daughter of great-hearted Alcinous, may Zeus, the loud, thundering husband of Hera, grant that I reach home and see the day of my return. Then, even there, I would pray to you always as to a goddess, all my days. For you, maiden, gave me life." He spoke and went to sit on a chair beside King Alcinous. People were already serving portions and mixing wine. The herald approached, leading the beloved bard Demodocus, honored by the people, and seated him in the midst of the feasters, leaning against a tall pillar. Resourceful Odysseus then carved a portion from the chine of a white-tusked boar, rich with fat left upon it, and called to a herald, "Herald, take this meat to Demodocus, so he may eat, and I may greet him, despite my sorrow. Bards deserve honor and reverence from all humans on earth, for the muse has taught them songs and loves the race of singers." The herald carried the meat and placed it in the hands of the hero Demodocus. He accepted it and rejoiced in his heart. They reached out for the good food spread before them. When they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, resourceful Odysseus spoke to Demodocus. "Demodocus, I praise you above all mortal men, whether the muse, daughter of Zeus, taught you, or Apollo himself. For you sing the fate of the Achaeans with utmost accuracy, all they did and suffered, all their hardships, as if you were there yourself or heard it from one who was. Come now, change your theme, and sing of the construction of the wooden horse, which Epeus built with Athena's help, the decoy divine Odysseus once brought into the citadel, filled with the men who sacked Ilion. If you recount this tale correctly, I will declare to all mankind how generously the god has bestowed upon you the gift of divine song." He spoke, and the bard, inspired by the god, began. He took up the story from the point where the Argives boarded their well-benched ships, set fire to their huts, and sailed away. But others, led by renowned Odysseus, were already hidden inside the horse in the Trojan assembly place. The Trojans themselves had dragged it into their citadel. So it stood there, while they sat around it, talking endlessly, uncertain. 3 plans were debated, either to split the hollow timber with sharp bronze, or to drag it to the heights and cast it down the rocks, or to let it stand as a great, dedicated offering to appease the gods. And this last course was the one fated to happen, for it was their destiny to perish once their city enclosed the great wooden horse, where all the best Argives sat, bringing slaughter and death to the Trojans. He sang how the sons of the Achaeans poured out from the horse, left the hollow ambush, and sacked the city. He sang how different men ravaged the steep citadel in different ways, and how Odysseus, like Ares, went with godlike Menelaus to the house of Deiphobus. There Odysseus endured the most terrifying battle, but ultimately conquered, with the help of great-hearted Athena. So sang the famous bard. Odysseus melted into tears, wetting his cheeks from his eyelids, as a woman weeps, flinging herself over her dear husband who has fallen before his city and people, trying to ward off the pitiless day from his city and children. Seeing him dying and gasping, she clings to him, shrieking loudly, while enemies behind her strike her back and shoulders with spears, leading her away into slavery, to suffer toil and misery, her cheeks ravaged by pitiable grief. So Odysseus shed pitiable tears from beneath his brows. His weeping went unnoticed by all the others, but Alcinous alone observed him, sitting nearby, and heard his heavy groans. He quickly spoke to the oar-loving Phaeacians. "Listen, leaders and counselors of the Phaeacians. Let Demodocus now silence his clear-toned lyre, for his song does not seem to please everyone here. Since we began supper and the divine bard started singing, our guest has not stopped his mournful grieving. Surely great sorrow envelops his heart. Let the bard cease, so we may all enjoy ourselves together, hosts and guests alike. It is much better this way. Everything is prepared for our revered guest's sake, the escort and the friendly gifts we give him out of affection. A stranger and suppliant is treated like a brother by any man, with even a little understanding. Therefore, stranger, do not now cunningly conceal, with subtle thoughts, what I ask you. It is better to speak plainly. Tell me the name your mother and father called you back home, and by which others know you, your neighbors and townsfolk. No one among humankind is entirely nameless, neither low-born nor noble, once they are born. Parents give names to all upon birth. Tell me your land, your people, and your city, so our ships may direct their course and take you there, knowing the way. For Phaeacian ships have no pilots, nor steering oars like other ships. Our ships themselves know our thoughts and intentions. They know the cities and rich fields of all peoples, and swiftly cross the sea's gulf, hidden in mist and cloud. They have no fear of being damaged or destroyed. However, I once heard my father Nausicaa say that Poseidon resented us for providing safe passage for all men. He said someday Poseidon would wreck a well-built Phaeacian ship returning from escort duty on the misty sea, and would cover our city with a great mountain. So the old man spoke. The god may fulfill this or leave it undone as his heart pleases. But come now, tell me this truthfully. Where have you wandered? To what lands of men have you come? Tell me about the people in their well-populated cities, which are harsh, savage, and unjust, and which are hospitable and possess God-fearing minds. And tell me why you weep and lament inwardly when you hear the fate of the Argive Danaans and Ilion. The gods ordained this, spinning the thread of destruction for those men, so that it might become a song for future generations. Did some noble kinsman of yours die before Ilion, related by marriage, a good man, a son-in-law or father-in-law, the closest relations after one's own bloodkin? Or perhaps some companion dear to your heart, a good, true friend? For a companion with understanding is worth no less than a brother. Book 9. Ulysses declares himself and begins his story, the Cicons, Lotophagi, and Cyclopes. Odysseus replied, King Alcinous, it's truly wonderful to listen to a singer with a voice as divine as this man's. Honestly, there's nothing better than when everyone in a community is celebrating together. Guests sit properly, listening, while tables overflow with bread and meat, and the server pours wine for everyone. That's about the most beautiful sight anyone could wish for. But now, since you've asked about my troubles, reopening those sad memories, I hardly know where to start or how to finish. Heaven knows, life has been incredibly hard on me. First, I'll tell you my name, so you know who I am. Then, perhaps someday, if I survive this difficult time, you might even visit me, though I live far from here. I am Odysseus, son of Laertes. People know me for my cleverness. My reputation reaches the heavens. I live in Ithaca, where Mount Neritum stands tall, covered in forests. Nearby are other islands close together, Dulichium, Same, and wooded Zacynthus. Ithaca itself is low on the horizon, the farthest out towards the sunset, while the others face the dawn. It's a rugged place, but it raises strong men. There's no place I love looking at more. The goddess Calypso kept me captive in her cave, wanting me to marry her. The cunning goddess Circe of Aea wanted the same, but neither could convince me. Nothing is more precious to a man than his own country and parents. Even if you have a magnificent house in a foreign land, it means little if you're far from your mother and father. So now, I'll tell you about the dangerous adventures Zeus sent my way on my journey home from Troy. After setting sail from Troy, the wind first took me to Ismarus, the city of the Cicons. We attacked the town and killed the men. We took their wives and a great deal of loot, dividing it fairly so no one felt cheated. I urged my men to leave immediately, but they foolishly ignored me. They stayed, drinking endless wine and slaughtering countless sheep and cattle by the shore. Meanwhile, the Cicons called for help from their neighbors inland. These reinforcements were more numerous, stronger, and better fighters, skilled on chariots or foot. They arrived at dawn, as thick as leaves in summer. Fate turned against us, and we were overwhelmed. They lined up for battle near our ships, and bronze spears flew between the armies. As long as the morning sun climbed higher, we held them off, despite being outnumbered. But as the sun began to set, around the time farmers unhitched their oxen, the Cicons gained the upper hand. We lost 6 men from every ship before the survivors managed to escape. We sailed on from there, hearts heavy with grief for our lost friends, but grateful to be alive ourselves. We didn't leave until we had called out 3 times for each man who died fighting the Cicons. Then Zeus stirred up a fierce north wind, a hurricane that hid the land and sky in thick clouds. Night fell suddenly from the heavens. Our ships were driven by the storm, but the wind tore our sails to shreds. Fearing shipwreck, we lowered the damaged sails and rowed with all our might towards land. We stayed there for 2 days and nights, exhausted and miserable. On the morning of the third day, we put up our masts again, raised the sails, and settled back, letting the wind and the helmsman guide us. I might have reached home safely then, if the currents and the north wind hadn't pushed me off course as I rounded Cape Malea, driving me near the island of Cythera. Foul winds blew me across the sea for 9 days. On the 10th day, we landed in the territory of the lotus eaters, people who live on food derived from a flower. We went ashore to get fresh water, and the crews ate their midday meal near the ships. After they had eaten and drunk, I sent 2 men, with a third as backup, to find out what kind of people lived there. They set off immediately and encountered the lotus eaters, who meant them no harm. Instead, they offered them lotus to eat. It was so delicious that my men who tasted it lost all desire to return home or even send back news. They wanted only to stay there with the lotus eaters, eating lotus, forgetting completely about their journey back. I had to drag them back to the ships, weeping bitterly, and tie them under the rowing benches. Then I ordered the rest of the crew to board at once, afraid that others might taste the lotus and lose their longing for home. They quickly took their places and struck the gray sea with their oars. We sailed on from there, still deeply troubled, until we reached the land of the Cyclopes, lawless, brutal giants. These creatures don't plant or plow. They rely on the gods for wheat, barley, and grapes that grow wild, ripened by sun and rain, producing wine. They have no laws, no public assemblies. They live in caves high on the mountains, each ruling his own family, paying no attention to their neighbors. Near their harbor lies a fertile, wooded island, not too close but not far either. It's teeming with wild goats that breed freely, undisturbed by humans. Hunters, who endure hardships tracking game in forests or on cliffs, never go there. The land is never plowed or grazed. It remains a wilderness year after year, home only to goats. The Cyclopes have no ships nor shipbuilders to make them. They can't travel between cities or visit each other's lands like people with ships do. If they had ships, they would have colonized this island. It's excellent land, capable of yielding crops in abundance. There are lush, well-watered meadows reaching down to the sea. Vineyards would thrive there. The soil is deep and level, perfect for plowing, promising rich harvests every season. There's a fine natural harbor where ships need no cables or anchors. You can just beach your vessel and wait for a favorable wind. At the head of the harbor, a spring of clear water flows from a cave, surrounded by poplar trees. We sailed into this harbor, guided perhaps by some god, because the night was pitch black. There was nothing to see. A thick fog enveloped our ships. The moon was hidden by clouds. No one could have spotted the island, and there were no waves breaking to warn us we were close to shore until we suddenly found ourselves aground. Once we had beached the ships, we took down the sails, went ashore, and slept on the beach until dawn. When morning arrived, with his rosy fingers, we explored the island, marveling at its beauty. Nymphs, daughters of Zeus, stirred the wild goats so we could hunt for our dinner. We fetched our spears and bows from the ships, divided into 3 groups, and started hunting. Heaven granted us great success. I had 12 ships, and each crew received 9 goats. My own ship got 10, so we feasted all day long until sunset, eating heartily and drinking plenty of wine. We still had a good supply left from the Cicon city we had sacked. As we ate, we looked across to the nearby land of the Cyclopes, seeing the smoke from their fires and faintly hearing their voices and the bleating of their sheep and goats. When the sun set and darkness fell, we camped on the beach again. The next morning, I gathered my men. "My brave companions," I said, "the rest of you stay here while I take my ship and crew to investigate these people. I need to find out if they are uncivilized savages, or if they are hospitable and God-fearing." I boarded my ship, told my men to follow and untie the ropes, and they took their places, striking the gray sea with their oars. Soon we reached the nearby shore. There, on a cliff face near the sea, we saw a huge cave shaded by laurel trees. It served as a shelter for numerous sheep and goats. Outside was a large, high-walled courtyard made of rough stones, pine logs, and tall oak trunks. This was the home of a monstrous giant who lived apart from others, like an outlaw, tending his flocks alone. He was a horrifying creature, not like a man who eats bread, but more like a rugged, lonely mountain peak standing out against the sky. I told most of my men to stay by the ship, guarding it, while I picked the 12 best to go with me. I also brought a goat skin full of potent, sweet black wine. Marin, son of Euanthus and priest of Apollo, the patron god of Ismarus, had given it to me. He lived within the sacred grove of the temple. Because we had protected him, his wife and child when we sacked the city, he gave me valuable gifts. 7 talents of refined gold, a solid silver mixing bowl, and 12 jars of this exquisite unmixed wine. Only he, his wife, and one trusted housekeeper knew about it. When he drank it, he mixed 1 part wine with 20 parts water, yet the aroma was so divine it was impossible to resist. I filled a large wineskin with this and packed a bag with food, sensing I might encounter a savage giant, immensely strong and respecting neither laws nor gods. We quickly reached the cave, but the Cyclops was out shepherding his flocks. We went inside and looked around. Cheese racks were heavy with cheeses. Pens overflowed with lambs and kids, separated by age, the newborns, the slightly older ones, and the half-grown ones. All the pails, bowls, and milking vessels were swimming with whey. Seeing all this, my men pleaded with me to let them take some cheeses, drive the lambs and kids back to the ship, and sail away immediately. It would have been better if we had, but I refused. I wanted to see the Cyclops himself, hoping he might offer me a guest gift. But when he appeared, he proved to be anything but hospitable to my men. We lit a fire, offered some cheese as a sacrifice, ate some ourselves, and then waited inside for the Cyclops to return with his flocks. He arrived carrying a massive load of dry wood for his supper fire. He threw it down inside the cave with such a crash that we scrambled in terror to the farthest corner. He drove all the female sheep and goats he intended to milk inside, leaving the males, the rams and billy goats, outside in the courtyard. Then he rolled a gigantic boulder to block the entrance, so huge that 22 sturdy 4-wheeled wagons couldn't have budged it. After securing the entrance, he sat down and milked his ewes and goats systematically, letting each mother nurse her young. He curdled half the milk and set it aside in woven baskets to make cheese, pouring the other half into bowls to drink for his supper. Once he finished his chores and lit the fire, he finally saw us. "Strangers," he boomed. "Who are you? Where did you sail from? Are you traders or pirates roaming the sea, risking your lives to plunder others?" His deep voice and monstrous appearance terrified us. But I managed to answer, "We are Achaeans, sailing home from Troy. Winds and the will of Zeus have driven us far off course. We served under Agamemnon, son of Atreus, whose fame for sacking the great city of Troy and defeating its armies is known throughout the world. We've come to you as suppliants, hoping for hospitality or perhaps a gift, as is customary for hosts to give guests. Respect the gods, great sir, we are under your protection, and Zeus is the champion of suppliants and guests. He ensures travelers in need are treated justly." He gave a pitiless reply. "Stranger, you're either a fool or you've come from far away. Do you expect me to fear your gods? We Cyclopes don't care about Zeus or any of your blessed gods. We are much stronger than they are. I won't spare you or your men out of fear of Zeus, only if I feel like it. Now, tell me, where did you leave your ship when you arrived? Was it nearby or further down the coast?" He was trying to trick me, but I was too clever for him. I answered with a lie. "Poseidon, the earth-shaker, wrecked my ship," I said. "He smashed it against the rocks at the edge of your land, driving us ashore from the open sea. I and these men here are the only survivors." The cruel monster didn't say another word. Instead, he suddenly lunged, grabbing 2 of my men and smashing them against the ground like puppies. Their brains spilled out, soaking the earth. He then tore them limb from limb and began his supper, devouring them like a mountain lion, flesh, bones, marrow, and entrails, leaving nothing behind. We could only weep and lift our hands to heaven, helpless witnesses to this horror. When the Cyclops had stuffed his enormous belly with human flesh, washed down with pure milk, he stretched out among his sheep and fell asleep. My first instinct was to draw my sword and stab him in the chest, where the liver is. But then I realized that if I killed him, we would all die too. We could never move the massive stone blocking the entrance. So we waited there, groaning in despair, until morning came. When rosy-fingered dawn arrived, the Cyclops relit his fire, milked his flocks methodically, and let each mother nurse her young. After finishing his morning chores, he snatched 2 more of my men and ate them for breakfast. Then, effortlessly, he rolled the stone away from the entrance, drove his flocks out, and immediately rolled it back, as easily as someone putting the lid on a quiver of arrows. With loud shouts, he herded his sheep towards the mountain, leaving me inside, plotting my revenge and how to win glory. This seemed the best plan. The Cyclops had a huge club of green olive wood lying near one of the pens. He had cut it to use as a staff once it dried. It was enormous. We compared it to the mast of a large 20-oared merchant ship built for the open sea. I went over to it and cut off a section about 6 feet long. I had my men smooth it down, while I sharpened one end to a point. Then I hardened the tip in the fire. Afterwards, I hid it under the piles of dung scattered throughout the cave. We drew lots to decide which 4 men would risk lifting the stake with me and driving it into the Cyclops' eye while he slept. The lot fell to the very men I would have chosen myself, making 5 of us in total. In the evening, the monster returned from shepherding. This time, he drove his entire flock into the cave, leaving none outside in the yard. Perhaps he suspected something, or maybe a god prompted him. After blocking the entrance with the stone, he sat down, milked his ewes and goats as usual, let the young nurse, and finished his tasks. Then he grabbed 2 more of my men and made his supper. At that point, I approached him, holding an ivywood bowl filled with the dark wine. "Cyclops," I said, "you've eaten your fill of human flesh. Now, take this wine and taste the kind of drink our ship carried. I brought it for you as an offering, hoping you'd show pity and help me on my way home. But your fury is unbearable. You should be ashamed. How can you expect any visitors if you treat them so cruelly?" He took the bowl and drank. The wine delighted him so much that he asked for another serving. "Give me more, please," he said, "and tell me your name right now. I want to give you a gift you'll appreciate. We Cyclopes have wine too. Our land grows grapes, ripened by sun and rain. But this tastes like nectar and ambrosia mixed together." So I gave him more wine. 3 times I filled the bowl, and 3 times he foolishly drained it. When I saw the wine had gone to his head, I spoke to him smoothly. "Cyclops, you ask for my famous name? I'll tell you. And you must give me the gift you promised. My name is Nomen. My mother, my father, and all my friends call me Nomen." The cruel beast replied, "Then Nomen's companions I'll eat first, and Nomen I'll eat last. That will be my gift to you." As he spoke, he swayed and fell flat on his back, his thick neck lolling to one side. Sleep overpowered him, and in his drunken state he vomited wine and chunks of human flesh. Then I thrust the stake deep into the embers to heat it, urging my men to be brave, so none would falter. When the olive wood, though green, was about to burst into flame and glowed fiercely, I pulled it from the fire. My men gathered around. A god had filled them with courage. Seizing the stake, sharp end first, we drove it into the Cyclops' eye. I leaned on it from above and spun it around, like a shipwright drilling a timber with an auger, turned by men below with a strap. We twisted the fiery stake in his eye socket. Blood boiled around it. The heat singed his eyelids and brow as the eyeball burned and its roots hissed. It was like the sound a blacksmith makes plunging a hot axe or adds into cold water to temper the metal. That's how his eye hissed around the olive stake. He let out a hideous roar that echoed through the cave. We backed away in terror. He wrenched the stake, dripping with blood, from his eye and threw it away in a frenzy of pain and rage. He bellowed loudly to the other Cyclopes, living in caves on the windy peaks nearby. Hearing his cries, they gathered from all directions outside his cave and called out, "What's wrong, Polyphemus? Why are you shouting like this, disturbing the quiet night and keeping us awake? Is someone stealing your sheep? Is someone trying to kill you by trickery or force?" Polyphemus roared back from inside the cave, "No one is killing me by trickery. No one is killing me by force." "Well then," they answered, "if no man is attacking you, it must be sickness sent by Zeus, and there's no escaping that. You should pray to your father, Poseidon." Then they left. I laughed to myself at how my clever trick, my false name, had fooled them. The Cyclops, groaning in agony, fumbled with his hands until he found the stone blocking the entrance and pushed it aside. Then he sat in the doorway, stretching out his hands to catch anyone trying to escape with the sheep, thinking I might be foolish enough to try. I desperately searched for a way to save myself and my men. I weighed every plan, knowing our lives were on the line, the danger immense. Finally, this seemed the best strategy. The rams were large, strong, and had thick, dark fleece. I silently tied them together in groups of 3, using the flexible willow branches the monster slept on. A man would be tied under the belly of the middle ram, protected by the rams on either side, so each man was carried by 3 sheep. As for myself, there was 1 ram, the finest of the flock. I grabbed his back, tucked myself under his thick woolly belly, and clung tightly to his fleece, face up, holding on for dear life. Thus, Trembling with fear, we waited for morning. When rosy-fingered dawn appeared, the male sheep rushed out to pasture, while the females, unmilked, bleated around the pens, their udders full. Their master, though racked with pain, ran his hands over the backs of all the sheep as they passed him, standing upright, but he wasn't clever enough to check underneath their bellies. The big ram went out last, weighed down by his own fleece and by me, hidden beneath him. Polyphemus patted him and said, "My dear ram, why are you the last one out of the cave today? You never lag behind the others. Usually you're the first to stride out to graze on the soft grass, the first to reach the river, and the first back to the fold in the evening. But now you're last of all. Are you grieving for your master's eye, which that wicked gnomon and his vile companions blinded after tricking me with wine? Oh, I'll get him yet. If only you could understand and talk, you'd tell me where he's hiding. Then I'd smash his brains against the cave floor until they splattered everywhere. That would give me some relief from the suffering this worthless gnomon has caused me." With that, he sent the ram out. Once we were a short distance from the cave in the courtyard, I first let go of the ram, then untied my companions. We quickly herded the fat sheep, turning them constantly, down towards our ship. The crew waiting there were overjoyed to see us survivors, but they began weeping for those who had died. I silenced them with nods and frowns, signaling them to quickly load the sheep onto the ship and set sail. They boarded immediately, took their rowing positions, and struck the gray sea with their oars. When we were about as far out as a shout could carry, I couldn't resist taunting the Cyclops. "Cyclops," I yelled, "so you weren't dealing with a weakling when you shamelessly ate my companions in your cave. Your wickedness was bound to catch up with you, you brute. You dared to eat guests in your own home? Now Zeus and the other gods have punished you." He roared in fury at my words. He ripped off the peak of a huge mountain and hurled it at us. It landed just in front of our ship, narrowly missing the steering oar. The sea surged as the massive rock crashed down, and the resulting wave pushed us back towards the shore, nearly grounding us. But I grabbed a long pole and pushed us off, urgently signaling my men with nods to row for their lives. They bent to their oars with all their strength. When we had rowed twice as far, I prepared to taunt the Cyclops again, but my men pleaded with me. "Don't be crazy," they begged. "Why provoke this savage monster again? He just threw one rock that nearly drove us back to shore, almost killing us all. If he hears even one more sound from us, he'll smash our heads in the ship's timbers with another jagged boulder. He throws incredibly far." But I wouldn't listen. Full of rage, I shouted back, "Cyclops, if anyone ever asks you who blinded you, who ruined your eye, tell them it was Odysseus, raider of cities, son of Laertes, who lives in Ithaca." He groaned and cried out, "Oh no, the old prophecies are coming true. A prophet once lived here, Telemachus, son of Eurymus, a great and tall man, an excellent seer who served the Cyclopes until he grew old. He told me all this would happen someday, that I would lose my sight at the hands of someone named Odysseus. I always expected some huge, imposing figure with superhuman strength to show up. Instead, it's this small, insignificant weakling who got me drunk and blinded me. Come back, Odysseus. Let me give you guest gifts and urge Poseidon to help you on your journey. Poseidon is my father. If he wishes, he can heal me. No one else, god or mortal, can." I shouted back, "I wish I could kill you and send you down to Hades as surely as I know that not even Poseidon himself can heal your eye." At this he lifted his hands to the sky and prayed to Poseidon, "Hear me, Poseidon, girdler of earth, dark-haired god. If I am truly your son, grant that Odysseus, raider of cities, son of Laertes, who lives in Ithaca, never reaches his home. Or, if it is his destiny to return to his friends and his fine house in his own land, let him arrive late, in misery, having lost all his companions, sailing on a foreign ship, and let him find trouble waiting for him at home." Thus he prayed, and Poseidon heard him. Then the Cyclops picked up an even larger rock, swung it around, and hurled it with immense force. It landed just behind our dark-prowed ship, barely missing the steering oar. The sea surged as the rock fell, and the wave pushed us forward, helping us reach the shore of the nearby island. When we finally reached the island where our other ships were waiting, we found our comrades anxiously watching for us, lamenting our absence. We ran our ship onto the sand, disembarked, and unloaded the Cyclops sheep. We divided them fairly so no one could complain. My companions insisted that I should receive the great ram as an extra share, which I accepted. I sacrificed it on the shore, burning the thigh bones as an offering to Zeus, Lord of all. But Zeus paid no attention to my sacrifice. Instead, he was planning how to destroy all my ships and my loyal companions. All day long until sunset, we feasted on the abundant meat and sweet wine. When the sun went down and darkness fell, we camped on the beach. When rosy-fingered dawn appeared, I ordered my men to board their ships and untie the ropes. They quickly took their places and struck the gray sea with their oars. And so we sailed on, grieving for our lost comrades, yet grateful to have escaped death ourselves. Book 10, Aeolus the Laestrygons, Circe. Next, we reached the island of Aeolia, home to Aeolus, son of Hippotas, loved by the immortal gods. It's a floating island, encircled by an unbreakable wall of bronze. Aeolus has 6 daughters and 6 strong sons, whom he married to each other. They all live together with their beloved father and mother, constantly feasting on endless luxuries. The house is filled with the savory smell of roasting meat all day long, echoing through the courtyard. At night, they sleep beside their wives on comfortable, inlaid beds. We arrived at their home, and Aeolus hosted me for a full month. He asked endless questions about Troy, the Greek fleet, and our journey home. I told him everything exactly as it happened. When I said it was time to leave and asked for his help, he readily agreed. He skinned a 9-year-old ox and made a bag from its hide. Inside, he trapped all the winds, tying the bag securely at the mouth with a gleaming silver cord so not even the slightest breeze could escape. He had been appointed keeper of the winds by Zeus, able to release or calm them as he wished. He placed the bag in my ship and allowed only the west wind to blow, to carry us swiftly towards Ithaca. But his kindness came to nothing, ruined by our own foolishness. We sailed for 9 days and 9 nights. On the 10th day, our homeland appeared on the horizon. We were so close we could see people tending fires ashore. Exhausted, I fell into a deep sleep, having steered the ship myself the entire time, wanting to reach home faster. While I slept, my men started talking among themselves. They assumed the bag Aeolus gave me contained gold and silver. "Incredible," one said to another, "how loved and respected Odysseus is everywhere he goes. Look at the treasures he's bringing back from Troy, while we, who've endured the same long journey, return empty-handed. Now Aeolus has given him even more. Quick, let's open the bag and see how much gold and silver is inside." Their greed won out. They untied the bag, and instantly all the winds rushed out, howling. A fierce storm grabbed us and carried us back out to sea, away from our homeland, leaving us weeping. I woke up, horrified, debating whether to jump overboard and end it all, or endure it and stay alive. I chose to endure. Covering my head, I lay down in the ship as the cruel winds drove our fleet back to Aeolus's island, my men groaning in misery. When we arrived, we went ashore for water and ate near the ships. After the meal, I took a herald and 1 crewman and went directly to Aeolus's palace. We found him feasting with his wife and children. We sat humbly on the threshold near the doorposts. They were stunned to see us. "Odysseus, what are you doing back here?" they asked. "What cruel god has tormented you? We sent you off with such care, aiming you towards Ithaca or wherever you wish to go." Filled with sorrow, I replied, "My own men betrayed me, along with treacherous sleep. My friends, you have the power to fix this. Please help me again." I pleaded, hoping to move them, but they remained silent. Finally, their father answered, "Get off this island at once, you most cursed of all living men. It's not right for me to help or send off a man hated by the blessed gods. Leave! You've come back because heaven despises you." And with those harsh words, he drove me, grieving, from his door. We sailed onward, hearts heavy. The men were exhausted from the pointless, strenuous rowing, as there was no wind to help us now. For 6 days and nights, we rowed relentlessly. On the 7th day, we reached the towering fortress of Lamus, Telemachus, the city of the Laestrygonians. In that land, the paths of day and night are close. A shepherd driving his flock in for the evening could greet another shepherd driving his flock out for the morning pasture, and the second would reply. A man who needed no sleep could earn double wages there, one for herding cattle and another for tending sheep, as the grazing continues day and night. We entered a magnificent harbor, enclosed by sheer cliffs on all sides, with a narrow entrance between two projecting headlands. The other captains steered their ships inside and moored them close together in the calm, sheltered waters. There was never even a ripple inside, always dead calm. But I kept my own ship outside the harbor, tying it to a rock at the very tip of the point. Then I climbed a high cliff to get a view. I saw no signs of farming or human activity, only smoke rising from the land. So I sent 2 of my men, along with a third as an attendant, to find out what kind of people lived there. Once ashore, they followed a smooth road used for hauling timber down from the mountains to the city. Near the town, they met a young woman coming out to draw water from the rushing spring Phaeacia, the town's water source. She was the daughter of Antiphates, the Laestrygonian chief. They approached her and asked who ruled the land and its people. She pointed them towards her father's high-roofed house. When they entered, they found his wife inside, a woman as huge as a mountaintop. They were horrified. She immediately called her husband, Antiphates, from the assembly place. His intentions were deadly. He snatched one of my men and prepared to eat him for dinner right then and there. The other 2 scrambled back to the ships as fast as they could. But Antiphates raised the alarm, and thousands of Laestrygonians rushed out from all directions, giants, not men. Standing on the cliffs, they hurled massive boulders down at us, rocks too heavy for a man to lift. A horrifying sound arose from the harbor, ships splintering, men dying. The Laestrygonians speared my men like fish and carried them off for their ghastly feast. While they were slaughtering my crews inside the harbor, I quickly drew my sword, cut the mooring lines of my own ship, and yelled to my remaining crew to row hard if they wanted to escape death. They rowed frantically, and we were immensely relieved to reach the open sea, away from those overhanging cliffs and deadly rocks. My ship escaped, but all the others were lost. We sailed on, grieving for our lost comrades, yet thankful to be alive. Eventually, we reached the island of Aea, home to Circe, the beautiful-haired, formidable goddess with a human voice. She is the sister of the sorcerer Aeetes. Both are children of Helios, the sun, and Perse, daughter of Oceanus. Guided by a god, we silently brought our ship into a safe harbor. We went ashore and lay there for 2 days and 2 nights, exhausted and heartsick. On the morning of the 3rd day, I took my spear and sword and left the ship, climbing to a high vantage point to look for signs of human life or voices. From the lookout, I saw smoke rising from the center of the island, amidst a dense forest. Seeing the smoke, I debated whether to go investigate immediately. But I decided it was better to return to the ship first, feed my men, and then send a scouting party. As I neared the ship, some god took pity on my solitude and sent a magnificent, high-antlered stag directly across my path. He was coming down from his woodland pasture to drink at the river, driven by the sun's heat. As he passed, I struck him square in the middle of the back. The bronze spearhead went clean through, and he fell groaning in the dust, his life escaping him. I planted my foot on him, pulled the spear from the wound, and laid it down. Then I gathered tough reeds and willow shoots, twisting them into a strong rope about 6 feet long. I tied the noble creature's feet together, slung him around my neck, and walked back to the ship, leaning on my spear. The stag was far too large to carry on one shoulder with just one hand. I threw him down in front of the ship and went along the line, waking my men with encouraging words. "Friends," I said, "though we're suffering, we won't go down to the house of Hades before our time, and we certainly won't starve while there's food and drink on board." My words roused them. They uncovered their heads there on the beach and stared at the stag. He was truly a magnificent animal. After feasting their eyes, they washed their hands and prepared a splendid meal. So all day long until sunset, we sat feasting on the abundant meat and sweet wine. When the sun went down and darkness fell, we camped on the seashore. When rosy-fingered dawn appeared, I gathered my men and addressed them. "Friends, listen. Though you're suffering, we're completely lost. We don't know where the sun sets or where it rises. We have no idea which way is east or west. We need a plan, though I don't see an easy one. I climbed a high lookout this morning and saw that we're on an island, surrounded by the endless sea. The island itself is low-lying, but I saw smoke rising from dense woods in the center. Their spirits broke when they heard this. They remembered the cruelty of the Laestrygonian Antiphates and the savage, man-eating Cyclops, Polyphemus. They wept loudly, overcome with despair, but tears accomplished nothing. I divided my remaining crew into 2 groups, appointing a leader for each. I led one, and godlike Eurylochus led the other. We shook lots in a bronze helmet, and the lot of brave Eurylochus leaped out. He set off with his 22 men, all of them weeping, and we who stayed behind wept too. In a clearing deep in the woods, they found Circe's house, built of polished stones, visible from afar. Around it prowled mountain wolves and lions, which Circe had bewitched with her evil drugs. They didn't attack my men. Instead, they reared up, fawning, wagging their long tails like dogs greeting their master, who always brings them scraps from the table. My men were terrified by these strange, large-clawed beasts. They stopped at the gates of the beautiful-haired goddess's palace and heard Circe inside, singing with her enchanting voice as she worked her loom, weaving an intricate, radiant fabric, the kind only goddesses can create. Polites, a leader among them, dearest and most trusted of my companions, spoke first. "Friends, someone inside is singing beautifully as she works a great loom. The whole house echoes with it. Let's call out, is she a goddess or a woman?" They called out to her. She immediately came out, opened the shining doors, and invited them in. In their innocence, they all followed her. Only Eurylochus remained outside, suspecting a trap. Circe led the others inside, seated them on chairs and thrones, and prepared a mixture for them, cheese, barley meal, and yellow honey stirred into Pramnian wine. But she laced it with wicked drugs to make them forget their homeland entirely. Once they had drunk it down, she struck them with her wand and instantly turned them into pigs. They had the heads, voices, bristles, and bodies of pigs, but their minds remained human, just as before. She pinned them in sties, weeping, and threw them pig food, acorns, mast, and cornel berries, the usual fodder for pigs that wallow in the mud. Eurylochus rushed back to the ship to report the dreadful fate of our companions. He was so overwhelmed with grief he couldn't speak a word. His eyes filled with tears, his mind choked with sorrow. We questioned him frantically, until finally he managed to tell us what had happened to the others. "Noble Odysseus," he began, "we went through the woods as you ordered. In a clearing we found a beautiful house, built of polished stones, easily seen. Inside, some goddess or woman was working a large loom and singing clearly. My men called out to her. She came out, opened the doors, and invited them in. Foolishly, they all followed her. But I suspected a trap and stayed behind. They vanished. Not one of them reappeared, though I waited and watched for a long time. Hearing this, I slung my large, silver-studded bronze sword over my shoulder, along with my bow, and ordered Eurylochus to lead me back the same way. But he grabbed my knees, pleading tearfully, "Don't force me to go back there, divinely born Odysseus. Leave me here. You'll never return yourself, nor rescue any of our comrades. Let's escape quickly with those who are still here. We might still avoid disaster." "Eurylochus," I replied, "you can stay here by the ship, eating and drinking. But I must go. Necessity compels me." With that, I left the ship in the sea, heading inland. As I walked through the sacred groves, nearing the great palace of the sorceress Circe, Hermes of the Golden Wand met me. He looked like a young man in the prime of youth, with the first hint of a beard. He took my hand and spoke. "Unhappy man, where are you going, alone, through these unfamiliar hills? Your companions are penned up in Circe's palace like pigs, trapped in her sties. Have you come to free them? I doubt you'll return yourself. You'll likely end up staying with the others. But wait, I can help you and save you from this danger. Take this potent herb with you when you go to Circe's palace. It will protect you from disaster. She will prepare a potion for you, mixing drugs into the food. But even so, she won't be able to bewitch you. The powerful herb I will give you will prevent it. Let me tell you exactly what to do. When Circe strikes you with her long wand, draw your sharp sword from your thigh and rush at her as if you intend to kill her. She will be terrified and will invite you to her bed. Don't refuse the goddess's offer. That's how you'll get her to release your companions and treat you well yourself. But first, make her swear the great oath of the blessed gods that she won't plot any more mischief against you, or else, once you are undressed, she might strip you of your courage and your manhood." As he spoke, the slayer of Argus pulled the herb from the ground and showed me its nature. Its root was black, but its flower was white as milk. The gods call it moly. It's difficult for mortal men to dig up, but the gods can do anything. Then Hermes departed, heading back towards high Olympus over the wooded island. I continued towards Circe's palace, my heart pounding with dark thoughts. I stood at the gates of the beautiful-haired goddess's house and called out. She heard my voice, came out immediately, opened the shining doors, and invited me in. I followed her, my heart heavy. She led me to a beautiful, silver-studded chair, intricately crafted, with a footstool beneath. In a golden cup, she mixed a potion for me to drink, adding her drugs with evil intent. She gave it to me, and I drank it down, but it had no effect. Then she struck me with her wand and said, "Off to the sty now! Go lie down with your companions!" But I drew my sharp sword from my thigh and rushed at Circe as if to kill her. She screamed, dropped down, clasped my knees, and spoke tearfully. "Who are you? Where are you from? Your city? Your parents? I'm amazed you drank my drugs and weren't bewitched. No other man has ever resisted this potion once it passed his lips. You must have a heart in your chest that's immune to sorcery. You must be Odysseus, the man of many twists and turns, the one Hermes of the golden wand always told me would come here in his swift black ship on his way home from Troy. Come now, put away your sword, and let's go to my bed so through love and sleep we may learn to trust one another." "Circe," I replied, "how can you ask me to be gentle with you? You turned my companions into pigs in your own house, and now that you have me here, you deceitfully invite me to your bed, intending to strip me of my manhood once I'm undressed. I will not willingly go to your bed unless you dare to swear a great oath, goddess, that you plot no further mischief against me." She immediately swore the oath as I demanded. When she had finished swearing, I went with her to her beautiful bed. Meanwhile, her 4 attendants who served her in the palace were busy. They were nymphs born of springs, groves, and sacred rivers flowing to the sea. One spread fine purple coverings over the chairs, with linen cloths underneath. Another drew silver tables up to the chairs and placed golden baskets upon them. A third mixed sweet honeyed wine in a silver bowl and set out golden cups. The 4th brought water and lit a large fire under a great cauldron. As the water heated, she led me to the bath and washed me with water from the cauldron, mixing hot and cold to my liking, pouring it over my head and shoulders until she had washed away the soul-crushing weariness from my limbs. After she had bathed me and rubbed me richly with olive oil, she dressed me in a beautiful tunic and cloak. Then she led me to a silver-studded chair, richly crafted, with a footstool below. A maid brought water in a beautiful golden pitcher and poured it over a silver basin for me to wash my hands. She set a polished table beside me. A dignified housekeeper brought bread and set it before me, along with generous servings of various delicacies. Circe urged me to eat, but I had no appetite. I sat there, lost in thought, my mind filled with foreboding. When Circe noticed me, sitting silently, not touching the food, consumed by deep sorrow, she came close and said, "Odysseus, why do you sit like this, speechless, eating your heart out, refusing food and drink? Do you still suspect a trap? You shouldn't. I have already sworn a solemn oath not to harm you." "Circe," I answered, "what man with any sense of decency could bring himself to eat or drink before he has freed his companions and seen them with his own eyes? If you truly want me to eat and drink, release my loyal men so I can see them." Hearing this, Circe took her wand and went out through the hall, opening the doors of the pigsty. My men tumbled out, looking like 9-year-old fattened hogs. They stood there facing her. She went among them, anointing each one with another potion. Instantly, the bristles that the first evil drug had made sprout fell away. They became men again, but younger, taller, and much handsomer than before. They recognized me at once and grasped my hands. Joyful weeping overcame them all, and the whole palace echoed with the sound. Even the goddess herself was moved. She came close to me and said, "Resourceful Odysseus, son of Laertes, go back now to your swift ship by the shore. First, haul the ship onto the land. Stow all your possessions and the ship's gear in the caves. Then return here yourself, bringing your loyal companions with you." My proud heart agreed. I went back down to the ship and the shore. I found my loyal crew by the ship, weeping pitifully, tears streaming down their faces. They were like calves in a farmyard, frisking around the herd of cows, returning to the pen after grazing all day. They can't stay in their pens, but run lowing around their mothers. Just so, when my men saw me, they crowded around, weeping. It felt to them as if they had arrived back in their own homeland, rugged Ithaca, where they were born and raised. Tearfully, they said, "Divinely born Odysseus, we're as overjoyed at your return as if we'd reached Ithaca itself. But tell us, what happened to our other companions?" I spoke gently to reassure them. "First, let's haul the ship onto the land. Then we'll stow our possessions and gear in the caves. After that, hurry and follow me, all of you. You'll find your comrades in Circe's sacred palace, eating and drinking. They have plenty." The men readily obeyed, but Eurylochus alone tried to hold them back. "Oh, you poor fools," he cried. "Where are we going? Why court disaster by going to Circe's palace? She'll turn us all into pigs or wolves or lions, forced to guard her great house. Remember the Cyclops? Our comrades went into his lair with reckless Odysseus. It was his foolishness that cost them their lives. When I heard him, I considered drawing the long sword from my sturdy thigh and cutting off his head, rolling it in the dust, close relative though he was. But my companions restrained me, speaking soothingly. "Divinely born Odysseus, if you agree, let this man stay here by the ship to guard it, but lead us to Circe's sacred palace." So we headed inland from the ship in the sea, and Eurylochus didn't stay behind by the ship. He came too, terrified by my harsh rebuke. Meanwhile, Circe had carefully bathed the other companions in her palace, rubbed them with rich olive oil, and dressed them in woolen tunics and cloaks. We found them all feasting well in the halls. When the two groups saw each other and recognized faces, they wept aloud, and the entire palace echoed. The radiant goddess approached me and said, "Resourceful Odysseus, son of Laertes, tell your men to stop their weeping. I know myself what hardships you've endured on the teeming sea, and how hostile men have harmed you on land. But enough of that. Stay here now, eat food and drink wine until you regain the spirit you had when you first left your homeland, rugged Ithaca. Right now, you're worn out and dispirited, constantly remembering your painful wanderings. Your hearts have lost their joy, for you have truly suffered much." Her words persuaded our proud hearts. We stayed there for a full year, feasting day after day on abundant meat and sweet wine. But when the year had passed, and the seasons had turned, as the moons waned and the long days came round again, my loyal companions called me aside. "Divinely born Odysseus," they said, "it's time now to remember your homeland, if it's truly your fate to be saved, and return to your high-roofed house and your native land." Their words persuaded my proud heart. So that whole day until sunset, we sat feasting on abundant meat and sweet wine. When the sun went down and darkness fell, the men went to sleep throughout the shadowy halls. But I went to Circe's beautiful bed and pleaded with her, clasping her knees. The goddess listened to my plea. "Circe," I said, "fulfill the promise you made to send me home. My own spirit longs to go, and my companions wear me down, lamenting around me whenever you are not present." The radiant goddess answered immediately, "Resourceful Odysseus, son of Laertes, you and your men need not stay in my house any longer against your will. But first, you must complete another journey. You must go down to the house of Hades and dread Persephone, to consult the spirit of Tiresias, the blind prophet of Thebes. His mind remains intact. Even in death, Persephone has granted him alone wisdom. The other spirits flit about like shadows." Hearing this crushed my spirit. I sat on the bed and wept. I no longer wanted to live and see the light of the sun. When I had exhausted myself with weeping and writhing, I finally spoke. "Circe, who will guide me on this journey? No one has ever sailed a black ship to the house of Hades." "Resourceful Odysseus, son of Laertes," the radiant goddess replied. "Don't worry about needing a guide for your ship. Raise your mast, spread the white sail, and sit tight. The north wind's breath will carry you there. When your ship has crossed the stream of Oceanus, you will reach Persephone's fertile shores and her groves of tall poplars and willows that lose their fruit too soon. Beach your ship there by the deep swirling Oceanus and go yourself to the dark realm of Hades. There the river Periphlegython, river of fire, and Cocytus, river of wailing, which is a branch of the Styx, river of hate, flow into the Acheron, river of woe. You'll find a rock where the two roaring rivers meet. Once you reach that spot, Odysseus, do as I instruct. Dig a pit about a cubit square. Around it, pour offerings to all the dead. First honey mixed with milk, then sweet wine, and thirdly water. Sprinkle white barley meal over it all. Then, earnestly pray to the powerless heads of the dead, promising that once you return to Ithaca, you will sacrifice your best barren heifer in your palace and load a pyre with fine gifts. Promise also to sacrifice separately to Tiresias alone a solid black ram, the finest of your flocks. After you have supplicated the famous nations of the dead with prayers, sacrifice a ram and a black ewe, turning their heads towards Erebus, but turn yourself away facing the river's streams. Then, the spirits of the departed dead will swarm towards you. Command your companions immediately to flay the sheep you've just slaughtered with pitiless bronze. Burn them and pray to the gods, mighty Hades and dread Persephone. You yourself must sit alert. Draw your sharp sword from your thigh and prevent the powerless heads of the dead from approaching the blood until you have questioned Tiresias. Soon, the seer himself will come to you, leader of men. He will tell you your path, the stages of your journey, and how to navigate the fish-filled sea to return home. She finished speaking just as golden-throned Dawn arrived. She dressed me in a tunic and cloak. The nymph herself put on a long, shimmering white robe, delicate and beautiful, fastened a lovely golden belt around her waist, and covered her head with a veil. Then I went through the palace, rousing my companions with gentle words, approaching each man. Wake up. Stop indulging in sweet sleep. We must go. Queen Circe has given me instructions. Their proud hearts agreed. But even then, I couldn't lead my men away without loss. There was one, Elpenor, the youngest of the crew, not especially brave in battle, nor sharp of mind. Heavy with wine, seeking cool air away from the others, he had lain down to sleep on the roof of Circe's sacred house. When he heard the noise and bustle of his companions moving about, he jumped up suddenly, forgot to use the long ladder to climb down, and fell head-first from the roof. His neck snapped at the vertebrae, and his soul went down to the house of Hades. As my men gathered, I spoke to them. You probably think you're heading home to our beloved Ithaca, but Circe has described a different journey for us, to the house of Hades and dread Persephone, to consult the spirit of Tiresias the Theban. Their spirits broke when they heard this. They sat down right where they were, weeping and tearing their hair. But their lamenting achieved nothing. Grieving, shedding tears, we walked back down to our swift ship and the seashore. Meanwhile, Circe had gone ahead and tethered a ram and a black ewe by the dark ship. She had slipped past us easily. Who can see a god moving here and there if the god does not wish to be seen? Book 11. The Visit to the Dead. When we reached the ship and the sea, we dragged the black vessel down to the bright water, set up the mast and sail, and loaded the sheep on board. Then we embarked ourselves, hearts heavy, tears streaming down our faces. Circe, the beautiful-haired, formidable goddess with a human voice, sent a favorable wind behind our dark-prowed ship, a strong breeze that filled the sail. We secured all the gear throughout the ship and sat back, letting the wind and the helmsman guide us. All day long the sail billowed as we sped across the sea. The sun set, and shadows covered all the paths. Our ship reached the limits of the deep-flowing river Oceanus. There lies the land and city of the Cimmerians, perpetually shrouded in mist and cloud. The gleaming sun never looks down on them with its rays, neither when it climbs towards the starry heavens, nor when it turns back towards the earth from the sky. Destructive night hangs permanently over these wretched mortals. We beached our ship there, unloaded the sheep, and walked along the stream of Oceanus until we reached the place Circe had described. There Perimedes and Eurylochus held the sacrificial animals, while I drew my sharp sword from my thigh and dug the pit, about a cubit square. Around it I poured the offerings to all the dead, first honey mixed with milk, then sweet wine, and thirdly water. I sprinkled white barley meal over it. I prayed earnestly to the powerless heads of the dead, promising that once back in Ithaca, I would sacrifice my best barren heifer in my palace and load a pyre with fine gifts. I especially promised Tiresias a separate sacrifice of a solid black ram, the finest of my flocks. After supplicating the nations of the dead with prayers and promises, I took the sheep, cut their throats over the pit, and the dark blood flowed in. Then the spirits of the departed dead gathered up from Erebus, brides, unmarried youths, old men who had suffered much, tender young girls with hearts new to sorrow, and many warriors wounded by bronze spears, killed in battle, still wearing their blood-stained armor. They swarmed around the pit from every direction with an eerie cry. Pale fear seized me. Quickly, I ordered my companions to flay the sheep lying slaughtered by the pitiless bronze, burn them, and pray to the gods, mighty Hades and dread Persephone. But I sat firm, my sharp sword drawn, and would not allow the powerless heads of the dead to approach the blood until I had questioned Tiresias. The first spirit to approach was that of my companion, Elpenor. He hadn't yet been buried beneath the broad-pathed earth. We had left his body in Circe's palace, unwept and unburied, because other urgent tasks pressed us. Seeing him, I wept, filled with pity. I called out to him, "Elpenor, how did you come here to this gloomy darkness? You arrived on foot faster than I did in my black ship." He groaned and replied, "Resourceful Odysseus, son of Laertes, cruel fate and too much wine doomed me. I fell asleep on Circe's roof, forgot to use the long ladder to get down safely, and plunged headfirst from the roof. My neck snapped, and my soul came down to Hades. Now, I beg you, by those you left behind, those not here, by your wife, by the father who raised you as a child, and by Telemachus, your only son left at home, do what I ask. I know that when you leave this house of Hades, you will steer your sturdy ship back to the island of Aeaea. When you arrive there, my lord, I urge you, remember me. Don't leave me behind, unwept, unburied, when you sail away, or I might become a cause of the gods' anger against you. Burn me there with all the armor I possess. Build a mound for me on the shore of the gray sea, a memorial for an unlucky man, for future generations to hear of. Do this for me, and plant on my tomb the oar I used to row with when I was alive among my companions." "My poor friend," I answered, "I will do all this for you, exactly as you ask." So we sat, exchanging sad words, I holding my sword over the blood on one side, the ghost of my companion telling his story from the other. Then the spirit of my deceased mother, Anticlea, daughter of noble Autolycus, approached. She was alive when I left for sacred Troy. Seeing her brought tears to my eyes, and pity filled my heart. But, even grieving, I couldn't let her approach the blood until I had questioned Tiresias. Then the spirit of Tiresias of Thebes arrived, holding a golden scepter. He recognized me and spoke, "Resourceful Odysseus, son of Laertes, why, unlucky man, have you left the sunlight and come here to see the dead in this joyless place? Step back from the pit and pull back your sharp sword, so I can drink the blood and speak the truth to you." I stepped back and slid my silver-studded sword into its sheath. When the renowned prophet had drunk the dark blood, he spoke, "Noble Odysseus, you seek a sweet homecoming, but a god will make it difficult. I don't think you'll escape the earth-shaker, Poseidon, who holds a grudge against you, furious because you blinded his beloved son. Even so, you might still reach home, despite great suffering, if you can control your own desires and your companions, when you first bring your sturdy ship to the island of Thrinacia, escaping the violet sea. There you will find the grazing cattle and fat sheep of Helios, the sun, who sees and hears everything. If you leave them unharmed and focus only on your return, you may still reach Ithaca, though after much hardship. But if you harm them, then I foresee destruction for your ship and your men. Even if you yourself escape, you will return late, and in misery, having lost all your companions on a foreign ship. You will find trouble in your house, arrogant men devouring your livelihood, courting your godlike wife, and offering wedding gifts. But you will take revenge on them when you return. After you have killed the suitors in your palace, whether by trickery or openly with sharp bronze, you must then set out again. Take a well-fitted oar, and travel until you reach people who know nothing of the sea, who don't eat food mixed with salt, and know nothing of ships with crimson-painted cheeks, or the well-fitted oars that are like wings for ships. I will give you a clear sign, one you cannot miss. When another traveler meets you and says you must be carrying a winnowing fan on your noble shoulder, then plant your well-fitted oar in the ground. Make rich sacrifices to Lord Poseidon, a ram, a bull, and a breeding boar. Then return home and offer sacred hecatombs to the immortal gods who rule the wide heavens, to each in turn. Death will come to you far from the sea, a gentle death, taking you when you are worn out by comfortable old age, with your people prosperous around you. This is the truth, I tell you. Tiresias, I answered, the gods themselves must have ordained this. But tell me this, and tell me truly. I see the spirit of my dead mother nearby. She sits silently by the blood, and doesn't dare look her own son in the face or speak to him. Tell me, my lord, how can I make her recognize me for who I am? It is simple, he replied. I will tell you. Any of the departed dead you allow to approach the blood will speak the truth to you. Any you refuse will withdraw again. Having spoken his prophecies, the spirit of Lord Tiresias returned to the house of Hades. But I remained steadfastly where I was, until my mother approached and drank the dark blood. Instantly she recognized me and spoke mournfully. My child, how did you come down here to the gloomy darkness while still alive? It is difficult for the living to see these realms, for great rivers and terrifying streams lie between Oceanus first, which one cannot cross on foot, only in a well-built ship. Have you just arrived from Troy after long wanderings with your ship and companions? Have you not yet reached Ithaca, nor seen your wife in your palace? Mother, I answered, necessity brought me down to the house of Hades, to consult the spirit of Tiresias the Theban. I haven't yet neared Achaea, nor set foot on my own land. I have been wandering constantly, burdened with sorrow, ever since I first followed noble Agamemnon to Ilium, land of fine horses, to fight the Trojans. But tell me this, and tell me truly, what fate of agonizing death overcame you? Was it a long illness? Or did Artemis, the archer goddess, strike you down with her gentle arrows? And tell me about my father and the son I left behind. Does my royal honor still rest with them, or has someone else taken it, assuming I will never return? Tell me, too, about my wedded wife, her thoughts and intentions. Does she remain with our son, guarding everything securely, or has she already married the best of the Achaeans? My revered mother answered immediately, she waits steadfastly in your palace, her heart enduring. Her nights and days are consumed by sorrow and tears. No one has yet taken your royal honor. Telemachus holds your lands unchallenged. He attends the public feasts, as befits a law-giving prince, for all invite him. But your father remains on his farm and never comes down to the city. He has no fine bed with blankets and bright rugs. In winter, he sleeps indoors where the servants sleep, near the fire, in the dust, wearing wretched clothes. When summer comes, and fruitful autumn, he makes a lowly bed for himself anywhere on the slope of his vineyard plot, on fallen leaves piled up. He lies there grieving, nursing his great sorrow, longing for your return. Harsh old age weighs heavily upon him. This is how I too perished, meeting my fate. It wasn't the skilled archer goddess Artemis who struck me down in my home with her gentle arrows, nor did any disease attack me, the kind that cruelly steals the life from one's limbs through wasting. No, it was my longing for you, my glorious Odysseus, for your wisdom and your gentle ways, that robbed me of my sweet life. My heart yearned to embrace the spirit of my dead mother. 3 times I rushed forward, eager to hold her, and 3 times she slipped through my arms like a shadow or a dream. Sharp pain pierced my heart, and I cried out, Mother, why don't you wait for me? I longed to embrace you, so that even in the house of Hades we might find cold comfort in shared tears. Are you just a phantom sent by noble Persephone to make me grieve even more? My revered mother replied at once, O my child, most ill-fated of all men! Persephone, daughter of Zeus, isn't deceiving you. This is the way of mortals when they die. The sinews no longer hold flesh and bones together. The fierce power of blazing fire consumes them once the life leaves the white bones, and the soul flits away like a dream. But hurry back now to the light. Remember all these things so you can tell your wife later. While we talked, Persephone sent forward the spirits of all the women who had been wives and daughters of noble men. They gathered around the dark blood. I considered how best to question each one. This seemed the best plan. I drew my long sword from my sturdy thigh and prevented them from drinking the blood all at once. They approached one by one, and each declared her lineage. I questioned them all. The first I saw was noble Tyro, daughter of renowned Salmoneus. She said she was the wife of Cretheus, son of Aeolus. She fell in love with the river god Enipeus, the most beautiful river flowing on earth. She used to wander by his lovely streams. But Poseidon, the earth shaker, disguised himself as the river god and lay with her at the swirling river's mouth. A huge, dark wave, mountain high, arched over them, concealing the god and the mortal woman. He loosed her virgin belt and shed sleep upon her. When the god had finished his act of love, he grasped her hand and said, "Woman, rejoice in our love. As the year turns, you will bear glorious children. The embraces of immortals are not fruitless. Nurse them and raise them well. Now go home, but hold your tongue. Know that I am Poseidon, the earth shaker." With that, he plunged beneath the surging sea. She conceived and bore Peleus and Neleus, who both became mighty servants of great Zeus. Peleus, rich in flocks, lived in spacious Iolcus. Neleus lived in sandy Pylos. Tyro, queen of women, bore other children to Cretheus, Aeson, Pheres, and Amathion, skilled in chariot fighting. After her, I saw Antiope, daughter of Asopus, who boasted of sleeping in the arms of Zeus himself. She bore 2 sons, Amphion and Zethus, who first founded the basis of 7-gated Thebes and fortified it with walls. Powerful though they were, they couldn't live safely in spacious Thebes without fortifications. Then I saw Alcmena, wife of Amphitryon, who lay in the arms of great Zeus and bore Heracles, the lion-hearted fearless warrior, and Megara, daughter of proud Creon, whom Amphitryon's indomitable son married. I saw Oedipus's mother, beautiful Epicaste, who committed a monstrous crime in ignorance. She married her own son. He had killed his father and then married her. But the gods quickly brought these horrors to light among men. Oedipus, though suffering terrible pains through the gods' deadly designs, continued to rule the Cadmeans in lovely Thebes. But she, overcome by grief, went down to the house of Hades, the mighty gatekeeper. She fastened a deadly noose high from the ceiling, leaving behind for Oedipus endless suffering, all that a mother's furies can inflict. Then I saw lovely Chloris, whom Menelaus once married for her beauty, offering countless courting gifts. She was the youngest daughter of Amphion, son of Iasus, who once ruled powerfully in Minyan Orchomenus. As queen of Pylos, she bore glorious children to Neleus, Nestor, Chromius, and proud Periclymenus. Besides these, she bore magnificent Pero, a marvel to mortals. All the neighboring men courted her, but Neleus would give her only to the man who could drive the broad four-headed, spiral-horned cattle of mighty Iphicles from Phaeacia, a difficult task. Only the flawless prophet Melampus volunteered to undertake it, but harsh fate, ordained by the gods, and cruel bonds ensnared him. When the days and months had passed, and the seasons turned as the year completed its cycle, then mighty Iphicles released him, after Melampus had revealed all the prophecies. Thus the will of Zeus was fulfilled. And I saw Leda, wife of Tyndareus, who bore 2 stout-hearted sons to him, Castor, tamer of horses, and Polydeuces, the skilled boxer. The life-giving earth holds them both, yet they live. Even beneath the earth, they have honor from Zeus. They live one day and are dead the next, alternating turns, and they have received honors equal to the gods. After her I saw Iphimedeia, wife of Aloeus, who claimed to have slept with Poseidon. She bore 2 sons, but they were short-lived, godlike Otis and famous Ephialtes. The fertile earth nourished them to be the tallest men ever, and the most handsome after glorious Orion. At 9 years old they were 9 cubits wide and 9 fathoms tall. They even threatened the immortal gods, planning to stir up the chaos of furious war in Olympus. They intended to pile Mount Ossa on Olympus, and wooded Mount Pelion on Ossa, to scale the heavens. And they might have succeeded, had they reached the full measure of manhood. But Apollo, son of Zeus, whom lovely Leto bore, killed them both before the first down bloomed beneath their temples and covered their chins with a budding beard. I saw Phaedra and Procris, and beautiful Ariadne, daughter of malicious Minos. Theseus tried to carry her off from Crete to the sacred soil of Athens, but he didn't get to enjoy her. Artemis killed her first on the island of Dia, following Dionysus's testimony. I saw Mera and Clymene, and hateful Eriphyle, who accepted precious gold for the life of her own husband. But I cannot list or name all the wives and daughters of heroes I saw. Immortal night would end before I finished. It's time now for sleep, either here or back on the swift ship with the crew. My journey home is in your hands, and in the hands of the gods. He finished, and all were hushed in silence, held captive by his story throughout the shadowy halls. Then white-armed Arete spoke to the Phaeacians. Phaeacians, what do you think of this man? His appearance, his stature, and the balanced mind within him. He is my guest, though each of you shares in this honor. So don't be hasty in sending him off, nor stingy with your gifts to one who needs them so much. You are blessed with great wealth by the grace of the gods. Then the aged hero Achaeus, the eldest of the Phaeacians, addressed them. Friends, our wise queen speaks appropriately and to the point. Heed her words. But the final decision, in word and deed, rests with King Alcinous. Her proposal stands, Alcinous declared, as surely as I live and rule the Phaeacians, lovers of the oar. Our guest, though eager for his homecoming, must consent to stay until tomorrow. By then, I can gather the full measure of our gifts. His passage home will be the concern of all the men, but especially mine, for the power in this kingdom rests with me. Resourceful Odysseus replied, Lord Alcinous, most renowned of all people, even if you urged me to stay here for a whole year, preparing my passage and giving me splendid gifts, I would gladly agree. It would be much better for me to arrive back in my own dear land with fuller hands. I would gain more respect and affection from everyone who saw me return to Ithaca. Alcinous answered, Odysseus, looking at you, we certainly don't take you for a cheat or a liar, the kind the dark earth breeds in abundance, men who fashion lies from things unseen. You have a grace in your words, and noble thoughts within. You've skillfully told your story like a bard, relating the grim sufferings of all the Argives and yourself. But tell me this, and tell me truly, did you see any of your godlike companions who went with you to Troy and met their fate there? The night is still long, immensely long. It's not yet time for sleep in the palace. Continue telling me these wondrous deeds. I could stay awake until bright dawn, as long as you are willing to recount your sorrows here in my hall. Lord Alcinous, replied resourceful Odysseus, there is a time for long stories, and also a time for sleep. But if you truly wish to listen longer, I won't refuse to tell you something even more pitiful, the sorrows of my companions who perished afterwards, those who escaped the dreadful battle cry of the Trojans only to die on their return, because of a wicked woman's will. After holy Persephone had scattered the spirits of the women in all directions, the spirit of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, came, grieving. Around him gathered the spirits of all those who had died with him, meeting their fate in Aegisthus' house. He knew me at once after drinking the dark blood. He wept aloud, shedding big tears, stretching out his hands towards me, eager to reach me. But he had no strength left, none of the power that once filled his supple limbs. Seeing him, I wept and pitied him. Most glorious Agamemnon, son of Atreus, king of men, I asked, what fate of agonizing death overcame you? Did Poseidon strike you down on your ships, raising cruel blasts of unwelcome winds? Or did hostile men destroy you on land, while you were cutting off their cattle or fine flocks of sheep, or fighting for their city and their women? He answered immediately, resourceful Odysseus, divinely born son of Laertes, Poseidon did not strike me down on my ships, nor did hostile men destroy me on land. Aegisthus engineered my death and fate, conspiring with my cursed wife. He invited me to his house, feasted me, and killed me as one butchers an ox at its manger. That was my most pitiful end. Around me my companions were slaughtered relentlessly, like white-tusked pigs killed for a wedding feast, a communal meal, or a rich man's banquet. You've witnessed the deaths of many men, killed in single combat or in the thick of battle, but you would have felt the most pity seeing us lying there in the hall, by the mixing bowl and the heavy tables. The whole floor ran thick with blood. I heard the most pitiable cry of all from Cassandra, Priam's daughter, whom treacherous Nestor killed beside me. As I lay dying on the ground, I tried to lift my hands to grasp my sword, but the bitch-faced woman turned away. She didn't even have the decency to close my eyes or shut my mouth as I went down to Hades. There is nothing more terrifying, more shameless, than a woman who plots such deeds in her heart, a woman who orchestrates the murder of her own wedded husband. I had expected a warm welcome home from my children and my household, but she, consumed by utter wickedness, brought shame upon herself and upon all women to come, even the good ones. Tragic, I exclaimed. From the very beginning, far-seeing Zeus has inflicted terrible suffering on the descendants of Atreus through women's schemes. Many died for Helen's sake, and now Clytemnestra set a trap for you while you were far away. Therefore, Agamemnon replied, never be too trusting, even with your own wife. Don't tell her everything you know. Reveal some things, but keep others hidden. But you, Odysseus, won't face murder from your wife. Wise Penelope, daughter of Icarius, is too sensible, her heart understands what is right. We left her as a young bride when we went to war. Her child was still an infant at her breast. He must now be counted among the men, fortunate boy. His dear father will surely see him upon his return, and he will embrace his father, as is right. But my wife didn't even allow me the joy of setting eyes on my son. She killed me before I could. Let me tell you something else. Take it to heart. Bring your ship to your dear homeland secretly, not openly. Trust in women is lost. But tell me this, and tell me truly. Have you heard any news of my son being alive? Perhaps in Orchomenus or sandy Pylos, or maybe in wide Sparta with Menelaus. Godlike Orestes has not yet perished on the earth. Son of Atreus, I answered. Why ask me this? I have no idea whether he is alive or dead. It's wrong to speak empty words. While we stood there, exchanging these mournful words, grieving and shedding tears, the spirit of Achilles, son of Peleus, approached, along with those of Patroclus, flawless Antilochus, and Ajax, who was the finest in form and appearance of all the Danaans after the noble son of Peleus. The spirit of swift-footed Achilles recognized me and spoke sorrowfully. Resourceful Odysseus, divinely born son of Laertes, you reckless man. What greater feat will you devise in your heart now? How did you dare to come down to Hades, where the senseless dead dwell, phantoms of worn-out mortals? Achilles, I answered, son of Peleus, greatest of the Achaeans by far. I came seeking Tiresias, hoping he could advise me on how to reach rugged Ithaca. I haven't yet neared Achaea, nor set foot on my own land. My troubles persist. But you, Achilles, no man before you was more blessed, nor will any be after. While you lived, we Argives honored you like a god. Now, down here, you rule powerfully among the dead, so don't grieve at being dead, Achilles. He replied instantly, Don't try to console me about death, glorious Odysseus. I would rather be a hired hand, serving a poor farmer with little land, than be king over all the perished dead. But come, tell me news of my noble son. Did he follow me to war to become a leader, or not? And tell me what you've heard of noble Peleus. Does he still hold honor among the Myrmidons? Or do they disrespect him throughout Hellas and Phaeacia now that old age binds his hands and feet? If only I could come to his aid under the sun's rays, with the strength I had on the wide plains of Troy when I defended the Argives, killing the best enemy fighters. If I could return to my father's house like that, even for a short time, I would make my strength and invincible hands dreaded by anyone who harms him or tries to strip him of his honor. I have heard nothing about noble Peleus, I answered, but I can tell you the whole truth about your dear son Neoptolemus, as you ask. I myself brought him from Skyros in my well-balanced hollow ship to join the well-grieved Achaeans. Whenever we debated counsel near Troy, he always spoke first and never missed the mark. Only godlike Nestor and I surpassed him, and when we Achaeans fought on the Trojan plain, he never stayed back in the mass of men but charged far ahead, yielding to none in courage. He killed many men in fierce combat. I couldn't list or name them all. All the soldiers he killed defending the Argives, but what a hero he slew, Eurypylus, son of Telephus, killed by his bronze sword, the most handsome man I saw after godlike Memnon. Many of his Cetian comrades were killed around him, all because of a woman's gifts. Furthermore, when we, the best of the Argives, climbed into the horse Epoeus built, and I was in charge of everything, opening or closing the sturdy ambush, the other Danaan leaders and counselors were wiping away tears, their legs trembling beneath them. But I never saw your son's handsome face turn pale, nor did he wipe tears from his cheeks. He repeatedly begged me to let him out of the horse, grasping his sword hilt and heavy bronze spear, eager to attack the Trojans. After we had sacked Priam's high city, he took his share of the spoils and a prize of honor and boarded his ship unharmed. He bore no wounds from sharp bronze, neither from close quarters fighting, nor from thrown spears, as often happens in war, for Ares rages unpredictably. When I finished, the spirit of swift-footed Achilles strode away with long steps across the meadow of asphodel, rejoicing because I had told him of his son's renown. The other spirits of the departed dead stood near, grieving, each asking about their loved ones. Only the spirit of Ajax, son of Telamon, stood apart, still angry about the victory I won over him in the contest by the ships for the arms of Achilles. Achilles' divine mother, Thetis, had set them as a prize, judged by the Trojan captives and Pallas Athena. I wish I had never won such a contest. Because of that armor, the earth closed over Ajax, a man who surpassed all other Danaans in form and deeds, second only to the flawless son of Peleus. I spoke to him gently. Ajax, son of flawless Telamon, will you not forget your anger against me, even in death, all because of those cursed arms? The gods made them a plague upon the Argives. We lost a tower of strength in you. We Achaeans mourned your death as deeply as we mourned Achilles, son of Peleus. No one else was to blame. Zeus, in his terrible hatred for the Danaan spearmen, brought about your fate. Come closer, my lord, hear my words. Subdue your pride and your angry spirit. He didn't answer but walked away towards Erebus, joining the other spirits of the departed dead. Even in his anger he might have spoken to me, or I to him, but my heart desired to see the spirits of the other dead. There I saw Minos, glorious son of Zeus, seated, holding a golden scepter, giving judgments to the dead. They sat and stood around the king within the wide-gated house of Hades, seeking his rulings. After him I noticed huge Orion driving wild beasts together across the meadow of Asphodel, the very ones he had killed on the lonely mountains, holding a solid bronze club in his hands, eternally unbreakable. And I saw Tydeus, son of glorious Gaia, lying on the ground, stretched out over 9 acres. 2 vultures, one perched on each side, tore at his liver, plunging their beaks into his gut. He couldn't beat them off with his hands. He had assaulted Leto, Zeus's glorious consort, as she traveled towards Pytho through the beautiful land of Panopeus. I saw Tantalus, too, suffering terrible pains, standing in a pool of water that lapped at his chin. He was tormented by thirst, but couldn't drink. Whenever the old man stooped, desperate to drink, the water would recede, vanishing, and dark earth would appear at his feet, dried by a god. Tall, leafy trees drooped fruit above his head, pears, pomegranates, shiny apples, sweet figs, and lush olives. But whenever the old man reached up to grasp them, the wind would toss them towards the shadowy clouds. And I saw Sisyphus, enduring immense suffering, struggling to push a monstrous stone with both hands. Bracing himself with hands and feet, he strained to heave the stone uphill. But just as he was about to push it over the crest, its overwhelming weight would force it back. Down to the plain rolled the relentless stone once more. Then he would strain again, pushing it upward, sweat pouring from his limbs, dust rising from his head. After him, I noticed mighty Heracles, his phantom, that is, for he himself feasts among the immortal gods, delighting with lovely ankled Hebe, daughter of great Zeus, and golden-slippered Hera. Around him the dead clamored like frightened birds scattering in all directions. He stood like dark night, his bare bow in hand, an arrow on the string, glaring terrifyingly, always as if about to shoot. A dreadful baldric crossed his chest, a golden strap adorned with wondrous artistry. Bears, wild boars, lions with flashing eyes, battles, fights, murders, and slaughter. May the craftsman who designed that strap, with all his skill, never create another. Heracles recognized me instantly when he saw me, and spoke mournfully. Resourceful Odysseus, divinely born son of Laertes, ah, you poor man. Do you too endure a wretched fate like the one I suffered under the sun's rays? I was the son of Zeus, son of Kronos, yet I suffered infinite misery, enslaved to a man far inferior to me, who imposed harsh labors upon me. He once even sent me here to fetch the hound of Hades, thinking no task could be harder. But I brought the hound up from Hades and led him away. Hermes and gray-eyed Athena guided me. With these words, he descended back into the house of Hades, but I remained steadfastly there, hoping other heroes, men who died in ancient times, might still approach, and I might have seen even more men of old whom I longed to see, Theseus and Perithous, glorious children of gods. But before that could happen, the countless tribes of the dead gathered with an unearthly clamor. Pale fear seized me, terrified that noble Persephone might send up from Hades the head of the Gorgon, that dreadful monster. I hurried back to my ship at once, and ordered my companions to board and untie the stern cables. They quickly embarked and took their rowing seats. The current carried the ship down the river Oceanus, helped at first by rowing and later by a fair wind. Book 12. The Sirens, Scylla and Charybdis, the cattle of the sun. After our ship left the stream of the river Oceanus and reached the wide expanse of the sea wave, we came to the island of Aea, where Dawn, the early-born, has her home and her dancing grounds, and the sun rises. Arriving there, we beached the ship on the sands, disembarked onto the shore, fell asleep, and waited for the bright dawn. When rosy-fingered dawn appeared, I sent companions to Circe's palace to retrieve the body of dead Elpenor. We quickly cut logs where the shore projected farthest out, and, grieving, shedding tears, performed his funeral rites. When the corpse and his armor were consumed by fire, we built a mound, dragged a stone marker onto it, and fixed his well-fitted oar firmly at the top of the tomb. While we were busy with these tasks, Circe, aware of our return from the house of Hades, quickly dressed and came to us. Her attendants accompanied her, carrying bread, abundant meat, and sparkling red wine. The radiant goddess stood among us and said, "You reckless men who went down alive to the house of Hades, you will face death twice, while other men die only once. But come now, eat food and drink wine here for the rest of the day. At dawn tomorrow you shall sail. I myself will describe your route and point out each marker, so you won't suffer painful hardships through ill-conceived plans on sea or land." Her words persuaded our proud hearts. So all day long until sunset, we sat feasting on abundant meat and sweet wine. When the sun went down and darkness fell, my companions lay down to sleep near the ship's stern cables. But Circe took my hand, led me away from my dear comrades, sat me down, reclined beside me, and asked about everything. When I had recounted it all in order, Queen Circe said, "All that has been accomplished. Now listen to what I will tell you. A god himself will help you remember. First, you will reach the Sirens, who bewitch all men who come near them. Whoever approaches unwarily and hears the Siren's voice, his wife and children will never welcome him home again. They sit in a green meadow and entrance him with their high, thrilling song. Around them is a huge pile of bones from rotting corpses, the skin shriveling away. Row past them. Knead sweet beeswax and plug your companions' ears, so none of the others can hear. But if you yourself wish to listen, have them bind you hand and foot, upright against the mast step, with ropes fastened to the mast itself. Then you can enjoy hearing the siren's song. If you beg and command your men to release you, they must bind you with even more ropes. Once your companions have rowed you past the Sirens, I cannot clearly tell you which of two routes you must take. You must decide that in your own heart. I will describe both. On one side are sheer cliffs, against which roar the great waves of dark-eyed Amphitrite. The blessed gods call these the Wandering Rocks. Not even birds can pass safely by them, not even the trembling doves that bring ambrosia to Father Zeus. The smooth rock always snatches one away, and the father must send another to make up the number. No ship of men that has ever reached these rocks has escaped. The ship's timbers and the sailors' bodies are carried away by the sea waves and storms of deadly fire. Only one sea-going ship has ever passed through, the famous Argo, sailing back from Aeetes. And even she would have quickly smashed against the great rocks if Hera hadn't guided her through, out of love for Jason. On the other route are two cliffs. One reaches the wide heavens with its sharp peak, perpetually wrapped in dark cloud. This cloud never disperses, nor does clear sky ever touch the peak, not in summer nor in autumn. No mortal man could climb it, or set foot on its top, even if he had 20 hands and feet, for the rock is sheer, like polished stone. Midway up the cliff is a murky cave, facing west towards Erebus. This is where you must steer your hollow ship, glorious Odysseus. The cave is so high that even a strong man shooting an arrow from the ship below could not reach its opening. Inside dwells Scylla, yelping horribly. Her voice is like that of a newborn puppy, but she herself is a dreadful monster. No one would rejoice at seeing her, not even a god. She has 12 feet, all dangling and deformed, and 6 incredibly long necks. On each neck rests a horrifying head, each with 3 rows of teeth, thick-set and full, packed with black death. She stays hidden deep within the hollow cave, but thrusts her heads out, peering around the cliff, fishing from her perch. She snatches dolphins, dogfish, or any larger creature she can catch from the thousands that loud-moaning Amphitrite breeds. No sailors can boast of ever having sailed past her unharmed in their ship. With each head she snatches a man, carrying him off from the dark, proud vessel. The other cliff, Odysseus, you will see is lower, only an arrow's flight away. On it grows a large fig tree covered in rich leaves. Beneath this tree, divine Charybdis sucks down the black water. 3 times a day she vomits it up, and 3 times she gulps it down horrendously. May you not be there when she is sucking. No one could save you from disaster then, not even the Earthshaker. Instead, hug Scylla's cliff and drive your ship past as quickly as possible. It is far better to mourn 6 companions than the entire crew. Goddess, I asked, tell me this truly. Could I somehow escape deadly Charybdis and still defend against Scylla when she attacks my companions? The radiant goddess replied, You reckless man, still bent on acts of war and struggle, will you not yield even to the immortal gods? Scylla is not mortal. She is an immortal horror, terrible, savage, and invincible. There's no fighting her. Flight is the only recourse. If you linger by the cliff to arm yourself, I fear she will strike again, lunging out with all 6 heads and seizing another 6 of your men. Row past with all your might. Call loudly upon Proteus, Scylla's mother, who bore her as a plague to mortals. She will stop her daughter from attacking again. Then you will reach the island of Thrinacia. There, many cattle and rich flocks of Helios, the sun god, graze. 7 herds of cattle, 7 fine flocks of sheep, 50 head in each. They bear no young, nor do they ever die off. Goddesses with beautiful hair tend them, Phaeacia and Lampetie, nymphs who are daughters of Helios Hyperion, born by divine Neaera. Their revered mother, after bearing and nurturing them, sent them to the distant island of Thrinacia to guard their father's sheep and spiral-horned cattle. If you leave these unharmed and focus only on your return, you may still reach Ithaca, though after much hardship. But if you harm them, then I foresee destruction for your ship and your comrades. Even if you yourself escape, you will return late, in misery, having lost all your men. She finished speaking just as golden-throned dawn arrived. The radiant goddess then departed up the island. I went to my ship and urged my companions to board and untie the stern cables. They quickly embarked and took their rowing seats. Seated in order, they struck the gray sea with their oars. Behind our dark-prowed ship, Circe, the beautiful-haired formidable goddess with a human voice, sent a favorable following wind, a strong breeze that filled the sail. We secured all the gear throughout the ship and sat back, letting the wind and the helmsman guide us. Then, with a heavy heart, I addressed my companions. Friends, it's not right for only 1 or 2 of us to know the prophecies Queen Circe revealed to me. I will tell you, so that whether we die or escape death and fate, we do so knowing the dangers. First, she warned us to avoid the voices of the wondrous Sirens and their flowering meadow. She ordered only me to listen. You must bind me tightly with painful ropes, upright against the mast step, with the rope ends tied to the mast itself, so I remain firmly in place. If I beg or command you to release me, you must bind me with even more ropes. I explained everything to my companions. Meanwhile, our sturdy ship quickly approached the island of the 2 Sirens, propelled by the fair wind. Suddenly, the wind died down. A windless calm settled over the sea. A god had lulled the waves. My companions stood up, furled the sail, stowed it in the hollow ship, sat at their oars, and churned the water white with their polished fir blades. I took a large wheel of beeswax, cut it into small pieces with my sharp bronze sword, and kneaded them 1 by 1 in my strong hands. The wax quickly softened, warmed by my powerful grip and the rays of Lord Helios Hyperion, the sun. I plugged the ears of all my companions in turn. Then they bound me hand and foot in the ship, upright against the mast step, and fastened the ropes to the mast. They sat down and struck the gray sea with their oars. When we were within shouting distance, rowing quickly, the Sirens spotted the swift ship approaching and began their high, thrilling song. Come here, renowned Odysseus, great glory of the Achaeans. Stop your ship and listen to our voices. No one has ever sailed past here in his black ship without listening to the honey-sweet song from our lips. He delights in it and goes on his way a wiser man. For we know all the suffering the Argives and Trojans endured on the wide plains of Troy by the will of the gods. We know everything that happens on the fruitful earth. They sang, their beautiful voices filling the air. My heart longed to listen further. I signaled my companions with my eyebrows to release me, but they bent forward and rowed harder. Paramedes and Eurylochus immediately rose, bound me with more ropes, and tightened them painfully. When they had rowed past the Sirens, and we could no longer hear their voices or their song, my loyal companions quickly removed the wax I had plugged their ears with and untied me from the ropes. Just as we left the island behind, I saw spray and huge waves, and heard a tremendous roar. Fear gripped my men. The oars flew from their hands and clattered into the sea. The ship lost way as their hands stopped rowing. I walked along the ship, encouraging my companions with soothing words, approaching each man. Friends, we're no strangers to trouble. This danger is no greater than when the Cyclops imprisoned us in his hollow cave by brute force. Yet, even from there, my courage, planning, and intelligence found us a way out. I believe we will remember this too someday. Now listen, all of you, and follow my orders. Stay at your oars and strike the deep-sea breakers with your blades. Perhaps Zeus will grant us escape and survival from this peril. Helmsman, listen carefully as you control the ship's rudder. Keep the vessel away from that spray and surge. Hug this cliff instead. Don't let the ship veer off course towards the other side before you realize it, or you'll plunge us all into disaster. They quickly obeyed my words, but I didn't mention Scylla, the unavoidable horror, fearing that in their terror my men might stop rowing and huddle together inside the ship. At that moment, I forgot Circe's difficult command not to arm myself. I put on my glorious armor, grasped 2 long spears, and went to the ship's foredeck. I expected to spot rocky Scylla there first, the one bringing disaster to my companions. But I couldn't see her anywhere, though my eyes grew weary, searching the misty cliff face all over. We sailed on up the narrow strait, groaning in fear. On one side was Scylla. On the other, divine Charybdis sucked down the sea's salt water with terrifying gulps. When she vomited it up, she seethed and swirled like a cauldron over a great fire, and high spray rained down on the tops of both cliffs. When she gulped down the salt water, her swirling depths were revealed. The rock around roared terribly, and the seabed showed dark, bluish sand. Pale fear seized my men. While we stared at Charybdis, expecting destruction, Scylla snatched 6 of my companions from the hollow ship, the strongest and best hands among them. Turning my eyes back towards the swift ship and my crew, I saw their feet and hands dangling high above, carried aloft. They cried out my name one last time, their hearts in anguish, just as a fisherman on a projecting rock casts bait with his long rod to lure small fish, drops the oxhorn lure into the sea, and then hauls them out, gasping onto the shore. So my men were lifted, gasping, up the cliffs. There, at her cave entrance, Scylla devoured them as they screamed and stretched out their hands to me in their death struggle. It was the most pitiful sight my eyes have ever witnessed in all my explorations of the sea paths. After escaping the rocks, dreadful Charybdis and Scylla, we soon reached the flawless island of the sun god. There grazed the beautiful, broad-browed cattle, and the numerous fat flocks of Helios Hyperion. While still out at sea in my black ship, I heard the lowing of cattle being stalled for the night, and the bleating of sheep. The words of the blind prophet, Tiresias the Theban, and of Phaeacia came rushing back to my mind. They had both strictly warned me to avoid the island of Helios, joy of mortals. With a heavy heart, I addressed my companions. Listen to my words, my comrades, despite your suffering, so I can tell you the prophecies of Tiresias and Circe of Aeaea. They strongly forbade me to land on the island of Helios, joy of mortals, warning that our most dreadful disaster awaits us there. Steer the black ship past this island. My words broke their spirits. Eurylochus immediately answered me bitterly. Odysseus, you're harsh. Your strength is immense. You never tire. You must be made entirely of iron. You forbid your companions, worn out by toil and lack of sleep, to set foot on shore on this sea-girt island, where we could prepare a satisfying supper. Instead, you order us to sail on blindly through the swift night, wandering away from the island over the misty sea. Dangerous winds that wreck ships arise at night. How could we escape utter destruction if a sudden squall should blow up, either from the south or the hard-blowing west, winds that often shatter ships despite the will of the sovereign gods? No, let's obey the dark night for now. Let's prepare our supper, staying close by the swift ship. At dawn we'll board and set out across the wide sea." So spoke Eurylochus, and the other companions agreed. Then I knew some god intended evil for us. I replied, "Eurylochus, you force my hand. I am one against many, but all of you must swear me a solemn oath. If we find a herd of cattle or a great flock of sheep, none of you, in reckless folly, will kill a single cow or sheep. Instead, eat the food immortal Circe provided, and be content." They all swore the oath as I commanded. After they had sworn and completed the oath, we moored our sturdy ship inside a hollow harbor, near a spring of fresh water. The companions disembarked and skillfully prepared their supper. When they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, they remembered their dear comrades whom Scylla had snatched from the hollow ship and devoured. They wept for them until sweet sleep overtook their grieving. During the third watch of the night, when the stars had passed their zenith, Zeus, the cloud-gatherer, roused a furious wind against us, a tempestuous gale. He covered both land and sea with clouds, and night rushed down from the heavens. When rosy-fingered dawn appeared, we dragged our ship ashore, securing it inside a hollow cave where the nymphs had their beautiful seats and dancing grounds. Then I called an assembly and addressed all my companions. "Friends, there is food and drink in the swift ship. Let us keep our hands off the cattle, lest we suffer for it. These are the cows and fine sheep of a fearsome god, Helios, who sees and hears everything." They agreed with my words. For a whole month, the south wind blew continuously. No other wind blew except from the east and south. As long as they had bread and red wine, my companions kept their hands off the cattle, eager to live. But when all the provisions in the ship were gone, necessity forced them to roam, seeking game, fish, birds, whatever came to hand, with bent hooks, for hunger gnawed at their bellies. One day, I went inland alone to pray to the gods, hoping one might show me a way home. When I had walked far enough across the island to be away from my companions, I found a spot sheltered from the wind, washed my hands, and prayed to all the gods who dwell on Olympus, but they shed sweet sleep upon my eyelids. Meanwhile, Eurylochus proposed an evil plan to my companions. "Listen to my words, my suffering comrades. All forms of death are hateful to wretched mortals, but death by starvation is the most pitiful way to meet one's fate. Come now, let's drive off the best of Helios's cattle and sacrifice them to the immortals who rule the wide heavens. If we ever reach Ithaca, our native land, we will immediately build a rich temple to Helios Hyperion and fill it with many fine treasures. But if he becomes enraged over his straight-horned cattle and wishes to destroy our ship, and the other gods agree, I would rather gulp the waves and die once, than waste away slowly on a desolate island." So spoke Eurylochus, and the other companions approved. Immediately, they drove off the best of Helios's cattle from nearby. The fine, sleek, broad-browed, spiral-horned cattle were grazing not far from the dark, proud ship. They surrounded the cattle and prayed to the gods, using tender leaves stripped from a tall oak instead of the proper barley grains, as they had no barley left on the ship. After praying, they killed the cattle and flayed them. They cut out the thigh pieces, wrapped them in twin layers of fat according to ritual, and placed raw morsels on top. They had no wine to pour over the burning sacrifice, so they used water for libations as they roasted all the entrails. When the thigh pieces were completely burned, and they had tasted the inner organs, they sliced the rest, skewered it on spits, and roasted it carefully. Just then, deep sleep released my eyelids. I started back towards the swift ship and the seashore. As I drew near the curved vessel, the sweet aroma of burning fat wafted around me. I groaned aloud and cried out to the immortal gods, "Father Zeus, and all you other blessed, ever-living gods, you lulled me into cruel sleep to my ruin. Left behind, my companions have devised a monstrous deed." Swift Lampetie, nymph of the long robes, flew to Helios Hyperion with the news that we had killed his cattle. Enraged, he immediately addressed the immortals. "Father Zeus, and all you other blessed, ever-living gods, take vengeance on the companions of Odysseus, son of Laertes. They arrogantly killed my cattle, my joy, which I delighted in seeing both when I climbed the starry heavens and when I turned back from heaven towards the earth. If they don't pay fitting retribution for my cattle, I will go down to Hades and shine among the dead." Cloud-gatherer Zeus replied, "Helios, continue to shine among the immortals and upon mortal men on the grain-giving earth. As for them, I will soon strike their swift ship with a gleaming white thunderbolt and shatter it to pieces in the middle of the wine-dark sea." I heard all this later from beautiful-haired Calypso, who said she herself had heard it from the messenger god, Hermes. When I reached the ship in the sea, I confronted my men one by one, rebuking them, but we could find no remedy. The cattle were already dead. Soon the gods began showing ominous portents among them. The hides crawled, the meat on the spits, both raw and roasted, bellowed like cattle. For 6 days my loyal companions feasted, driving off the best of Helios's cattle. But when Zeus, son of Cronos, brought the 7th day, the furious storm wind finally ceased its raging. We quickly boarded the ship, raised the mast, hoisted the white sail, and set out across the wide sea. When the island was far behind us and no other land was visible, only sky and sea, the son of Cronos positioned a dark cloud above our hollow ship, and the sea beneath it grew black. The ship didn't run much further. Suddenly, a screaming west wind descended upon us with hurricane force. The blast snapped both forestays of the mast. The mast fell backwards, and all its rigging crashed into the bilge. The falling mast struck the helmsman on the head and the stern, crushing all the bones in his skull. Like a diver, he plunged from the deck, and his proud spirit left his body. At the same moment, Zeus thundered and hurled a lightning bolt at the ship. Struck by Zeus's lightning, the entire vessel shivered, filled with the smell of sulfur. My men were thrown overboard. They floated like seagulls on the waves around the black ship. The god denied them their homecoming. But I kept pacing the ship until the surge ripped the sides from the keel. The keel, stripped bare, drifted on the waves. The mast broke off near the keel, but the backstay, made of oxhide rope, was still attached to it. With this, I lashed the mast and keel together. Sitting astride them, I was carried by the destructive winds. The west wind ceased its raging blast, but the south wind quickly arrived, bringing agony to my heart, fearing I would have to measure again the path to dreadful Charybdis. All night long I was carried. At sunrise, I reached the cliff of Scylla and terrifying Charybdis. She was then sucking down the sea's salt water. But I was lifted high towards the tall fig tree. I grabbed onto it and clung like a bat. I couldn't find any firm footing or way to climb up. Its roots were far below, and the huge, long branches that overshadowed Charybdis were high above, out of reach. So I clung grimly, waiting for her to vomit forth the mast and keel again. I waited long, and my longing grew. Around the time a judge rises from the assembly for supper, after settling many disputes of contentious young men, the timbers finally reappeared from Charybdis. I let go with hands and feet, plunging down, and landed heavily in the water alongside the long timbers. I quickly climbed onto them and rowed with my hands. The father of gods and men did not allow Scylla to see me again, otherwise I would surely have perished. From there I drifted for 9 days. On the 10th night, the gods brought me to the island of Ogygia, home to Calypso, the beautiful-haired, formidable goddess with a human voice. She took me in and treated me kindly. Why repeat that story? I told it all yesterday, here in your hall, to you and your noble wife. It's tedious for me to retell a story already clearly told. Book 13. Ulysses leaves Scheria and returns to Ithaca. He finished, and they all remained silent, captivated by his words throughout the shadowy halls. After a pause, Alcinous spoke. Odysseus, since you have reached my high-roofed house with its bronze threshold, I trust you will now return home without further wandering, despite all your past suffering. And to all of you, lords who regularly gather in my palace to drink the sparkling wine of elders and listen to the bard, I propose this. Clothing, well-wrought gold, and the other gifts our counselors brought are already packed for our guest. Now let's each give him a large tripod and a cauldron as a further gift. We can reimburse ourselves later by collecting from the people. It's too much for one person to give so generously without recompense. Alcinous's proposal pleased them all. Then, eager for rest, Each went to his own home. When rosy-fingered dawn appeared, they hurried to the ship, bringing the man-ennobling bronze gifts. Mighty Alcinous himself went aboard the ship and carefully stowed the gifts under the benches, ensuring they wouldn't obstruct any of the crew while rowing. Afterwards, they went to Alcinous's palace to prepare a feast. Mighty Alcinous sacrificed an ox for them to Cronos' son, dark-clouded Zeus, who rules over all. They burned the thigh pieces and enjoyed a glorious feast. The divine bard Demodocus, honored by the people, sang for them, but Odysseus kept turning his head towards the blazing sun, eager for it to set, as he longed to depart. Like a man yearns for supper, after his pair of wine-dark oxen have pulled the jointed plow through a fallow field all day long, he welcomes the fading sunlight that sends him home to his meal, his knees weary from walking. So Odysseus welcomed the setting sun. He immediately addressed the Phaeacians, lovers of the oar, especially Alcinous. Lord Alcinous, most renowned of all people, pour your libations now and send me safely on my way. Farewell to you all. Everything my heart desired has been fulfilled, an escort and cherished gifts. May the gods of heaven bless them for me. May I return to find my flawless wife at home with my family safe and sound. As for you, may you remain here to bring joy to your wedded wives and children. May the gods grant you every kind of excellence, and may no evil plague your people. All approved his words and urged that the guest be sent on his way, as he had spoken so well. Mighty Alcinous then said to his herald, Pontomos, mix the bowl and serve wine to everyone in the hall, so we may pray to Father Zeus and send our guest off to his own native land. Pontomos mixed the honey-sweet wine and served it to everyone in turn. Standing where they were, they poured libations to the blessed gods who rule the wide heavens. Then noble Odysseus rose, placed the two-handled cup in Arete's hand, and spoke winged words. Farewell, Queen, throughout all the years, until old age and death, which come to all mortals, arrive. I am leaving now. May you rejoice in this house, in your children, your people, and Lord Alcinous. With these words, noble Odysseus crossed the threshold. Mighty Alcinous sent a herald with him to guide him to the swift ship and the seashore. Arete also sent servant women with him, one carrying a freshly washed cloak and tunic, another assigned to the sturdy chest, and a third carrying bread and red wine. When they reached the ship and the sea, the noble escort crew took charge of the provisions, including all the food and drink, and stowed them in the hollow ship. For Odysseus they spread a rug and linen sheet on the deck of the hollow ship at the stern, so he could sleep undisturbed. He boarded and lay down silently. The crewmen took their seats at the oarlocks, each in order, and untied the cable from the pierced stone. Then, leaning back, they churned the water with their oar blades. A deep, sweet sleep fell upon Odysseus's eyelids, profound and deathlike. The ship, like a four-horse chariot team driven across the plain, surging forward together under the lash, leapt ahead, its stern rising high as it sped onward. A great dark wave of the tumultuous sea surged in its wake. The ship ran steadily and securely. Not even the fastest falcon, swiftest of all winged creatures, could have kept pace. So she ran, cutting swiftly through the waves, carrying a man with wisdom like the gods, who had previously suffered countless pains in his heart, enduring wars and harsh seas, but now slept peacefully, forgetful of all his sufferings. When the brightest star arose, the one that most clearly heralds the light of early dawn, the seafaring ship approached the island of Ithaca. Now, in the land of Ithaca, there is a certain harbor sacred to Phorcys, the old man of the sea. Two projecting headlands, sheer cliffs, slope down towards the harbor, sheltering it from the large waves stirred up by harsh winds outside. Inside, well-bent ships can ride without mooring cables once they reach the anchoring point. At the harbor's head grows a long-leaved olive tree, and nearby is a lovely, shadowy cave sacred to the nymphs called naiads. Inside are stone-mixing bowls and two-handled jars where bees store honey. There are also great stone looms where the nymphs weave sea-purple fabrics, wondrous to behold. Water flows perpetually inside. The cave has two entrances, one facing north, accessible to mortals. The other, facing south, is more divine. Men do not enter by that way. It is the path of the immortals. Knowing the place well, the Phaeacians steered their ship into this harbor. The vessel drove ashore, half its keel length high. propelled by the rowers' strong arms. They disembarked from the bent ship onto the land. First, they lifted Odysseus from the hollow ship, still wrapped in the linen sheet and bright rug, and laid him, deep in sleep, on the sand. Then they unloaded the treasures the noble Phaeacians had given him for his journey home, prompted by great-hearted Athena. They piled these goods carefully by the trunk of the olive tree, off the main path, so no passing traveler might harm them before Odysseus awoke. Then they departed for home. But the earth-shaker, Poseidon, had not forgotten the threats he had once made against godlike Odysseus. He inquired about Zeus's intentions. "Father Zeus," he said, "I will no longer be respected among the immortal gods if mortals, the Phaeacians no less, who are my own descendants, show me no honor. I intended Odysseus to suffer greatly before reaching home. I never completely denied his return, since you had promised it and nodded your assent. But now they've conveyed him across the sea in their swift ship while he slept, landed him in Ithaca, and given him immense gifts, bronze, abundant gold, and woven fabrics, more than he ever would have won from Troy, even if he had returned safely with his allotted share of the spoils." Cloud-gatherer Zeus replied, "My goodness, powerful earth-shaker, what are you saying? The gods don't dishonor you. It would be hard indeed to assail the eldest and noblest among us with disrespect. If any mortal, puffed up by pride and power, fails to honor you, you always have the power to exact vengeance later. Do as you wish. Act according to your heart." Poseidon, the earth-shaker, answered, "Great Zeus of the dark clouds, I would have acted already, but I always respect your anger and try to avoid it. Now, however, I intend to strike that beautiful Phaeacian ship as it returns from its escort mission, so they may learn to refrain from escorting mortals in the future. And I will fence their city with a huge mountain." Cloud-gatherer Zeus replied, "My friend, here's what seems best to my mind. As all the people from the city watch the ship sailing in, turn it into a rock near the shore, resembling a swift ship, so all mortals may marvel. Then fence their city with a huge mountain." Hearing this, Poseidon, the earth-shaker, departed for Charybdis, where the Phaeacians live. He waited there. As the seafaring ship drew near, sailing swiftly, the earth-shaker approached it, struck it with the flat of his hand, turned it to stone, and rooted it firmly to the seabed. Then he departed. The Phaeacians, men of long oars, famous sailors, spoke winged words to one another. Glancing at his neighbor, one would say, "Oh no, who has rooted our swift ship in the sea as it was heading for port? It was fully visible just moments ago." This was their talk, but they didn't understand what had happened. Then Alcinous addressed them. "Ah, now the ancient prophecies my father told me are surely coming true. He used to say Poseidon resented us for providing safe passage to all men, and that one day he would strike a beautiful Phaeacian ship returning from an escort mission, and would fence our city with a huge mountain. That's what the old man said, and now it's all happening. Come now, let us all obey as I command. Stop providing passage for mortals who reach our city. And let us sacrifice 12 choice bulls to Lord Poseidon. Perhaps he will take pity and not fence our city with a towering mountain." They were afraid and prepared the bulls. Thus the leaders and counselors of the Phaeacian people prayed to Lord Poseidon, standing around his altar. Meanwhile, noble Odysseus awoke from sleep on his native soil. He didn't recognize it, having been away so long. Moreover, the goddess Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, had spread a thick mist around him to keep him unknown while she told him everything. She didn't want his wife, his townsmen, or his friends to recognize him until the suitors had paid the price for all their transgressions. Therefore everything seemed alien to the king. The long paths, the sheltering harbors, the sheer rocks, and the flourishing trees. He leaped up, stood, and looked out over his homeland, groaning. He struck his thighs with the flat of his hands and lamented, "Oh misery, what land have I come to now? What people live here? Are they violent, savage, and unjust? Or are they hospitable and God-fearing? Where should I take all these treasures? Where should I myself wander? If only I had stayed there with the Phaeacians. Then I could have reached some other powerful king who would have treated me kindly and sent me on my way. Now I don't know where to store these goods, and I can't just leave them here for others to plunder." Alas, the Phaeacian leaders and counselors weren't entirely wise or just. They brought me to the wrong land. They promised to take me to sunny Ithaca, but they didn't keep their word. May Zeus, the god of suppliants, who watches over all mortals and punishes transgressors, pay them back. But come, let me count my treasures now, and see if they took anything with them in their hollow ship." He counted the beautiful tripods, cauldrons, gold, and fine woven clothing. Nothing was missing. Still he grieved for his homeland, walking along the shore of the tumultuous sea, lamenting sadly. Then Athena approached him, disguised as a young shepherd, delicate and refined like the sons of kings. A well-made cloak was folded over her shoulders. She wore sandals on her shining feet, and carried a javelin in her hand. Odysseus rejoiced at seeing her and went directly up to her, speaking winged words. "Friend, since you are the first person I've met in this land, greetings! May you meet me with goodwill. Protect these treasures and protect me. I supplicate you as I would a god, and grasp your knees. Tell me truly, so I may know for sure. What land is this? What people? Who lives here? Is it a sunny island, or the shore of the fertile mainland sloping down to the sea?" Gray-eyed Athena answered him, "Stranger, you must be foolish or have come from very far away to ask about this land. It's not so nameless. Many people know it, both those who live towards the dawn and the sun, and those who live towards the murky darkness. It is indeed rugged and unfit for driving horses, yet it's not entirely poor, though not spacious. It produces grain beyond measure, and wine as well. It always has rain and rich dew. It's good pasture for goats and cattle. It has timber of all kinds, and watering places that never fail. Therefore, stranger, the name of Ithaca has reached even Troy, which they say is far from this Achaean land." Noble, long-suffering Odysseus rejoiced, delighted to be in his own native land, as Pallas Athena, daughter of Aegis-bearing Zeus, had told him. He spoke winged words, but didn't tell the truth, holding back his story, always turning a crafty thought in his heart. "I heard of Ithaca even over in wide Crete, far across the sea," he said. "Now I have arrived here myself with these treasures. I left as much again behind for my children, and fled because I killed Orsilochus, the swift-footed son of Idomeneus, who surpassed all mortal men in Crete with his speed. He tried to rob me of all my Trojan spoils, for which I had suffered so much hardship, enduring wars and harsh seas, just because I wouldn't serve his father subserviently in Troy, but commanded my own company. So lying in wait with a companion by the roadside, I struck him with my bronze spear as he came from the country. Dark night covered the sky, and no one saw us. I took his life unnoticed. As soon as I had killed him with my sharp spear, I went straight to a ship and begged the noble Phoenician sailors, offering them ample spoil to satisfy their hearts, to take me aboard and set me down in Pylos, or else in sacred Elis, where the Epeans rule. But the force of the wind drove them off course against their will. They didn't mean to deceive me. We drifted from there, and arrived here at night. We rowed hard to enter the harbor, and none of us thought of food, though we desperately needed it. We simply disembarked and lay down as we were. Sweet sleep came over me in my exhaustion. They took my treasures from the hollow ship and placed them on the sand beside me where I lay. Then they embarked and sailed away towards the well-settled city of Sidon, and I was left here, grieving in my heart. Gray-eyed Athena smiled at his story and caressed him with her hand. She transformed herself into the likeness of a woman, beautiful, tall, and skilled in glorious handcrafts. She spoke winged words to him. He would have to be a cunning, crafty trickster indeed to surpass you in all kinds of deceit, even if a god were your rival. You stubborn man, master of schemes, insatiable trickster. Even now, in your own land, you couldn't give up the deceptions and cunning tales that are so dear to your heart. But let's not talk more of this. We both know how to scheme. You are by far the best of all mortals in counsel and speech, and I am famous among all the gods for my wisdom and cunning. Yet you didn't recognize Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, who always stands beside you, guarding you in all your labors. It was I who made all the Phaeacians take such a liking to you. Now I have come here again to weave a plan with you, to hide the treasures the noble Phaeacians gave you at my prompting for your journey home, and to tell you all the suffering you are fated to endure in your well-built palace. You must bear it all with courage, out of necessity. Tell no one at all, neither man nor woman, that you have returned from your wanderings. silently endure your many sorrows, submitting to the violence of men. Resourceful Odysseus answered her, "Goddess, it's hard for a mortal man to recognize you on sight, however knowledgeable he may be, for you take on all sorts of disguises. I know well that you were kind to me long ago, while we sons of the Achaeans fought at Troy. But after we sacked Priam's high city, boarded our ships, and a god scattered the Achaeans, I never saw you again, daughter of Zeus, nor noticed you boarding my ship to ward off any trouble from me. I wandered constantly, my heart torn, until the gods finally delivered me from misery. Only then, in the rich land of the Phaeacians, did you encourage me with words, and personally lead me into the city. Now I implore you by your father, tell me the truth, for I don't believe I've reached sunny Ithaca. I think I'm in some other land. And you're mocking me, telling me these things just to deceive me. Tell me truly, have I really arrived in my own dear native land?" "Always the same skeptical heart," replied gray-eyed Athena. "That's why I cannot abandon you in your misfortune. You are so courteous, quick-witted, and prudent. Any other man returning from long wanderings would eagerly rush home to see his children and wife. But you prefer not to ask or inquire until you have tested your wife further. She who sits waiting in your palace, her nights and days perpetually consumed by sorrow and tears. I myself never doubted. I knew in my heart you would return, though having lost all your companions. But I didn't want to openly oppose my uncle Poseidon, who harbored anger against you, furious because you blinded his dear son. But come, let me show you the land of Ithaca, so you may be convinced. This is the harbor of Phorcys, the old man of the sea. Here is the long-leaved olive tree at the harbor's head. Nearby is the lovely, shadowy cave sacred to the nymphs called Naiads. This is the vaulted cavern where you often offered perfect hecatombs to the nymphs. And that is Mount Neritum, clothed in forest. As the goddess spoke, she dispersed the mist, and the land became visible. Noble, long-suffering Odysseus rejoiced, thrilled to be on his own soil. He kissed the grain-giving earth. Then, raising his hands, he prayed to the nymphs. "Naiad nymphs, daughters of Zeus, I thought I would never see you again. Now I greet you with loving prayers. We will give offerings again, as before, if the daughter of Zeus, the driver of spoils, graciously grants me life and lets my dear son grow to manhood." "Be confident," replied gray-eyed Athena. "Don't let these things trouble your mind. Let's quickly stow your treasures in a corner of the divine cave where they will remain safe. Then let's consider how best to achieve everything." With that, the goddess entered the shadowy cave, searching for hiding places. Odysseus brought all the treasure inside, the gold, enduring bronze, and finely woven clothing the Phaeacians had given him. They stowed it all carefully, and Pallas Athena, daughter of aegis-bearing Zeus, placed a stone against the entrance. Then the two sat down by the trunk of the sacred olive tree, plotting the demise of the arrogant suitors. Gray-eyed Athena spoke first. "Resourceful Odysseus, divinely born son of Laertes, consider how you will lay hands on the shameless suitors who have been lording it in your palace for 3 years now, courting your godlike wife and offering her wedding gifts. She constantly longs for your return, grieving in her heart, offering hope to all, sending messages to each man, but her mind intends otherwise." Resourceful Odysseus answered her, "Indeed, goddess, I would have perished in my own palace by the same wretched fate as Agamemnon, son of Atreus, if you hadn't told me everything clearly. Come now, weave a plan so I can take revenge. Stand beside me yourself, infusing me with mighty courage, just as when we dismantled the gleaming crown of Troy. If you would stand by me with such eagerness, gray-eyed goddess, I could fight even 300 men, with you as my powerful ally." "Revered goddess," gray-eyed Athena replied, "rest assured I will be with you. I won't forget you when we turn to this task. I imagine some of these suitors who devour your livelihood will soon spatter the vast earth with their own blood and brains. Come now, let me disguise you so no mortal will recognize you. I will shrivel the fair skin on your supple limbs, strip the brown hair from your head, and dress you in rags that will make anyone seeing you shudder. I will dim your eyes, once so beautiful, so you appear repulsive to all the suitors, and even to your wife and the son you left behind. Your first task is to go to the swineherd who guards your pigs. He remains loyal to you and devoted to your son and prudent Penelope. You will find him sitting by his pigs near the Raven's Rock and the Arethusa Spring, where they feed on acorns and drink the dark water. growing fat. Stay there with him, sit and ask him about everything. Meanwhile, I will go to Sparta, land of beautiful women, to summon Telemachus, your dear son, Odysseus. He went to spacious Lacedaemon, to Menelaus' home, seeking news of you, hoping to learn if you are still alive. Resourceful Odysseus asked, but why didn't you tell him, since you know everything? Did you want him too to suffer hardship, wandering over the barren sea, while others devour his livelihood? Gray-eyed Athena answered, don't worry too much about him. I myself guided him so he might win good renown by going there. He faces no hardship. He sits peacefully in the palace of the son of Atreus, surrounded by abundance. True, young men lie in ambush for him in a black ship, intending to kill him before he reaches his homeland. But I don't think that will happen. Before then, the earth will cover some of these suitors who are devouring your livelihood. As she spoke, Athena touched him with her wand. She shriveled the fair skin on his supple limbs, stripped the brown hair from his head, and covered his entire body with the wrinkles of an old man. She dimmed his eyes, once so beautiful. She dressed him in different clothes, a wretched wrap and a tunic, ragged, filthy, and stained with grimy smoke. Over this she threw the hide of a swift deer, worn bare. She gave him a staff and a miserable, tattered pouch, slung by a twisted cord. Having made their plans, they parted ways. Athena immediately departed for sacred Lacedaemon to fetch Odysseus' son. Book 14, Ulysses in the hut with Eumaeus. Odysseus left the harbor and followed a rough path up through the woods and across the highlands, heading towards the place Athena had indicated, where he would find the loyal Swineherd, who cared more for Odysseus' household than any other servant Odysseus had acquired. He found him sitting outside his hut, which stood in a prominent spot on the grounds, within a large, well-built courtyard with an open area around it. The swineherd himself had built it for his master's pigs while Odysseus was away, without consulting his mistress Penelope or the old man Laertes. He had used field stones and topped the wall with thorny branches. Outside the yard he had driven sturdy posts of split oak close together all around. Inside the yard he had built 12 sties next to each other for the sows to sleep in. 50 pigs were penned in each sty, all breeding females. The boars slept outside. There were far fewer boars, their numbers constantly reduced because the godlike suitors feasted on them. The swineherd had to keep sending the best of all the fattened hogs. There were 360 boars. 4 hounds, savage as wild beasts, always slept near them. Hounds the swineherd, a leader among men, had raised. He himself was currently fitting sandals onto his feet, cutting them from a piece of well-tanned oxhide. 3 of his helpers were elsewhere, tending the herds of pigs in different pastures. He had sent the 4th helper to the city, reluctantly taking a boar to the arrogant suitors so they could slaughter it and gorge themselves on the meat. Suddenly the baying hounds saw Odysseus. They rushed at him, barking furiously. Odysseus cleverly sat down and dropped the staff from his hand. Even so, he might have suffered miserably right there at his own farmstead, but the swineherd, dropping the hide, quickly ran after them through the gateway. He shouted, scolded the dogs, and scattered them by throwing rocks. Then he addressed his master. "Old man, those dogs nearly tore you apart just now. That would have brought shame upon me. As if the gods haven't given me enough pain and sorrow already. I sit here grieving and mourning for my godlike master, raising his fattened pigs for other men to eat, while he, perhaps lacking food, wanders starving through foreign lands and cities, if he's still alive and sees the sun's light. But come, follow me into the hut, old man. Once you've had your fill of food and wine, you can tell me where you're from and what troubles you've endured." With that, the loyal swineherd led him into the hut, brought him inside, and made him sit down, layering thick rushes and spreading over them the large, shaggy hide of a wild goat, which served as his own bedding. Odysseus rejoiced at this welcome and said, "My friend, may Zeus and the other immortal gods grant you whatever you most desire for receiving me so kindly." To this, O swineherd Eumaeus, you replied, "Stranger, it wouldn't be right for me to disrespect a guest, not even one in worse shape than you. All strangers and beggars come under Zeus's protection. My gift is small but freely given, as is the way with servants like me, always living in fear under the rule of young masters. The gods must have prevented the homecoming of the one who would have loved me dearly and given me possessions of my own, a house, a plot of land, and a much sought-after wife. Such things as a kind master gives a servant who has worked hard for him, whose work a god prospers, just as he prospers the work I diligently do here. My master would have rewarded me well had he grown old here, but he perished. How I wish Helen's entire lineage had perished too, brought low, for she caused the deaths of many warriors. My master also went for Agamemnon's honor to Ilium, land of fine horses, to fight the Trojans. As he spoke, he quickly cinched his tunic with his belt and went to the sties where the herds of piglets were penned. He selected 2, carried them back, sacrificed both, singed them, chopped them up and skewered the pieces. After roasting everything, he brought the meat, still hot on the spits, and set it before Odysseus, sprinkling white barley meal over it. Then he mixed honey-sweet wine in an ivy-wood bowl, sat down opposite Odysseus, and encouraged him. "Eat now, stranger, this pork, which is all we servants have." The fattened hogs go to the suitors, who devour them without fear or pity in their hearts. But the blessed gods do not love cruel deeds. They honor justice and men's righteous actions. Even hostile, ruthless men who raid foreign lands, and Zeus grants them plunder, even they, after filling their ships and heading home, have strong fear of divine retribution in their hearts. But these suitors must have heard some divine voice telling them of my master's miserable death, which is why they have no desire either to court properly or to return to their own homes. Instead, they calmly devour his possessions with outrageous waste, sparing nothing. Every single day and night that comes from Zeus, they sacrifice not just 1 or 2 victims, but they drain his wine supply with reckless abandon. My master's wealth was immense. No hero on the dark mainland owned as much, nor anyone here in Ithaca. Not even 20 men together could match his riches. Let me list it for you. 12 herds of cattle on the mainland, as many flocks of sheep, as many droves of pigs, as many wide-ranging herds of goats, tended by hired foreigners and his own herdsmen. Here, large flocks of goats graze at the island's edge, 11 in total, watched over by reliable men. Each day, every one of these men drives the best fattened goat from his flock to the suitors. As for me, I guard and tend these pigs you see, carefully selecting the best one and sending it to them. So he spoke. Odysseus ate the meat eagerly and drank the wine greedily, in silence, plotting evils for the suitors. When he had finished his meal and satisfied his hunger, Eumaeus filled the bowl he usually drank from, brimming with wine, and offered it to Odysseus. He accepted it gladly and spoke winged words. "Friend, who was the man who bought you with his wealth, so immensely rich and powerful as you say? You mentioned he died for Agamemnon's honor. Tell me his name, perhaps I might know such a man. Zeus and the other immortal gods know if I've seen him and can bring news. I have wandered far." The swineherd, a leader of men, replied, "Old man, no wandering traveler who comes here with news of him can convince his wife and dear son. Besides, vagrants needing hospitality readily tell lies and have no desire to speak the truth. Whenever any wanderer reaches the land of Ithaca, he goes straight to my mistress with fabricated tales. She welcomes him kindly, questions him eagerly, and tears fall from her eyelids as she weeps, the way a woman does when her husband has died far away. You too, old man, would quickly invent a story if someone gave you a cloak and tunic. But as for my master, dogs and swift birds have likely torn the skin from his bones by now, or fish have eaten him in the sea, and his bones lie on some shore, buried deep in sand. He perished far away, leaving grief for all his loved ones, especially me. I'll never find another master as gentle, no matter where I go, not even if I return to my father and mother's house, where I was born and raised. Yet I don't grieve as much for them anymore, though I long to see them again in my native land. It's the yearning for lost Odysseus that grips me. Even though he's not here, stranger, I hesitate to speak his name aloud, for he loved me dearly and cared for me. I call him honored master, even in his absence." Noble, long-suffering Odysseus replied, "Friend, since you utterly deny it and insist he will never return, your heart remaining stubbornly faithless, I will not merely say it, but swear an oath. Odysseus will return. Let my reward for this good news be given only when he actually arrives home. Then, dress me in a fine cloak and tunic. Before that, despite my need, I will accept nothing. For I hate, as much as the gates of Hades, the man who yields to poverty and tells lies. Let Zeus be my witness first, among all gods, than this hospitable table and the hearth of noble Odysseus that I have reached. Everything will happen exactly as I say. Odysseus will return here within this very year. As this moon wanes and the next begins, he will come home and take vengeance on anyone who dishonors his wife and glorious son here." "To this, O swineherd Eumaeus," you replied, "Old man, I won't be giving you that reward for good news, nor will Odysseus ever return home. Drink peacefully now, and let's talk of other things. Don't bring these matters up again. My heart aches within me whenever anyone mentions my dear master. Let your oath stand, but may Odysseus still return, as I wish and as Penelope wishes, along with old Laertes and godlike Telemachus. But now I worry constantly about Odysseus's son, Telemachus. The gods helped him grow like a young sapling, and I thought he would become a man no less capable than his dear father, remarkable in form and stature. But then some immortal, or perhaps a mortal, unsettled his sound mind, and he went off to sacred Pylos, seeking news of his father. Now the illustrious suitors lie in ambush for him on his way home, hoping the lineage of godlike Odysseus will vanish nameless from Ithaca. But let's leave him be, whether he's caught or escapes. May the son of Kronos shield him with his hand. Now, old man, tell me about your own sorrows, and tell me this truly, so I may know for sure. Who are you? Where are you from? Your city? Your parents? What kind of ship brought you here? How did sailors bring you to Ithaca? Who did they claim to be? For I'm sure you didn't arrive on foot." Resourceful Odysseus answered him, "I will tell you everything, quite accurately. If only we had food and sweet wine enough to last here in your hut, just for feasting peacefully while others attend to the work, I could easily spend a full year telling the sorrows of my heart, all the hardships I've endured by the will of the gods, without finishing my tale. I declare my lineage is from wide Crete. I am the son of a wealthy man. Many other sons were born and raised in his palace, legitimate sons of his wife. But my mother was a purchased concubine, though Castor, son of Hylax, whom I claim as father, honored me equally with his legitimate children. He was honored like a god among the Cretans for his prosperity, wealth, and glorious sons. But death-bearing fates carried him off to the house of Hades. His magnanimous sons then divided his property among themselves, casting lots. They assigned me a very small portion and gave me a dwelling. But my own valor won me a wife from a very wealthy family, for I was no weakling, nor a coward in battle. Now all that strength is gone, yet I think you can still guess from the stubble what the harvest was like. Indeed, immense hardship has overcome me. Ares and Athena gave me courage and the power to break enemy lines. Whenever I chose the best men for an ambush, planning trouble for the foe, my proud heart never foresaw death. I always leaped out far ahead, spearing any enemy warrior who lagged behind. Such was I in war. But farming didn't appeal to me, nor household management, which raises fine children. My passions were always ships with oars, battles, polished javelins, and arrows, grim things that make other men shudder. But I suppose a god placed these preferences in my heart. Different men enjoy different kinds of work. Before the sons of the Achaeans ever set foot on Trojan soil, 9 times I led men in swift ships against foreign peoples, and I always acquired great wealth. I chose spoils for myself first, and received much more by lot later. My household quickly prospered, and I became feared and respected among the Cretans. But when far-seeing Zeus ordained that dreadful expedition which loosened the knees of many men, the people urged me, and renowned Idomeneus, to lead the ships to Troy. There was no refusing. The people's voice was too strong. There we sons of the Achaeans fought for 9 years. In the 10th we sacked Priam's city and sailed for home, but a god scattered the Achaeans. For wretched me, however, wise Zeus planned further suffering. I stayed home only 1 month, enjoying my children, my wedded wife, and my possessions. Then my heart urged me to outfit ships and sail to Egypt with my godlike companions. I equipped 9 ships, and the crew gathered quickly. For 6 days my loyal companions feasted. I provided many victims for them to sacrifice to the gods and prepare meals for themselves. On the 7th day we boarded and set sail from wide Crete, running easily before a fine, fresh north wind, as if sailing downstream. No ship suffered damage. We sat, healthy and unharmed, while the wind and helmsman guided them. On the 5th day, we reached Egypt's fair flowing river. I moored my curved ships in the Aegyptus river. I ordered my loyal companions to stay there by the ships and guard them. I sent out scouts to climb to lookout points. But they gave way to recklessness, following their own impulses. They immediately began plundering the beautiful fields of the Egyptians, carrying off women and young children and killing the men. The cry quickly reached the city. Hearing the shouts, the people came out at dawn, the whole plain filled with infantry, chariots, and the gleam of bronze. Zeus, who delights in thunder, cast evil panic upon my companions. None dared to stand and fight. Disaster surrounded them from all sides. The Egyptians killed many of us with sharp bronze, and led the rest away alive to work for them under compulsion. But Zeus himself put a thought into my heart. Though I wish I had died there, met my fate in Egypt, for more sorrow awaited me. I quickly took off my well-made helmet, dropped the shield from my shoulder, and let the spear fall from my hand. I went straight towards the king's chariot, clasped his knees, and kissed them. He spared me, took pity, seated me in his chariot, and brought me weeping to his palace. Many rushed at me with ash spears, eager to kill me. They were furious. But the king restrained them, respecting the wrath of Zeus, guardian of guests, who was especially angered by wicked deeds. I stayed there for 7 years and amassed great wealth among the Egyptians, for they all gave me gifts. But when the 8th revolving year arrived, there came a certain Phoenician, a lying cheat already practiced in causing harm, who cunningly persuaded me with his words to accompany him to Phoenicia, where his house and possessions lay. I stayed there with him for a full year. When the months and days were completed, as the year revolved and the seasons returned, he put me on a seafaring ship bound for Libya, telling a false story that I was to help him transport cargo. But his real intention was to sell me there for a huge price. Though I suspected, I boarded the ship with him, having little choice. The ship ran before a fine fresh north wind across the sea, past Crete. But Zeus planned their destruction. When we had left Crete behind and no other land was visible, only sky and sea, the son of Kronos raised a dark cloud above the hollow ship, and the sea beneath it grew black. Zeus thundered and hurled a lightning bolt at the ship. Struck by Zeus's bolt, the entire vessel shivered, filled with sulfur. All the men were thrown overboard. They floated like seagulls on the waves around the black ship. The god denied them their homecoming. But my own heart was crushed. Zeus himself placed the mast of the dark proud ship, a very long timber, into my hands, so I might yet escape disaster. I wrapped myself around it and drifted before the deadly winds. For 9 days I drifted. On the 10th dark night, a great rolling wave washed me ashore onto the land of the Thesprotians. There, the hero Phaeacian, king of the Thesprotians, took me in without demanding ransom. His dear son found me, overcome by cold and exhaustion, helped me up by the hand, led me to his father's palace, and gave me a cloak and tunic to wear. There I heard news of Odysseus. The king told me he had hosted and befriended Odysseus on his journey home. He showed me all the treasure Odysseus had gathered, bronze, gold, and wrought iron. It was enough to feed another man's descendants for 10 generations, so vast were the valuables stored in the king's palace. Phaeacian said Odysseus had gone to Dodona to hear the will of Zeus from the god's high-crowned oak, to learn whether, after so long an absence, he should return to the rich land of Ithaca openly or in secret. Furthermore, the king swore an oath to me in his own house, pouring libations, that a ship was launched and a crew ready to convey Odysseus to his dear native land. But he sent me off first, because a Thesprotian ship happened to be sailing for Dulichium, rich in wheat. He ordered the crew to take me courteously to King Acastus. But those men plotted evil against me, aiming to plunge me into deeper misery. When the seafaring ship was far from land, they began scheming my day of enslavement. They stripped me of my own clothes, the cloak and tunic, and dressed me instead in these other wretched rags, the tattered tunic and wrap you see now. In the evening, they reached the fields of sunny Ithaca. They tied me fast in the bent ship with a sturdy rope, then disembarked themselves and hastily prepared their supper on the shore. But the gods themselves easily untied my bonds. I pulled my rags over my head, slid down the smooth rudder plank, and entered the sea. I breaststroked, swimming hard with both hands, and quickly left them far behind. I climbed ashore where a flourishing olive thicket grew and crouched down. They searched noisily all around, but when they realized further searching was useless, they reboarded their hollow ship. The gods easily concealed me and then guided me to the home of a knowledgeable man. It seems my fate is still to live on. To this, O swineherd Eumaeus, you replied, "Ah, poor wandering stranger, You have deeply stirred my heart by recounting all your sufferings and travels. But that part about Odysseus, I think that's not right, and you won't convince me. Why would a man like you need to lie so pointlessly? I myself know well enough about my master's return that he has become utterly hated by all the gods, since they didn't let him die among the Trojans or in the arms of loved ones after winding down the war. Then the whole Achaean host would have built him a tomb, and he would have won great glory for his son too. But now, unnoticed, the Harpies have snatched him away. I live apart here with the pigs, and never go to the city, unless prudent Penelope summons me when news arrives from somewhere. Then people sit around and question the newcomer eagerly, both those who grieve for their long-absent master, and those who delight in devouring his livelihood without payment. But I have no desire to inquire or ask questions, ever since an Aetolian man deceived me with his story. He had killed a man, and wandered far before arriving at my farmstead. I welcomed him kindly. He claimed he had seen Odysseus among the Cretans, at Idomeneus's palace, repairing his ships damaged by storms. He said Odysseus would return either by summer or autumn, bringing much treasure, along with his godlike companions. So you too, old man, since a god has brought you to me, don't try to please or charm me with lies. It's not for that reason I'll respect or befriend you, but out of fear of Zeus, the god of guests, and pity for you. Resourceful Odysseus answered, Truly you have a deeply distrustful heart within you, since not even my oath could persuade or convince you. But come now, let's make a pact. Let the gods who hold Olympus be witnesses for us both in the future. If your master returns to this house, dress me in a cloak and tunic, and send me on my way to Dulichium, where I long to go. But if your master does not return as I predict, then set your men upon me, and throw me down from a great cliff, so the next beggar learns not to tell lies. The loyal swineherd replied, Stranger, that would certainly bring me fine reputation and virtue among men, both now and hereafter, if I, who brought you into my hut and offered you hospitality, were then to kill you and take your precious life. With what heart could I then pray to Zeus, son of Cronos? But it's now time for supper. I hope my companions arrive soon so we can prepare a tasty meal here in the hut. As they spoke thus to each other, the swineherds arrived, driving the pigs. They penned the sows in their usual sties for the night. An immense noise arose from the yard as the pigs were shut in. The loyal swineherd called to his companions, Bring the best boar, so I can sacrifice it for the stranger who has come from afar. We too will enjoy it, having suffered long for the sake of these white-tusked boars, while others devour the fruits of our labor without payment. With that, he began splitting wood with his sharp bronze axe. The others brought in a fine, fat 5-year-old boar and stood it by the hearth. The swineherd, mindful of the gods, did not forget the immortals. As a first offering, he cut bristles from the white-tusked boar's head and threw them into the fire, praying to all the gods for wise Odysseus to return to his own home. Then, raising himself up, he struck the boar with a billet of oak he had left unsplit, and its life departed. The others cut its throat, singed the carcass, and quickly butchered it. The swineherd took first offerings from all the limbs, laid them on the rich fat, sprinkled barley meal over them, and threw them onto the fire. They sliced the rest of the meat, skewered it on spits, roasted it carefully, pulled it all off, and piled it onto platters. The swineherd, whose heart knew fairness, stood up to distribute the portions. He divided it all into 7 shares. One he set aside with a prayer for the nymphs, and for Hermes, son of Maia, he distributed the rest to each man. He honored Odysseus with the long chine cuts of the white-tusked boar, delighting his master's heart. Resourceful Odysseus addressed him, Eumaeus, may you be as dear to Father Zeus as you are to me, for honoring me, a man in such state, with the best portion. To this, O swineherd Eumaeus, you replied, Eat, my god-touched guest, and enjoy what we have here. God gives one thing and withholds another, just as his heart desires, for he can do all things. He spoke, sacrificed the first pieces to the ever-living gods, poured a libation, placed the cup in the hands of Odysseus, sacker of cities, and sat down to his own share. Menelaus served them bread, a servant the swineherd had acquired himself during his master's absence, without help from his mistress or old Laertes, buying him from the Taphians with his own resources. They reached out for the good food spread before them. When they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Menelaus cleared away the bread. Sated with bread and meat, They turned their thoughts to bed. The night came on foul and dark, the moon was hidden. Zeus reigned all night long, and the damp west wind blew continuously. Odysseus spoke, testing the swineherd, to see if, in his great kindness, he would take off his own cloak and give it to him, or urge one of his companions to do so. Listen now, Eumaeus, and all you other companions. I'm going to tell a story, boasting a little. The wine compels me, befuddling wine, which makes even the wisest man sing aloud, laugh softly, and urges him to dance. It even brings out words better left unspoken. But since I've started, I won't hold back. Oh, if only I were young and strong as I was when we led an ambush party beneath Troy. Odysseus and Menelaus, son of Atreus, were the leaders, and I commanded with them as a third, for they themselves ordered it. When we reached the steep city wall, we settled down around the town in the dense thicket, among reeds and marsh grass, crouching under our weapons. A foul night came on, the north wind freezing cold. Snow fell like frost, sharp and icy, and rime crusted hard on our shields. All the others had cloaks and tunics, and slept comfortably, their shields pulled up over their shoulders. But I had foolishly left my cloak with my companions when I set out, thinking I wouldn't be cold at all. So I was there with only my shield and bright loincloth. When the night was 2/3 gone and the stars had shifted, I nudged Odysseus, who lay nearby, with my elbow. He listened instantly. "Resourceful Odysseus, divinely born son of Laertes," I said, "this cold is killing me. I have no cloak. Some god deceived me into wearing only a tunic. There's no escape now." Odysseus, whose mind was always ready for planning and battle, immediately thought of a solution. Speaking low, so the others wouldn't hear, he said, "Quiet now, lest any other Achaean hear you." Then, raising his head on his elbow, he spoke. "Friends, a divine dream came to me in my sleep. We are very far from the ships. I wish someone would run and tell Agamemnon, son of Atreus, shepherd of the people, to urge more men to come quickly from the fleet." Thoas, son of Andramon, immediately jumped up, threw off his purple cloak, and ran towards the ships. I lay down happily in his cloak until golden-throned dawn appeared. If only I were still young and strong like that, then one of you swineherds would give me a cloak, both out of friendship and respect for a good soldier. But now they look down on me because I wear shabby clothes. And you, O swineherd, Eumaeus answered, "Old man, that's a fine story you've told, and you haven't spoken a word amiss or unprofitably. For tonight, you won't lack clothing or anything else needed by a long-suffering suppliant who comes your way, but in the morning, you'll have to shuffle around in your own rags. We don't have many spare cloaks or tunics here to change into. Each man has only one. When Odysseus's dear son arrives, he himself will give you clothes, a cloak and tunic, and send you wherever your heart and spirit urge you to go." With that, he jumped up, made a bed for Odysseus near the fire, and spread goat and sheepskins on it. Odysseus lay down, and Eumaeus covered him with a large, thick cloak he kept in reserve for wearing during exceptionally harsh weather. So Odysseus slept there, and the young men slept beside him. But the swineherd had no desire to sleep there, away from the boars. He prepared to go outside, and Odysseus was pleased that he took such good care of his master's property while he was away. First, Eumaeus slung a sharp sword over his sturdy shoulders. Then he wrapped himself in a thick cloak to keep out the wind. He picked up the fleece of a large, well-fed goat and took a sharp javelin to ward off dogs and men. Then he went to lie down where the white-tusked boar slept, under a hollow rock, sheltered from the north wind. Book 15. Minerva summons Telemachus from Lacedaemon. He meets with Theoclymenus at Pylos and brings him to Ithaca. On landing, he goes to the hut of Eumaeus. Meanwhile, Pallas Athena went to the spacious land of Lacedaemon to remind the glorious son of great-hearted Odysseus of his homecoming and urge him to return. She found Telemachus and Nestor's noble son lying in the portico of renowned Menelaus's palace. Pisistratus was overcome by soft sleep, but sweet sleep did not hold Telemachus. Throughout the immortal night, anxiety for his father kept him wide awake. Gray-eyed Athena stood near him and said, "Telemachus, it's no longer right for you to wander so far from home, leaving your possessions behind and such arrogant men in your house. Beware lest they divide and devour all your wealth, and your journey prove pointless. Urge Menelaus, master of the war cry, to send you on your way at once, so you can find your flawless mother still at home. Her father and brothers are already pressing her to marry Eurymachus, for he surpasses all the other suitors in gift-giving and keeps increasing his bride price. Make sure she doesn't carry off some treasure from your house against your will. You know how a woman's heart works. She wants to enrich the house of the man who marries her, but forgets her former children and the husband of her youth once he is dead. She asks about him no more. Go back yourself and entrust all your possessions to whichever serving woman seems most loyal until the gods reveal your own honored bride. Let me tell you something else. Keep it in mind. The chief suitors are lying in ambush in the strait between Ithaca and rugged Samos, determined to kill you before you reach your native land. But I don't think that will happen. Before then, the earth will cover some of these suitors who devour your livelihood. Keep your sturdy ship far from the islands and sail through the night as well. The immortal god who protects and guards you will send a favorable wind behind you. As soon as you reach the first shore of Ithaca, send your ship and all your companions on to the city, but you yourself go first to the swineherd who guards your pigs. He holds goodwill towards you in his heart. Spend the night there, and send him to the city to tell prudent Penelope that you are safe and have returned from Pylos. Having said this, she departed for high Olympus. Telemachus roused Nestor's son from sweet sleep, nudging him with his heel, and said, "Wake up, Pisistratus, son of Nestor. Hitch the solid-hoofed horses to the chariot, so we can begin our journey." Pisistratus, son of Nestor, replied, "Telemachus, no matter how eager we are to travel, we cannot possibly drive through the dark night. It will be morning soon. Wait for the hero Menelaus, son of Atreus, famed spearman, to bring gifts, place them in the chariot, and send us off with kind words of farewell. A guest remembers all his days the host who showed him friendship." He spoke, and golden-throned dawn soon arrived. Menelaus, master of the war cry, rose from bed, leaving lovely-haired Helen, and came towards them. When Odysseus's dear son saw him, he quickly pulled on his shining tunic, threw his great cloak over his sturdy shoulders, and went out to meet him. Noble Telemachus addressed him, "Menelaus, son of Atreus, divinely nurtured leader of armies, please send me back now to my own dear native land, for my heart already longs to return home." Menelaus, master of the war cry, answered, "Telemachus, I will certainly not keep you here long if you are eager to return. I disapprove of a host who is either excessively friendly or excessively hostile. Moderation is better in all things. It's equally wrong to rush a guest off when he doesn't want to go, and to detain him when he's eager to leave. One should treat a guest well while he stays, and send him off when he wishes. But wait while I bring fine gifts and place them in your chariot for you to see with your own eyes. And I'll tell the women to prepare a meal in the hall from the abundance stored within. It's both honorable and beneficial and better for you to eat before setting out over the vast, boundless earth. If you wish to travel through Hellas and central Argos, I myself will accompany you. I'll yoke horses for you and guide you through the cities of men. No one will send us away empty-handed. Each will give us at least one gift to take: a bronze tripod, a cauldron, a pair of mules, or a golden cup." Wise Telemachus replied, "Menelaus, son of Atreus, divinely nurtured leader of armies, I wish to return now to my own possessions. When I left, I didn't leave anyone in charge of my property. I fear that while searching for my godlike father, I might perish myself, or some valuable treasure might be lost from my palace." When Menelaus, master of the war cry, heard this, he immediately instructed his wife and serving women to prepare a meal in the hall from the abundance stored within. At that moment, Eteoneus, son of Boethus, arrived, having just risen from bed, for he lived nearby. Menelaus told him to light the fire and roast some meat, and he readily obeyed. Menelaus himself went down to his fragrant storeroom, not alone, but accompanied by Helen and Megapenthes. When they reached the place where the treasures were stored, Menelaus selected a two-handled cup and instructed his son Megapenthes to bring a silver mixing bowl. Helen went to the chest containing embroidered robes she had made herself. The queenly woman lifted out one robe, the largest and most beautifully embroidered, which lay beneath the others, glittering like a star. Then they returned through the house until they reached Telemachus. Fair-haired Menelaus addressed him. "Telemachus, may Zeus, Hera's loud thundering husband, grant you the homecoming you desire in your heart. Of all the treasures stored in my house, I will give you the one that is finest and most valuable. I will give you a well-crafted mixing bowl. It is solid silver, but the rim is finished with gold. It is the work of Hephaestus himself. The hero Phaeacius, king of the Sidonians, gave it to me when his house sheltered me on my journey home. I wish to give it now to you." With that, the hero son of Atreus placed the two-handled cup in his hands. Mighty Megapenthes brought the shining silver mixing bowl and set it before him. And lovely-cheeked Helen approached, holding the robe in her hands, and said, "I too have a gift for you, dear child. This keepsake, made by Helen's own hands, for your bride to wear on your longed-for wedding day. Until then, let it lie in your dear mother's keeping. May you return rejoicing to your sturdy home and your native land." Saying this, she placed the robe in his hands, and he received it gladly. The hero Pisistratus took the gifts, placed them in the chariot basket, admiring them all. Fair-haired Menelaus then led them into the palace, and they sat down on chairs and high seats. A maid brought water for washing in a beautiful golden pitcher, pouring it over a silver basin, and set a polished table beside them. The revered housekeeper brought bread and set it before them, adding many delicacies, giving generously from her stores. The son of Boethus carved meat, distributing portions, while the glorious son of Menelaus poured the wine. They reached out for the good food spread before them. When they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Telemachus and Nestor's glorious son yoked the horses, mounted the ornate chariot, and drove out through the gatehouse and the echoing portico. Fair-haired Menelaus, son of Atreus, followed them out, holding a golden cup of honey-sweet wine in his right hand, so they could pour a libation before departing. He stood before the horses, offered a toast, and said, "Farewell, young men. Give my greetings to Nestor, shepherd of the people. Truly, he was like a kind father to me, while we sons of the Achaeans fought at Troy." Wise Telemachus replied, "We certainly will, divinely nurtured king. We'll report all this to him just as you say upon our arrival. If only I were as sure of finding Odysseus at home in Ithaca when I return, so I could tell him how I enjoy complete hospitality from you before leaving, and how I carry many fine treasures." As he spoke, a bird flew past on the right, an eagle carrying a large white goose from the yard in his talons, a tame bird. Men and women followed, shouting. The eagle approached them, darted to the right in front of the horses. Seeing it, they rejoiced, and all their hearts were warmed within them. Pisistratus, son of Nestor, spoke first. "Consider, Menelaus, divinely nurtured leader of armies, did the gods show this omen for us or for you?" While Menelaus, dear to Ares, pondered how to interpret and answer correctly, long-robed Helen anticipated him. "Listen, I will prophesy as the immortals put it in my heart, and as I believe it will come to pass. Just as this eagle came from the mountain, its birthplace and lineage snatched the goose raised in the house, so Odysseus, after much suffering and long wandering, will return home and take revenge. Or perhaps he is already home, planting the seeds of disaster for all the suitors." Wise Telemachus replied, "May Zeus, Hera's loud, thundering husband, grant it so. Then I would pray to you there, too, as to a god." He spoke and flicked the horses with the whip. They sped eagerly through the city towards the plain. All day long they shook the yoke across their necks. The sun set, and all the paths grew dark. They arrived at Pherae, at the house of Diocles, son of Ortilochus, whose father was Alpheus. There they rested for the night, and he offered them hospitality. When rosy-fingered dawn appeared, they yoked the horses, mounted the ornate chariot, and drove out through the gatehouse and the echoing portico. Pisistratus cracked the whip to start the horses, and they flew onward willingly. Soon they reached the high citadel of Pylos. Then Telemachus said to Nestor's son, "Son of Nestor, will you promise to do something for me? We claim to be friends through our father's long friendship. We are also peers in age, and this journey will surely strengthen our bond. Divinely born prince, don't drive me past my ship, but leave me here. I fear your old father, in his eagerness to host me, might keep me in his palace against my will. I must hurry home." Nestor's son considered how he could properly promise and fulfill this request. As he thought, this seemed the best course. He turned the horses towards the swift ship and the seashore. He unloaded the beautiful gifts, the clothing and gold Menelaus had given, into the ship's stern. Then he urged Telemachus on, speaking winged words. Board quickly now, and rouse all your companions, before I reach home and tell the old man. I know his proud spirit only too well. He won't let you go. He'll come here himself to fetch you, and I don't think he'll return empty-handed. He will be extremely angry, regardless." With that, he drove his long-maned horses back towards the city of the Pylians and soon reached the palace. Telemachus urged his companions on. "Put all the gear in order in the black ship, my friends, and let us board ourselves so we can begin our journey." They readily listened and obeyed, quickly embarking and taking their seats at the oarlocks. While Telemachus was overseeing this, praying and sacrificing to Athena beside the ship's stern, a man approached him. He was a fugitive from Argos, having killed a man. He was a seer, descended from Menelaus, who had once lived in Pylos, mother of sheep. Menelaus was wealthy and owned a very grand house among the Pylians, but he had fled into exile, escaping great-hearted Neleus, proudest of all living men. Neleus had forcefully seized his vast wealth for a full year. During that time, Menelaus was cruelly imprisoned in the house of Phaeacia, suffering greatly, both because of Neleus's daughter and the deep delusion dread Erinyes had cast upon his mind. But he escaped death, drove the lowing cattle from Phylace back to Pylos, exacted vengeance on godlike Neleus for his shameful deed, and gave the daughter to his brother to marry. He himself went to another land, horse-pasturing Argos. It was his destiny to live there and rule over many Argives. There he married, built a high-roofed house, and fathered 2 strong sons, Antiphates and Manchus. Antiphates fathered great-hearted Oikos, and Oikos fathered Amphiaraus, rallier of armies, whom aegis-bearing Zeus and Apollo loved dearly with every kind of affection. Yet Amphiaraus didn't reach the threshold of old age. He perished in Thebes because of a woman's gifts. His sons were Alcmaeon and Amphilochus. Manchus, in turn, fathered Polyphetes and Clytus. Golden-throned Dawn snatched Clytus away for his beauty, to live among the immortals. But Apollo made magnanimous Polyphetes the greatest prophet among mortals after Amphiaraus died. Angered at his father, Polyphetes moved to Hyperesia, where he lived and prophesied for all people. It was his son, Theoclymenus by name, who now approached Telemachus as he poured libations beside his swift black ship. He spoke winged words. "Friend, since I find you making offerings in this place, I implore you by your sacrifices, by the god, and then by your own life and the lives of your companions, tell me the truth I ask, hide nothing. Who are you? From what people? Where is your city? Your parents?" Wise Telemachus replied, "Very well, stranger, I will tell you plainly. My lineage is from Ithaca. My father is Odysseus, if he ever lived, but by now he has surely perished by a miserable fate. That's why I've gathered companions and this black ship to seek news of my long-absent father." Godlike Theoclymenus answered, "I too am far from my native land, having killed a man of my own tribe. He has many brothers and kinsmen in horse-pasturing Argos, holding great power among the Achaeans. Fleeing death and black fate at their hands, I am doomed to wander among mortals. Please take me on your ship, since I come to you as a fugitive and suppliant, lest they kill me. I know they are pursuing me." Wise Telemachus replied, "I certainly won't refuse you from my sturdy ship if you wish to join us. Come along then. In Ithaca, you will receive such hospitality as we can offer." With that, he accepted Theoclymenus's bronze spear and laid it flat on the deck of the curved ship. He himself boarded the seafaring vessel, sat down in the stern, and seated Theoclymenus beside him. The crew untied the stern cables. Telemachus commanded his companions to grab the rigging, and they quickly obeyed. They raised the pine mast, set it in the hollow mast step, secured it with forestays, and hoisted the white sails with well-twisted oxhide ropes. Gray-eyed Athena sent them a favorable following wind, rushing strongly through the sky, so the ship might swiftly complete its course over the sea's salt water. They sailed past Crunian Chalcis with its beautiful streams. The sun set, and all the paths grew dark. Driven by Zeus's wind, the ship headed towards Phaeacia, then past sacred Elis, where the Epeans rule. From there, Telemachus steered towards the flying islands, wondering whether he would escape death or be captured. Meanwhile, Odysseus and the loyal swineherd were eating supper in the hut. The other men ate alongside them. When they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Odysseus spoke, testing the swineherd again, to see if he would continue to care for him kindly and urge him to stay at the farmstead, or send him off to the city. Listen, Eumaeus, and all you other companions. At dawn, I intend to go to the city to beg, so I won't be a burden to you and your men. Just give me sound advice and a reliable guide to show me the way. Once there, I must wander the city myself, hoping someone will give me a cup of water and a crust of bread. I also want to go to the palace of godlike Odysseus, to deliver news to prudent Penelope, and mingle with the arrogant suitors. Perhaps they might give me a meal, given their endless abundance. I could serve them well in whatever they need. Let me tell you, listen and understand. By the grace of Hermes the messenger, who lends grace and glory to all men's work, no other mortal can match me in practical skills. Laying a fire well, splitting dry wood, carving, roasting meat, pouring wine, all the tasks lesser men perform for their betters. Deeply troubled, you replied, O swineherd Eumaeus, O dear stranger, why has such an idea entered your mind? You must surely be determined to perish there instantly if you intend to plunge into the throng of suitors, whose arrogance and violence reach the iron heavens. Their attendants are not like you. The young men who serve them are finely dressed in cloaks and tunics, their heads and faces always gleaming with oil. The polished tables are laden with bread, meat, and wine. No, stay here. No one finds you a burden. Not I, nor any of my companions here. When Odysseus's dear son returns, he himself will give you clothes, a cloak and tunic, and send you wherever your heart and spirit urge. Noble, long-suffering Odysseus replied, Eumaeus, may you be as dear to Father Zeus as you are to me, for ending my wandering and wretched misery. There is nothing worse for mortals than homelessness. But men endure terrible hardships for their cursed bellies, bringing wandering, suffering, and pain. Since you insist I stay here and wait for him, tell me about the mother of godlike Odysseus, and the father he left behind on the threshold of old age when he sailed for Troy. Are they still alive under the sun's rays, or are they already dead and in the house of Hades? The swineherd, a leader of men, answered, Stranger, I will tell you plainly. Laertes is still alive, but he constantly prays to Zeus for his life spirit to leave his limbs within his own halls. He grieves terribly for his absent son and for his wise wedded wife, whose death caused him the greatest sorrow and aged him prematurely. She died of grief for her glorious son, a miserable death. May no one living here who is my friend and treats me kindly die like that. While she lived, though saddened, it was still a pleasure for me to ask after her and inquire, because she raised me alongside long-robed Ctimene, her noble daughter, the youngest child she bore. We were raised together. She honored me almost as much as her own child. When we both reached the lovely bloom of youth, they married Ctimene off to Same, receiving immense bride gifts. Her mother dressed me well, giving me a cloak, tunic, and sandals for my feet, and sent me to the farm. But she loved me even more in her heart. Now I miss all that. However, the blessed gods prosper the work I attend to myself. From this I eat and drink and give to respected visitors. But I can expect no kindness from my mistress now, since disaster has befallen the house, those arrogant men. Servants greatly desire to speak face to face with their mistress, learn everything, eat and drink, and take something back to the farm. Such things always warm a servant's heart. Resourceful Odysseus replied, My goodness, Eumaeus, you must have wandered far from your homeland and parents when you were just a little boy. Tell me this, and tell me truly. Was the wide-wide city where your father and revered mother lived sacked? Or were you alone, tending sheep or cattle, when hostile men captured you, brought you here by ship, and sold you into this man's house, who paid a worthy price? Then the swineherd, a leader of men, answered, Stranger, since you ask and inquire, listen quietly now, enjoy the wine, and hear my tale. The nights are immensely long now. There's time for sleep and time for enjoying stories. You don't need to go to bed before it's time. Too much sleep is also wearisome. If anyone else's heart and spirit urge him to sleep, let him go. At dawn, after breakfast, he can take out our master's pigs. But let us two sit here in the hut, feasting and enjoying each other's sad tales, recalling our sorrows. For a man finds pleasure even in pain, when he has suffered much and wandered far. I will tell you what you ask. There is an island called Scylla, perhaps you've heard of it, lying above Ortygia, where the sun turns. It's not overly populated, but it's good land, rich in pasture, fine for cattle and sheep, abundant in wine and wheat. Famine never visits the people there, nor does any hateful disease afflict wretched mortals. But when the generations in the city grow old, Apollo of the silver bow comes with Artemis and strikes them with his gentle arrows, killing them. There are 2 cities, and everything is divided between them. My father, Ctesias, son of Ormenus, a man like the immortals, ruled over both. One day, Phoenician sailors arrived there, famous seamen, greedy rogues, bringing countless trinkets in their black ship. In my father's house lived a Phoenician woman, tall, beautiful, and skilled in fine crafts. The cunning Phoenicians seduced her. One of them first persuaded her by mingling with her beside the hollow ship while she was washing clothes. Love deceives the minds of women, even the virtuous ones. He asked her who she was and where she came from. She immediately pointed out my father's high-roofed house. I claim Sidon, rich in bronze, as my homeland, she said. I am the daughter of Erebus, overflowing with wealth. But Taphian pirates kidnapped me as I was coming from the fields, brought me here, and sold me into this man's house. He paid a worthy price. The man who had secretly seduced her then said, "Would you be willing to return home with us now, to see the high-roofed house of your father and mother, and see them too? They are still alive and considered wealthy." The woman replied, "That might be possible, if you sailors are willing to swear an oath to take me home safely." So she spoke, and they all swore as she requested. After they had sworn and completed the oath, the woman spoke again. "Quiet now. Let none of your companions speak to me, if they meet me in the street or perhaps at the spring, lest someone go tell the old king in the palace. If he suspects, he might bind me in cruel bonds and plot destruction for all of you. Keep the plan secret. Hurry with the purchase of your cargo. When the ship is filled with goods, let a message quickly reach me at the palace. I will bring whatever gold comes to hand, and I would gladly give something else for my passage. I am nursemaid in the palace to the noble's son, a clever little boy who runs alongside me when I go out. I could bring him aboard your ship. He would fetch you an immense price wherever you might sell him among foreign peoples." Saying this, she returned to the beautiful palace. The Phoenicians remained there for a full year, acquiring abundant cargo for their hollow ship. When the hollow ship was loaded for their return, they sent a messenger to inform the woman. A cunning man came to my father's palace carrying a golden necklace strung with amber beads. In the hall, my revered mother and her serving women handled the necklace, gazing at it, offering a price. The messenger silently nodded to the Phoenician woman, and after nodding, returned to the hollow ship. She immediately took my hand and led me outside the house. In the entrance hall, she found cups and tables left by men who had been feasting, retainers of my father. They had gone off to the people's assembly. She quickly snatched 3 cups, hid them in her bosom, and carried them away. I followed her in my childish innocence. The sun set and all the paths grew dark. We hurried down to the famous harbor where the swift Phoenician ship lay. They boarded, placed us aboard too, and sailed over the watery paths, while Zeus sent a favorable wind. For 6 days we sailed, day and night alike. But when Zeus, son of Cronos, brought the 7th day, Artemis the archer struck the woman, and she plunged into the bilge like a seagull. They threw her overboard, prey for seals and fish, and I was left behind, grieving in my heart. Wind and water carried the ship and brought them to Ithaca. There Laertes bought me with his wealth. That is how I came to see this land. Divinely born Odysseus replied, "Eumaeus, you have certainly stirred my heart deeply by telling me all this, everything your spirit endured. But surely Zeus placed good alongside the bad for you, since after so much hardship you came to the house of a kind man, who provides you properly with food and drink. You live a good life, but I have come here after wandering through many cities of mortals." Thus they spoke to each other. They lay down to sleep for only a short time, not long, for soon bright throne dawn arrived. Meanwhile, Telemachus's companions, nearing land, lowered the sail, quickly took down the mast, and rowed the ship to its mooring place. They threw out anchor stones and secured the stern cables. Then they themselves disembarked onto the sea beach, prepared their meal, and mixed the sparkling wine. When they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, wise Telemachus spoke first. "You men, take the black ship on to the city now. I will go visit my fields and herdsmen. In the evening, after inspecting my lands, I will come down to the city. Tomorrow, I will set before you a fine feast of meat and sweet wine as reward for your journey." Then godlike Theoclymenus asked him, Where shall I go, dear child? To whose house among the men who rule in rocky Ithaca? Or shall I go directly to your mother in your own home? Wise Telemachus answered, Under different circumstances I would invite you to our house. We lack no hospitality. But it would be worse for you now, since I will be away, and my mother won't see you. She doesn't often appear before the suitors in the hall, but stays apart in her upper chamber, working her loom. However, I can name another man whose house you can go to, Eurymachus, the glorious son of wise Polybus, whom the men of Ithaca now regard as a god. He is by far the best man, most eager to marry my mother and inherit Odysseus's royal honor. But Olympian Zeus, dwelling in the heavens, knows whether he will bring about a day of disaster for them before the wedding. As he spoke, a bird flew past on the right, a hawk, Apollo's swift messenger. It held a dove in its talons and plucked feathers, which scattered to the ground midway between Telemachus and the ship. Theoclymenus called Telemachus away from his companions, grasped his hand, and said, Telemachus, that bird didn't fly past on the right without a god's intent. I recognized it as an omen the moment I saw it. No lineage in the land of Ithaca is more kingly than yours. You will be powerful always. Wise Telemachus replied, Stranger, I wish your words might prove true. Then you would quickly know my friendship and many gifts from me, so that anyone meeting you would call you blessed. Then he spoke to Perilous, his loyal companion. Perilous, son of Clytius, you were always the most obedient to me of all the companions who followed me to Pylos. Now please take this guest to your home and treat him with care and respect until I arrive. Perilous, the famed spearman, answered, Telemachus, even if you stay away for a long time, I will care for him. He will lack no hospitality. With that, he boarded the ship and ordered the others to embark and untie the stern cables. They quickly boarded and took their seats at the oarlocks. Telemachus fastened his beautiful sandals onto his feet. He picked up his mighty spear, tipped with sharp bronze, from the ship's deck. The crew untied the stern cables, pushed off, and sailed towards the city, as Telemachus, dear son of Odysseus, had instructed. But his feet carried him swiftly forward until he reached the courtyard where his countless pigs were kept, and where the loyal swineherd slept, always devoted to his masters. Book 16. Ulysses reveals himself to Telemachus. Meanwhile, in the hut, Odysseus and the loyal swineherd had lit a fire, prepared breakfast at dawn, and sent the herdsmen out with the droves of pigs. When Telemachus approached, the tail-wagging dogs didn't bark but fawned around him. Noble Odysseus noticed the dogs fawning and heard the sound of footsteps. He immediately spoke winged words to Eumaeus. Eumaeus, surely a companion of yours, or someone else you know, is approaching. The dogs aren't barking, but fawning around him. I hear the sound of his footsteps. The words were barely spoken when his own dear son stood in the doorway. The swineherd jumped up in surprise, and the bowls he was using to mix sparkling wine tumbled from his hands. He ran to meet his master, kissed his head, both his beautiful eyes, and both his hands, shedding warm tears. Just as a loving father welcomes his own son returning from a distant land after 10 long years, his only cherished son, for whom he has suffered much grief, so the loyal swineherd embraced godlike Telemachus, kissing him all over as if he had escaped death. Weeping, he spoke winged words. You have come, Telemachus, sweet light of my eyes. I thought I would never see you again after you sailed for Pylos. Come in now, dear child, so I can feast my eyes on you, newly arrived from abroad. You don't visit the farm and us herdsmen often. You usually stay in the city. I suppose you find it necessary to watch that destructive crowd of suitors. Wise Telemachus replied, So be it, Papa. I came here mainly for your sake, to see you with my own eyes, and to ask you whether my mother still remains in the palace, or if some other man has already married her, leaving Odysseus's bed lying empty, perhaps covered in foul spiderwebs. The swineherd, a leader of men, answered him, She most certainly remains in your palace, her heart steadfastly enduring. Her sorrowful nights and days waste away as she weeps. Saying this, he took the bronze spear from Telemachus. Telemachus crossed the stone threshold and entered. As he approached, his father Odysseus rose from his seat to yield it to him. But Telemachus from across the room stopped him. Stay seated, stranger. We'll find a seat elsewhere in our hut. This man here will arrange it. He spoke, and Odysseus sat down again. The swineherd piled green brushwood and spread a fleece on top, and Odysseus's dear son sat down there. Then the swineherd set out platters of roasted meat left over from the previous day's meal. He bustled about, piling bread into baskets and mixed honey-sweet wine in an ivy-wood bowl. He sat down opposite godlike Odysseus. They reached out, for the good food spread before them. When they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Telemachus addressed the loyal swineherd. "Papa, where does this stranger say he comes from? How did sailors bring him to Ithaca? Who did they claim to be? For I'm sure he didn't arrive on foot." To this, O swineherd Eumaeus, you replied, "My child, I will tell you the whole truth. He claims Crete as his proud lineage. He says he has wandered, roaming through many cities of mortals. That's the fate a god has spun for him. Just now, escaping from a Thesprotian ship, he arrived at my farmstead. I place him in your hands. Do as you wish. He claims to be your suppliant." Wise Telemachus answered, "Eumaeus, your words truly wound my heart. How can I possibly welcome this guest into my house? I myself am young, and don't yet trust my strength to defend myself if someone picks a fight. And my mother's heart is torn. Should she stay here with me, manage the household, respect her husband's bed and public opinion, or should she finally go with whichever Achaean wooing her in the palace is the best and offers the most gifts? However, since this stranger has come to your home, I will provide him with clothing, a cloak and tunic, and give him a two-edged sword and sandals for his feet, and send him wherever his heart and spirit urge. Or, if you prefer, keep him here at the farmstead and take care of him. I will send clothes here, and all the food he needs to eat, so he won't be a burden to you or your men. But I will not allow him to go among the suitors. Their arrogance is excessive and reckless. I fear they might mock him, which would cause me terrible pain. It's hard for even a strong man to accomplish anything when outnumbered. They are much stronger." Noble, long-suffering Odysseus then said, "Friend, surely it is right for me also to speak. My heart is torn hearing you describe how the suitors commit outrageous acts in the palace, against the will of a man like you. Tell me, do you submit willingly? Or do the people throughout the land hate you, following some divine sign? Or do you perhaps blame your brothers, on whom a man relies for support in a fight, even a major feud? Oh, if only I were as young as you, with my current spirit, or if I were the son of flawless Odysseus, or even Odysseus himself returned from his wanderings, there is still hope. Then let a stranger cut my head straight off, if I didn't become the bane of every single one of them upon entering the palace of Odysseus, son of Laertes. But if they overwhelmed me through sheer numbers, I being alone, I would rather die, slaughtered in my own halls, than witness constantly these shameful deeds. Guests mistreated, serving women dragged disgracefully through the beautiful palace, wine drawn recklessly, men devouring food idly, wantonly, for a purpose that will never end." Wise Telemachus replied, "Stranger, I will tell you plainly, the people as a whole bear no grudge or hatred towards me. Nor do I blame brothers, on whom a man relies for support in a fight, even a major feud. Zeus has made our lineage run in single lines. Arcesius fathered only Laertes, Laertes fathered only Odysseus, and Odysseus fathered only me, leaving me in the palace, and enjoyed me little. That is why countless enemies now infest my house. All the nobles who rule the islands, Dulichium, Same, wooded Zacynthus, and those who hold power in rocky Ithaca itself, all are courting my mother and devouring my household. She neither refuses the hateful marriage, nor can she bring herself to end it. Meanwhile, they eat up my home, and soon they will destroy me too. But these matters rest on the knees of the gods. Papa, go quickly now and tell prudent Penelope that I am safe and have returned from Pylos. I will wait here. Tell her alone. Let no other Achaean hear, for many are plotting evil against me." To this, O swineherd Eumaeus, you replied, "I understand, I grasp it. You instruct one who understands. But come now, tell me this, and speak truly. Should I also, on the same journey, give the news to unfortunate Laertes?" For a time, despite his deep grief for Odysseus, he used to oversee the farm work and eat and drink with the servants in his house whenever his spirit moved him. But they say that ever since you left for Pylos, he no longer eats or drinks like before, nor oversees the farm work, but sits grieving and mourning, the flesh wasting away on his bones. Wise Telemachus answered, "It is painful, but still we must let him be, despite our sorrow. If mortals could have everything they wished, our first choice would be my father's homecoming day. But you, deliver your message and return straight here. Don't wander through the fields searching for Laertes. Instead, Tell my mother to send her housekeeper, quickly and secretly. She can tell the old man the news." He spurred the swineherd on. Eumaeus took his sandals, bound them onto his feet, and departed for the city. Athena did not fail to notice the swineherd Eumaeus leaving the farmstead. She approached, disguised as a woman, tall, beautiful, and skilled in fine crafts. She stood in the doorway of the hut, revealing herself to Odysseus. But Telemachus did not see her before him or become aware, for the gods do not reveal themselves visibly to everyone. Odysseus saw her, and so did the dogs. They didn't bark, but whimpered and retreated in fear to the other side of the farmstead. Athena nodded to Odysseus with her brows. God-like Odysseus understood and came out of the hut, past the great courtyard wall, and stood before her. Athena addressed him. "Resourceful Odysseus, divinely born son of Laertes, now is the time to speak to your son. Hide it no longer. Plan the doom and death of the suitors together, then proceed to the famous city. I myself will not be far from you for long. I am eager for the fight." As Athena spoke, she touched him with her golden wand. First, she clothed him again in a clean cloak and tunic around his chest. Then she made him taller and filled out his form. His skin regained its tan. His cheeks filled out. The beard around his chin darkened. Having done this, she departed. Odysseus returned to the hut. His dear son was amazed. Troubled, he averted his eyes, fearing it might be a god. He spoke winged words. "Stranger, you appear different now than just moments ago. Your clothes are different. Your skin is no longer the same. Surely you are one of the gods who hold the wide heavens. Be gracious, so we may offer you pleasing sacrifices and gifts of well-wrought gold. Spare us, I pray." Noble, long-suffering Odysseus replied, "I am no god. Why do you compare me to the immortals? No, I am your father, the one for whom you have sighed, suffered pains, and endured the violence of men." With these words he kissed his son, and a tear rolled down his cheek to the ground. He had restrained himself steadfastly until then. But Telemachus, still not believing it was his father, answered again, "You are not Odysseus, my father. Some divinity is deceiving me, to make me grieve and lament even more. No mortal man could devise such things by his own intellect, unless a god himself came down and easily, at will, made him young or old. Just moments ago you were an old man in wretched clothes. Now you resemble the gods who hold the wide heavens." Resourceful Odysseus answered him, "Telemachus, it is not fitting to marvel excessively or be overly amazed that your own father is home. Be sure, no other Odysseus will ever come here. But I am he, just as you see me. After suffering much and wandering far, I have returned in the 20th year to my native land. This transformation is the work of Athena, the driver of spoil, who makes me appear as she wishes, for she has the power. Sometimes like a beggar, other times like a young man wearing fine clothes. It is easy for the gods who hold the wide heavens to glorify a mortal man, or to debase him." Saying this, he sat down. Then Telemachus threw his arms around his noble father and wept, shedding tears. A longing to mourn arose in both their hearts. They cried aloud, more piercingly than birds, eagles or vultures with hooked talons, whose nests farmers have robbed of nestlings yet unable to fly. So they shed pitiful tears from beneath their brows, and the light of the sun would have set on their weeping had Telemachus not suddenly spoken to his father. "Father, in what kind of ship did sailors bring you here to Ithaca? Who did they claim to be? For I'm sure you didn't arrive on foot." Noble, long-suffering Odysseus replied, "My child, I will tell you the whole truth. The Phaeacians brought me here, famous seamen, who provide passage for other men too, whoever reaches them. They brought me across the sea in their swift ship while I slept, and set me down in Ithaca, giving me glorious gifts, bronze, abundant gold, and woven fabrics. By the gods' will, these treasures lie in caves. I came here now following Athena's guidance, so we might plan the slaughter of our enemies. Come now, list the suitors for me and tell me their number, so I may know who they are and how many. Then I can weigh it in my proud heart, and decide whether we two can face them alone, without allies, or whether we should seek others." Wise Telemachus answered, "Father, I have always heard of your great renown, a warrior strong in hand and wise in counsel. But what you propose is immense. astonishment grips me. It's impossible for two men to fight so many valiant opponents. The suitors are not just 10, or twice 10, but many more. You shall learn their count right now. From Dulichium come 52 chosen young men, attended by 6 servants. From Same, 24 men. From Zacynthus, 20 young Achaean nobles, and from Ithaca itself 12 of the best nobles. They are accompanied by the herald Medon, a divine bard, and 2 attendants skilled in carving meat. If we confront all these inside the palace, I fear you might pay a bitter and terrible price for your vengeance upon their violence. Consider instead if you can think of any helper, someone who would willingly aid us with loyal heart." Noble, long-suffering Odysseus replied, "Very well, I will tell you. Listen and consider. Will Athena, along with Father Zeus, be sufficient allies for us? Or should I think of some other helper?" Wise Telemachus answered, "Those you name are indeed the best of allies, though they sit high among the clouds. They rule powerfully over all men and immortal gods." Noble, long-suffering Odysseus said, "Indeed, those 2 will not stay out of the strong battle for long, when the raw strength of Ares decides the issue between the suitors and us in my halls. But for now you go home at dawn and mingle with the arrogant suitors. Later, the swineherd will lead me to the city, disguised as a wretched old beggar. If they dishonor me in the palace, let the heart in your chest endure it while I suffer, even if they drag me by the feet through the house towards the door, or throw things and hit me. You must just watch. Try to dissuade them with gentle words. But they won't listen, for their day of doom is near. Remember this too, and take it to heart. When wise Athena prompts me, I will nod my head to you. Seeing this, gather all the weapons of war lying in the hall, and store them away in a corner of the high-roofed storeroom. When the suitors miss them and question you, deceive them with gentle words. I've moved them out of the smoke, since they no longer look like the ones Odysseus left behind when he went to Troy, but are soiled where the soot has reached them. Also, add this more serious reason, I feared Zeus might stir up strife among you when you're drunk, and you might wound each other, shaming the feast in your courtship. For iron itself draws a man to it. But leave behind for us 2 swords, 2 spears, and 2 ox-hide shields, ready for us to grab. Pallas Athena and wise Zeus will then daze the suitors. And one more thing, take it to heart. If you are truly my son, of my blood, let no one hear that Odysseus is back. Not Laertes, not the swineherd, not any of the household staff, not even Penelope herself. Let you and I alone gauge the temper of the women, and we might also test some of the male servants. See who respects and fears us in his heart, and who cares nothing, dishonoring even you, a man like yourself." His glorious son replied, "Father, you will surely come to know my spirit soon enough. No recklessness holds me, but I don't think this plan will benefit either of us. I urge you to reconsider. You would spend a long time visiting all the farms, testing each man, while the suitors sit comfortably in our palace, arrogantly devouring our possessions, sparing nothing. I do urge you to find out which of the serving women dishonor you, and which are innocent. But I wouldn't want us to go testing the men farm by farm. We can deal with that later if you truly possess a sign from aegis-bearing Zeus." Thus, they spoke to each other. Meanwhile, the well-built ship that had brought Telemachus and all his companions from Pylos arrived at the town of Ithaca. When they entered the deep harbor, they hauled the black ship ashore. Eager attendants carried their gear away and took the precious gifts to Clytius's house. They sent a herald to Odysseus's palace to deliver the message to prudent Penelope that Telemachus was at the farm but had ordered the ship to sail on to the city so the noble queen wouldn't be alarmed and shed tender tears. This herald and the loyal swineherd met, both on the same errand, to deliver the message to the lady. When they reached the palace of the divine king, the herald spoke out amidst all the serving women. "Honored queen, your dear son has now returned from Pylos." But Eumaeus approached Penelope and told her everything her dear son had instructed him to say. Having delivered his entire message, he left the palace and its courtyard and went back to his pigs. The suitors were dismayed and sullen. They went out from the hall, passed the great courtyard wall, and sat down before the gates. Eurymachus, son of Polybus, spoke first among them. "Friends, Telemachus has arrogantly accomplished a major feat. This journey we thought he'd never complete. Come now, let's launch the best black ship we can find, gather a crew of sea rowers, and quickly send word to the others, urging them to return home immediately." He had barely finished speaking when Amphinomus, turning in his seat, spotted the ship already inside the harbor, the crew furling the sail and holding the oars. He laughed sweetly and said to his companions, "No need to send a message now. They're already here." Either some god told them, or they saw the other ship passing and couldn't catch her. They rose and went down to the seashore. The crew quickly hauled the black ship ashore. Eager attendants carried their gear away. The suitors went together to the assembly place, allowing no one else, young or old, to sit with them. Antinous, son of Eupeithes, addressed them. "Damn it, see how the gods have rescued this man from destruction. Day after day, scouts sat perched on windy headlands, always in succession. When the sun set, we never spent the night ashore, but sailed the sea in our swift ship, waiting for bright dawn, lying in ambush to catch and kill Telemachus. But meanwhile, some god has brought him home. Let's plan his miserable death right here. He must not escape us. While he lives, I don't think our business here will succeed. He himself is shrewd in thought and planning, and the people no longer favor us entirely. Come on, before he gathers the Achaeans in assembly. He won't hold back, I assure you. He'll stand up in fury and tell everyone how we plotted his sheer destruction but failed to catch him. Hearing of these evil deeds, the people won't approve. Beware lest they harm us and drive us from our country, forcing us into exile in foreign lands. Let's act first. Seize him in the fields far from the city or on the road. Then we can keep his property and possessions, dividing them fairly among ourselves. We could give the palace to his mother to keep, and to whoever marries her. If this plan displeases you, and you prefer him to live and keep his entire ancestral inheritance, then let us no longer gather here, consuming his pleasing wealth, but let each man woo her from his own hall with bride gifts. She can then marry the one who offers the most, and comes favored by fate." They all fell silent. Then Amphinomus addressed them. He was the glorious son of Nisus, son of Lord Aretius. He led the suitors who came from Dulichium, rich in wheat and grass, and his words pleased Penelope most, for he had a good heart. Thinking wisely, he addressed them. "Friends, I, for one, would not wish to kill Telemachus. It is a dreadful thing to kill someone of royal blood. Let us first consult the will of the gods. If the oracles of great Zeus approve, I myself will kill him and urge all others to join. But if the gods dissuade us, I urge you to stop." So spoke Amphinomus, and his words pleased them. They immediately rose, went to Odysseus's palace, entered, and sat down on the polished chairs. Then prudent Penelope conceived another idea, to appear before the suitors, men of overwhelming arrogance. She had learned of the plot within the palace against her son's life, for the herald Medon had overheard their plans and told her. She went down to the hall, accompanied by her serving women. When the divine lady reached the suitors, she stood by a pillar supporting the sturdy roof, holding a shining veil before her cheeks. She spoke sharply to Antinous. "Antinous, plotter of evil, man of violence, they say you surpass all others your age in Ithaca, in counsel and speech. You are clearly nothing of the sort. Madman, why do you devise death and doom for Telemachus, and show no respect for suppliants, whom Zeus himself witnesses? It is unholy to plot evil against one another. Don't you know or remember when your father fled here, terrified of the people? They were furious because he had joined Taphian pirates to raid the Thesprotians, who were allied with us. The people wanted to kill him, tear out his heart, and devour his vast, desirable livelihood. But Odysseus held them back, restrained their fury. Now you devour his house without payment, court his wife, try to kill his son, and cause me immense pain. I command you, stop, and order the others to stop too." Eurymachus, son of Polybus, answered her, "Wise Penelope, daughter of Icarius, take heart, don't let these worries trouble your mind. The man does not exist, nor will he ever be born, who will lay hands on your son Telemachus while I live and see the light on earth. For I declare this, and it will surely happen, that man's black blood would quickly spurt around my spear. For Odysseus, sacker of cities, often sat me on his knee, placed roasted meat in my hands, and offered me red wine. Therefore Telemachus is the dearest of all men to me. I tell him he need fear no death from the suitors at least. Death from the gods, however, cannot be avoided." He spoke reassuring words, yet he himself was plotting murder for her son. Penelope ascended to her bright upper chamber and wept for Odysseus, her dear husband, until gray-eyed Athena cast sweet sleep upon her eyelids. In the evening, the loyal swineherd returned to Odysseus and Telemachus. They had sacrificed a yearling pig and were busy preparing supper. Athena approached Odysseus, son of Laertes, struck him with her wand, and turned him back into an old man, dressed in miserable clothes. She did this fearing the swineherd might recognize him face to face, and, unable to keep the secret, run to tell prudent Penelope. Telemachus spoke first. "You've returned, loyal Eumaeus. What's the news in the city? Have the arrogant suitors come back from their ambush? Or are they still watching for me there on my way home?" "Then you, O swineherd," Eumaeus replied. "I had no time to inquire or ask about that while going through the city. My spirit urged me to deliver the message quickly and hurry back here. But a swift messenger from your companions met me on the way, and he told your mother the news first. I do know this much, though. I saw it with my own eyes. As I was climbing above the city, by Hermes' hill, on my way back, I saw a swift ship entering our harbor. There were many men aboard, and the vessel was laden with shields and double-pointed spears. I thought it was them, but I cannot be certain." Hearing this, sacred Telemachus smiled, glancing at his father, but avoiding the swineherd's eye. When they had finished preparing the meal and it was served, they feasted. No one's heart lacked a fair share. When they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, they thought of rest, and accepted the gift of sleep. Book 17. Telemachus and his mother meet. Ulysses and Eumaeus come down to the town, and Ulysses is insulted by Melanthius. He is recognized by the dog Argos. He is insulted and presently struck by Antinous with a stool. Penelope desires that he shall be sent to her. As the first light of dawn touched the sky, Telemachus got ready. He strapped on his sandals and grabbed a sturdy spear that felt right in his grip, eager to head into the city. "Old friend," he said to the swineherd Eumaeus, "I'm off to town now to see my mother. She won't stop worrying until she sees me with her own eyes. As for this poor stranger, take him into town later. Let him beg from anyone willing to offer him food or drink. I've got enough problems without taking on his. If he doesn't like it, too bad. I need to speak plainly." Ulysses, still disguised, replied, "Sir, I wouldn't want to stay here anyway. A beggar does better in town, where more people might offer something. I'm too old to be taking orders from a master here. So, let this man take me to town, as you suggested, as soon as I've warmed myself by the fire and the day heats up a bit. My clothes are practically useless, and I'll freeze this frosty morning, especially since you say the city is a fair distance away." With that, Telemachus strode through the farmyards, thinking about his revenge on the suitors. When he reached his home, he propped his spear against a pillar in the cloistered courtyard, walked across the stone floor, and went inside the main hall. The old nurse, Euryclea, spotted him before anyone else. She was arranging fleeces on the seats and immediately burst into tears, running towards him. All the other maids gathered around, too, showering his head and shoulders with kisses. Penelope then emerged from her room, looking as regal as a goddess, Diana or Venus. She wept as she threw her arms around her son, kissing his forehead and eyes. "Light of my life," she cried fondly, "you've come back. I was sure I'd never see you again. Imagine going off to Pylos without telling me or asking permission. But tell me, what did you find out?" "Mother, please don't scold me now," Telemachus answered, "or upset me. I barely escaped with my life. Just wash your face, change your clothes, and go upstairs with your maids. Promise generous offerings to all the gods, asking Zeus to grant us revenge on the suitors. I need to go to the meeting place to fetch a guest who traveled back with me from Pylos. I sent him ahead with my crew and asked Perilous to take him home and care for him until I could come myself." Penelope listened to her son. She washed her face, changed her dress, and prayed, promising lavish sacrifices if the gods would grant her vengeance against the suitors. Telemachus walked through the courtyard and out, spear in hand. His 2 swift hounds followed him. Athena blessed him with such a striking presence that everyone marveled as he passed. The suitors crowded around him, speaking pleasant words but hiding malicious thoughts. He ignored them and went to sit with Mentor, Antiphus, and Holofernes, old friends of his father's family. They urged him to share his experiences. Soon, Perilous arrived with Theoclymenus, the seer he had brought through town. Telemachus immediately joined them. Piraeus spoke first. "Telemachus, could you send some of your women to my house to collect the gifts Menelaus gave you?" "Piraeus," Telemachus replied carefully, "we don't know what might happen. If the suitors murder me here in my own house and divide up my property, I'd rather you keep the gifts than let any of them get their hands on them. On the other hand, if I manage to defeat them, then please bring the presents to me. I'd be very grateful." With those words, he led Theoclymenus to his house. Once inside, they left their cloaks on chairs and benches and went to bathe. Maids washed and anointed them, giving them fresh cloaks and shirts. Afterwards, they sat down at a table. A maid brought water in a beautiful golden pitcher, pouring it into a silver basin for them to wash their hands. She set a clean table beside them. A head servant brought bread and various dishes from the household stores. Across from them, Penelope sat reclining on a couch near a pillar, spinning yarn. They helped themselves to the food, and once they had eaten and drunk their fill, Penelope spoke. "Telemachus," she began, "I think I'll go upstairs and lie down on my sad bed, the one I've soaked with tears ever since Ulysses left for Troy with the sons of Atreus. But before the suitors returned, you didn't make it clear whether you learned anything about your father's return." "Then I'll tell you the truth, mother," replied her son. "We went to Pylos and met Nestor. He welcomed me into his home and treated me like his own son returned from a long journey. His sons were just as kind. But he hadn't heard anything from anyone about whether Ulysses was alive or dead, so he sent me on to Menelaus with a chariot and horses. There I saw Helen, the cause of so much suffering for both Greeks and Trojans, according to the god's will. Menelaus asked why I had come to Sparta, and I told him everything. He reacted strongly, saying, 'So these cowards want to take over a brave man's place? It's like a deer leaving her newborn fawns in a lion's den while she goes off to graze. When the lion returns, he'll make short work of them both. That's what Ulysses will do to these suitors.' He even swore by Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, saying if Ulysses were the same man who wrestled Philomelides in Lesbos and threw him so hard all the Greeks cheered, if he were still that strong and came upon these suitors, they'd face a swift and grim end to their courtship. As for your question, he promised not to mislead me. He told me exactly what the old man of the sea had revealed. He had seen Ulysses on an island, grieving deeply in the home of the nymph Calypso. She was holding him captive, and he couldn't get home because he had no ships or crew left. That's what Menelaus told me. After hearing his story, I left. The gods gave me a fair wind, and I arrived home safely." His words deeply moved Penelope. Then Theoclymenus, the seer, spoke to her. "Madam, wife of Ulysses," he said, "Telemachus doesn't fully grasp the signs. Listen to me, for I can interpret them clearly and will hide nothing. May Zeus, king of heaven, be my witness, along with the sacred laws of hospitality and the hearth of Ulysses the Phaeacian, now approach. Ulysses himself is already here in Ithaca. He's either moving about the country or staying put, observing these evil deeds, and planning a day of reckoning for the suitors. I saw an omen on the ship that confirmed this, and I told Telemachus." "May it truly be so," Penelope replied. "If your words come true, you shall receive such gifts and kindness from me that everyone who sees you will call you fortunate." While they talked, the suitors were outside, throwing discs and aiming spears on the leveled ground in front of the house, behaving as arrogantly as ever. When it was time for dinner, and the flocks of sheep and goats arrived from the countryside with their shepherds, Medon, their favorite servant who waited on them, spoke up. "All right, young masters, you've had enough games. Come inside so we can prepare dinner. Dinner's a good thing, especially at dinner time." They stopped their activities, as he suggested. Once inside, they threw their cloaks onto benches and seats. They sacrificed sheep, goats, pigs, and a fat heifer, preparing for their feast. Meanwhile, Ulysses and the swineherd were getting ready to leave for the town. The swineherd said, "Stranger, I assume you still want to go to town today, as my master instructed. Personally, I'd prefer you stayed here to help out, but I have to obey my master, or he'll scold me later, and a master's scolding is serious. Let's go, it's full daylight now. Night will fall soon enough, and it will get colder." "I understand," Ulysses replied. "No need to say more. Let's go. But if you have a walking stick cut already, please give it to me. You mentioned the road is rough." As he spoke, Ulysses slung his ragged old bag over his shoulder by its cord. Eumaeus handed him a sturdy stick. The two set off, leaving the dogs and the remaining herdsmen in charge of the station. Eumaeus led the way, with his master following behind, looking like a weary old tramp leaning on his staff, dressed in tattered clothes. After crossing the rough, steep terrain, they neared the city and reached the public fountain, built by Ithacus, Neritus, and Polyctor. A grove of water-loving poplars surrounded it, and clear, cold water flowed down from a high rock. Above the fountain stood an altar to the nymphs, where travelers often made sacrifices. Here Melanthius, son of Dolius, caught up with them. He was driving the best goats from his flock for the suitors' dinner, accompanied by 2 shepherds. Seeing Eumaeus and Ulysses, he started shouting insults, using foul and offensive language that angered Ulysses. "Well, look what we have here," Melanthius sneered. "Misery loves company, it seems. Where are you taking this pathetic wreck, Swineherd? Just looking at him is enough to make anyone sick. A bum like this never achieved anything. He just rubs his shoulders against doorposts, begging for scraps, not for honorable things like swords or cauldrons. If you gave him to me, he could clean out the animal pens or feed the kids. He could get fat on whey if he wanted. But he's lazy and prefers begging all over town to feed his bottomless gut. Mark my words, if he goes near Ulysses' house, he'll get stools thrown at his head until they kick him out." As he passed, Melanthius deliberately kicked Ulysses on the hip. Ulysses stood firm, refusing to be budged from the path. For a moment, he debated whether to attack Melanthius with his staff or throw him down and smash his skull. He decided to restrain himself and endure the insult. But the swineherd looked directly at Melanthius and rebuked him, raising his hands in prayer. "Fountain nymphs, children of Zeus," he cried. "If Ulysses ever offered you fat-covered thigh bones of lambs or kids, grant my prayer. Let the gods bring him home." He'd quickly put an end to the arrogant threats of men like you, who strut around town insulting people while your flocks suffer from neglect. Melanthius the goatherd retorted, "You wretched dog, what nonsense are you barking? One day I'll put you on a ship, sell you in some foreign land, and pocket the profit. I wish Apollo would strike Telemachus dead today, or the suitors would kill him. I'm as sure of that as I am that Ulysses will never return home." With that, he hurried ahead, leaving them behind, and soon reached his master's house. Inside, he sat down among the suitors, across from Eurymachus, who favored him. Servants brought him meat, and a senior maidservant placed bread before him. Soon after, Ulysses and Eumaeus arrived at the house and stood just outside, hearing music as Phaeacia began to sing for the suitors. Ulysses grasped the swineherd's hand. "Eumaeus," he said, "this house of Ulysses is truly magnificent. You could travel far and find few like it. It's built grandly, one section leading to another. The outer court has strong walls and battlements, and the double doors look solid. It would be difficult to breach by force. I can also tell many people are feasting inside. I smell roasted meat and hear music, the perfect companions to a feast." Eumaeus replied, "You observe correctly, as usual. But let's decide our next move. Should you go inside first and join the suitors, leaving me here? Or should I go first while you wait? Don't wait too long, though. Someone might see you lingering outside and throw something at you. Think carefully." Ulysses answered, "I understand. Go in first and leave me here. I'm used to being hit and having things thrown at me. I've endured so much in war and at sea, I'm hardened. This is just one more thing. But a man can't ignore a hungry stomach. It causes endless trouble. It's hunger that drives men to fit out ships, sail the seas, and wage war." As they were talking, a dog lying nearby lifted its head and pricked up its ears. This was Argos, the hound Ulysses had raised before leaving for Troy, though he'd never gotten to hunt with him. In the old days, young men took Argos hunting for wild goats, deer, or hares. But now, with his master gone, he lay neglected on heaps of manure near the stable doors, waiting for it to be hauled away to fertilize the fields. He was infested with fleas. As soon as Argos recognized Ulysses standing there, his ears drooped, and he wagged his tail. But he lacked the strength to approach his master. Ulysses saw the dog across the yard and quickly wiped away a tear, hiding it from Eumaeus. "Eumaeus," Ulysses said, "what a noble-looking hound that is on the manure pile. His build is magnificent. Is he truly as fine as he looks, or just one of those table dogs people keep for show?" "This hound," Eumaeus answered sadly, belonged to the master who died far away. If Argos were the dog he was when Ulysses left for Troy, you'd see his speed and strength. No wild beast in the forest could escape him once he was on its trail. But now, he's fallen on hard times. His master is dead, and the women neglect him. Servants slack off when their master isn't around. Zeus takes away half a man's worth when he becomes a slave. As Eumaeus finished speaking, he went inside the hall where the suitors were gathered. At that very moment, Argos, having finally seen his master after 20 years, died. Telemachus saw Eumaeus enter long before anyone else and signaled for him to come sit beside him. Eumaeus looked around and found an empty stool near the carver, who was distributing meat to the suitors. He carried it over to Telemachus's table and sat down opposite him. A servant brought him his share of meat and bread from the basket. Almost immediately, Ulysses entered, appearing as a pathetic old beggar, leaning heavily on his staff, his clothes ragged. He sat down on the ashwood threshold, just inside the main doors, leaning against a cypress post that a carpenter had skillfully smoothed and set perfectly straight. Telemachus took a whole loaf of bread from the basket, along with as much meat as he could carry in both hands, and spoke to Eumaeus. "Take this to the stranger," he instructed, "and tell him to go around and beg from each of the suitors. A beggar can't afford to be shy." Eumaeus approached Ulysses. "Stranger," he said, "Telemachus sends you this food and advises you to make the rounds, begging from the suitors. He says beggars shouldn't be timid." Ulysses replied, "May King Zeus grant Telemachus happiness and fulfill all his heart's desires." He took the food with both hands and placed it on his dirty bag at his feet. He ate while the bard continued to sing, finishing just as the song ended. The suitors applauded the bard. Just then, Athena approached Ulysses and prompted him to beg from each suitor, so he could observe their characters and distinguish the decent from the wicked, though she had no intention of sparing any of them. Ulysses began his rounds, moving from left to right, holding out his hands like a genuine beggar. Some pitied him and were curious, asking each other who he was and where he came from. The goat-herd Melanthius spoke up. "Suitors of our noble queen, I can tell you about him. I've seen him before. The swineherd brought him here. But I know nothing about the man himself or his origins." Hearing this, Antinous turned on the swineherd angrily. "You idiot," he shouted. "Why did you bring this man to town? Don't we have enough vagrants and beggars already, bothering us while we eat? Isn't it bad enough that these people gather here, wasting your master's property, without you bringing another one?" Eumaeus retorted, "Antinous, you may have noble birth, but your words are vile. It wasn't my idea to bring him here. Who would invite a stranger from a foreign land unless he had a useful skill, a seer, a healer, a carpenter, or a bard who entertains us with song? Such men are welcomed everywhere. Nobody invites a beggar who will just be a nuisance. You're always harder on Ulysses' servants than any other suitor, especially me. But I don't care, as long as Penelope and Telemachus are alive and well here." Telemachus interrupted. "Quiet, don't argue with him. Antinous has the sharpest tongue among the suitors, and he encourages the others to be worse." Then, turning to Antinous, he said, "Antinous, you claim to care about my interests as if I were your own son, so why do you want this stranger thrown out? Heaven forbid. Give him something yourself. I don't mind. In fact, I insist. Don't worry about my mother or any other servant, but I know you won't. You enjoy consuming things much more than giving them away." "What's this arrogant talk, Telemachus?" Antinous sneered. "If all the suitors gave him as much as I intend to, he wouldn't bother coming back here for 3 months." As he spoke, he picked up the footstool he used to rest his feet on from under the table and acted as if he were about to throw it at Ulysses. However, the other suitors gave Ulysses something, filling his bag with bread and meat. He was about to return to the threshold to eat what they had given him, but first, he approached Antinous. "Sir," Ulysses said, "please give me something. Surely you aren't the poorest man here. You seem like a leader, the most prominent among them. Therefore, you should be the most generous giver, and I will spread the word of your kindness far and wide. I too was once wealthy, with a fine house. I often gave aid to wanderers like myself, regardless of who they were or what they needed. I had numerous servants and all the possessions that mark a prosperous life. But Zeus, it seems, decided to take it all away. He sent me with sea raiders to Egypt, on a long, disastrous voyage. I anchored my ships in the Nile River and ordered my men to stay guard while I sent scouts to survey the land. But my men ignored my orders, gave in to their impulses, and pillaged the Egyptian countryside, killing the men and capturing the women and children. Word quickly reached the city. At dawn, the plain filled with soldiers, cavalry, infantry, and gleaming armor. Zeus struck panic into my men. They lost the will to fight as the enemy surrounded them. The Egyptians killed many and enslaved the rest. As for me, they gave me to a friend they encountered, Demeter, son of Iasus, a powerful man in Cyprus, to take me there. From Cyprus I have come here, in great misery. Antinous sneered. What god sent this plague to disrupt our dinner? Get out, into the open court, or I'll give you a taste of Egypt and Cyprus you won't forget, you insolent beggar. You've begged from everyone else, and they gave generously because they have plenty. It's easy to be generous with someone else's property when there's lots of it. Ulysses started to move away. My fine sir, he said calmly, your looks are better than your character. If this were your own house, you wouldn't spare a poor man even a pinch of salt. Here, in another man's house, surrounded by abundance, you can't even bring yourself to offer a piece of bread. This enraged Antinous. He scowled. You'll pay for that before you leave this court. With that, he hurled the footstool, striking Ulysses on the upper part of his right shoulder blade. Ulysses stood firm as a rock, not even staggering from the blow. He shook his head silently, his mind filled with thoughts of revenge. He walked back to the threshold, sat down and placed his full bag at his feet. Listen to me, he called out, you suitors of Queen Penelope. Let me speak my mind. A man feels no pain if hit while defending his property, his sheep or cattle. But Antinous hit me because of my wretched belly, this constant source of trouble for mankind. Yet if beggars have gods and spirits of vengeance at all, I pray Antinous meets a grim fate before his wedding day. Sit down and eat quietly, or get out. Antinous shouted back, say one more word, and I'll have you dragged through the courts by your hands and feet, and the servants will skin you alive. The other suitors were deeply displeased. One young man spoke up. Antinous, you were wrong to strike that poor beggar. It could bring you trouble if he turns out to be a god in disguise. We know the gods wander the earth in many forms, observing human behavior, seeing who acts justly and who does wrong. Though the suitors murmured their disapproval, Antinous ignored them. Meanwhile, Telemachus seethed with fury over the blow his father had endured. Though no tears fell, he shook his head silently, planning his revenge. When Penelope heard from her chambers that the beggar had been struck in the hall, she said to her maids, I wish Apollo would strike you just like that, Antinous. Her attendant, Eurynome, added, If our prayers were answered, not one of these suitors would see another sunrise. Penelope then said, Nurse, I despise every one of them. They only plot trouble. But Antinous, I hate him, like the darkness of death itself. A poor, unfortunate wanderer comes begging out of sheer necessity. Everyone else gave him something for his bag, but Antinous hit him on the right shoulder blade with a footstool. She continued talking with her maids in her room while Ulysses finished his meal below. Then she called for the swineherd. Eumaeus, she said, go and ask the stranger to come here. I want to meet him and ask him some questions. He seems well-traveled. Perhaps he has seen or heard something about my unfortunate husband. Eumaeus replied, Madam, if only these Achaeans would be quiet, you would be captivated by his story. I had him in my hut for 3 days and 3 nights. It was the first place he came to after escaping his ship, and he still hasn't finished recounting his misfortunes. If he were the most gifted singer in the world, whose words mesmerize all listeners, I couldn't have been more charmed sitting there listening. He claims an old friendship exists between his family and Ulysses's. He says he's from Crete, home of Minos' descendants, driven here and there by relentless bad luck. He also swears he's heard that Ulysses is alive and nearby, among the Thesprotians, and is bringing great wealth home. Then call him here, said Penelope, so I can hear his story too. Let the suitors amuse themselves indoors or out. They have nothing to worry about. Their own food and wine sit untouched in their homes, consumed only by servants, while they linger here day after day, sacrificing our oxen, sheep, and fat goats for their feasts, drinking endless amounts of wine. No estate can withstand such recklessness, especially without Ulysses here to protect it. If he were to return, he and his son would swiftly seek revenge. As she finished speaking, Telemachus sneezed so loudly the entire house echoed. Penelope laughed. "Go call the stranger, Eumaeus," she said. "Did you hear my son sneeze just as I spoke? It must mean that all the suitors are destined to be killed. Not one will escape. And listen carefully. If I believe the stranger is telling the truth, I will give him a fine shirt and cloak." Hearing this, Eumaeus went straight to Ulysses. "Father stranger," he said, "my mistress Penelope, Telemachus's mother, has sent for you. She is grieving deeply, but wishes to hear anything you can tell her about her husband. If she's convinced you speak the truth, she will give you a shirt and cloak, things you clearly need. As for food, you can get enough by begging around town. Let those who are willing give." Ulysses replied, "I will tell Penelope nothing but the absolute truth. I know all about her husband. We shared hardships together. But I fear passing through this crowd of cruel suitors again. Their arrogance and insolence are boundless. Just now, as I was moving through the house harming no one, a man struck me painfully, and neither Telemachus nor anyone else defended me. Therefore, tell Penelope to be patient and wait until sunset. Let her provide me a seat near the fire. My clothes are worn thin, as you know from when I first asked for your help. Then she can ask me about her husband's return." The swineherd returned to Penelope. Seeing him cross the threshold alone, she asked, "Why didn't you bring him, Eumaeus? Is he afraid someone will mistreat him, or is he simply shy about coming inside?" "Beggar shouldn't be ashamed," Eumaeus answered. "The stranger's reasoning is sound. He wants to avoid the suitors, which anyone would understand. He asks you to wait until sundown. It will be much better, madam, for you to speak with him privately then, when you can listen and talk freely." "The man is sensible," Penelope agreed. "It's likely best, as he suggests. There are no people more detestable in the world than these men." Having delivered the message, Eumaeus returned to the main hall where the suitors were. He went up to Telemachus and whispered, so no one else could hear, "My dear sir, I'm heading back to the pigs now, to look after your property and my own duties. Keep an eye on things here, but above all, stay safe. Many here wish you harm. May Zeus bring them to ruin before they can hurt us." "Very well," Telemachus replied. "Go home after you've eaten. In the morning, bring the animals for the day's sacrifice. Leave the rest to the gods and me." Eumaeus sat down again, finished his meal, and then left the courts and the hall, returning to his pigs. The suitors soon turned to singing and dancing to pass the time, as evening was approaching. Book 18. The fight with Iris. Ulysses warns Amphinomus. Penelope gets presents from the suitors. The braziers. Ulysses rebukes Eurymachus. Just then, a notorious local tramp arrived. He begged throughout Ithaca, and was infamous for his insatiable appetite for food and drink. Despite his large, hulking appearance, he possessed no real strength or stamina. His given name was Arneus, but the young men called him Iris, because he'd run errands for anyone. As soon as he entered, he started insulting Ulysses, trying to drive him away from his own doorstep. "Get lost, old man," Iris shouted, "before I drag you out by the neck. Don't you see everyone egging me on to toss you out? I'm just trying to be nice about it. Get up and leave, or we'll settle this with fists." Ulysses frowned at him. "Friend," he said sternly, "I'm doing you no harm. People give you plenty, but I'm not jealous. This doorway is big enough for both of us. Don't resent me for things that aren't yours to give. You seem to be a tramp just like me. Maybe the gods will grant us better fortune later. But don't provoke me with talk of fighting. Old as I am, if you anger me, I'll bloody your mouth and chest. That would guarantee me peace tomorrow, because you wouldn't dare show your face at Ulysses' house again." Iris, enraged, shot back, "You filthy glutton, you talk like an old hag. I've got a mind to beat you senseless and knock your teeth out like a boar's tusks. Get ready, let everyone watch. You'll never beat someone so much younger." They traded insults loudly on the smooth stone threshold in front of the doors. When Antinous saw the commotion, he laughed heartily. "Friends," he called to the others, "this is the best entertainment we've ever had. Heaven sent, truly. The stranger and Iris are quarreling and about to fight. Let's urge them on." The suitors rushed over, laughing, and formed a circle around the two ragged beggars. "Listen up," Antinous announced. "We have some goat stomachs filled with blood and fat roasting by the fire for supper. Whoever wins this fight proves himself the better man gets first pick. He'll also eat at our table from now on, and we won't allow any other beggars in the house." Everyone agreed. Ulysses, playing his part, said cautiously, "Sirs, An old man worn out by suffering can hardly fight a younger one. But this relentless hunger drives me, even if it means getting beaten. However, you must all swear not to interfere or hit me unfairly just to help Iris win." They all swore the oath as he asked. Once they finished, Telemachus added, "Stranger, if you intend to deal with this fellow, don't fear anyone here. Anyone who strikes you will answer to more than one of us. I am the host, and the chiefs Antinous and Eurymachus, both sensible men, agree with me." Everyone voiced their approval. Ulysses tightened the rags around his waist, revealing his powerful thighs, broad shoulders, chest, and strong arms. Athena, unseen, approached and infused his limbs with even greater strength. The suitors stared in amazement. One muttered to his neighbor, "Look at the muscles on that old beggar. Iris won't stand a chance." Iris grew visibly nervous hearing this. Servants forcibly girded him for the fight and pushed him forward, his limbs trembling with fear. Antinous scolded him, "You bragging coward! You shouldn't even exist if you're scared of an old, broken-down tramp like this. Listen, and I mean it. If he beats you, I'll toss you on a ship to the mainland and send you to King Ecodus, the butcher who tortures everyone he meets. He'll cut off your nose and ears and feed your guts to the dogs." This terrified Iris even more. They forced him into the center of the ring, and both men raised their fists. Ulysses considered whether to strike a killing blow immediately or just knock him down. He decided on a lighter punch, fearing a knockout might make the Achaeans suspect his true identity. They squared off. Iris landed a glancing blow on Ulysses' right shoulder. Ulysses then struck Iris a powerful blow on the neck, just below the ear. The sound of breaking bone was audible, and blood gushed from Iris's mouth. He crashed to the dust, groaning, gnashing his teeth, and kicking the ground. The suitors roared with laughter. Ulysses grabbed Iris by the foot and dragged him across the courtyard to the gatehouse. He propped the dazed beggar against the wall and placed his staff in his hands. "Sit here," Ulysses commanded, "and keep the dogs and pigs away. You pitiful creature, try to rule the beggars again, and you'll face worse than this." Ulysses slung his tattered bag over his shoulder and returned to his spot on the threshold. The suitors went back inside, still laughing and congratulating him. "May Zeus and all the gods grant your wishes, stranger," they cheered, "for silencing that insatiable pest. We'll ship him off to King Ecodus soon enough." Ulysses took this as a good sign. Antinous placed a large goat's paunch, filled with blood and fat, before him. Amphinomus brought 2 loaves of bread from the basket and offered him wine in a golden goblet. "Good luck to you, father stranger," Amphinomus said kindly. "You're in a rough spot now, but I hope better times are ahead for you." Ulysses replied, "Amphinomus, you seem like a man of good judgment, which isn't surprising, given your father. I've heard good things about Nestor of Dulichium. He's known as brave and wealthy. They say you are his son, and you carry yourself well. So listen closely to what I say. Of all creatures on earth, man is the most fleeting. As long as the gods grant him health and prosperity, he thinks no harm will ever come. But when the blessed gods bring sorrow, he endures it because he must. Our state of mind shifts daily, according to the will of the Almighty. I know this well, for I too was once rich. I did many wrongs, trusting in my pride and the support of my father and brothers. Therefore a man should always respect the gods and accept whatever gifts heaven sends, without arrogance. Look at the shameful actions of these suitors, wasting the estate and disrespecting the wife of a man who is certain to return, and soon. Yes, he is near. May heaven guide you home safely before he arrives, so you don't face him on his day of reckoning. Once he is here, blood will surely be spilled between him and these suitors." With these words, Ulysses poured a libation and drank. He returned the golden cup to Amphinomus, who walked away looking grave, his head bowed, sensing impending doom. Yet, even with this warning, he couldn't escape his fate. Athena had destined him to fall by Telemachus's hand. He returned to his seat. Then Athena inspired Penelope to appear before the suitors, intending to heighten their desire for her and increase the honor she received from her husband and son. Penelope gave a forced, mocking laugh and said to her attendant, "Eurynome, I've suddenly decided to show myself to the suitors, even though I despise them. I also want to subtly warn my son not to associate with them too closely. They speak politely, but their intentions are wicked." "My dear child," Eurynome replied, "what you say is wise. Go and speak to your son. But first, wash your face and apply some soothing ointment. Don't go down with tear-streaked cheeks. It's not right to grieve so constantly. Besides, Telemachus, whom you prayed to see grow a beard, is now a grown man." "I know you mean well, Eurynome," Penelope answered, "but don't try to persuade me to wash or anoint myself. Heaven stole my beauty the day my husband sailed away. However, please tell Autono and Hippodamia I need them. They must accompany me when I go to the hall. I won't go among the men alone. It wouldn't be proper." The old woman went to summon the maids. Meanwhile, Athena had another idea. She caused a deep, sweet sleep to fall over Penelope. As Penelope reclined on her couch, her limbs grew heavy. Then the goddess bestowed divine grace and beauty upon her, ensuring all the Achaeans would admire her. She cleansed Penelope's face with the same ambrosial loveliness Aphrodite wears when dancing with the Graces. She made her appear taller and more statuesque, her skin whiter than polished ivory. Having done this, Athena departed. The maids entered from their quarters, their voices waking Penelope. "Oh, what a wonderfully deep sleep I've had," Penelope murmured, touching her face, "despite all my sorrows. I wish Artemis would grant me such a sweet death right now, so I could stop wasting away in despair for my dear husband, who possessed every virtue and was the finest among the Achaeans." With that, she descended from her upper room, accompanied by her 2 maids. When she reached the Suitors, she stood by a pillar supporting the roof, holding a light veil over her face, with a trusted maidservant on each side. Seeing her, the Suitors were overwhelmed with desire, each man silently praying she would choose him. "Telemachus," she said, addressing her son, "I'm afraid you're losing the discretion and good judgment you once had. When you were younger, you understood propriety better. Now you are grown, and though a stranger might mistake you for the son of a prosperous man based on your looks and stature, your behavior is lacking. What was this disturbance about? How could you allow a stranger to be treated so disgracefully? What if he had been seriously hurt while under our protection? That would bring shame upon you." "Mother," Telemachus replied, "I'm not surprised you're upset. I understand everything now, and know right from wrong, which I didn't when I was younger. But I can't always maintain perfect control. These wicked men constantly provoke me, one after another, and I have no one to support me." Still, the fight between Iris and the stranger didn't end as the Suitors planned. The stranger won easily. "I wish Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo would break the necks of every one of your suitors inside the house and out. I wish they were all as weak and limp as Iris is now, slumped over by the courtyard gate, nodding his head like a drunkard, too beaten to stand or go home." As they spoke, Eurymachus approached Penelope. "Queen Penelope, daughter of Icarius," he flattered, "if all the Achaeans across the Argive lands could see you now, you'd have even more suitors gathered here tomorrow. You are the most remarkable woman in the world, for both beauty and wisdom." Penelope responded coolly, "Eurymachus, heaven stripped me of my beauty, face, and form, when the Argives sailed for Troy, taking my dear husband with them. If he were to return and manage his affairs, I would indeed command more respect and appear more dignified. As it is, I am burdened with sorrow and the trials heaven has sent. My husband anticipated this. When he left, he took my right wrist and said, 'Wife, not all of us will return safely from Troy. The Trojans are skilled fighters, with bows, spears, and chariots, which quickly decide battles. I don't know if heaven will send me back or if I will fall there. Meanwhile, manage things here. Care for my father and mother as you do now, perhaps even more diligently in my absence. But when you see our son grow a beard, then marry whomever you choose and leave this house.'" This is what he predicted, and it's all coming true. "The night approaches when I must submit to a hateful marriage, for Zeus has robbed me of all hope. Furthermore, this deepens my grief. You suitors are not courting me according to custom. Usually, men wooing a noble and worthy woman bring oxen and sheep to feast her family and friends, giving her magnificent gifts. They don't devour someone else's property without payment." Ulysses, still disguised, listened with satisfaction as Penelope skillfully extracted promises of gifts from the suitors, flattering them with words he knew she didn't mean. Antinous then declared, "Queen Penelope, daughter of Icarius, accept gifts from anyone willing to give. It's unwise to refuse. But we will not leave or go about our business until you marry the best man among us, whoever he may be." The other suitors applauded Antinous. Each sent his servant to fetch a present. Antinous' servant returned with a large, stunningly embroidered robe fastened with 12 golden brooches. Eurymachus presented a magnificent necklace of gold and amber beads gleaming like sunlight. Eurydamas' servants brought earrings with 3 brilliant glittering pendants. King Pisander, son of Polyctor, gave her an exquisitely crafted necklace. Every other suitor brought a beautiful gift of some kind. Then the queen returned to her room upstairs, her maids carrying the presents after her. Meanwhile, the suitors resumed their singing and dancing, continuing until evening fell and darkness gathered. They brought in 3 braziers to provide light, piling them high with dry, aged firewood. They lit torches from the braziers, which the maids held aloft in turns. Then Ulysses spoke to the maids. "Maids, servants of Ulysses who has been gone so long," he said, "go inside to the queen. Sit with her, keep her company, spin wool, or card it. I will hold the light for all these men. They can stay until morning, but they won't outlast me. I can endure a great deal." The maids exchanged glances and laughed. The pretty Melantho began to taunt him scornfully. She was the daughter of Dolius, but Penelope had raised her, given her toys, and cared for her as a child. Despite this kindness, Melantho showed no sympathy for her mistress's sorrow and secretly carried on an affair with Eurymachus. "Poor wretch," she sneered at Ulysses. "Have you lost your mind completely? Go sleep in a blacksmith's shop or some public gathering place instead of chattering here. Aren't you ashamed to speak so freely before your betters, especially so many of them? Has the wine gone to your head, or do you always babble like this? Maybe you think you're tough because you beat that tramp Iris. Be careful, a better man doesn't show up and beat you bloody before throwing you out." Ulysses scowled fiercely at her. "Vixen," he retorted, "I'll go straight to Telemachus and tell him what you've said. He'll have you torn limb from limb." His threat frightened the women, and they scattered back into the main part of the house, trembling, believing he meant what he said. Ulysses remained near the burning braziers, holding torches and observing the suitors, his mind fixed on the vengeance that was soon to come. But Athena wouldn't allow the suitors a moment's respite from their insolence. She wanted Ulysses' anger to burn even hotter. She prompted Eurymachus, son of Polybus, to mock Ulysses, making the others laugh. "Listen, suitors of Queen Penelope," Eurymachus began. "Let me speak my mind. This man's arrival at Ulysses' house isn't accidental. I suspect the light isn't coming from the torches, but from his own head. He's completely bald." Turning to Ulysses, he continued, "Stranger, would you be willing to work for me as a servant on my farm out in the country? I'll pay you well. Could you build stone fences or plant trees? I'd provide food for you year-round, plus clothes and shoes. Would you accept?" "No, I didn't think so. You've fallen into bad habits and prefer begging around the country to fill your stomach over honest work." "Eurymachus," Ulysses countered, "if you and I were pitted against each other in a work contest during early summer, when the days are longest, give me a good scythe. You take one too, and let's see who can mow longer and stronger, from dawn till dusk. Or give us each a yoke of sturdy, well-matched oxen and a 4-acre field to plow. Let's see who drives a straighter furrow. Or if war broke out today, give me a shield, 2 spears, and a helmet. You'd find me fighting in the front ranks, and you'd stop mocking my belly. You're arrogant and cruel, thinking yourself great because you dominate this small, corrupt world. If Ulysses returns to his home, you'll find these wide doors suddenly seem very narrow when you try to flee through them." Eurymachus was furious. He scowled. "You wretched beggar! I'll make you pay for daring to speak to me like that in public. Has the wine muddled your brain, or are you always this insolent? Perhaps beating Iris went to your head." With that, he grabbed a footstool. Ulysses quickly ducked behind Amphinomus of Dulichium for protection, fearing the blow. The stool missed Ulysses, but hit the cupbearer on his right hand, knocking him down. The man cried out as he fell backward, his wine jug clattering loudly on the floor. An uproar ensued among the suitors in the hall. One turned to his neighbor, saying, "I wish this stranger had gone elsewhere. He's nothing but trouble. We can't even enjoy our feast with all this commotion over a beggar. If this chaos continues, the banquet will be ruined." Telemachus stepped forward. "Sirs, are you mad?" he demanded. "Can't you handle your food and drink with decency? Some evil spirit must have possessed you. I don't want to drive anyone away, but you finished your supper. It would be best for all of you to go home to bed." The suitors bit their lips, astonished at his boldness. But Amphinomus, son of Nisus, spoke calmly. "Friends, let's not take offense. His words are reasonable. Let's not reply angrily or resort to violence against the stranger or any of Ulysses' servants. Let the cupbearer serve the final drink offerings, so we may pour them and then retire to our homes. As for the stranger, let's leave him for Telemachus to handle, since it is his house the stranger has come to." His suggestion pleased them. Mulius of Dulichium, Amphinomus' servant, mixed a bowl of wine and water and served it to each man. They poured their libations to the blessed gods. After drinking their fill, they departed, each heading to his own home. Book 19. Telemachus and Ulysses remove the armor. Ulysses interviews Penelope. Euryclea washes his feet and recognizes the scar on his leg. Penelope tells her dream to Ulysses. Ulysses remained in the hall, planning how, with Athena's help, he could kill the suitors. He turned to Telemachus. "Telemachus," he said quietly, "we need to gather all the armor and take it down to the storeroom. If the suitors ask why, make an excuse. Tell them you're moving it away from the smoke, because it's become grimy and tarnished, not like it was when Ulysses left. Also mention, more importantly, that you're worried Zeus might incite a drunken brawl among them, leading to injuries that would disgrace both the feast and their courtship. The sight of weapons often tempts men to use them." Telemachus agreed with his father's plan. He called for the nurse, Euryclea. "Nurse," he instructed, "please shut the women in their rooms while I move my father's armor down to the storeroom. It's been neglected since he left, covered in soot from my childhood onwards. I want to put it where the smoke can't reach it." "Child," Euryclea replied, "I wish you'd take charge of the entire household and manage all the property yourself. But who will go with you and light the way to the storeroom? The maids could have, but you told them to stay put." "The stranger will light my way," Telemachus said. "Anyone who eats my bread should earn their keep, no matter where they come from." Euryclea did as she was told, and bolted the women securely inside their quarters. Then Ulysses and his son quickly began carrying the helmets, shields, and spears down to the storeroom. Athena went ahead of them, holding a golden lamp that cast a soft, brilliant light. Telemachus exclaimed in wonder, "Father, look! It's incredible! The walls, the rafters, the beams, and the pillars are glowing as if lit by fire. Surely a god from heaven is here with us." "Hush," Ulysses whispered back. "Keep quiet and don't ask questions. This is how the gods work. Go to your room now and rest. Leave me here. Your mother, in her sorrow, will want to ask me many questions, and I need to speak with the maids as well." Telemachus obeyed, going by torchlight across the inner court to his usual bedroom, where he lay until morning. Ulysses remained in the hall, deep in thought, planning the suitors' destruction with Athena's aid. Then Penelope descended from her room, looking as lovely as Aphrodite or Artemis. They placed her usual chair near the fire, an ornate seat inlaid with silver and ivory, crafted by Menelaus, complete with an attached footstool, and covered with a thick fleece. She sat down, and maids came from the women's quarters to join her. They cleared away the tables, leftover bread and cups from the suitors' messy dinner. They emptied the embers from the braziers and piled on fresh wood for light and warmth. But Melantho, the disrespectful maid, started taunting Ulysses again. "Stranger, are you planning to bother us all night, hanging around the house and spying on the women? Get out, you wretch, and eat your supper outside, or you'll be driven out with a burning log." Ulysses glared at her. "My good woman," he said sharply, "why are you so angry with me? Is it because I'm dirty, dressed in rags, and forced to beg like other tramps? I too was once rich, with a fine house. I gave generously to many wanderers like myself, whatever their need. I had countless servants and all the comforts of wealth. But Zeus took it all away. So woman, be careful you don't lose the pride and position you currently enjoy above the others. Watch out you don't fall out of favor with your mistress, and beware lest Ulysses return. There's still a chance he might. And even if he is dead, as you assume, Apollo has granted him a son, Telemachus. He's no longer a boy and will notice any misconduct by the maids in this house." Penelope overheard his words and scolded Melantho sternly. "Impudent girl," she exclaimed, "I see your appalling behavior, and you will pay for it. You knew very well, I told you myself, that I intended to speak with the stranger and ask about my husband, the cause of my constant sorrow." Then she turned to her head attendant, Eurynome. "Bring a chair with a fleece cushion for the stranger," she ordered. He needs a place to sit while he tells his story and listens to me. I have questions for him." Eurynome quickly brought the seat and fleece. As soon as Ulysses sat down, Penelope began. "Stranger, I must first ask who you are and where you come from. Tell me about your city and your parents." "Madam," Ulysses replied respectfully, "who on earth could find fault with you? Your reputation reaches the heavens, like that of a blameless king who governs a great and valiant nation justly. Under such a ruler, the earth yields grain, trees bear fruit, sheep multiply, and the sea teems with fish. His people prosper through his virtue. However, sitting here in your house, please ask me anything else. Don't inquire about my lineage or homeland, or you will stir memories that only deepen my sorrow. I am weighed down by grief, but it's wrong to sit weeping in another's house. Constant grieving is improper. One of your servants, or even you yourself, might complain, thinking my tears are due to too much wine." Penelope answered, "Stranger, heaven stole my beauty, both face and form, the day the Argives sailed for Troy, taking my dear husband with them. If he returned and took charge of his affairs, I would command more respect and present a better image to the world. As it is, I am crushed by care, and the afflictions the gods have piled upon me. The nobles from all our islands, Dulichium, Same, Zacynthus, and even Ithaca itself, are pursuing me against my will and consuming my estate. Consequently, I cannot properly attend to guests, suppliants, or skilled craftsmen. I am constantly heartbroken over Ulysses. They urge me to remarry immediately, so I must devise schemes to delay them. First, heaven inspired me to set up a large loom in my room and begin weaving an enormous, intricate shroud. Then I told them, 'Suitors, Ulysses is indeed dead, but don't pressure me to marry just yet. Wait, I don't want my weaving skills to be forgotten until I finish this burial shroud for the hero Laertes, for when death finally claims him. He is wealthy, and the local women will gossip if he's laid out without a proper shroud.' This is what I said, and they agreed. So I would weave the great web all day, but every night, by torchlight, I would unravel the stitches. I deceived in this way for 3 years without discovery. But as time passed, now in the 4th year, as the moons waned and many days passed, those worthless, disloyal maids of mine betrayed me. The suitors burst in and caught me unraveling my work. They were furious, forcing me to finish it against my will. Now I see no other way to avoid marriage. My parents urge me constantly, and my son fumes about the suitors ruining his inheritance. He's old enough now to understand and capable of managing his own affairs, blessed by heaven with good sense. Still, despite all this, tell me who you are and where you come from. You must have parents. You didn't spring from an oak tree or a rock." Ulysses replied, "Madam, revered wife of Ulysses, since you insist on knowing my origins, I will tell you, though it brings me pain. Anyone who has been in exile as long as I have, suffering among so many different peoples, must expect sorrow. Nevertheless, I will answer your question. There is a beautiful and fertile island in the middle of the sea called Crete. It is densely populated with 90 cities. The people speak many different, overlapping languages: Achaeans, brave native Eteocretans, 3 tribes of Dorians, and noble Pelasgians. A great city there is Knossos, where Minos ruled, who conferred with mighty Zeus himself every 9 years. Minos was the father of Deucalion, and I am Deucalion's younger son. My older brother was Idomeneus. My name is Aethon. Idomeneus sailed with the fleet to Troy, but he was both older and more renowned. It was in Crete that I met Ulysses and offered him hospitality. Strong winds had blown him off course near Cape Malea while he was sailing for Troy, forcing him to seek shelter at Amnisus near the cave of Eilithia. The harbor there is treacherous, and he barely found refuge from the raging gale. He immediately came into the city asking for Idomeneus, claiming to be an old and valued friend. But Idomeneus had already sailed for Troy 10 or 12 days earlier, so I welcomed Ulysses into my own home and showed him every kindness, as I had plenty of provisions. I provided barley meal from the public stores for his crew, and collected donations of wine and oxen for them to sacrifice generously. They stayed with me for 12 days because a fierce north wind blew relentlessly, making it almost impossible even to stand on land. Some hostile god must have conjured that storm, but on the 13th day the wind finally dropped, and they set sail. Ulysses skillfully wove many convincing falsehoods into his tale. Penelope listened, weeping, her heart melting like snow on mountain tops thawed by the warm winds, swelling the rivers until they overflow. Her cheeks streamed with tears for the husband who sat right beside her. Ulysses felt pity for her sorrow, but masterfully controlled his own emotions, keeping his eyes steady as if made of horn or iron, suppressing his tears. When her weeping subsided, she spoke again. "Now, stranger, I will test you to see if you truly hosted my husband and his men as you claim. Describe his clothing, what he looked like, and tell me about his companions." "Madam," Ulysses answered, "it was so long ago, it's hard to recall precisely. 20 years have passed since he left my home. But I will tell you what I remember. Ulysses wore a thick, double-lined purple woolen cloak, fastened with a golden brooch. The brooch had 2 catches for the pin and featured an intricate design. A hound holding a spotted fawn in its front paws, gripping it as the fawn struggled. Everyone marveled at the realism crafted in gold, the dog seemingly strangling the life out of the panting fawn. The shirt he wore next to his skin was soft and smooth, fitting him snugly like the sheer skin of an onion. It shimmered in the light, admired by all the women who saw it. But I must add, I don't know if Ulysses wore these clothes when he left home, or if a companion gave them to him during the voyage, or perhaps someone he stayed with gifted them. He had many friends and few equals among the Achaeans. I myself gave him a bronze sword, a beautiful double-lined purple cloak, and a tunic that reached his feet. I sent him off with full honors. He had a herald with him, slightly older than himself. I can describe him. He was round-shouldered, dark-skinned, with thick, curly hair. His name was Eurybates. Ulysses treated him with more familiarity than the others, finding him the most like-minded. Penelope was moved even more deeply by these specific, undeniable details. After weeping again, she said, "Stranger, I already felt pity for you, but now you shall be honored and welcomed in my house. It was I who gave Ulysses those clothes you described. I took them from the storeroom, folded them myself, and gave him the golden brooch as an ornament. Alas, I will never welcome him home again. It was an evil fate that led him to set out for that detestable city whose name I cannot even bear to speak." Ulysses replied gently, "Madam, noble wife of Ulysses, do not mar your beauty further by grieving so intensely, though your sorrow is understandable. Any woman who loved her husband and bore his children would grieve his loss, even if he were less worthy than Ulysses, who they say was godlike. But please, cease your tears and listen. I will hide nothing and tell you the absolute truth. I have recently heard that Ulysses is alive and on his way home. He is currently in the land of the Thesprotians, bringing back valuable treasures he has gathered. His ship and entire crew were lost, leaving the island of Thrinacia. Zeus and the sun god were furious because his men had slaughtered the sun god's sacred cattle, so all but Ulysses drowned. He clung to the ship's keel and drifted to the land of the Phaeacians, who are related to the gods. They treated him like a god, gave him many gifts, and intended to escort him safely home. In fact, Ulysses would have been here long ago if he hadn't decided it wiser to travel from place to place collecting wealth. No man alive is as clever as he. Phaeacian, king of the Thesprotians, told me all this himself. He even swore an oath while making offerings in his house, confirming that a ship was ready by the shore, with a crew prepared to take Ulysses home. He sent me off first, as a Thesprotian ship happened to be sailing to the wheat-rich island of Dulichium. But before I left, he showed me the vast treasure Ulysses had amassed, enough in King Phaedon's palace to support his family for 10 generations. The king said Ulysses had gone to Dodona to learn Zeus's will from the sacred oak tree, whether, after such a long absence, he should return to Ithaca openly or in secret. So, know this, he is safe and will be here very soon. He is close by and cannot stay away much longer. I will confirm this with an oath. I swear by Zeus, the highest and greatest god, and by the hearth of Ulysses which I have now reached, that everything I've said will come true. Ulysses will return within this very year, between the end of this moon cycle and the beginning of the next." "May it be so," Penelope sighed. "If your words prove true, you shall receive such gifts and kindness from me that everyone will congratulate you. But I feel I know how things will truly turn out. Ulysses will not return, nor will you receive an escort from here. Sadly, there are no masters left in this house like Ulysses was. masters who knew how to receive honored strangers and help them on their way home. But now, maids, wash the stranger's feet. Prepare a bed for him with rugs and blankets, so he can rest warmly and peacefully until morning. Then, at dawn, wash and anoint him again, so he may sit in the hall and share meals with Telemachus. Any of these hateful men who treats him rudely will face consequences. Like it or not, he'll have no further dealings in this house. For how else, sir, can you judge whether I surpass other women, in kindness and sense, if I allow you to dine here looking squalid and poorly dressed? Human life is short. If a man is harsh and cruel, people wish him ill while he lives, and speak poorly of him after death. But if a man is righteous and deals justly, his reputation spreads far and wide, and many will call him blessed. Ulysses responded, "Madam, I swore off comfortable rugs and blankets the day I left the snowy mountains of Crete to board my ship. I will lie, as I have on many sleepless nights before, on any rough spot, waiting for morning, and I do not wish to have my feet washed. I won't allow any of the insolent young maids in your house to touch them. However, if you have an old, respectable woman, who has endured as much hardship as I have, I will permit her to wash my feet." Penelope replied, "My dear sir, of all the guests who have visited my house, none has spoken with such perfect propriety as you. Fortunately, there is such a woman here, a most respectable old soul, the very one who held my poor husband in her arms the night he was born and nursed him. She is frail now, but she shall wash your feet." Turning, she called out, "Come here, Eurycleia, and wash the feet of this man, who is your master's age-mate. I imagine Ulysses' hands and feet look much like his now. Hardship ages us all so quickly." Hearing this, the old woman covered her face with her hands and began to weep. "Oh, my dear child," she lamented, "I don't know what will become of you. I'm certain no one was ever more God-fearing than you, yet Zeus seems to hate you. No one ever burned more offerings, or sacrificed finer animals, praying for a peaceful old age and a son to follow in his footsteps. Yet see how Zeus has prevented you, alone, from returning home. I imagine the women in some foreign palace Ulysses has reached are mocking him, just as these wretched girls here have mocked you. I don't blame you for refusing to let them wash your feet after their insults. I will gladly wash them myself, as Penelope has asked. I'll do it for Penelope's sake and for yours, because you stir such deep compassion in me. And let me say one more thing. Pay attention. We've had many distressed strangers here before, but I declare no one has ever resembled Ulysses in build, voice, and feet as much as you do." "Those who have seen us both have always remarked on the resemblance," Ulysses replied calmly. "And now, you notice it too." The old woman brought the basin for washing his feet, poured in cold water, and added hot water until it was comfortably warm. Ulysses sat near the fire but quickly turned away from the light. He suddenly realized that when she handled his leg, she would recognize the distinctive scar he bore, and his secret would be revealed. Indeed, as soon as Eurycleia began washing her master's leg, her hands found the scar. She knew it instantly, the mark left by a wild boar's tusk years ago when he was hunting on Mount Parnassus with his grandfather Autolycus and Autolycus's sons. Autolycus was famed throughout the world as a master trickster and oath-breaker, a gift bestowed by Hermes himself, to whom he made many sacrifices. Autolycus had visited Ithaca just after his daughter had given birth to Ulysses. After supper, Eurycleia placed the infant on his grandfather's knees. "Autolycus," she said, "you must choose a name for your grandson. You longed for one so much." "Son-in-law and daughter," Autolycus declared, "I am displeased with many people, men and women, far and wide. Therefore name the child Ulysses, the man of wrath or sorrow. When he grows up and visits his mother's family on Mount Parnassus, where my estates lie, I will give him splendid gifts and send him home happy." So, years later, Ulysses went to Parnassus to claim these gifts. Autolycus and his sons welcomed him warmly, shaking his hand. His grandmother Amphithea embraced him, kissing his head and eyes. Autolycus ordered his sons to prepare a feast. They slaughtered a 5-year-old bull, skinned and prepared it, cut the meat into joints, skewered smaller pieces, roasted them perfectly, and served the portions. They feasted all day until sunset, everyone satisfied. When darkness fell, they slept. At dawn, Autolycus's sons went hunting with their hounds, and Ulysses joined them. They climbed the wooded slopes of Parnassus, reaching the windy uplands. As the sun, newly risen from the calm ocean stream, began to warm the fields, they entered a wooded valley. The hounds led the way, tracking their quarry. Autolycus's sons followed close behind, with Ulysses right behind the dogs holding a long spear. Deep within a dense thicket, so thick that wind, rain, and sunlight could not penetrate, and the ground was covered in fallen leaves, lay the lair of a huge boar. The boar heard the approaching footsteps and barking hounds. It burst from its lair, bristles raised, eyes flashing fire, and stood at bay. Ulysses, the first to react, charged forward, aiming his spear. But the boar was faster. It lunged sideways, gashing Ulysses's thigh above the knee with its tusk, a deep tear, though it didn't reach the bone. Ulysses, however, struck the boar on its right shoulder. The spear point drove clean through, and the beast fell groaning in the dust, its life ebbing away. Autolycus's sons quickly tended to Ulysses's wound, chanting a spell to stop the bleeding, and bandaged it carefully before hurrying home. Autolycus and his sons nursed Ulysses until he was fully healed, gave him magnificent gifts, and sent him back to Ithaca with warm farewells. Upon his return, his parents were overjoyed to see him, but questioned him about the scar. He explained how the boar had wounded him during the hunt on Parnassus. Now, as Euryclea held that scarred leg, she recognized it instantly. Her grip loosened, and the foot slipped. The leg crashed into the bronze basin, making it clang loudly and overturn, spilling water all over the floor. Tears filled Euryclea's eyes, a mix of joy and shock, and choked her voice. She reached out, grasped Ulysses by the beard, and whispered, "My dear child, you truly are Ulysses. I didn't know you until I touched you." Her eyes darted towards Penelope, wanting desperately to share the news that her beloved husband was home. But Penelope didn't notice. Athena had deliberately diverted her attention. Ulysses quickly seized Euryclea's throat with his right hand and pulled her close with his left. "Nurse," he hissed urgently, "do you want to ruin me? You, who nursed me at your own breast? After 20 years of wandering, I finally returned home. Now that a god has guided you to recognize me, keep silent. Don't breathe a word to anyone else in this house. If you do, I swear to you, and I will keep my promise. If heaven grants me victory over these suitors, I will not spare you, even though you are my nurse, when I kill the other disloyal women." "My child," Euryclea gasped, "what are you saying? You know my loyalty is unbreakable, like stone or iron. I will keep silent. Furthermore, listen carefully. When heaven delivers the suitors into your hands, I will point out every woman in this house who has behaved shamefully and those who are innocent." Ulysses replied firmly, "Nurse, that won't be necessary. I can judge them myself. Just hold your tongue and leave the rest to the gods." At his word, Euryclea quietly left the hall to fetch more water, since the first basin had spilled. After she washed and anointed him with oil, Ulysses moved his seat closer to the fire to warm himself, carefully hiding the scar beneath his rags. Then Penelope resumed their conversation. "Stranger," she said, "I'd like to discuss one more thing briefly. It's nearly bedtime, at least for those who can find sleep despite their sorrow. As for me, heaven has granted me such immense grief that even during the day, while managing my duties and servants, I weep constantly. Then, when night comes and everyone else rests, I lie awake, my heart tormented by cruel, relentless thoughts. Like the nightingale, Pandareus' daughter, hidden in the thick spring foliage, pouring out her sorrowful song, lamenting how she tragically killed her own son, Italus, so my mind tosses back and forth. Should I stay here with my son, protecting my property, my servants, and the honor of my house, respecting public opinion and my late husband's memory? Or is it time now to marry the best of these suitors, the one offering the most magnificent gifts? As long as my son was young and naive, he pleaded with me not to leave. But now that he's grown, he begs me to go, furious at how the suitors are squandering his inheritance. Listen, then, to a dream I had, and interpret it if you can. I keep 20 geese here at the house. They eat grain from a trough, and I'm very fond of watching them. In my dream, a huge eagle with a crooked beak swooped down from the mountains and broke the neck of each goose, killing them all. He soared back into the sky, leaving them dead in the yard. I wept and wailed in my dream, so piteously that all my maids gathered around me because the eagle had killed my geese. Then the eagle returned, perched on a roof beam, and spoke to me in a human voice. "Be brave," he said, "daughter of Icarius." This is not a dream, but a true vision of what will surely happen. The geese represent the suitors. I am no longer an eagle, but your own husband, returned to bring these suitors to a disgraceful end." At that moment, I woke up. Looking outside, I saw my geese eating their grain at the trough, just as always. "Madam," Ulysses replied, "this dream allows only one interpretation, and Ulysses himself has already told you its meaning. The suitor's death is foreshadowed, and not a single one will escape." Penelope responded thoughtfully, "Stranger, dreams are strange and mysterious things. They don't always come true. There are two gates for elusive dreams, one made of horn, the other of ivory. Dreams passing through the ivory gate are deceptive, bringing false hopes. But dreams that come through the gate of polished horn foretell truth for mortals who see them. I fear my dream did not come through the horn gate, though my son and I would be deeply grateful if it did. Let me tell you something else. Listen closely. Tomorrow morning marks the ill-fated day that will separate me from Ulysses' house. I am going to announce a contest involving the axes. My husband used to set up 12 axes in a row in the hall, aligned like shipbuilding props. He would stand back and shoot an arrow clean through all 12. I will make the suitors attempt the same feat. Whichever man strings the bow most easily and shoots his arrow through all 12 axes, him I will follow, leaving this house, my marital home, so beautiful and rich in memories, though I know I will remember it forever, even in my dreams." Ulysses answered quickly, "Madam, noble wife of Ulysses, do not postpone this contest. Ulysses himself will return before any of these men can even manage to string that bow, let alone shoot an arrow through the iron." Penelope replied, "Sir, as long as you are willing to sit here and talk with me, I have no desire for sleep. Yet, humans cannot live without rest. The gods have appointed a time for everything on earth. Therefore, I will go upstairs and lie on my bed, the couch I have constantly soaked with tears since the day Ulysses left, for that city whose hateful name I avoid." She then ascended to her upper chamber, not alone, but attended by her maids. Once there, she wept for her dear husband, until Athena gently shed sweet sleep upon her eyelids. Book 20. Ulysses cannot sleep. Penelope's prayer to Diana. The two signs from heaven. Eumaeus and Phaeacia arrive. The suitors dine. Ctesippus throws an ox's foot at Ulysses. Theoclymenus foretells disaster and leaves the house. Ulysses settled down to sleep in the covered entrance hall. He lay on an untreated bullock's hide, covered with several sheepskins from animals the suitors had slaughtered. After he lay down, Eurynome draped a cloak over him. Ulysses remained awake, his mind racing, plotting how to destroy the suitors. Soon, the women who regularly slept with the suitors slipped out of the house, giggling and laughing amongst themselves. This filled Ulysses with rage. He wrestled with the urge to leap up and kill every one of them right then, or to let them have one final night with the suitors. His heart snarled within him like a protective mother dog growling at a stranger near her pups. Such was his fury at their wicked behavior. But he struck his chest and commanded himself, "Heart, be still. You endured worse than this when the monstrous Cyclops devoured your brave companions. You bore it silently until your cunning freed you from the cave, even when you thought death was certain." He forced his heart into submission, but he tossed and turned restlessly. He was like a man roasting a sausage full of blood and fat over a hot fire, constantly flipping it to cook it quickly. He twisted from side to side, agonizing over how he, alone, could possibly overcome the large group of arrogant suitors. Just then, Athena descended from the heavens in the form of a woman. She hovered above his head and spoke. "My poor, troubled man, why lie awake like this? This is your home. Your wife is inside, safe, and so is your son, a young man any father would be proud of." "Goddess," Ulysses replied, "everything you say is true, but I'm struggling with how I, alone, can defeat these wicked suitors, considering their sheer numbers. And there's another, even greater problem. Suppose, with your help and Zeus's, I manage to kill them all. Where can I possibly escape from their avengers afterwards?" "Shame on you," Athena retorted. "Anyone else would trust a far less capable ally than me, even a mere mortal with less wisdom. Am I not a goddess? Haven't I protected you through all your trials? Let me tell you plainly. Even if 50 bands of armed men surrounded us, determined to kill us, you could still drive off all their flocks and herds. Now, go to sleep. Lying awake all night is harmful. Your troubles will soon be over." As she spoke, she poured sleep over his eyes and returned to Olympus. While Ulysses finally succumbed to a deep sleep that eased his sorrows, his admirable wife Penelope awoke. Sitting up in bed, she began to weep. When her tears subsided, she prayed to Artemis. "Great goddess Artemis, daughter of Zeus, please pierce my heart with an arrow and end my life now. Or let a whirlwind snatch me away, carry me down dark paths, and drop me into the churning currents of Oceanus, just as the storm winds carried off the daughters of Pandarus. They lost their parents to the gods' wrath and were left orphans, but Aphrodite cared for them, feeding them cheese, honey, and sweet wine. Hera gifted them beauty and wisdom surpassing all women. Artemis gave them stature, and Athena taught them skilled crafts. But one day, while Aphrodite was on Olympus consulting Zeus about their marriages, for Zeus knows the fate of all, the storm winds snatched them away to serve the terrifying Furies. Just so, I wish the gods would hide me from sight, or that radiant Artemis would strike me down. I would rather go beneath the sad earth, still loyal in my heart to Ulysses, than yield to a lesser man. Suffering by day is endurable, especially if one can sleep at night. Sleep makes us forget both good and bad, but my misery torments me even in dreams. Just last night, I dreamt someone lay beside me, looking exactly like Ulysses when he sailed away. I rejoiced, believing it wasn't a dream, but reality itself. Just then, dawn broke. Ulysses heard her weeping, and it startled him. It felt as though she somehow knew him and was right beside him. He quickly gathered the cloak and fleeces he had slept on, placing them on a chair in the hall. He carried the bullock's hide outside into the open courtyard. Lifting his hands to the sky, he prayed, "Father Zeus, since you have guided me across land and sea back to my home after all the suffering you imposed, grant me a sign. Let someone waking inside the house speak an omen, and give me another sign from outside." Zeus heard his prayer and immediately thundered from the heights of radiant Olympus, though the sky was clear. Ulysses rejoiced at the sound. Simultaneously from inside the house, near the mill room, a woman grinding grain lifted her voice, providing the second sign. 12 women worked there, grinding the wheat and barley that sustained the household. 11 had finished their tasks and gone to rest, but this one, weaker than the others, was still working. Hearing the thunder, she stopped grinding and spoke, unintentionally giving Ulysses his omen. "Father Zeus," she murmured, "ruler of heaven and earth, you have thundered from a clear sky, without a single cloud. This must be a sign for someone. Grant the prayer of your poor servant. Let this be the very last day the suitors feast in Ulysses' house. They have exhausted me with the labor of grinding meal for them. May they never eat another meal, anywhere." Ulysses was gladdened by these two omens, the thunder and the woman's words. Certain they signified his impending revenge against the suitors. The other maids in the house began to rise and light the fire. Telemachus also got up and dressed. He strapped on his sword, tied sandals onto his handsome feet, and took up a strong spear tipped with sharp bronze. He went to the threshold of the hall and called to Eurycleia. "Nurse, did you ensure the stranger had a comfortable bed and enough food, or did you leave him to fend for himself? My mother, despite her goodness, sometimes favors lesser people, while neglecting those who are truly more worthy." "Child, don't find fault where there is none," Eurycleia replied gently. "The stranger sat and drank wine as long as he wished. Your mother asked if he wanted more bread, but he declined. When he was ready for bed, she told the servants to prepare one for him, but he, calling himself a wretched outcast, refused a proper bed with blankets. He insisted on sleeping on the untreated bullock's hide and some sheepskins in the hall. I covered him with a cloak myself." Telemachus then left the courtyard and headed to the assembly place where the Achaeans gathered, his spear in hand and his 2 dogs trotting beside him. Eurycleia turned to the maids. "Come on, wake up," she ordered. "Sweep the halls and sprinkle water to settle the dust. Put the covers back on the seats. Some of you, wipe the tables with damp sponges, clean the mixing bowls and cups, and hurry to the fountain for water. The suitors will be here soon. They always arrive early on feast days." The maids obeyed quickly. 20 went to fetch water, while the others busied themselves tidying the house. The suitors' attendants arrived and began chopping firewood. Soon, the women returned from the fountain, followed by Eumaeus, the swineherd, leading the 3 best pigs he could select. He let them roam and feed nearby, then spoke cheerfully to Ulysses. "Stranger, are the suitors treating you any better, or are they still as arrogant as ever?" "May heaven repay them," Ulysses answered grimly, "for the wickedness they commit so brazenly in another man's house, without any shame." As they conversed, Melanthius the goatherd arrived, driving his best goats for the suitors' feast, accompanied by 2 shepherds. They tied the goats under the gatehouse shelter. Melanthius immediately started taunting Ulysses again. "Still here, stranger?" he sneered. "Still pestering people by begging? Why don't you go somewhere else? You and I won't part ways until we've traded punches. You beg shamelessly. Aren't there other feasts among the Achaeans besides this one?" Ulysses didn't respond, just lowered his head, lost in thought. Then a third man, Phaeacius, the head cowherd, joined them, bringing a barren heifer and some goats. Boatmen, who ferried people across the water, had transported them. Phaeacius secured his animals under the gatehouse and approached the swineherd. "Swineherd," he asked, "who is this stranger who just arrived? Is he one of your men? What's his family? Where is he from? Poor man, he looks like he was once someone important. But the gods bring sorrow to whomever they choose, even kings." Speaking, he went up to Ulysses and offered his right hand in greeting. "Good day to you, father stranger," he said respectfully. "You seem down on your luck now, but I hope better times await you. Father Zeus, you are the cruelest of gods. We are your children, yet you show no mercy, burdening us with misery and hardship. Seeing this man brought sweat to my brow and tears to my eyes, for he reminds me of Ulysses. I fear my master is wandering in rags just like this, if he's even still alive. If he's already dead, in Hades' realm, then alas for my good master. He made me his chief herdsman when I was just a boy among the Cephallenians. Now his cattle are countless. They've multiplied like stalks of grain under my care. Yet I constantly have to bring them here for others to devour, men who ignore his son, right here in his own house, and show no fear of heaven's wrath. They're already eager to divide Ulysses' property because he's been gone so long. I've often considered taking the cattle and fleeing to another country. Only my loyalty to his son stops me. But staying here, being mistreated while tending another man's herds, is even harder. My situation is unbearable. I would have run away long ago and sought protection under another chief, if not for my belief that my poor master will yet return and scatter these suitors from his house." "Stockman," Ulysses replied, seeing his loyalty, "you seem like a good and sensible man. Therefore I will tell you something, and I swear it with an oath. By Zeus, the greatest god, and by the hearth of Ulysses which I have now reached, Ulysses shall return before you leave this place. If you wish, you will see him kill the suitors who now rule here." "Stranger," the cowherd exclaimed, "if only Zeus would make it so, you would see the strength I'd use to help him." Eumaeus likewise prayed fervently for Ulysses' return. Seeing their unwavering loyalty, Ulysses revealed himself. "It is I," he declared quietly but firmly. "I am Ulysses, returned at last. After 20 years of suffering, I am back in my homeland. I see that you two, alone among all my servants, truly wish for my return. I haven't heard any others pray for it. So to you both I will tell the truth. If heaven grants me victory over the suitors, I will find wives for both of you, give you property and houses near my own, and you will be like brothers and companions to Telemachus. Now, for proof, so you know it is truly me. Look here." He pulled aside his rags, revealing the prominent scar on his thigh. "This is the scar from the boar's tusk, from the hunt on Mount Parnassus with Autolycus' sons." When they saw the scar and examined it closely, both men burst into tears. They threw their arms around Ulysses, kissing his head and shoulders in overwhelming joy. Ulysses, moved, kissed their hands and faces in return. The sun might have set on their tearful reunion had Ulysses not gently stopped them. "Enough weeping," he cautioned. "Someone might come out, see us, and tell those inside. Go back into the house separately, not together. I'll go first, you follow. And here is the signal. The suitors will try to stop me from getting the bow and quiver. Eumaeus, when you are carrying the bow, place it directly into my hands. Then, tell the women to lock the doors to their quarters securely. If they hear groaning or the sounds of fighting, they must not come out. They must stay quiet and continue their work. Phaeacius, I charge you, bolt the outer courtyard gates and bind them tight immediately." Having given his instructions, Ulysses went back into the house and returned to his seat. His 2 loyal servants followed shortly after. Meanwhile, the suitors were hatching another plot to murder Telemachus. But just then, a bird omen appeared. An eagle flew by on their left, clutching a dove in its talons. Seeing this, Amphinomus spoke up. "Friends, this plan to kill Telemachus won't succeed. Let's focus on dinner instead." The others agreed. They went inside, tossing their cloaks onto the benches. They sacrificed the animals, sheep, goats, pigs, and the heifer. Once the entrails were cooked, they served them around. They mixed wine in the bowls, and Eumaeus poured for each man. Phaeacia distributed bread from the baskets, and Melanthius poured the wine. They all began to eat. Telemachus deliberately seated Ulysses in the stone-paved section of the hall, providing him a humble seat and a small table. He ensured Ulysses received his share of the entrails and wine in a golden cup. "Sit here," Telemachus told him, "and drink your wine among the nobles. I will protect you from the suitors' insults and blows. This is not a public tavern. It is Ulysses' house, and now it belongs to me. Therefore, suitors, control your hands and your tongues, or there will be trouble." The suitors bit their lips, stunned by his audacity. Antenor scoffed. "Telemachus threatens us quite seriously. We don't like his tone, but we'll tolerate it for now. If Zeus had allowed it, we would have silenced his bold talk long ago." Telemachus ignored him. Meanwhile, heralds led the sacred 100 oxen sacrifice through the city, and the Achaeans gathered in the shady grove of Apollo for the festival. Back at the house, the suitors roasted the outer cuts of meat, removed them from the spits, distributed the portions, and feasted heartily. The servers gave Ulysses an equal share, just as Telemachus had ordered. But Athena would not let the suitors cease their insolence for even a moment, wanting Ulysses' anger to intensify. Among them was a crude man named Ctesippus from Same. Confident in his wealth, he was also courting Penelope. He addressed the others loudly. "Listen up! The stranger has received his fair share, which is proper. It's wrong to mistreat any guest of Telemachus. However, I'll give him a little extra gift myself, something he can give the bathwoman or another servant." With that, he reached into a meat basket, grabbed a cow's foot, and hurled it at Ulysses. Ulysses quickly turned his head aside, avoiding the missile with a grim, sardonic smile. The cow's foot hit the wall instead. Telemachus immediately confronted Ctesippus fiercely. "It's lucky for you, Ctesippus," he declared, "that the stranger dodged your throw. If you had hit him, I would have run you through with my spear. Your father would be planning your funeral, not your wedding, in this house. Let this be the last disrespectful act from any of you. I'm grown now. I understand right and wrong, unlike the child I was. I've tolerated watching you slaughter my animals and waste my wine for too long, one man against many. But commit no more violence against me. If you intend to kill me, then do it. I'd rather die than witness these disgraceful scenes day after day. Guests insulted, maids dragged around indecently." Silence fell over the hall until Agelaus, son of Damastor, finally spoke. "Friends, no one should object to what Telemachus just said. It's entirely reasonable. Stop mistreating the stranger and the servants. However, I have a friendly suggestion for Telemachus and his mother, which I hope they'll consider. As long," he said, turning to Telemachus, "as you hoped Ulysses might return, no one could blame you or your mother for waiting and allowing us suitors here. It would have been best if he had returned. But now it seems clear he never will. Therefore discuss this calmly with your mother. Advise her to marry the best man among us, the one who makes the most advantageous offer. This way, you can manage your own inheritance peacefully, eating and drinking without worry, while your mother presides over another man's house." Telemachus replied firmly, "By Zeus, Agelaus, and by the sorrows of my unfortunate father, who has either died far from Ithaca or wanders lost, I am not delaying my mother's marriage. On the contrary, I urge her to choose whomever she wishes, and I will add countless gifts. But I will not force her out of this house against her will. Heaven forbid I should do such a thing." As Telemachus finished, Athena caused the suitors to burst into uncontrollable forced laughter, confusing their minds. Their meat seemed smeared with blood, tears streamed down their faces, and their hearts filled with dread. Theoclymenus, the seer, saw this and cried out, "Unhappy men, what madness afflicts you? Darkness shrouds you from head to toe. Your cheeks are wet with tears. The air groans with lamentation. The walls and roof beams drip blood." The entrance hall and the courtyard beyond are filled with ghosts rushing down to the darkness of hell. The sun is blotted from the sky, and a deadly gloom covers everything. Despite his terrifying prophecy, they all laughed heartily at him. Eurymachus sneered, "This newcomer has lost his mind. Servants, throw him out into the street. He seems to find it too dark in here." But Theoclymenus retorted, "Eurymachus, I don't need anyone to escort me. I have eyes, ears, feet, and a sound mind. I will use them to leave this house myself, for I see disaster hanging over you. Not one of you suitors, who insult others and plot evil in Ulysses' house, will escape." With that, he walked out and went to Piraeus, who welcomed him. The suitors exchanged glances and continued mocking Telemachus by laughing at his guests. One arrogant youth taunted, "Telemachus, you have terrible luck with guests. First this pushy tramp demanding food and wine, useless for work or fighting. Now this fellow setting himself up as a prophet. Take my advice. It would be better to put them both on a ship and sell them to the Sicels for whatever price they fetch." Telemachus ignored the taunt, sitting silently, his eyes fixed on his father, anticipating the moment the attack would begin. Meanwhile, wise Penelope, daughter of Icarius, had placed her ornate chair facing the hall, allowing her to hear everything said. The suitors' dinner had been prepared amidst loud laughter, a rich and plentiful meal, as many animals had been sacrificed. But the supper yet to come, prepared by a goddess and a hero, would be far more gruesome. Their own actions had sealed their fate. Book 21. The trial of the Axes, during which Ulysses reveals himself to Eumaeus and Phaeacia. Athena now inspired Penelope to propose a contest for the suitors. They would test their skill with Ulysses' great bow and the iron axes. This contest would be the means of their destruction. Penelope went upstairs and retrieved the storeroom key, bronze, with an ivory handle. Accompanied by her maids, she went to the distant storeroom at the end of the house. Inside lay her husband's treasures, gold, bronze, and wrought iron. His bow and quiver, filled with deadly arrows, also hung there. These had been a gift from a friend he met in Lacedaemon, Iphitus, son of Eurytus. They had met in Messene at the house of Ortilochus. Ulysses was there to recover a debt owed by the Messenian people, who had stolen 300 sheep and their shepherds from Ithaca. Ulysses, though young, had been sent on this mission by his father and other elders. Iphitus was searching for 12 lost broodmares and their mule foals. These mares ultimately led to Iphitus's death. When he later visited the mighty Hercules, son of Zeus, Hercules shamefully killed him, his own guest, violating sacred hospitality. Fearing neither the gods nor the sanctity of his table, Hercules murdered Iphitus and kept the mares. It was during that earlier trip, seeking the mares, that Iphitus met Ulysses. He gave Ulysses the bow that had belonged to his father, the great archer Eurytus. In return, Ulysses gave Iphitus a sword and spear. This marked the beginning of a strong friendship, though they never had the chance to visit each other's homes before Hercules killed Iphitus. Ulysses had not taken this bow, a keepsake from a valued friend, with him to Troy. He had used it only at home. Penelope reached the solid oak threshold of the storeroom. A carpenter had expertly planed it and marked it with a line for perfect straightness before setting the doorposts and hanging the heavy doors. She unfastened the leather strap from the door handle, inserted the key, and pushed it firmly to slide back the bolts. The door swung open with a groan like a bull bellowing in a field. Penelope stepped onto the raised platform where chests held fine linens, clothes, and fragrant herbs. Reaching up, she carefully took down the bow and its case from the peg where it hung. She sat down, placing the bow case on her lap, and wept bitterly as she lifted out her husband's bow. When her tears subsided, she composed herself and went to the main hall where the suitors were gathered, carrying the bow and the quiver filled with deadly arrows. Her maids followed, carrying a chest containing the iron and bronze axe heads her husband had won as prizes. Reaching the suitors, Penelope stood by a pillar supporting the roof, her face veiled, flanked by a maid on each side. Then she addressed the assembly. "Listen, you suitors, who impose on this house day after day, consuming its resources because its master is long absent. Your only pretext is your desire to marry me. Since I am the prize you contend for, I now present the mighty bow of Ulysses. Whichever one of you strings this bow most easily and shoots an arrow clean through all 12 axes, Him I will follow. I will leave this house, my lawful husband's home, so beautiful and filled with wealth, though I know I will remember it always, even in my dreams." She then instructed Eumaeus to place the bow and the iron axe heads before the suitors. Eumaeus wept as he took them, obeying her command. Nearby, the stockman Phaeacius also wept at the sight of his master's bow. Antinous sharply scolded them. "You sentimental country bumpkins," he sneered. "Why do you cry and add to your mistress's sorrow? She grieves enough for her lost husband. Sit down and eat silently, or go outside if you must weep, but leave the bow here. This will be a serious contest for us suitors. Stringing this bow will be no easy task. There isn't a man among us who compares to Ulysses. I saw him myself and remember him, though I was just a child then." Antinous spoke confidently, fully expecting to string the bow himself and shoot through the axes. He had no idea he would be the first to taste an arrow from the very man he was dishonoring in his own house, while urging others to do the same. Then Telemachus spoke, his voice ringing with emotion. "Great heavens! Zeus must have addled my wits! My dear, noble mother announces she will leave this house and remarry, yet here I am, laughing and enjoying myself as if nothing momentous is happening. But suitors, the contest is set. Let it proceed. You compete for a woman without equal in Pylos, Argos, or Mycenae, or here in Ithaca, or anywhere on the mainland. You know this. Why should I praise my own mother? Come now, no delays, no excuses. Let's see who can string the bow. I too will try. If I can string it and shoot through the axes, I will not allow my mother to leave this house with a stranger. Not if I can win the same prize as my father won before me." He leaped up, threw off his crimson cloak, and unslung his sword. First, he dug a long, straight trench, guided by a line. Into this trench he set the 12 axe heads in a perfect row. Then he stamped the earth firmly around them. Everyone watched in surprise, impressed by his orderly work, though he had never seen it done before. Having set the axes, he went to the threshold to attempt stringing the bow. 3 times he strained, pulling with all his might, but 3 times he failed, though he desperately hoped to succeed. He was gathering his strength for a 4th try, and might have strung it, but Ulysses subtly shook his head, signaling him to stop despite his eagerness. So Telemachus sighed. "Alas, either I will always be weak and useless, or I'm simply too young, lacking the strength to defend myself if attacked. Therefore, you others, who are stronger than I am, try the bow, and let's settle this contest." He placed the bow leaning against the sturdy door frame leading into the house, the arrow resting against its tip. Then he returned to his seat. Antinous spoke next. "Let each man try in turn," he directed, moving to the right, starting from where the wine server begins his rounds. The others agreed. Leodes, son of Enops, rose first. He served as the suitors' sacrificial priest and always sat in the corner near the large wine-mixing bowl. Leodes disapproved of the suitors' wicked behavior and felt indignation towards them. Now he was the first to take the bow and arrow. He stepped onto the stone pavement but couldn't bend the bow. His hands, soft and unused to heavy labor, quickly tired. He addressed the suitors. "My friends, I cannot string it. Let someone else try. This bow will be the death of many fine men among us. It is better to die than to live on. Having failed to win the prize we have sought for so long, the reason we've gathered here day after day. Right now, some of us hope and pray to marry Penelope, but after trying this bow, let him pursue another woman, offering bridal gifts elsewhere. Let Penelope marry whoever makes the best offer and is fated to win her." He put the bow down, leaning it against the doorframe with the arrow beside it, and returned to his seat. Antinous rebuked him harshly. "Leodes, what outrageous nonsense is this? Your words are intolerable. It angers me to hear you suggest this bow will kill many chiefs just because you couldn't bend it yourself. True, you weren't born an archer, but others here will string it soon enough." Then he called to Melanthius the goatherd, "Quick, light a fire in the courtyard. Place a chair nearby with a sheepskin on it, and bring a large piece of lard from the stores. Let's warm the bow and grease it well. Then we'll try again and finish this contest." Melanthius quickly lit a fire and set a fleece-covered chair beside it. He brought a large ball of lard from the storeroom. The suitors warmed the bow over the fire and greased it thoroughly. They tried again, but none possessed nearly enough strength to string it. Still remaining were Antinous and Eurymachus, the leaders and most prominent among the suitors. Just then, Eumaeus the swineherd and Phaeacia the cowherd stepped out of the hall together. Ulysses followed them. Once outside the gates and beyond the outer courtyard wall, Ulysses spoke quietly. "Cowherd, and you, swineherd, I have something on my mind. I hesitate to say it, but I think I must. If some god suddenly brought Ulysses back, right now what would you do? Would you side with the suitors, or with Ulysses? Tell me honestly." "Father Zeus," the cowherd exclaimed fervently, "if only you would grant this. If a god brought Ulysses home, you would see how fiercely I would fight for him." Eumaeus echoed the prayer, calling on all the gods for Ulysses' return. Seeing their unwavering loyalty, Ulysses finally revealed himself. "It is I," he declared, his voice low but firm. "Ulysses. I am home. After 20 years of suffering, I have returned to my own land. I find that you two, alone among all my servants, are truly glad to see me. I haven't heard any others pray for my return. Therefore I will tell you the truth of what is to come. If heaven grants me victory over the suitors, I will find wives for both of you, give you property and houses near my own, and you shall be like brothers and companions to my son Telemachus. Now for absolute proof, so you know and believe. Look." He pulled aside his rags, revealing the long, pale scar on his thigh. "This is the mark from the boar's tusk, from the hunt on Mount Parnassus, with Autolycus' sons." As he spoke, he fully exposed the great scar. When Eumaeus and Phaeacia saw it and examined it closely, recognizing it beyond doubt, they both broke down weeping. They threw their arms around Ulysses, kissing his head and shoulders. Ulysses, deeply moved, kissed their hands and faces. The sun might have set on their emotional reunion if Ulysses hadn't gently stopped them. "Enough weeping," he urged quietly. "Someone might come outside, see us, and warn those inside. Go back in separately, not together. I will go first. You follow. And remember the signal. The suitors will all try to prevent me from getting the bow. Eumaeus, when you are carrying it, put it directly into my hands. Also, tell the women to lock the doors to their quarters securely. If they hear groaning or the sounds of fighting from the hall, they must not come out. They must stay quiet and continue their work. And Phaeacia, I charge you, go to the outer courtyard gates, bar them firmly, and lash them securely at once." Having given his instructions, Ulysses went back into the house and resumed his humble seat. His 2 loyal servants followed him inside shortly after. By now the bow was in Eurymachus' hands. He was warming it again by the fire, turning it this way and that. But even with the warmth, he couldn't string it. He groaned in frustration and disappointment. "This grieves me," he sighed heavily, "for myself and for all of us. Not so much about losing the marriage. There are plenty of other women in Ithaca and elsewhere. What truly stings is knowing we are so vastly inferior to Ulysses in strength that we cannot even string his bow. This will be a disgrace for generations to come." "Eurymachus, that won't happen," Antinous interjected smoothly. "And you know it. Today is the festival of Apollo throughout the land. Who would attempt archery on such a holy day? Let's put the bow aside. The axes can stay where they are. No one's likely to steal them. Let the cupbearer bring wine, so we can make our offerings and forget the bow for now. Tomorrow, we'll tell Melanthius to bring the best goats he has. We can offer thigh bones to Apollo, the mighty archer, and then try the bow again and settle the contest properly." The other suitors readily approved. Servants poured water over their hands, while attendants filled the mixing bowls with wine and water, serving each man after the libations were poured. When they had made their offerings and drunk their fill, Ulysses spoke up, his words carefully chosen. "Suitors of our illustrious queen," he began, "listen to what I have to say. I address Eurymachus especially, and Antinous, who just spoke so reasonably. Put aside the bow for today. Leave the outcome to the gods. Tomorrow let heaven grant victory to whomever it favors. But for now, please, let me hold the bow. Let me test my own strength among you, and see if I still possess the power I once had, or if travel and neglect have weakened me." His request sparked outrage among the suitors. They feared he might actually succeed in stringing the bow. Antinous turned on him fiercely. "You miserable creature," he spat. "Have you lost every shred of sense? You should count yourself lucky to dine unharmed among your betters, receiving an equal portion and listening to our conversation. No other beggar or stranger gets such privilege. The wine must have gone to your head, as it does to all who drink too much. Wine inflamed the centaur Eurytion when he visited Perithous among the Lapiths. Drunken mad, he caused trouble in Perithous' house. The heroes there were enraged. They dragged him out, cut off his ears and nose, and threw him out, crazed and bearing the consequences of his actions. That started the war between men and centaurs, all because of his drunkenness. Likewise, I warn you, things will go badly for you if you string that bow. You'll find no mercy here. We'll immediately put you on a ship to King Ecodus, the butcher who tortures everyone. You won't escape alive. So drink your wine quietly, and don't quarrel with men younger than yourself, Penelope intervened. Antinous, she said firmly, it is neither right nor fair to mistreat any guest who comes to Telemachus' house. If this stranger proves strong enough to string the great bow of Ulysses, do you seriously believe he would take me home as his wife? The man himself surely harbors no such fantasy. None of you should let such an absurd thought disrupt your feasting. Eurymachus replied smoothly, Queen Penelope, we don't actually think this man would take you away. That's impossible. But we fear the gossip. We dread what the common folk, men and women, might say. Look at these weak suitors. They courted the wife of a hero, yet none could string his bow. Then some ragged tramp wanders in, strings it easily, and shoots through the iron. That's what they'll say, and it will bring shame upon us. Eurymachus, Penelope countered, people who continually devour a chieftain's estate and dishonor his house cannot expect a good reputation. So why worry about such talk? This stranger appears strong and well-built. He also claims noble birth. Give him the bow. Let us see if he can string it. I declare, and I mean it, if Apollo grants him the glory of stringing it, I will give him a fine cloak and tunic, a javelin for protection against dogs and robbers, and a sharp sword. I will also provide sandals, and ensure he is safely escorted wherever he wishes to go. Telemachus then asserted his authority. Mother, he declared, in all of Ithaca and the islands towards Elis, I alone have the right to grant or refuse the bow to anyone. No one can force my hand, not even if I choose to give the bow outright to the stranger to take away. Now, please return to your rooms and tend to your duties, your loom, your spindle, and managing the household servants. Archery is men's business, and primarily mine, for I am the master here. Wondering at his firm tone, Penelope retreated to her chambers, pondering his words. Upstairs with her maids, she wept for her dear husband, until Athena blessed her with sweet sleep. The swineherd Eumaeus picked up the bow, intending to take it to Ulysses, but the suitors erupted in protest from all sides of the hall. You idiot, one shouted. Where are you going with that bow? Are you crazy? If Apollo grants our prayers, your own dogs will tear you apart in some secluded spot. Frightened by the uproar, Eumaeus hesitated and put the bow down. But Telemachus shouted encouragement from across the hall, threatening him, Father Eumaeus, bring the bow here. Ignore them. Or, young as I am, I'll drive you back to the countryside with stones, for I am stronger than you. I wish I were as much stronger than all these suitors as I am than you. I'd soon send some of them packing, sick and sorry for their mischief. His defiant words made the suitors laugh loudly, momentarily easing the tension towards Telemachus. Encouraged, Eumaeus carried the bow forward and placed it carefully into Ulysses' hands. Having done so, he quietly drew Euryclea aside. Euryclea, he whispered, Telemachus orders you to lock the doors to the women's quarters securely. If they hear groaning or sounds of fighting, they must not come out. They must stay quiet and continue their work. Euryclea nodded and immediately went to bolt the doors of the women's apartments. Meanwhile, Phaeacia slipped out unnoticed and secured the main gates of the outer courtyard. Finding a sturdy ship's cable made of papyrus fiber in the gatehouse, he used it to lash the gates shut. Then he returned inside, took his seat, and watched Ulysses intently. Ulysses held the bow, turning it over and over, examining every part, checking if worms had damaged the horn tips during his long absence. Seeing this, suitors murmured among themselves. He must be some old bow collector, one sneered. Either he has one like it at home, or he plans to make one. Look how expertly the old vagabond handles it. Another added, I hope he fails at everything else as badly as he's likely to fail at stringing this bow. But Ulysses, having thoroughly inspected the bow, handled it with ease. As effortlessly as a skilled musician tightens a new string on his lyre, fastening the twisted gut at both ends, Ulysses strung the great bow. Then, holding it in his right hand, he plucked the string. It sang out with a clear, sweet note, like the twitter of a swallow. The suitors were stunned. The color drained from their faces. At that exact moment, Zeus thundered loudly overhead, a clear sign. Ulysses' heart leaped with joy at this omen from the son of cunning Cronus. He picked up a single arrow lying loose on a nearby table. The rest, destined for the Achaeans, were still in the quiver. He carefully notched the arrow onto the bowstring and drew back the string and arrow shaft towards his chest, still seated. Taking careful aim at the row of axes, he released the string. The arrow flew true, whistling cleanly through the handle hole of every single axe, from the first to the last, and embedding itself in the wall of the outer courtyard beyond. Then Ulysses turned to Telemachus. "Telemachus," he said calmly, "your guest has not disgraced you. I hit my mark, and stringing the bow wasn't difficult. My strength remains, despite what the suitors mockingly suggested. Now, however, it is time to prepare supper for the Achaeans while daylight lasts. Afterwards we can enjoy song and dance, the proper crown to a feast." As he finished speaking, he gave a subtle nod with his eyebrows. Telemachus immediately girded on his sword, grasped his spear, and stood fully armed beside his father's chair. Book 22. The killing of the suitors. The maids who have misconducted themselves are made to cleanse the cloisters and are then hanged. Then Ulysses ripped off his rags. He leaped onto the wide stone threshold, bow in hand, his quiver full of arrows spilling onto the floor at his feet. "The great contest is finished," he announced, his voice ringing through the silent hall. "Now, let's see if Apollo grants me another target, one no man has hit before." He leveled a deadly arrow straight at Antinous. The suitor was just lifting a beautiful two-handled golden cup to his lips, anticipating a drink of wine, completely unaware of impending death. Who among the feasting crowd could imagine one man, however brave, standing alone against so many, would dare to kill? The arrow struck Antinous in the throat. The point tore clean through his neck. He slumped sideways, the cup falling from his grasp as a thick stream of blood spurted from his nostrils. His feet kicked the table, sending food and roasted meat tumbling onto the blood-soaked floor. Panic erupted. The suitors leaped from their seats in terror, scanning the walls desperately for shields or spears, but finding none. They turned on Ulysses, shouting furious threats. "Stranger, you'll pay for shooting men like this," they yelled. "This is your last contest. You're doomed. The man you killed was the finest youth in Ithaca. Vultures will feast on you for this." They spoke believing he had killed Antinous by accident, not yet realizing that death loomed over every single one of them. But Ulysses glared, his eyes blazing. "Dogs," he snarled, "did you truly think I would never return from Troy? You've plundered my house, forced my serving women, and wooed my wife while I was still alive. You feared neither the gods nor the judgment of men. Now your time has come. You will all die." Pale terror gripped them. Every man frantically looked for an escape route. Only Eurymachus found his voice. "If you truly are Ulysses," he stammered, "then what you say is just. We have done great wrongs in your house and on your lands. But Antinous, the ringleader, the source of all this trouble, lies dead already. It was all his doing. He didn't truly care about marrying Penelope. He wanted something else entirely, to kill your son and rule Ithaca, a plan Zeus thankfully thwarted. Now that he has met his deserved fate, spare your own people. We will repay you fully amongst ourselves for everything we've consumed. Each of us will pay a fine worth 20 oxen, showering you with gold and bronze until your anger cools. Until then, no one can blame you for your rage." Ulysses glared again, unmoved. "Eurymachus," he said coldly, "even if you offered me everything you own, now and forever, all your family fortunes, I would not stop until I have made every single one of you pay the price. Your only choices are to fight or flee for your lives, and I assure you, none of you will escape." Their hearts sank. Eurymachus desperately tried again. "Friends, this man won't stop. He'll stand there and shoot us down one by one until we're all dead. We must fight back. Draw your swords. Use the tables as shields against his arrows. Let's rush him together. Try to force him from the doorway. If we can get past him into the town, We can raise an alarm and stop his deadly archery." As he spoke, he drew his sharp, two-edged bronze sword and charged at Ulysses with a loud cry. But Ulysses instantly fired an arrow. It struck Eurymachus in the chest, near the nipple, piercing his liver. He dropped his sword, collapsing doubled over his table. The cup and food scattered as he slammed his forehead onto the floor in agony. His feet thrashed against the stool until darkness claimed him. Next, Amphinomus drew his sword and rushed straight at Ulysses, trying to force him away from the door. But Telemachus reacted faster, striking him from behind with his spear. The point entered between Amphinomus's shoulders and drove right through his chest. He fell heavily, hitting the ground face first. Telemachus leaped back, leaving the spear embedded in the body. He feared that stopping to retrieve it would leave him vulnerable to another suitor's attack. He ran quickly back to his father's side. "Father," he panted, "let me fetch you a shield, 2 spears and a bronze helmet. I'll arm myself too, and bring armor for Eumaeus and Phaeacia. We need to be properly armed." "Quickly, run and get them," Ulysses urged, "while I still have arrows. If they run out before you return, they might force me away from this doorway." Telemachus obeyed instantly, sprinting to the storeroom where the weapons were kept. He selected 4 shields, 8 spears, and 4 bronze helmets, topped with horsehair plumes. He brought them back as fast as possible. Telemachus armed himself first. Then the swineherd and the cowherd put on their armor, taking their positions beside Ulysses. As long as his arrows lasted, Ulysses continued shooting the suitors one by one, and they fell rapidly. When his quiver was empty, he leaned the bow against the wall near the doorpost. He slung a sturdy, 4-layered ox-hide shield over his shoulders, placed the well-crafted helmet with its menacing horsehair crest on his head, and grasped 2 formidable bronze-tipped spears. There was a small, high side door or trapdoor in the wall, and at one end of the main threshold, a passage led outside, secured by a well-made door. Ulysses ordered Phaeacia to guard this passage exit, as only one attacker could approach it at a time. But Agelaus shouted to the remaining suitors, "Friends, can't someone climb up to that trapdoor and yell for help? If people knew what was happening, reinforcements would come quickly, and we'd soon finish this archer." "Impossible, Agelaus," Melanthius the goatherd answered. "The entrance to that narrow passage is too close to the main courtyard gate. One brave man could easily hold it against many. But I have an idea. I'll bring you weapons from the storeroom. I'm sure that's where Ulysses and his son hid the armor." With that, Melanthius slipped away through hidden back routes to Ulysses' storeroom. He grabbed 12 shields, 12 helmets, and 12 spears, carrying them back quickly to arm the suitors. Ulysses' heart sank momentarily as he saw the suitors donning armor and brandishing spears. Recognizing the increased danger, he said urgently to Telemachus, "Either one of the women inside is helping them, or it's Melanthius." Telemachus replied immediately, "Father, the fault is mine alone. I foolishly left the storeroom door unsecured, and they were more observant than I was. Eumaeus, go quickly. Secure that door, and find out if it's one of the women, or, as I suspect, Melanthius, son of Dolius." As they spoke, Melanthius was already heading back to the storeroom for more weapons. The swineherd spotted him. "Ulysses, noble son of Laertes," Eumaeus called out. "It's that traitor Melanthius, just as we thought, going back to the storeroom. Tell me, should I kill him if I can overpower him? Or should I bring him here for you to exact your own revenge for all his treachery in your house?" Ulysses responded, "Telemachus and I will keep these suitors contained, no matter what they try. You two go after Melanthius. Bind his hands and feet tightly behind his back. Throw him into the storeroom and bolt the door. Then tie a rope around him, hoist him up high against a pillar, and suspend him close to the rafters. Let him hang there and suffer." Eumaeus and Phaeacia immediately obeyed. They hurried to the storeroom, entering before Melanthius noticed them. He was deep inside, searching for more arms. The 2 loyal servants waited, hidden on either side of the doorway. Melanthius emerged, carrying a helmet in one hand and an old, dry-rotted shield in the other. A shield Laertes had carried in his youth, long discarded, its straps decayed. Eumaeus and Phaeacia seized him, dragged him back inside by his hair, and threw him struggling onto the floor. Following Ulysses' instructions precisely, They forced his hands and feet behind his back and bound them painfully tight. They looped a rope around his body, hauled him up a tall pillar, and left him dangling near the rafters. Eumaeus mocked him. "There, Melanthius! A soft bed for you tonight, just as you deserve. You'll certainly know when dawn arrives from Oceanus. Time to drive in your goats for the suitors' feast." They left him suspended in cruel agony, secured the storeroom door, put on their own armor, and rejoined Ulysses. The 4 men stood ready in the hall, fierce and determined. Across the room, the remaining suitors, though fewer, were still numerous and armed. At that moment, Athena, daughter of Zeus, appeared among them, taking the form and voice of Mentor. Ulysses rejoiced at the sight. "Mentor, my friend," he called out, "help me now. Remember our long comradeship and the kindnesses I've shown you. We are age mates after all." Though he addressed Mentor, Ulysses knew it was Athena in disguise. The suitors on the other side erupted in anger when they saw Mentor. Agelaus shouted reproaches first. "Mentor, don't let Ulysses trick you into fighting us. Listen to our plan. When we've killed the father and son, we'll kill you too. You'll pay with your life, and after we kill you, we'll seize all your property, indoors and out, and combine it with Ulysses's wealth. We won't let your sons or daughters live in your house, nor will your widow remain in Ithaca." These threats infuriated Athena even more. She turned on Ulysses, scolding him fiercely. "Ulysses, where is the strength and courage you showed fighting for 9 long years at Troy over noble Helen? You slew countless men then. Your cunning strategy took Priam's city. How can you be so hesitant now, in your own house facing these suitors? Come on, my friend. Stand beside me and watch how Mentor, son of Alcimus, repays your past kindnesses against your enemies." But she didn't grant him immediate full victory. She wanted to test further the prowess of both Ulysses and his valiant son. She transformed into a swallow and flew up to perch on a high rafter of the smoky hall. Meanwhile, Agelaus, son of Damastor, Eurynomus, Amphimedon, Demoptolemus, Pisander, and Polybus, son of Polyctor, rallied the remaining suitors. These were the bravest left standing, the others having fallen to Ulysses's arrows. Agelaus urged them on. "Friends, he'll have to stop soon. Mentor has deserted him after making empty boasts. They're trapped at the doors with no support. Don't all throw at once. 6 of you cast your spears first. Let's see if Zeus grants us the glory of killing Ulysses himself. Once he's down, the others won't be a problem." They hurled their spears as instructed, but Athena deflected them. One spear struck the doorpost. Another hit the door itself. A third, bronze-tipped shaft embedded itself in the wall. After dodging the suitors' volley, Ulysses rallied his men. "My friends, it's our turn. Let's aim carefully into their midst. They intend to kill us and add that crime to all their others." They took aim and threw their spears. Ulysses struck down Demoptolemus. Telemachus hit Eurydice. Eumaeus killed Elatus, and Phaeacia felled Pisander. All 4 crashed to the ground, biting the dust. The surviving suitors retreated towards the far end of the hall. Ulysses and his men charged forward, retrieving their spears from the fallen bodies. The suitors threw another volley of spears. Again, Athena rendered most ineffective. One struck a pillar, another hit the door. One bronze point scraped the wall. However, Amphimedon managed to graze Telemachus's wrist superficially, and Ctesippus nicked Eumaeus's shoulder above his shield, the spear glancing off and falling uselessly. Then Ulysses and his small band unleashed their spears into the throng. Ulysses hit Eurydamas. Telemachus struck Amphimedon. Eumaeus felled Polybus. Then Phaeacia, the cowherd, hit Ctesippus squarely in the chest, taunting him. "Son of Polytherses, master of insults, learn to control your wicked tongue. Let the gods guide your speech. They are far mightier than mortals. Take this as payment for the cow's foot you threw at Ulysses when he was begging in his own home." Thus spoke the stockman. In the close quarters fighting, Ulysses speared Damastor's son. Telemachus lunged, striking Leocritus, son of Evenor, deep in the groin. The spear passed clean through, and Leocritus pitched forward onto his face. At that critical moment, high on the rafter, Athena raised her terrifying aegis, the shield that paralyzed enemies with fear. The suitors' courage vanished. They panicked. scattering like a herd of cattle stampeded by biting gadflies in the heat of summer. Ulysses and his men pursued them relentlessly, like eagles with crooked talons swooping down from the mountains onto smaller birds cowering helpless on the plain below. The hunters showed no mercy, striking the suitors down on every side. Horrible groans filled the hall as skulls cracked, and the stone floor became slick with blood. Leodes, the priest, desperately crawled to Ulysses and grasped his knees. "Ulysses, I beg you mercy, spare my life. I swear I never wronged any woman in your house, by word or deed." I even tried to stop the others, but they wouldn't listen, and now they pay for their folly. I only served as their priest. "If you kill me, I die undeserving, receiving no thanks for any good I tried to do." Ulysses looked down at him with cold eyes. "If you were truly their priest," he said sternly, "you must have often prayed in this hall that my return would be long delayed, that you might marry my wife and have children by her. For that alone, you must die." With those words, Ulysses stooped and picked up the sword Agelaus had dropped when he fell. He swung it swiftly, striking Lilyvas on the back of the neck. The head rolled into dust even as Lilyvas was still speaking. The minstrel Phemius, son of Terpis, who had been forced to sing for the suitors, now sought to save his life. He stood near the side passage, his lyre still in his hands. He debated whether to flee the hall and seek sanctuary at the great altar of Zeus in the outer courtyard, where Laertes and Ulysses had often sacrificed, or to rush forward and clasp Ulysses' knees in supplication. He decided the latter was his best chance. He placed his lyre carefully on the ground between the mixing bowl and a silver-studded chair. Then he hurried to Ulysses, fell to his knees, and grasped them tightly. "Ulysses, I implore you, show mercy, spare me. You will regret killing a bard like me, one who sings for gods and men. My songs are my own. Heaven inspires me with every kind. I would sing your praises as if you were a god. Don't be so quick to cut off my head. Your own son, Telemachus, can testify that I came here unwillingly. I didn't want to sing for the suitors after their feasts, but they were too numerous and too powerful. They forced me." Telemachus heard him and immediately appealed to his father. "Wait, father," he cried. "This man is innocent. Don't harm him. And let's spare Medon the herald too. He always treated me kindly when I was a boy, unless Phaeacia or Eumaeus has already killed him, or he crossed your path during the fighting." Medon, hiding terrified under a chair draped with a freshly flayed ox hide, heard Telemachus's words. He threw off the hide, scrambled out, and rushed to clasp Telemachus's knees. "Here I am, dear sir," he pleaded. "Stop your father. Tell him not to kill me in his fury against the suitors who wasted his wealth and showed you such disrespect." Ulysses smiled grimly. "Fear not," he said. "Telemachus has saved you. Let this teach you, and let you tell others, that good deeds are far better rewarded than evil ones. Now, go outside, both of you, the herald and the bard. Wait in the outer courtyard, away from the slaughter, while I finish my work in here." The two men scrambled out as fast as they could, and sat huddled by Zeus's great altar, glancing around fearfully, still expecting death. Ulysses then surveyed the hall meticulously, searching for any suitor who might have hidden and survived. But he found them all lying dead in the blood and dust. They lay like fish hauled from the gray sea in a net, dumped on the sandy beach, gasping for water, life quickly baked out of them by the sun. So lay the suitors, piled one upon another. Then Ulysses called to his son, "Telemachus, summon the nurse Euryclea. I have something to tell her." Telemachus went to the door of the women's quarters and knocked. "Hurry, old woman," he called. "You who oversee all the household women, come out. My father wants to speak with you." Hearing his voice, Euryclea unbolted the door and came out, following Telemachus. She entered the hall and found Ulysses standing amidst the corpses, spattered with blood and gore like a lion after devouring an ox, his chest and cheeks smeared, a terrifying sight. Seeing the heaps of dead bodies and the vast amount of blood, she started to cry out in triumph, realizing the magnitude of his victory. But Ulysses quickly silenced her. "Old woman," he warned sternly, "rejoice in your heart, but keep silent. Do not cry out. It is unholy to gloat over slain men. Heaven's judgment and their own wicked deeds brought them to this end. They respected no one who came near them, rich or poor alike. Now they have met a grim fate as punishment for their folly. Tell me now, which of the women in this house have shamed themselves, and which are innocent?" "My son, I will tell you the plain truth," Euryclea answered. "There are 50 women servants in this house whom we've trained in various tasks, like carding wool and general housekeeping. Of these, 12 have utterly disgraced themselves. They showed no respect for me, nor for Penelope herself. They ignored Telemachus too, but he only recently came of age, and his mother never allowed him to command the female servants. But let me go upstairs now and tell your wife what has happened. Some god must have sent her a deep sleep." "Don't wake her yet," Ulysses commanded. "First, tell the women who misconducted themselves to come here." Euryclea left to summon the disgraced women. Meanwhile, Ulysses called Telemachus, the cowherd, and the swineherd to his side. "Begin clearing away the dead," he ordered. "Make the women help you. Then, fetch sponges and clean water to wash down all the tables and chairs. Once the entire hall is thoroughly cleansed, take those women outside into the narrow space between the roundhouse wall and the outer courtyard wall. Run them through with your swords until they are all dead, until they have forgotten the secret pleasures they shared with the suitors." The guilty women came down together, weeping hysterically. First, forced by Ulysses' commands, they carried out the corpses, propping them against each other just inside the gatehouse. They worked quickly under his stern direction. After removing the bodies, they scrubbed the tables and chairs, clean with sponges and water. Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Phaeacia shoveled the coagulated blood and filth from the floor, and the women carried it all outside. When the hall was finally clean and orderly, they herded the women into the confined space between the domed storeroom and the courtyard wall, trapping them where they couldn't escape. Telemachus looked at the other 2 men. "I will not grant these women a clean death," he said bitterly. "They heaped insults on me and my mother, and they slept with the suitors." With that, he took a strong ship's cable and tied one end to a tall pillar supporting the roundhouse roof. He looped the cable around the building high up, ensuring none of the women's feet could touch the ground. Like thrushes or doves flying into a hidden net in a thicket, meeting a terrible end, the women were forced to put their heads into the dangling nooses, one after another. They were hanged, dying wretchedly. Their feet twitched for a short time, but not for long. Then they dealt with Menelaus. They dragged him through the hall and out into the inner courtyard. There, they savagely cut off his nose and ears. They ripped out his entrails and threw them raw to the dogs. In their fury, they hacked off his hands and feet. After this brutal work, they washed their own hands and feet and went back inside the main house. The slaughter was finally over. Ulysses called for Euryclea. "Dear nurse," he said, "bring me sulfur, the purifier, and fire. I must cleanse this hall. Also, go tell Penelope to come down with her attendants, and summon all the other serving women in the house." "Everything you say is right, my child," Euryclea replied. "But first, let me bring you clean clothes, a fresh tunic and cloak. You shouldn't wear these rags any longer. It isn't proper." "First, bring the fire," Ulysses insisted. Euryclea obeyed, bringing fire and sulfur. Ulysses thoroughly fumigated the hall, the inner courtyard, and the outer court. Then the nurse went back inside to call the women and tell them the news. They emerged from their quarters carrying torches, crowding around Ulysses, embracing him, kissing his head and shoulders, grasping his hands. A wave of emotion washed over Ulysses, bringing tears to his eyes, for he recognized every one of them. Book 23. Penelope eventually recognizes her husband. Early in the morning, Ulysses, Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Phaeacia leave the town. Laughing with joy, Euryclea hurried upstairs to tell her mistress the incredible news. Her beloved husband was finally home. Her old knees felt young again, her feet nimble as she rushed to Penelope's side and bent over her. "Wake up, Penelope, my dear child," she exclaimed. "Come see with your own eyes what you've longed for all this time. Ulysses has truly come home at last. He's killed those wicked suitors who plagued your house, devoured your wealth, and mistreated your son." "My dear nurse," Penelope responded, still groggy, "you must be mad. The gods sometimes make the wisest people act foolishly, and the foolish sensible. They must have done that to you. You've always been so reasonable. Why mock me now, when I'm already drowning in sorrow, waking me from the sweetest sleep I've had since my poor husband left for that city I hate to name, telling me such impossible things? My child, I am not mocking you, Euryclea insisted. It's the absolute truth. Ulysses is home. He was the stranger everyone treated so cruelly in the hall. Telemachus knew he was back all along, but kept his father's secret to ensure revenge on those wicked men. Penelope leaped from her bed, threw her arms around Euryclea, and wept tears of disbelief and hope. But dear nurse, she managed between sobs, explain this. If he's truly home, as you say, how did he possibly defeat all those suitors single-handedly? There were always so many of them. I wasn't there. I didn't see it, Euryclea admitted. I only heard their groans as they were being killed. We women were huddled, terrified in a locked room until your son came to fetch me, sent by his father. Then I found Ulysses standing among the corpses, piled one on top of another all around him on the floor. Oh, you would have rejoiced to see him, spattered with blood and grime, looking like a lion. The bodies are now stacked by the gatehouse in the outer court. Ulysses has lit a great fire with sulfur to purify the house. He sent me to call you. Come down now, so you can finally be happy together after all this time. Your heart's deepest wish is fulfilled. Your husband is home, finding both his wife and son alive and well, and he has taken vengeance in his own house on the suitors who wronged him so terribly. Dear nurse, Penelope said cautiously, her joy tempered by years of caution, don't celebrate too quickly. You know how much everyone, especially myself and our son, would rejoice if Ulysses returned. But this news, it cannot be true. It must be some god, angered by the suitors' immense wickedness, who destroyed them. They respected no one, rich or poor, and met a bad end because of their evil deeds. Ulysses died far away from Greece. He will never come home again. Nurse Euryclea protested. My child, what are you saying? You've always been so skeptical, convinced your husband is gone forever, even though he's right here, in this house, by his own hearth. Besides, I have proof. When I washed his feet, I saw the scar, the one the wild boar gave him. I wanted to tell you immediately, but he, in his wisdom, stopped me, clapping his hands over my mouth. Come with me now. I'll make you this promise. If I'm deceiving you, you can have me killed in the cruelest way imaginable. My dear nurse, Penelope replied, thoughtfully, even with all your wisdom, it's hard to grasp the plans of the gods. Nevertheless, let's go find my son. I must see the bodies of the suitors and the man who killed them. She descended from her upper room, her mind racing. Should she keep her distance and question this man, or rush to him and embrace him? Crossing the stone threshold into the hall, she chose caution. She sat down opposite Ulysses, near the fire, against the wall perpendicular to the one she had entered through. Ulysses sat near a pillar, his gaze lowered, waiting patiently for his cautious wife to speak. For a long time, Penelope sat in stunned silence. Sometimes she would look directly at him, trying to see the man she remembered. But then, his ragged clothes and travel-worn appearance would confuse her, and she would fail to recognize him fully. Finally, Telemachus broke the silence, reproaching her gently. Mother, though your heart is so hard, I hesitate to call you that. Why do you stay so far from my father? Why not sit beside him? Talk to him. Ask him questions. No other woman could bear to remain distant from her husband after his return from 20 years of hardship and absence. But your heart has always been like stone. Penelope answered, My son, I am utterly overwhelmed, speechless. I cannot question him or answer him. I can hardly even look him in the face. But if this truly is Ulysses, return home. We will know each other soon enough. There are secret signs, known only to us two, hidden from everyone else. Ulysses smiled faintly at her words. Telemachus, he said, let your mother test me however she wishes. She will understand soon enough. Right now, she rejects me because I am dirty and dressed in rags. But let's consider our next move. When one man kills another, even one without many friends to seek revenge, the killer must still flee his country, leaving friends behind. We, however, have killed the pillars of this town, the finest young men of Ithaca. We must think about this carefully. Father, you must decide, Telemachus replied. They say you are the wisest counselor in the world, unmatched by any mortal man. We will follow you willingly and fight with all our strength. Then here is what I think is best, Ulysses said. First, everyone wash and put on fresh tunics. Tell the maids to dress as well. Then, let Phaeacia strike up a lively dance tune. If anyone outside, passers-by, or neighbors, hears the music, They'll assume there's a wedding feast. No rumors of the suitors' deaths must spread through the town before we can reach the safety of my wooded farmland. Once there, we will decide on the wisest course, as heaven guides us." They all followed his instructions. They washed and changed into clean clothes, and the women prepared themselves. Phemius took up his lyre, and soon the house filled with the sounds of sweet music and joyful dancing. People outside heard the celebration. "I suppose the queen has finally remarried," someone remarked. "She ought to be ashamed, not guarding her husband's property until his return." They gossiped, unaware of the true events that had transpired. Meanwhile, the head servant Eurynome bathed and anointed Ulysses in his own bath, giving him a clean tunic and cloak. Athena enhanced his appearance, making him seem taller and more powerful. She restored the thick curls to his hair, making them flow like hyacinth blossoms. She graced his head and shoulders with divine radiance, like a master craftsman gilding silver, trained by Hephaestus or Athena herself. Emerging from the bath looking like an immortal, Ulysses returned to the hall and sat down on the chair opposite his wife. "My dear," he said gently, "the gods have given you a heart more unyielding than any other woman's. No other wife could bear to remain so distant from her husband, returned after 20 years of suffering and absence. But come, nurse, prepare a bed for me. I will sleep alone, for this woman's heart is truly made of iron." "My dear husband," Penelope replied, her voice steady, "I am not being arrogant or dismissive, nor am I unimpressed. I remember very clearly the man you were when you sailed from Ithaca. However, Euryclea, make up the sturdy bed for him, but place it outside the master bedchamber, the room he built himself. Bring that bed out here, and prepare it with soft fleeces, fine blankets, and smooth coverlets." She said this as a final, secret test. Ulysses reacted with sudden anger. "Wife!" he exclaimed, deeply displeased. "What are you saying? Who moved my bed? It would be impossible for any mortal man, no matter how skilled, unless a god himself came and shifted it. No living man, even in his prime, could easily move it from its place. It is a marvel, built with my own hands. There was a flourishing olive tree growing within the courtyard, thick as a pillar. I built our bedroom around this tree, constructing walls of solid stone, roofing it over, and fitting strong, tight doors. Then I cut off the leafy crown of the olive, trimmed the trunk from the root up, smoothed it expertly with tools, trued it to a line, and shaped it into a bedpost. I drilled holes where needed and inlaid it with gold, silver, and ivory. Finally, I stretched taut crimson oxhide straps across the frame. This bed is my unique creation, so you see, I know its secret. Now tell me, is it still rooted in its place, or has someone cut through the olive trunk and moved it?" Hearing him describe the bed's unmovable secret, Penelope's composure finally broke. Tears streamed down her face as she ran to him, threw her arms around his neck, and kissed him. "Ulysses, don't be angry with me," she cried. "You, the wisest of men. We have both suffered so much. Heaven begrudged us our youth and growing old together. Please, don't be upset that I didn't embrace you the moment I saw you. My heart has been frozen with fear that some impostor might come and deceive me with lies. So many wicked people are in the world. Helen of Argos, daughter of Zeus, would never have yielded to a foreigner if she had known the Greek heroes would wage war to bring her back. A god must have prompted her wrongdoing, blinding her to the consequences, the source of all our sorrows. But now you have proven yourself, revealing the secret of our bed, which no one has ever seen but you, me, and one single maidservant, Actorus, my father's gift to me upon our marriage, who guarded our chamber door. Though I hesitated, I can doubt no longer." Hearing her words, Ulysses finally let his own emotions show. He wept, holding his dear, faithful wife close. Just as shipwrecked sailors rejoice at the sight of land after Poseidon has smashed their ship, grateful to escape the brine-soaked sea and stand on firm ground. So Penelope rejoiced, clinging to her husband, unable to release her arms from around his neck. They might have wept until dawn, but Athena intervened, holding back the night in the west and preventing dawn from yoking her horses, Lampus and Phaethon, who bring light to mankind. At last Ulysses spoke. "Wife, our trials are not yet over. A long, difficult task still lies ahead, one I must complete. The ghost of Tiresias prophesied this when I went down to Hades to inquire about my journey home. But for now, let us go to our bed and find comfort in blessed sleep." "Your bed is ready whenever you wish," Penelope replied. now that the gods have brought you safely home. But since heaven prompted you to mention it, tell me about this task that awaits you. I will have to learn of it eventually, so it's better if you tell me now." "My dear," Ulysses answered gently, "why insist? Very well, I will not hide it, though you won't like hearing it. I don't relish it myself. Tiresias instructed me to travel far inland, carrying a well-shaped oar, until I reach a people who know nothing of the sea, who don't even season their food with salt. They are ignorant of ships and the oars that serve as ships' wings. He gave me a clear sign. A traveler will meet me, and mistake the oar on my shoulder for a winnowing fan. At that spot, I must plant the oar in the ground and sacrifice a ram, a bull, and a breeding boar to Lord Poseidon. Then I am to return home and offer grand sacrifices to all the immortal gods who rule the heavens, one after another. As for my own end, Tiresias said death will come to me gently, away from the sea, in peaceful old age, surrounded by prosperous people. He assured me all this will come true." Penelope replied calmly, "If the gods promise you a happier old age, then we can hope for respite from misfortune after all." While they talked, Eurynome and the nurse prepared the bed with soft coverings, using torches for light. Once the bed was ready, the old nurse retired, leaving Eurynome to light the way for Ulysses and Penelope to their chamber. After escorting them, Eurynome also left. Ulysses and Penelope joyfully approached their own familiar secret bed at last. Downstairs, Telemachus, Phaeacia, and Eumaeus stopped their dancing and dismissed the women. They then lay down to sleep in the outer hall. Once Ulysses and Penelope had rediscovered their love, they lay talking. She recounted her long suffering, the house filled with arrogant suitors who slaughtered countless sheep and oxen and drained cask after cask of wine, all while pursuing her. Ulysses, in turn, described his own hardships and the troubles he had caused others. He told her everything, starting with the Cicones, then the Lotus Eaters, the Cyclops and his vengeance, the visit to Aeolus whose winds tragically blew him back out to sea, the devastating encounter with the Laestrygonians, the cunning Circe, his journey to Hades to consult Tiresias, seeing his fallen comrades and his mother, hearing the Sirens' song, navigating past the wandering rocks Charybdis and Scylla, the fatal mistake of his crew eating the sun god's cattle, Zeus's resulting thunderbolt that destroyed his ship and killed all his men but him, his arrival on Calypso's island Ogygia where he finished his tale just as deep, welcome sleep overcame him, easing his burdens. Athena, observing, decided it was time. When she judged that Ulysses had enjoyed both his wife's company and sufficient rest, she prompted golden-throned Dawn to rise from Oceanus and bring light to the world. Ulysses rose from the comfortable bed. "Wife," he said, "we have both endured more than our share of trials. You here, mourning my long absence, and I, battling hardship and longing for home. Now that we are finally reunited, you must look after the property within the house. As for the livestock the wicked suitors consumed, I will seize many replacements by raiding others, and I will require the Achaeans to contribute more until all my pens are full again. I must now go to my farm in the countryside to see my father, who has grieved for me so long. I leave you with these instructions, though you are wise enough already. At sunrise, news of the suitors' killing will spread quickly. Go upstairs with your women and remain there. See no one, and ask no questions." He then buckled on his armor. He roused Telemachus, Phaeacia, and Eumaeus, telling them also to arm themselves. They obeyed, donning their gear. Once armed, they opened the gates and went out, Ulysses leading the way. Dawn was breaking, but Athena shrouded them in darkness, guiding them swiftly out of the city. Book 24. The Ghosts of the Suitors in Hades. Ulysses and his men go to the house of Laertes. The people of Ithaca come out to attack Ulysses, but Minerva concludes a peace. Then Hermes of Cyllene, guide of souls, summoned the ghosts of the slaughtered suitors. In his hand he held the beautiful golden wand he uses to lull mortals to sleep or awaken them. With this wand he stirred the ghosts, and they followed him, whimpering and gibbering, down the dark paths. Like bats fluttering and squeaking deep inside a vast cave when one falls from the cluster clinging to the rock, so the ghosts trailed behind Hermes, the healer of sorrow, descending into the gloomy realm of the dead. They passed the streams of Oceanus and the White Rock, journeyed through the gates of the sun and the land of dreams, finally reaching the asphodel meadows, where the souls, the shades of those whose work is done, reside. There they encountered the ghost of Achilles, son of Peleus, along with Patroclus, Antilochus, and Ajax, the greatest warrior among the Danaans after Achilles himself. As these heroes gathered around Achilles, the sorrowful ghost of Agamemnon joined them, surrounded by the shades of those murdered with him in Aegisthus' house. Achilles' ghost spoke first. "Son of Atreus," he said, "we always believed Zeus favored you above all heroes, from beginning to end. You commanded many brave men during our long war before Troy. Yet fate, which no mortal escapes, claimed you too soon. It would have been better had you fallen at Troy, covered in glory. The Achaeans would have built a great tomb for you, and your son would have inherited your fame. Instead, you were doomed to meet a most pitiful end." "Happy Achilles, son of Peleus," Agamemnon's ghost replied, "to have died at Troy, far from Argos, with the bravest Trojans and Achaeans falling around you as they fought for your body. There you lay in the swirling dust, magnificent in your fallen state, your warrior spirit finally at rest. We battled the entire day. We would have fought on if Zeus hadn't sent a storm to stop us. We carried you from the battlefield to the ships, laid you on a bier, cleansed your noble skin with warm water and ointments. The Danaans wept bitterly, tearing their hair. When your mother, the sea nymph Thetis, heard the news, she rose from the sea with her immortal sisters. A great cry of mourning echoed over the water, striking fear into the Achaeans. They would have panicked and fled to the ships if wise old Nestor, whose counsel was always sound, hadn't stopped them. "Hold, Argives! Do not flee, sons of Achaeans," he cried. "It is his mother rising from the sea, with her immortal nymphs, to mourn over her dead son." His words calmed their fear. The daughters of the old man of the sea gathered around you, weeping, and dressed you in immortal robes. The 9 muses came and sang a beautiful lament, their voices rising and falling in response to one another. Every Argive wept at the sorrowful dirge. For 17 days and nights, mortals and immortals mourned you. On the 18th day we committed you to the flames, sacrificing fat sheep and oxen around your pyre. You were burned in divine garments, with rich oils and honey. Heroes, both infantry and cavalry, clashed their armor around the pyre as you burned, the ground trembling with their movement. When the divine fire had consumed your body, we gathered your white bones at dawn, placing them in pure wine and precious ointments. Your mother provided a golden urn, a gift from Dionysus, crafted by Hephaestus himself. In this urn, we mingled your bones with those of Patroclus, who died before you. Separately, we interred the bones of Antilochus, your dearest comrade, after Patroclus was gone. Over these remains, the entire Argive army built a magnificent tomb on a prominent headland overlooking the wide Hellespont, a landmark visible from far out at sea for generations to come. Your mother then obtained splendid prizes from the gods and held funeral games for the noblest Achaean warriors. You yourself must have witnessed many funerals where young men compete for prizes after a great chief dies, but you never saw prizes as magnificent as those silver-footed Thetis offered in your honor. The gods loved you dearly. Thus, even in death, Achilles, your fame endures, your name renowned forever among mankind. But what solace was there for me when my fighting ended? Zeus plotted my destruction upon my return, at the hands of Aegisthus and my treacherous wife. As they spoke, Hermes arrived, leading the ghosts of the suitors killed by Ulysses. Achilles and Agamemnon were astonished to see this large group and approached them immediately. Agamemnon's ghost recognized Amphimedon, son of Menelaus, who had hosted him in Ithaca. "Amphimedon," Agamemnon's ghost asked, "what disaster brought all of you here, such fine young men, all in your prime? Were you lost at sea, victims of Poseidon's storms? Or did enemies kill you on land while raiding cattle or sheep? Or fighting to defend a city and its women? Answer me, for I was once your guest. Don't you remember when I visited your house with Menelaus, trying to persuade Ulysses to join our expedition against Troy? We spent a whole month there, struggling to convince the reluctant Ulysses." Amphimedon's ghost replied, "Great Agamemnon, son of Atreus, king of men, I remember it all well. I will tell you exactly how our grim end came about. Ulysses had been gone for years, and we were courting his wife. She neither outright refused us nor finalized anything, because she was secretly plotting our destruction. Here's the trick she devised. She set up a huge loom in her chambers and began weaving an elaborate shroud. "My suitors," she'd say, "Ulysses is surely dead, but don't rush me into marriage. Wait until I finish this burial shroud for the hero Laertes. I wouldn't want my weaving skills forgotten, and he deserves a proper covering when death takes him. He's rich, and the local women would gossip if he were laid out without one." We agreed to this. So she worked on the great web all day, but every night, by torchlight, she would unravel what she had woven. She fooled us this way for 3 years. But in the 4th year, as the seasons turned, one of her maids, who knew the secret, betrayed her to us. We caught her undoing her work, so she was forced to finish it. When she finally showed us the completed shroud, washed and gleaming, it shone like the sun or moon. Just then, some malicious god guided Ulysses back, first to the remote farm where his swineherd lived. Soon after, his son Telemachus returned from his voyage to Pylos. Together, they planned our demise and came to the city. Telemachus arrived first. Later, Ulysses followed, accompanied by the swineherd, disguised as a wretched old beggar in rags, leaning on a staff. He appeared so suddenly and looked so different that none of us, not even the older men, recognized him. We insulted him and threw things at him. He endured the blows and taunts silently, though he was in his own house. But when the will of Aegis-bearing Zeus prompted him, he and Telemachus removed all the armor from the hall, hid it in the inner storeroom, and bolted the doors. Then Ulysses cunningly prompted his wife to propose the contest with his bow and the iron axes for us ill-fated suitors. That was the beginning of our end. None of us could even come close to stringing the bow. When it was about to be Ulysses' turn, we all protested, shouting that he shouldn't be allowed to try, no matter what he said. But Telemachus insisted. Once Ulysses had the bow, he strung it effortlessly and shot an arrow clean through the axes. Then he leaped onto the threshold, poured his arrows at his feet, and glared around fiercely. He killed Antinous first. Then, aiming precisely, he let fly arrow after arrow, and we fell thick and fast. It was clear some god was helping them, because they attacked us relentlessly throughout the hall. The sounds of groaning and cracking skulls were horrific, and the floor ran slick with our blood. That, Agamemnon, is how we met our end. Our bodies still lie unburied in Ulysses' house, as our families back home don't yet know what happened. They cannot perform the rites, wash the dark blood from our wounds, or mourn us as the dead deserve. "Fortunate Ulysses, son of Laertes," replied Agamemnon's ghost. "You are truly blessed with a wife of such exceptional intelligence and unwavering loyalty as Penelope, daughter of Icarius. Her virtue will be famed forever. The immortals will inspire a song celebrating the constancy of Penelope, a joy for all mankind to hear. How different was the wickedness of Tyndareus' daughter, Clytemnestra, who murdered her lawful husband. Her story will be a song of hatred among mortals, for she brought disgrace upon all women, even the virtuous ones." Thus the ghosts conversed deep within the earth, in the house of Hades. Meanwhile, Ulysses and his companions left the city, and soon arrived at the well-kept farm belonging to Laertes, which the old man had cultivated with great effort over many years. The property included his house and a surrounding lean-to where the slaves who worked for him ate, slept, and rested. Inside the main house, an old Sicilian woman cared for Laertes in his rural retirement. Upon arrival, Ulysses instructed his son and the 2 herdsmen. "Go inside the house and prepare the best pig you can find for our meal. I want to see if my father recognizes me, or if I've been gone so long he won't know me." He gave his armor to Eumaeus and Phaeacia, who headed directly to the house. Ulysses turned into the vineyard to approach his father alone and test him. As he walked down into the large, well-tended orchard, he didn't see Dolius or any of his sons or the other farmhands. They were off gathering thorn bushes to repair a fence, as Laertes had instructed. He found his father alone, hoeing around a vine plant. Laertes wore a filthy, patched tunic, rough leggings of oxhide, tied around his shins to protect against scratches, leather sleeves, and a goatskin cap. He looked utterly grief-stricken. When Ulysses saw his father so worn, aged, and filled with sorrow, he stopped under a tall pear tree and wept silently. He debated whether to rush forward, embrace and kiss him, and reveal everything at once, or to question him first, testing his reaction. He decided the cautious approach was best. With this plan, he approached his father, who was bent over his digging. "Old man," Ulysses began gently, I see you are a skilled gardener. Truly, you take excellent care of this place. Every plant, fig, vine, olive, pear, even the garden beds, shows your diligent attention. But, forgive me for saying so, you seem to take better care of your garden than of yourself. You are aged, unkempt, and poorly dressed. Surely your master doesn't neglect you because you are lazy? Your bearing and features suggest noble birth, not servitude. You look like someone who should bathe properly, eat well, and sleep comfortably at night, as old men deserve. Tell me, truthfully, whose servant are you? Whose land is this you tend? And tell me something else. Is this really Ithaca? A man I met earlier said so, but he was impatient and didn't wait to hear my full story when I asked about an old friend, whether he still lived or was already in Hades' halls. Let me tell you, I once hosted this man in my own country, and no stranger ever pleased me more. He claimed his family was from Ithaca, and his father was Laertes, son of Arcesius. I welcomed him lavishly, offering the best my house contained. When he departed, I gave him customary guest gifts: 7 talents of fine gold, a solid silver mixing bowl chased with floral designs, 12 simple cloaks, 12 tapestries, 12 single-fold cloaks, 12 rugs, 12 fine mantles, and just as many tunics. Additionally, I gave him 4 beautiful, skilled women of his choosing. Tears streamed down Laertes' face as he listened. "Sir," he choked out, "you have indeed reached the land you seek, but it is now controlled by lawless, violent men. Your generous gifts were given in vain. If you had found your friend alive here in Ithaca, he would have welcomed you warmly and repaid your gifts amply upon your departure, as is right, considering your generosity. But tell me, please, how many years has it been since you hosted that guest? My son? My unfortunate son? Alas, he must have perished far from home, eaten by fish in the sea, or becoming prey for birds and beasts on some distant shore. Neither his mother nor I, his father, could wrap him in his shroud, nor could his devoted, richly dowered wife Penelope weep over her husband on his deathbed and close his eyes, performing the final rites. But now tell me truly, for I must know, who are you? Where are you from? Your town? Your parents? Where is the ship that brought you and your men? Or were you merely a passenger on another's vessel, dropped off here?" "I will tell you everything truthfully," Ulysses replied. "I come from Alybas, where I have a fine palace. I am the son of King Hephaestus, grandson of Polypremen. My name is Eperitus. A storm drove me off course as I sailed from Sicania, bringing me here against my will. My ship is anchored down the coast, away from the town, in the open country. It is now the 5th year since Ulysses left my land. Poor man, yet the omens were good when he departed. Birds flew favorably on our right as we parted, and we both rejoiced, hopeful for another friendly meeting and exchange of gifts." A black cloud of sorrow engulfed Laertes. Scooping up dust with both hands, he poured it over his gray head, groaning deeply. Ulysses' heart ached, his nostrils quivering with emotion as he watched his father. He could bear it no longer. He sprang forward, threw his arms around Laertes and kissed him. "Father, it is I," he cried, "the man you ask about. I have returned after 20 long years. Stop your weeping and sorrow. We have no time to waste. I must tell you, I have killed the suitors in our house, punishing them for their insolence and crimes." Laertes looked at him, trembling. "If you truly are my son, Ulysses returned home," he whispered, "give me clear proof, something I cannot doubt." "First," Ulysses said, pulling aside his tunic, "look at this scar, the one I received from the boar's tusk while hunting on Parnassus. You and my mother sent me to Autolycus, her father, to receive the gifts he had promised." He paused, then continued, pointing around the orchard. "Furthermore, I can name the trees you gave me right here in this vineyard. I asked you about each one as I followed you around the garden when I was a boy. We walked among them all, and you told me their names and types. You gave me 13 pear trees, 10 apple trees, and 40 fig trees. You also promised 50 rows of vines, each with grain planted between them. They yield all kinds of grapes when the summer sun ripens them." Hearing these undeniable proofs, Laertes' strength gave out. He sagged, and Ulysses caught him, supporting him until the faintness passed. Recovering slightly, Laertes gasped, "Oh, Father Zeus, then you gods still reign on Olympus after all, if the suitors have truly paid for their outrageous arrogance. But now, I am terribly afraid all the men of Ithaca will descend upon us here. They will send messages everywhere throughout the Cephallenian islands." Ulysses reassured him. "Take heart, father. Don't worry about that now. Let's go inside the house near your garden. I've already sent Telemachus, Phaeacia, and Eumaeus ahead to prepare dinner quickly." Talking, the two walked towards the house. Inside they found Telemachus, the cowherd, and the swineherd busy cutting meat and mixing wine. The old Sicilian woman led Laertes away, bathed him, anointed him with oil, and dressed him in a fine cloak. Athena then approached Laertes, enhancing his stature, making him appear taller and more robust than before. When he emerged, Ulysses marveled at his father's godlike appearance. "My dear father," he exclaimed, "surely one of the gods has made you taller and more handsome." Laertes beamed. "Ah, by Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo," he wished aloud. "If only I were the man I was when I ruled the Cephallenians and captured Nericum, that fortress on the coast. If I still had that strength and had been in our house yesterday wearing my armor, I could have stood beside you against those suitors. I would have struck down many of them, and your heart would have rejoiced to see it." They continued talking excitedly. Soon the others finished preparing the meal. They all took their proper places on the benches and chairs and began to eat. Just then, old Dolius and his sons returned from their work in the fields, summoned by their mother, the Sicilian woman who now cared for the aging Laertes. When they saw Ulysses and realized who he was, they stood frozen in astonishment. Ulysses greeted them kindly. "Sit down to dinner, old man," he said, "and don't be alarmed. We've been waiting for you and wanted to start eating for some time." Dolius rushed forward, stretching out both hands. He grasped his master's hand, kissing it at the wrist. "Sir," he cried, his voice thick with emotion, "we have longed for your return. Now heaven has brought you back when we had lost all hope. Welcome, welcome, may the gods bless you. But tell me, does Queen Penelope know you are here, or should we send someone to inform her?" "Old man," Ulysses replied, "she knows already. You needn't worry about that." Dolius then took his seat. His sons crowded around Ulysses, greeting him warmly and clasping his hands, one after another. Then they sat down in order near their father. While they were enjoying their meal, rumor, swift messenger, spread through the city, carrying the news of the suitors' terrible fate. As people heard, they gathered from all directions, groaning and shouting, converging before Ulysses' palace. They carried away their dead, each family burying its own. The bodies of suitors from other islands were placed on fishing boats to be taken home. Then, filled with anger, the men convened in the assembly ground. Eupeithes, Antinous' father, rose to speak, overwhelmed with grief. Weeping bitterly, he addressed the crowd. "My friends, this man Ulysses has done us grievous wrong. He took many of our best men with his fleet, only to lose both ships and men. Now, upon returning, he has slaughtered the finest young nobles of Cephallenia. We must act quickly before he escapes to Pylos or to sacred Elis where the Epeans rule. If we don't avenge the murder of our sons and brothers, we will be shamed forever. It will be an eternal disgrace. I myself would find no more joy in life. I would rather die at once. Let's go after them now, before they cross to the mainland." He wept as he spoke, stirring pity in the crowd. Just then, Medon the herald, and Phemius the bard, having awakened, emerged from Ulysses' house and came to the assembly. Everyone stared in surprise. Medon stepped into the middle and addressed the Ithacans. "Men of Ithaca, hear me. Ulysses did not act against the will of the gods. I myself saw an immortal god standing beside him, disguised as Mentor. Sometimes this god appeared before Ulysses, encouraging him. Other times, he swept furiously through the hall, driving the suitors into panic, and they fell thick upon each other." Hearing this, pale fear gripped the assembly. Old Halitherses, son of Mastor, rose to speak. He alone among them understood the patterns of past and future. He spoke frankly and wisely. "Men of Ithaca, this tragedy is your own fault. You refused to listen to me or to Mentor when we urged you to restrain your sons. Their reckless folly led them to commit great wrongs, wasting the wealth and dishonoring the wife of a chieftain they thought would never return. Now follow my counsel. Do not attack Ulysses. If you do, you may bring disaster upon your own heads." More than half the crowd shouted their agreement with Ulysses and immediately dispersed, but the rest remained. displeased by his words and siding with Eupeithes. They rushed off to arm themselves. Once equipped, they gathered outside the city walls, with Eupeithes foolishly leading them, thinking he could avenge his son. In truth, he was marching to his own doom. Meanwhile, on Olympus, Athena addressed Zeus. "Father, son of Cronus, highest of rulers, tell me your plan. Will you allow more bitter fighting, or will you establish peace between them?" Zeus replied, "My child, why ask me? Wasn't it your own design that Ulysses should return and exact vengeance on the suitors? Do as you wish. But here is what seems most fitting. Now that Ulysses has had his revenge, let both sides swear solemn oaths. He shall continue to rule as king. We will cause the relatives to forget the slaughter of their sons and brothers. Let them be friends, as before, and let peace and prosperity flourish." This was exactly what Athena desired. She darted down from the snowy peaks of Olympus. Back at Laertes' farm, after they finished their meal, Ulysses said, "Someone go check if they are approaching." One of Dolius' sons went to the doorway as requested. Standing there, he saw the armed crowd drawing near. "They're close," he shouted back to Ulysses. "Let's arm ourselves immediately." They quickly donned their armor. Ulysses, his 3 companions, and Dolius' 6 sons. Laertes and Dolius armed themselves too, warriors by necessity, despite their age. Fully armed, they opened the gate and sallied forth, with Ulysses leading. Just then, Athena, daughter of Zeus, approached them, disguised once more in the form and voice of Mentor. Ulysses was overjoyed to see her. "Telemachus," he said to his son, "now as you enter battle, where true character is revealed, make sure you do not disgrace your ancestors, renowned for strength and courage throughout the world." "You speak wisely, dear father," Telemachus replied confidently. "And you will see, if you watch, that my spirit will not shame our lineage." Laertes heard this exchange with delight. "Good heavens," he exclaimed joyfully, "what a glorious day! My son and grandson competing in valor." Athena, as Mentor, came close to Laertes. "Son of Arcesius," she said, "dearest of all my comrades, pray now to the bright-eyed goddess and to Father Zeus. Then balance your long spear and hurl it." As she spoke, she infused Laertes with renewed vigor. The old man prayed to Athena, then poised his heavy spear and threw it with all his might. It struck Eupeithes' bronze helmet. The spearhead pierced through, not stopped by the metal, and Eupeithes crashed heavily to the ground, his armor clattering around him. Immediately, Ulysses and Telemachus charged into the front ranks of the attackers, striking with swords and spears. They would have killed them all, preventing any from returning home, had not Athena intervened, raising her voice in a commanding shout that echoed through the valley. "Men of Ithaca," she cried, "stop this dreadful fighting. Settle your dispute now, without further bloodshed." Hearing the goddess's voice, overwhelming fear seized the attackers. Their weapons dropped from nerveless hands, clattering onto the ground. Terrified, they turned and fled back towards the city, desperate to save their lives. But Ulysses let out a mighty cry, gathered himself like a soaring eagle, and swooped down in pursuit. At that moment, Zeus hurled a flaming thunderbolt that landed directly in front of Athena. She turned to Ulysses. "Ulysses, noble son of Laertes, resourceful warrior, halt! End this bitter strife now, lest you anger Zeus, the son of Cronus." Thus spoke Athena, and Ulysses, recognizing the divine command, gladly obeyed. Then Athena, still in the form and voice of Mentor, quickly established a lasting covenant of peace between the 2 opposing sides.